The Fight for Saab by Jonas Fröberg, behind the scenes during an unlikely fateful year. Preface. The scent hits me, it makes my heart race, and I have to smile. It happens every time I open the door to my work car, a Saab 900 from 1988. At the same moment the door opens, a door inside me also opens ajar, back to the car that left the deepest mark when I was little. Gunnar Olsson's Saab 99 LE from 1974. The Saab was blue and Gunnar was my grandmother's brother. Together we were on constant adventures along the summery, winding gravel roads in Angermanland. We looked for moose tracks. Gunnar recognized all the animal tracks, and with the Saab idling he could suddenly announce from below a ditch in a solemn voice, "Björn." These were festive moments, and all the time with the Saab scent as a safety net. Many share the feeling. It may have been grandfathers, mothers, or plastic fathers, but the Saabs were there and they stirred emotions. You could call it a collective Saab memory. Saab's passenger cars are also Swedish industrial history, albeit an odd one. The business was in the safest embrace of the Swedish financial elite, almost never made a profit, but still tirelessly conveyed a true Swedishness as associated with rally driver Erik Karlsson, Pa Tackett, as in Gemmer Stenmark, who drove a Saab 900 Turbo when it happened. Saab became an image of Sweden and a factor, albeit a small one, that defined us as Swedes. It was this emotionally charged company that was brutally pushed out by its parent company, GM, in the middle of the financial crisis, and between 2008 and 2010 ended up in almost unimaginable chaos. Northern Europe's largest corporate restructuring, liquidation, government squabbles, major layoffs, defecting buyers, attempted murder in Moscow, closure and rescue when all hope was lost. This would never have been possible to make up, said a person in Saab's management team who was involved throughout the crisis. But it was reality, especially for the Saab employees who, despite the emotional ups and downs, kept building cars. The story is interesting for several reasons. It is about how Saab stirred up emotions among the Swedes, with just as many people angrily shouting "shut down" as "save." It is about global politics and the Swedish government's struggle to navigate the crisis and public opinion. It is about fortune seekers who were drawn to weak companies with a chance of government loans, and the story is strangely about adult men who want to realize their boyhood dreams of owning their own car brand. The book provides behind-the-scenes images that few have had access to, from the closed meetings of the party leaders in Rosenbad, where for a long time no one believed in Saab, from inside the boardroom at GM's headquarters, where the decision to close down Saab in Sweden came as early as the summer of 2008, long before Saab's crisis became known to the outside world. And from Saab's management corridors and small coffee breaks at the factory in Trollhättan. I followed the Saab crisis as a reporter at Svenska Dagbladet, at times almost around the clock, and have met most of the main characters. Many have provided information anonymously, and some are quoted in the text. This is not the complete story. It is my story, and sometimes I give my own reflections that have also changed during the writing process. Saab was saved, but the last word has not yet been written. Jonas Fröberg, Stockholm in August 2010, Prologue Uddevalla on December 18, 2009 at 3 in the afternoon. A text message arrives on 37-year-old Petra Sturch's mobile phone from her work friend Maria. It consists of 4 words. Have you heard the news? Stockholm. 6 hours earlier it was time for a party. The Friday before Christmas Eve felt perfect for releasing the news that Spiker Cars would buy Saab Automobile. Negotiations had been going on throughout December. Many were dead tired. But now all the agreements were ready, and by lunchtime everything would be signed up on the 9th floor of the law firm Roshier's office in Stockholm. No one could have imagined a better Christmas present. There is also more good news in the pipeline. Saab is to announce this morning that its new hope for the future, the Saab 95, has received 5 stars in the safety organization Euro NCAPS crash test. The highest rating, but in parallel with the party preparations, another process is quietly underway. The Swedish and American governments had ordered an investigation into the background of the prospective owner, Russian businessman Vladimir Antonov. Now the investigation was complete, and it would have dramatic consequences. The same day, at 7:09 a.m., Minister of Economic Affairs Maud Olofsson receives a text message. It comes from her State Secretary Göran Hägglund, who had hardly slept at all that night. It consists of 6 words. When can you be at the ministry? Back to Uddevalla. The stable is red with a black roof. Peace reigns here. Petra Sturch is with Haidar, her shaggy Icelandic horse, in the stable outside Uddevalla, 30 kilometers from Trollhättan. Petra Sturch has worked on Saab's assembly line since 1998, but now production has stopped for the Christmas break. She looks at that text message from her workmate Maria with curiosity and calls her immediately. "We're not going to be sold. We're going to be closed down," says her friend on the phone. Petra freezes and walks from the stables to the horse paddock and sits down on a stump. She thinks, "No, I don't want to be involved anymore. It's over." She had been on an emotional roller coaster for a year, but still believed the whole time that things would work out. "Then I lost my breath," she says afterwards. She takes her black Saab 9 three-station wagon and drives to tell her mother Monica, who is retired after over 30 years at Saab. She is also shocked. She can't for the life of her imagine that Saab is going to be closed down. It's not until the evening when Petra Sturch is about to go to bed that the news really sinks in. Then the thoughts come. What will I do if I lose my job? What happens if I have to move? How will my daughter react? At the same time, in a hotel in London, Spyker's CEO Victor Muller is also lying sleepless. Everything looks pitch black, but he is not going to give up. This will be the deal of his life. Chapter 1: Soul and Heart, about how the image of the tech-savvy Saab became part of a proudly growing industrial Sweden and merged with our own national self-image. We are the best, but we do not boast. It was on Christmas Eve 2009 that he decided. 24-year-old shop assistant David Blumberg in Skarholm outside Stockholm began composing a song that he would post on YouTube to support his favorite brand. It just couldn't happen that Saab would be closed down. Word after word, stanza after stanza. Take a left, take a right, don't you let it die. There's not a good reason why the future will fly, and ooh, we're gonna make it. 3 days later, the music video, Griffin Up, was out on YouTube, and just over a week later, on Epiphany, over 100,000 Saab lovers had heard it. It was one of thousands of manifestations for Saab during the Great Crisis. For over a year, the situation oscillated between hope and despair, almost every day. The media spotlight noted the slightest movement in Trollhättan, Rosenbad, Detroit, and Washington. A Saab article in the national newspaper's online supplements could get hundreds of comments, and it was Saab that was talked about at coffee breaks, in sausage lines, and at dinner tables. The opinions were strong and often diametrically opposed. Saab is a loss-making machine, put it down. Saab has a bright future and is a Swedish national symbol, invest in Saab. It was in February 2009 that GM announced that Saab would be leaving GM. Just a couple of hours later, the website Rescue Saab was set up. And when Koenigsegg pulled out of its Saab purchase 8 months later, the website Are You With Me was quickly launched with a call to sign up for a new Saab, as long as GM didn't close the brand. And another 2 months later, you could stomp the beat to the tune of the song Griffin Up, but it didn't stop there. When Saab was at its most condemned in early 2010, a global Saab demonstration was carried out with a frenzy as if it were a violation of human rights. GM had then decided to close down and started liquidation at the same time, as the small, loss-making sports car manufacturer Spyker wanted to buy Saab. Then it overflowed for about 50 Saab owners. In the light wind on January 5, they parked 28 Saabs outside GM's headquarters in Detroit. The Reuters news agency reported, and the Saab forum on the internet then spread that January 17 would be a big demonstration day. Then over 5,000 Saab owners in 40 cities around the world took to the roads to persuade GM to reverse the decision to close down Saab. Emotions ran high, and the cars slowly rolled forward in caravans. Everywhere there were similar placards with the text, Save Saab, printed and copied on A3 paper. Saab owners did everything they could to save their Saab, and even in Shanghai, 30 joined. Loyal Saab owners, a wet dream for a PR department, but the company Saab had nothing to do with the demonstration. In the media, the roles were clear. It was David against Goliath, the underdog Saab against the big bad GM. GM was completely caught in the act. When they were forced to close down Pontiac, one of the most famous car brands in the US, barely a year earlier, neither websites nor car caravans were started. Snobbery is what Albert Muniz, assistant professor at DePaul University in Chicago, calls the phenomenon that owners feel like joint parents to their Saabs. Muniz, who researches brands, believes that Saab owners feel an unusually strong sense of belonging. In the summer of 2009, a research team at the Ruhr University in Bochum, Germany, came up with something even more remarkable. Saab arouses 10 times more emotions in its owners than BMW, Mercedes, and Volkswagen. And we're talking about Saab, which has almost always been a loss-maker, and which has made ordinary family cars whose owners seem to have infinite tolerance for turbo failures, gearbox failures, sagging ceilings, striking ignition boxes, and poor engine lubrication. If you look at the size of the company, the number of newspaper articles and demonstrations becomes even more surprising. Saab is only Sweden's 20th largest company, measured in turnover, and has around 35,000 employees. Compare that with Ericsson, 3 days before St. Lucia in 2009, in the midst of the fiery Saab crisis, Ericsson fired 1,000 people in Sweden overnight and closed down operations in Gävle. A blow. The incident was noted in the media, but not much else. The Minister of Industry and Trade, Maud Olofsson, said the same day in SVT's rapport that the development was inevitable. No one objected. A clue to the feelings for Saab is that they make cars, while Ericsson manufactured anonymous radio base stations in Gävle. But there must be more than that behind the commitment. The air is steaming with the aroma of coffee from a thermos and with anticipation of the day. It is 6:00 a.m. on a Saturday morning in March 2010, after Spiker had finally managed to buy Saab. 3 men are sitting in a car on the Etwinti outside Stockholm. They are going to drive 400 kilometers through Sweden. They are on their way to the Swedish Saab Club's annual meeting at the Saab Museum in Trollhättan. So we are not talking about the big Saab festival that is held every summer and where thousands of Saab enthusiasts come, but the Saab Club's annual meeting itself. The car contains the hardcore of Sweden's Saab lovers. Behind the wheel of his utility car, a Saab 9.5 Aero, sits 56-year-old Ungve Ekberg wearing a checkered shirt. He was the first chairman of the Saab Club, which was then called the Saab Register, until the early 1990s. Now he's just going to enjoy meeting old friends, he says. Why does he like Saab? He goes silent for a long time, focuses on driving and the road. Saab has always been in my life. The relationship began early. His father had bought a green 92 Saab back in 1950, and in it Ungve hung like a little glop between the front seats and followed his father's driving with wide eyes. It was fascinating, like a massive feeling, he says. He shares the experience with many in Sweden, where almost everyone has personal, strong memories of Saab. You could call it a collective Saab memory, but there are more explanations. Flag Saab, Data Saab, and Bill Saab. Svenska Aeroplan Aktiebolaget had 3 areas of activity until the 1970s, one more like a boy's dream than the other. First, Flag Saab with fighter planes like the Draken and Viggen, which many saw as national symbols and the ultimate guarantors of our sovereignty. Flag Saab also had a secret, imaginative aircraft factory underground in the event of war. Data Saab developed the world's most modern computer systems for a long time, and then there were the cars, the real leaders of mobility in the new Folkhemsverige, where single-family homes soon had small Saabs parked on the gravel driveways. But not only there. When newspaper articles then appeared with googly-eyed small Saabs being celebrated by being lowered from cargo ships in New York and Brazil, it became extra festive. Everything was Swedish after all. We in Little Sweden managed to produce this, if we may say so ourselves, fantastic technology that spread across the world. In the early 1980s, the picture seemed perfect. Then Björn Borg and Ingemar Stenmark were equipped with their own Saab 900 Turbo. A picture was taken in Monte Carlo of them leaning lazily against their cars. Ingemar Stenmark was terracotta red with roof racks. Then the text Super Swedes was printed there, postcards and puzzles were made, and it became one of Saab's most noticed campaigns in Europe ever. It happens that we meet, said Björn Borg about the fact that he and Stenmark now almost lived next door to the Saab owner's magazine Onnit in 1981. Saab became more than ever an image of Sweden and a factor, albeit a small one, that defined us as Swedes. Just like Gustav Vasa, the Dala horse, and Abba did. But there is a sharp divide between the view of Saab in Sweden and abroad. While Saab in Sweden is a dime a dozen car loaded with national pride, in the rest of Europe and the USA it was an exotic oddity with a brand positioned much like Apple in the computer world. It has puzzled the scientific community. Car brands send signals. The owner of a Mercedes often wants to signal, "I have succeeded." BMW owners also want to trumpet this, but they see themselves as more dynamic. Nissan owners are not interested in cars at all, while the Porsche owner, often an older man, wants to signal youth. That is the opinion of psychologist at Ruhr University Rüdiger Hassip, who is part of the team researching cars and emotions. But when he has to describe Saab owners, it becomes more difficult. After a moment of silence on the phone, he says, they want to drive something different and they stick together. Then he talks around the word skirl. It is German and means roughly comical, different, and nonconformist, that you do not want to fit in and become an ordinary Svensson. Rüdiger Hassip had posts on Europe's largest car web forum, Motor Talk, with nearly 1.5 million users, analyzed, and discovered that Saab owners were the world's most emotionally engaged car owners. They simply liked their quirky cars the most of all car owners. The educational level of European and American Saab owners is among the highest of all car owners. They often have freelance professions such as lawyers, writers, or architects. And on the east coast of the USA, half-confused professors drive around in Saabs wearing tweed jackets reinforced with leather elbow patches and feel quirky, which is the English word for unique and different. It sounds like a classic tale spread by Saab's marketing department, but according to Hossip, it is essentially true, and he also says that Saab owners do not normally brag about their car ownership, but there are exceptions. The American comedian Jerry Seinfeld happily drove his own Saab 900 convertible in the comedy series that bore his last name in the 1990s. An episode was even dedicated to his black car. But there is a difference compared to, for example, BMW owners. Jerry Seinfeld didn't want to show off the Saab to brag, but to show himself original, that he dared to go his own way. Or perhaps it should be seen as him bragging that he didn't have to brag. It's about social status and emotions, but also about technology craze, continues Rudiger Hossip. Smiles crackle and greetings pour in outside the Saab Museum's glass entrance in March 2010. About 100 members of the Saab Club are waiting to enter and begin their annual meeting. Also Ungve Ekberg and his friends. Perhaps the most impressive thing is the small flea market that is held afterwards. There are excited whispers about sought-after gasket sets for two-stroke engines, and renovation tips are exchanged in confidence. In the middle of the crowd stands Gurren Dallane, who is currently the business manager at Arboga municipality, and he is sure why he likes Saab. Sublime engineering. Saab engineers never stop developing the cars. It doesn't always have to be visible, but it's there, he says. Technology is a fundamental part of Saab's history and an important explanation for the owner's dedication. Let's go back to its birth. It was 1944. World War II was coming to an end, as were Saab's orders for military aircraft. Svenska Aeroplan Aktiebolaget had been formed in 1937 to supply the armed forces with aircraft, and Vice President Sven Otterbeck now began to sketch out alternatives. The company then had around 4,000 employees, most of them engineers, and the technology culture was highly praised. Otterbeck sensed that post-war Sweden would grow and be put on wheels, but what would they manufacture? Trucks, motorcycles, prefabricated houses, and ready-made kitchens. Most of it was on the table. It was soon seen as out of the question that men accustomed to realizing their wet engineering dreams would design kitchen benches. The fragile masculinity of the time did not allow it. Instead, another technologically advanced product of the time became available: cars. A modest market survey fueled the plans. Post-war Sweden literally cried out for small, modern cars, but it was close to stopping car production on the drawing board. When the decision was to be made, Saab was controlled by two competing factions, the Bofors Group and the Wallenberg Group. They completely disagreed on the car issue. Marcus Dodd Wallenberg, 1899–1982, had just turned 45 at the time but was already a fixture in Swedish business. He had been involved in starting Saab and had been on the board since 1939. It was he who, against Bofors' wishes, invested all his prestige and pushed through his will. Saab would start manufacturing cars. But even here there was a first hint that Saab's cars were considered a bit too much and even nationally important. The board at the same time proposed that negotiations should be opened with the state to get a guaranteed return on car production, citing the fact that the business was necessary from a contingency perspective. Saab therefore went to the state and asked for help with car production even before it had started. There would be many more such occasions. An important ingredient in the legend of Saab's birth is that almost none of those who were part of the car project group had a driver's license. It was true, few simply had a driver's license in Sweden at the end of the war. Aeronautical engineer Gunnar Ljungström, who had previously designed wing structures, was put in charge of designing the car, and designer Sixten Sasson, who a few years later would design the Hasselblad camera, was responsible for the shape. And in October 1945 he showed a sketch of an unusually futuristic car with a smooth underside. Saab management gave the go-ahead. Then all it took was 6 older carpenters, a bandsaw, and a corner in Saab's tool workshop to put together the first ultramodern study of the future in wood. One of the first wind tunnels in the automotive world also made the original Saab, as it came to be called, as streamlined as any modern 21st century car. Inspired by aviation, it was called, but the soap dish shape was also needed so that the weak two-stroke engine with 1930s technology would be able to drive the car. The engine was placed transversely in front of the driving front wheels, low, which gave a center of gravity and good interior space, and a self-supporting body was a matter of course. Some saw the similarities to an airplane wing from the side, but many thought it reminded them of a frog, a black frog. The first wooden model was coated in April 1946 with black shoe polish, and then polished up with brushes and a polishing cloth. A couple of months later, it was time for the first 92 prototype. 1. It was hand-built and for the most complicated sheet metal processing, a retired sheet metal worker from Toral's Kylar Fabric. If there was one thing he could do, it was to shape sheet metal, but he used an odd method. To correct the flaw, he carefully hit the sheet metal with a ball-peen hammer against an oak block placed on a pile of horse manure. For the first 3 years, all production cars were olive green. A legend is that this was a result of Saab buying cheap surplus paint from the defense. But the story is true. It was actually camouflage paint in the wrong shade that Saab bought cheaply. Here we can already sense one of Saab's most distinctive features: innovative high technology, freshly mixed with homemade emergency solutions. What would the new car be called then? It was bumped, and after much agonizing, the choice fell on 92, which also became Saab's third civilian product. The first two were called 90 and 91 and were aircraft. It was not until 1949 that production began cautiously with a few purely hand-built cars, as steel and press tools were in short supply. But Saab was not the last to get on the plane. In the same hectic year, the VW bubble, Citroën 2CV, Porsche 356, and Saab's arch-rival Volvo PV444 also began to reach customers in earnest. But many saw the Saab as the most technologically advanced. Stubbornly and with little means, the engineers in Trollhättan continued for 19 years to refine their only model, the one that was first called the 92, but for the 1956 model year it was given 3 cylinders and the name 93, only to be facelifted and renamed the 96 4 years later. By then, the 95 station wagon model had been launched the year before, in 1959. At the same time, everyone understood that the Saab people were tinkering with and improving the same model that they had premiered at the Civil Service Fair in Linköping back in 1947. Apart from the Saab Sonnet sports car, which was sold in small series, a completely new model did not come until 1967, the Saab 99, which is still praised by many car designers today. It became a real long-distance driver that then lived on in the larger 900 model that came in 1978. Psychologist Rudiger Hossip believes that the engineer's Saab can never win against the big Audi or BMW, whose resources and range of models far exceed Saab's. Instead, says Hossip, Saab must create a Saab feel with small means. Think about how often it is the small special details on a Mac computer that make Mac nerds never imagine a PC. Then think about Saab. The attention to detail was there from the start, but it was during the 1970s on the 99 model that it really blossomed. From 1970, Saab owners always had good visibility, even when it was snowing, thanks to Saab's headlight wipers, which were a world first in 1970. The following year, self-repairing bumpers and electrically heated seats were launched, and the year after that, side impact beams, seemingly small scattered islands of cleverness that together signaled something. For the Saab company, which lacked new models, they meant everything. Saab had what others didn't have, says Rudiger Hossip. All Saab owners have their favorite detail that they like to talk about. Man on Sohm Pisseljudit when turning the steering wheel for air circulation on the old 900, it almost sounded as if the car was snorting. Or that the doors on the same model slid all the way down to the undercarriage, which saved the trouser legs from getting dirty, but doomed the doors to an early rust death. Or the cockpit feeling that surrounded the driver. For all Saab buyers, the message was clear: Saab cares about me. Finally, the icing on the cake, the turbo. Saab has been considered fun to drive since its birth. When Autocar magazine got to test drive the prototype, they even named it a real sports car, and were impressed by the fun and stringent road handling of the small, weak-engined 1977 utility car. But at the Frankfurt Motor Show in September, a Saab was launched that would really impress the trendsetters. On the stand was a shiny pearl-white Saab 99 Turbo with 145 horsepower. It would become Saab's single most important car of all time, boosting both sales and the brand significantly. Turbo, taste the word. Saab also did this, allowing several focus groups to give their opinions. Everyone liked it. Turbo means, in simple terms, that a small and relatively fuel-efficient engine can be really fast. The energy from the exhaust gases is used via a turbocharger to force more air and fuel into the engine to get more power. It's like 2 engines in one, Saab's engine engineer Per Gilbrand, born in 1934, usually says. Like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, the Saab Turbo would stand for smart sportiness far from the uneconomical American monstrosity of the V8 engines. Saab seemed to have found the right one. It's like a roller coaster going downhill. The Saab only goes faster the more the turbocharger increases the pressure. It's eerie, wrote the English car magazine Autocar when they test drove the Saab Turbo. But then they would have been in Södertälje 6 years earlier, when the story of the turbo began. It was an autumn day in 1971 on the 6th floor of Scania's red brick headquarters. The 38-year-old engineer Stig Eckert was sitting as usual, calculating camshaft profiles and gears for Scania's truck engines. 2 years had passed since Saab and Scania had merged to achieve synergy effects. No one had noticed much of it. Then his boss, civil engineer Bengt Gadefelt, appeared in the doorway. He only had to go past a few doors because they were in the same corridor. The taciturn Gadefelt was responsible for engine design at both Saab and Scania. Now he asked if Stig Eckert wanted to calculate and design a turbo for a Saab 99. I was very surprised. I worked with truck engines, but we had experience with turbo installations, says Stig Eckert almost 40 years later. There was discussion of putting a V8 engine in the Saabs, but Sven Gadefelt wanted something different. Stig Eckert sat down and calculated. The goal was to make as little change to the basic design as possible, and on October 22, 1971, the first sketch was ready. After the turn of the year, the smallest truck turbocharger they had on their own shelves was ordered. It was oversized for the Saab engine, but for the tests, it was run on a test bench in the engine laboratory. The engine produced 160 horsepower at 55.0 RPM, pure supercar performance at the time. The turbo turned red, almost white with heat, says Stig Eckert, who then had it installed in a test car, a red two-door Saab 99 EMS. Everything happened in secret, then it was time for the premiere drive. A colleague and I went out on the motorway between Jena and Södertälje. There were several cars with powerful engines outside, and I got into the left lane. When I stepped on the accelerator, they just disappeared in the rearview mirror. They must have thought they were dreaming, he says, laughing. It was quite violent. In 1971, the project moved to the passenger car side, where the head of the engine laboratory, Per Gilbrand, who was recruited from Volvo in 1964, was the driving force. Bengt Gadefelt continued to be the boss of the project. Well-tailored, quiet, and with a wreath of hair around his bald head, he kept in the background. At the Saab Museum, the Saab Club meeting continues in March 2010. But behind the cars on display is another part of Saab's history, Saab's corporate archives. Museum director Peter Bäckström, himself a former designer at Saab, has agreed to show the archive. He makes his way behind the exhibition hall, unlocks a door, then another. Finally, we are inside. A scent of old papers and books hits us, like in a library. Silence rests softly among the spines of the hundreds of archive shelves. Here is Saab's history, carefully catalogued. The archive is extremely rarely shown. A shelf section brings to mind a boy's room. Up to the ceiling are model cars that vaguely resemble different Saab models. These are early design solutions for the Saab 99 and 9000 that have never been shown publicly. Financial statements, board minutes, advertising campaigns, piles of the book's form and function. Everything is here. I walk around pulling out binders at random. Project Beatwo is written on one. I open it, and I'm amazed. It contains the internal documentation of the Turbo Initiative. Crisp and carefully arranged behind 20 tabs, it allows itself to be told, far from the PR legends that have been spread. Now the Turbo project had been moved to the passenger car side. Experiments with the turbo engine in the spring of 1973 is written on a typewritten page. It is clear that the project was started, among other things, to meet the exhaust emission requirements in the USA, and a classified memo dated 1976-11-16 almost desperately lists reasons for the Turbo Initiative. There is talk that Saab can, by simple and cheap means, get an engine whose performance is comparable in many respects to that of 6-cylinder and 8-cylinder engines. Now the marketing department had also been asked, which was not previously obvious at Saab. It is emphasized that Saab should broaden its competitiveness, and 3 main target groups are listed. 1. Today's buyers of 6- and 8-cylinder engines, for example, BMW, Volvo, or Triumph 2. Sports car buyers 3. Buyers of today's top-of-the-line models at Saab. 99 EMS. The secret memos were no coincidence. In 1976, the turbo project was very close to being cancelled after 5 years of work. The turbo overheated and had too high a pressure. At the same time, the great industrial crisis fell like a heavy wet blanket over Saab. The already weak passenger car production began to show annual losses of around 200 million krona. They did not dare launch something that could beat them. The margins were non-existent. Then Gadefelt and Gilbrand came up with the solution, a pressure relief valve called a wastegate that led the exhaust gases past the turbo at a certain pressure. Think of it like doing a bypass operation. They succeeded. Then the new passenger car manager Sten Wenlo took a car for a test drive in July 1976. He stopped at a hot dog stand in Trosa and called up the technical management and said something like, "We're going to have this one." Actually, the turbo should have arrived 2 years later, with the new 900 model. Now the project was suddenly rushed forward. Wenlow's own happiness at seeing the turbo needle's spasmodic trips up towards the red on the turbo gauge on winding roads in Sörmland was not the whole truth, however. Saab was in free fall and needed a sales booster, fast. The white Saab turbo at the Frankfurt Motor Show in 1977 became one of the most notable cars at the show, even though both BMW and Porsche had previously come out with turbos. Bengt Gadefelt and Per Gilbrand shared the Royal Swedish Academy of Engineering Sciences gold medal in 1988 for their work on the turbo engine. A year later, in the autumn of 1978, the new 900 model was launched, which was actually an emergency solution. The management refused to provide money to develop a new car, and the solution was, somewhat simplified, to extend the front section of the 99 while retaining most of the rest. This launched a completely new car that had only cost a fraction of the cost to develop compared to its competitors. It was launched with a bang, and at the same time the turbo was running laps around the world. Saab seemed to be on its way, but as usual, the picture inside the walls of Saab was different. There was only one word to describe the situation: crisis. A large-scale merger with Volvo had failed the year before due to dissatisfaction within Saab Scania. And instead of looking at press clips of all the successes, the then CFO of Olof Eriksson sat down and drew up a detailed closure plan commissioned by the board. The annual losses of around SEK 200 million were astronomical by the standards of the time. Journalist Jan Herkerberg writes in his book The Game of Saab that it would cost between SEK 3 and 4 billion to close down Saab's passenger car production, whose existence hung by a thread. In the end, Marcus Wallenberg decided after hesitation to let Saab continue, with the proviso that they had to find an external partner. At the same time, Saab seriously began to sell cars more systematically outside Sweden. As late as the early 1970s, more Saabs were sold in Kenya than in what was then West Germany. The larger 900 model was the big breakthrough abroad, placing Saab keys in the pockets of at least some in the intellectual USA. Middle class in Europe, and with its reliable design and distinctive appearance, the 900 struck a chord that Saab's marketing people did not even understand themselves. Inside the Saab Museum in Trollhättan, Petter Nordblom stands contemplating a beige Saab 900 from the early 1980s. He now owns 3 old Saab 900s, a relationship that began in 1979 when, as a 6-year-old, he was allowed to accompany his grandmother Eva on the bus from Hallsberg to the Saabana car dealership in Örebro. There they would pick up her brand new Saab 900 together, an alabaster yellow. It was solemn, and the car was so modern, he says. Saab has always had its own ideas, so many small technical details that are fun and ahead of their time. The engineering spirit and innovative spark were long manifested in a lavish coffee table book that was newly produced every year, probably far too expensive. Form and Function, Our View of the Art of Building Cars. In it, Saab owners could solemnly browse through lavish pictures and well-made exploded views that described technology, design, and all the Saab intricacies. A book that was seductive and dry as a whistle at the same time, light years away from the slogans and platitudes of ordinary brochures. Here, everything was taken very seriously, whether it was a detailed exploded view of an engine or the complicated movements of the cup holder as it slid into the panel, as if choreographed by Birgit Kullberg. Form and Function were like the English social magazine The Economist. Few read the whole thing, but those who browsed felt chosen. Only Porsche had a similar book, and between the lines you could sense the engineers in Trollhättan who were passionate about their Saabs. On some pages the reader could stare them straight in the face, because here they were brought out uninhibitedly, and somewhere here, the reader understood, was Saab's soul. Motor journalist and author Clees Johansson walks around among the cars and Saab lovers at the Saab Museum. He believes that the fact that technology has flourished uninhibitedly at the expense of market thinking tickles many enthusiasts today. The Swedish, confident engineers with their white short-sleeved shirts seemed to be a little more than others and were highlighted as heroes, he says. One place where there were plenty of engineers with hero status was in Saab's competition department, and the rally history is another piece of the puzzle in understanding the feelings for Saab. A film sequence from SVT in 1976 shows what appears to be a life-and-death struggle. It is winter on slippery winter roads in Värmland. Suddenly, 2 cones of light find their way into the forest. There is a roar and a clatter as a pale opal-green Saab V4 widens out of a curve. The 2 round auxiliary lights grope towards the next curve, but just seconds later another Saab arrives, almost identical. The engines howl on the next straight and sound suspiciously like 2 airplanes about to crash. It's the Swedish rally, and Stig Blomqvist with starting number 2 is fighting like a madman against Per Eklund with starting number 4. The Swedish people held their breath at home on the TV couches, and this time the challenger Per Eklund won. The potential of the Saabs in the rally forest was discovered early. Just a month after the start of production in 1949, the development engineer himself, Rolf Melde, drove into 69th place in the Monte Carlo rally in a Saab 92 with chassis number 7. The driving technique was simple. The gas was at the bottom with the right foot while the speed was regulated with the left foot on the brake. It was Rolf Melde who fired up Saab's rally efforts, and the following year he took off his suit again and drove a Saab 92 in the Rikspokalen rally competition, which was Sweden's largest at the time. Rolf Melde won overall and Greta Molander took home the women's class. Both drove green Saab 92s with 25 horsepower. That was the beginning of the rally successes, but not everyone was satisfied. Björn Erik Lind writes in his book Saab, The Cars in the First 40 Years, that the correct chief engineer Gunnar Ljungström sometimes made a stern face at the fact that the Saabs were seen so much in rallying. They were not built for that, he said, but he was still happy about Rolf Melde's reports about what needed to be changed in the cars. Gunnar Ljungström thus acted not entirely unlike suspicious fathers of young football players of the time. Parents who wondered what good would sport be. Rally competitions increasingly became Saab's test laboratory. There was no such thing back then, and in the early 1960s a small competition department was started within Saab where the engineers seemed to be allowed to do almost anything. In a place of honor in the Saab Museum stands the Monster, a white Saab 93 from 1959 that perhaps best embodies the spirit of the competition department. Two two-stroke engines were simply assembled together like Siamese twins, and they produced 138 horsepower that galloped on the border between pure homebrew and cutting-edge development. Soon the big public breakthrough would come. The tall Erik Karlsson Pa Tackett was born in 1929 in Trollhättan. His father ran a trading post and was uninterested in cars. His son Erik was passionate about cars, speed, and racing. He started working at Nyströms Bilservice at Drottninggatan 89 in Trollhättan, but soon bought a used Saab 92. With it, he tested the limits on the gravel roads around Trollhättan, learned to cut corners without skidding, and trust his ability. In 1955, he was to drive the National Cup. The competition took place on the weekend, and the new Saab 93 was to be launched on Monday. One of Saab's directors asked Erik Karlsson to win to get attention for the news, then he was promised lifelong employment and 1,000 krona. Erik Karlsson won, took a job, but never got the 1,000 krona. The heyday came in the early 1960s. Expectations were non-existent, while Erik Karlsson achieved almost improbable success with a Saab 96, still with two-stroke technology, and factory drivers in Mercedes and Citroën cars must have been really upset when they were constantly beaten by the 115-kilogram Karlsson pressed down in a small Saab with 38 horsepower. He was nicknamed On the Roof. The two-stroke cars oversteered and tipped over easily, but Astrid Lindgren's popular children's book Karlsson on the Roof also contributed to the name. In the Safari Rally, it was hot and heavy rain could come at any time. In 1964, Erik Karlsson got stuck in the mud, and to get free he and co-driver Gunnar Palm rolled the car sideways on the soft ground until they got on solid ground. The Saab 96 was almost unscathed and they came second. Ford won the rally, but when the Saab team reached the finish line, Karlsson told them how they had done on the track. No one believed them. Then they rolled the Saab again in front of the City Hall in Nairobi. Everyone took pictures. Ford got angry. Again, little Saab seemed to get all the attention. Then they were going to do the same thing with their winning car, a Ford Cortina, stuck inside the salon where the awards ceremony was to take place. But inside, oil and battery acid were flowing around along with broken glass. No one was impressed. Erik Karlsson won the RAC Rally in England 3 times between 1961 and -63, and the historic Monte Carlo Rally in 1962 and -63, a series that is often presented as Saab's international breakthrough in rallying. But that was not entirely correct. The breakthrough came 11 years earlier, on icy mountain passes in the Monte Carlo Rally in 1952, where only 163 out of 300 starters made it to the finish line. One of them was Greta Molander. She won the women's class in a Saab 92. There is a photograph of her receiving her Coupe des Dames trophy outside the palace in Monaco, wearing a skirt and with a bunch of flowers in her hand. The sun is shining, men in suits and hats are crowding around her. She is asked a question by a journalist who thought it went very fast. "Did you have an atomic bomb in the car?" "No," she replies. "I can reach 150 minutes 120 kilometers per hour without an atomic bomb." Next to her is the small Saab with a victory dent on the hood and a searchlight on the roof. Greta Molander was one of Sweden's best rally drivers. She won the National Cup back in 1933 when she also drove away from all male opposition, and she would drive many competitions with Saab. She died in 2002, almost 94 years old. After Erik Karlsson's second victory in the Monte Carlo rally, he was given a motorcade through Monaco to the palace where the princely couple Grace and Rainier received him while the Swedish national anthem was played. Outside the castle, the bullfighter red little Saab stood, equally wide-eyed with its lone searchlight on the roof as Greta Molander's had done, as if lost in the solemnity. But the great triumph for Erik Karlsson came on his return home at Stora Torget in Trollhättan, where he was met by thousands of people. The jubilation never wanted to end for the son of the countryside and the little car manufactured in Trollhättan that seemed to beat everything. When Erik Karlsson was celebrating at its best after his second victory at the Ali Baba bar in Monte Carlo, a telegram arrived from Stockholm. It consisted of 4 words: "Well done, Marcus Wallenberg." Saab was part of the Wallenberg Empire, which controlled a large part of the Swedish business community, including giants such as SE Bank, Ericsson, SKF, Astra, and Electrolux. But ever since Marcus Dodd Wallenberg pushed through to start passenger car manufacturing, he burned under a barren surface for his Saab cars. It was needed. Saab's passenger car manufacturing has almost never been profitable. No one has managed to calculate the total loss, but it is several billion krona. Apart from a few scattered islands of profit years, there is really only one continuous period of profit between 1982 and -87. But this is largely explained by the devaluation of the krona and the high dollar exchange rate. "We are going to make cars," Marcus Wallenberg used to say, and that was the end of the discussion, writes Jan Herkerberg in his book The Game of Saab. Marcus Wallenberg was known as a hard-line business leader of the old breed. He was fascinated by all kinds of new technology and also had aviation as his foster child. Like the development engineers, he was driven by a desire to move forward, like a kind of concentrate of all of post-war Sweden. He always drove a Saab of the latest model, and when Saab's turbo technology was to be tested in great secrecy in 1976, the then 77-year-old financier acted as test driver. In one of Saab's test cars, a 99 Turbo, he whizzed at high speed. He often received speeding tickets between the family residence Tekka, Udden on Djurgården out to the Vidbenäs farm south of Nynäshamn. Thanks to Marcus Wallenberg, the little Saab was also included in a larger societal perspective when the guidelines for the Swedish model were drawn up. There must have been a fresh smell coming from the narrow exhaust pipes of the two-strokes when Marcus Wallenberg steamed out to Harpsund to discuss with Prime Minister Tage Erlander what was called the Harpsund democracy. After Tage Erlander retired, he told how surprised he was when Marcus Wallenberg turned up unannounced at his office to present his views or thoughts. "I gradually got used to it," said Erlander. Marcus Wallenberg also got directly involved in the passenger car division's operations. Sten Wenlo tells of when, in the early 1970s, he wanted to develop a car that was a cross between a station wagon and a regular sedan. The management said no, but during a visit Marcus Wallenberg said, "Make sure you get it." The result was the Saab 99 Combi Coupe, which was launched in 1974 and became an important part of Saab's survival. But Sten Wenlo had frequent contacts with several people in the absolute top echelons of society who were involved in developing the Saabs. "Can the director come out? He's a bit restless. He wants to talk a bit." It was Princess Lilian who called Saab's then marketing manager Sten Wenlo, who went out to the Villa Solbacken on Djurgården in Stockholm, to Prince Bertil. They each folded out their garden chairs and sat outside in the double garage, overloaded with tools and car gadgets, and talked Saab. That was around 1969. Sometimes Erik Karlsson on the roof was there. There were many visits to Saab's perhaps most informal part of the development department. The prince was delivered a new Saab every year. He genuinely liked the cars and often came up with ideas. Several were then developed at Saab. Among them were the headlight wipers that Saab was the first in the world to introduce in 1970. "It's likely that a lot of slush will get on the lights," he said. Then they went inside and drank coffee. Marcus Wallenberg also demanded personal monthly reports from the passenger car manager, and according to some, he almost viewed car manufacturing as a personal project alongside the large companies from which he demanded profits. Others believed that there was prestige in having his own car brand, a boyhood dream, just as Christian von Koenigsegg and Victor Muller in 2009 and 2010 wanted to fulfill their boyhood dreams of owning a famous car manufacturer. There is still something contradictory about the fact that Marcus Wallenberg, on the one hand, was strongly personally committed to his Saab, but on the other hand did not allow the car division to receive the necessary investments to grow and make a profit. Saab simply manufactured too few cars in too few model series for it to be viable. A comparison with other brands is disappointing. In the early 1950s, Audi, BMW, Volvo, and Saab made about the same number of cars. 20 years later, Saab was brutally overtaken by everyone. There is an explanation for this. It is spelled Cold War. Saab manufactured both aircraft and cars, and just when passenger car production had started in 1950, the board received a letter. It bore the Air Force's coat of arms, a two-bladed propeller of gold on a blue field, and the issue was as sharp as the seal. Why did Saab invest so much in cars? The Korean War in 1950 had sharpened the contradictions in the world. The Air Force leadership realized that they were suffering from a shortage of fighter aircraft and had been forced to buy from Britain. But now they wanted to buy Swedish ones. This was seen as a guarantee of neutrality. Resources within Saab were quickly reallocated from car manufacturing to aircraft development and, above all, to the new J-35 Draken. The feared catastrophe for the aviation industry was replaced by a cash crunch. Vice President Sven Otterbeck, who had fueled the car investment, was fired, and Saab's passenger cars then received neither the leadership nor the development money that was actually needed. Something that fueled the myth of an underdog and contributed to the Saab craze. But surely the losses could not continue year after year simply because of emotions or boyhood dreams. Some point to the enduring Wallenberg spirit. That Marcus Wallenberg did not easily give up on businesses he had embarked on. Scania and Atlas Copco, for example, were loss-making companies for a long time before they turned a profit. A more tangible explanation for why car manufacturing was not allowed to rebound in the 1950s is tax planning. Aircraft manufacturing yielded good profits, which could simply be offset against the losses from car manufacturing, thereby reducing the group's taxes. Few people know today that Saab had its own castle, Hedenlunda in Sörmland. With a breathtaking view of Lake Hedenlunda, the main building was built in 1870 for Countess Helena Maria Hamilton, and in the castle garden there were still nearly 300 fruit trees, 4,000 strawberry plants in the 1950s, and the farm harvested 150 kilos of grapes every year. A large orangery built in the 19th century was also part of the property. The gravel shuddered as Saab CEO Trygve Holm sped through the century-old Lime Tree Avenue in his Saab 96 to inspect Saab's then newly purchased castle. It was the summer of 1960. The old estate was in disarray. Now new lords took over. In the neighborhood was Saab's Ixtahome Castle, which the employers' organization had purchased in 1948, and just 30 kilometers northwest was the Prime Minister's residence at Harpsund. It had already started 9 years earlier with a tip from Handelsbanken's office in Nyköping. Adolf von Rosen's estate Hedenlunda just outside Flen was for sale, but Saab was not involved at the time. It was the company Anna Ab Nyköping's automobile fabric that was interested. Anna was created in 1937 as a subsidiary of the prestigious department store NK, which had its furniture factory and soon an assembly factory for cars in a low brick building in the harbor of Nyköping, where Chrysler and Plymouth cars arrived in large wooden crates from Detroit. It may seem an odd combination for NK, but it was simply a business opportunity. Post-war Sweden was crying out for cars. Anna developed and also began importing tractors and agricultural machinery, including Massey Ferguson's Grallen, a popular tractor when agriculture was mechanized. Anna needed a representative place to show off its agricultural machinery. That's when Hedenlunda came into the picture, and in 1952 they were able to buy the castle, which was then called a farm, with around 1,000 hectares of land. Anna also built up a large dealer network in the 1940s and 50s and added more brands. This aroused Saab's interest. Until the end of the 1950s, Philipsons had handled all Saab sales, but the Saab people became sour when Philipsons seemed more interested in selling DKW cars and Mercedes than Saab's. Saab therefore bought Anna in 1960 for 18 million krona and then got over 100 dealers and car manufacturing in Nyköping, which was closed down immediately in the bargain. And the bright yellow castle outside Flen. Hedenlunda became part of Saab's self-image and a hangout for Saab's top management and many PR stunts. It was here that the Saab Sonnet II was presented in the bitter cold to a handful of journalists on February 4, 1965, and in early autumn 1993, over 50 new Saab 900s were lined up outside the castle. It was also here on winding gravel roads that Erik Karlsson, Pa Tackett, ran a rally school, and in 1968 discovered a 22-year-old talent from Vamland named Per Eklund. But above all, many decisions in Saab's top management were made inside the salon, and during walks on freshly raked gravel paths in the park with pots laid in deep folds. One of those who used the castle the most was Marcus Wallenberg's close friend Erich Boheman, who was Saab's chairman for 10 years from 1958. The tall Boheman with silvery hair and leather-brown furrowed face was more reminiscent of a Suex chieftain than the elegant career diplomat he was, one of Sweden's most skilled. Erich Boheman was also Speaker of the First Chamber of the Riksdag during the mid-1960s and gave Saab a kind of official status. He arranged almost all of his dinners and board meetings at Hedenlunda. There the men, rarely women, took their aperitifs in the large hall with its open fireplace, and after during the dinners, which were held in the main dining room, they could spin large brandy cups in a seating area in the lounge, smoke a cigar and allow a sometimes deceptive feeling to arise that they belonged to a select and exalted industrial elite. Now the time for industrial castles is over. When Saab was later separated from Scania, Hedenlunda was retained by Scania, but in 2009 and 2010 a quiet coincidence occurred. At that time, Scania and the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise, which emerged from SAF, sold Hedenlunda and Ixtaholm for around 30 million krona each. Inside the Saab Museum's coffee table is a blue and white 70s coffee thermos with the text Saab Scania Staff Restaurant on it. It is also a document of the time, because in 1969 Saab merged with the truck manufacturer Scania in an attempt to find coordination in engine and technology development. Apart from the turbo venture, things went less well, but the car losses could continue to be offset, now against the high profits of truck manufacturing. Even in the new constellation with Scania, the tenderness for the cars shines through. Saab Scania had a long advertising image where the company's 3 products would be displayed like a family photograph. A new photo was taken every year where the scenery was always the same. Out on a runway, a Saab airplane stood next to a Scania truck, but they only formed the background to a Saab car of the latest model that stood at the front, like a little spoiled prima donna. One year in the 1980s, there was a pure family party on the runway. A Viggen plane was lined up next to Saab's Fairchild 340 training aircraft, which was flanked by a Scania bus and a truck, and next to it stood something that looked like a large gray block. It was a computer. Data Saab was also included, but at the front, of course, was a Saab 9000 Turbo. Saab's cars seemed to rest forever safely in the most powerful arms of the Swedish financial elite. Right into the 1980s, Marcus Wallenberg remained vital. In the early summer of 1982, his 18-meter sailboat Regina was prepared as usual, but the premiere trip was postponed. It never seemed like the time to go out. When summer turned into early autumn, the second floor of the family residence Tekka Udden on Djurgården was discreetly converted into an intensive care unit. On the evening of September 13, 1982, surrounded by medical personnel and 2 loyal servants in the house's staff, Marcus Dodd Wallenberg died at the age of almost 83. 2 years before Marcus Wallenberg's death, Saab's racing department had been closed down. Saab could no longer afford to keep up when international championships began to be run with expensive special cars. That was the name on the outside. On the inside, it was worse. Saab had crashed again. After being close to closure in the autumn of 1978, sales continued to fall, and in the spring of 1980 there were over 40,000 cars in stock, 4 times as many as normal. It was not the time for rallying ventures. During the 1970s, Per Eklund and Stig Blomqvist had become as popular as Ingemar Stenmark and Björn Borg. All belonged to the world elite, and Saab had, with a great deal of luck, managed to get everyone to associate them with Saab. Although Per Eklund won the Swedish rally in 1976 in a duel that was like something out of Steve McQueen's hot car chases in the 1968 film Bullet, Stig Blomqvist won more often. He took home the Swedish rally 7 times during the 1970s and 1980s, and the same year that the competition department was closed down, 1980, Blomqvist drove home his 7th Swedish championship gold in rallying in a 270 horsepower Saab 99 Turbo. Then he went to Audi and became the world rally champion in an Audi Quattro in 1984. There was another reason why the racing department was closed down. Saab had failed to profit commercially from its international racing successes, except in the Nordic countries and Great Britain. In the rest of Europe, Saab's export organization was too weak. Saab was no longer the obvious underdog on the rally tracks. It constantly had more to prove. Moreover, it was the modern 1980s. Now the intellectual middle class was to be conquered. Saab was to become almost luxurious. The Saab 9000 was presented in the spring of 1984. It was the first car that Saab had newly developed since the mid-1960s. As a product of a collaboration between Saab, Fiat, Lancia and Alfa Romeo, flexibility was limited, and the new large Saab 9000 was embarrassingly shorter than the old 900, but was classified as a large car in the USA, which saved the situation somewhat. The car had an anonymous exterior, which was basically entirely designed by the Italian Giorgetto Giugiaro, but the interior was designed by Björn Wahl, who started his career as an apprentice with Sixt and Sasson. There it was all the more Saabanda. In the first year's press photos, the stylish dashboard was zoomed in. It was clean and simple in design, but the entire dashboard was not shown. The lid to the glove compartment on the right was crooked like a banana, one of many quality problems that took several years to correct. When the 9000 model was to be launched in the USA, it could not be equipped with a V6 engine or automatic transmission, which the important US market required. The question of a V6 engine in the new prestige car was pushed hard by engineers and had been raised by Saab Scania's management, but since no such engine was made within the group, the answer was no. The big shocker was still the start of production. Deliveries were repeatedly delayed, and it was not until the autumn of 1985 that cars began to reach customers in earnest. Volvo CEO Per G. Gyllenhammar surprisingly ordered a new 9000 Turbo and was able to follow the delivery difficulties in detail from Gothenburg with some amusement. It took several months before he received his car. Once again, Saab's basic soul came out in full force with its wild mix of cutting-edge technology and homemade emergency solutions. And once again, Saab's clumsiness seemed, paradoxically, to play into their hands. The failures at the start of production were kept quiet, and the waiting time instead contributed to making the Saab 9000 more desirable, as if it were a rock star who, during an increasingly boiling atmosphere at a concert, kept the fans waiting an extra quarter of an hour. Expectations for the Saab 9000 only increased due to a shortage of cars, and the waiting lists in Sweden became longer and longer, and in the end contracts were sold on classified ads at grossly overpriced prices, just like in Saab's real childhood, when Philipson's Automobile AB had several thousand speculators on the waiting list. The new 9000 launch came in the middle of an unusual period in Saab's history, the profit period. Between 1983 and 1987, Saab's passenger cars even reported large profits. The reason was the devaluation and a favorable dollar exchange rate. The cheaply produced Saab 900, the hype around the Turbo, and the new 9000 model also contributed, and sales increased for 60 months in a row between 1982 and 1987. But at the end of the 1980s, Saab found itself in its deepest crisis ever. During the profitable years, costs had increased, and in 1989 the loss was a staggering 2.2 billion krona. Now it was no longer possible to turn a blind eye. The party was over. Car manufacturing was to be shut down or merged with an external car group. Negotiations were held with Mazda, but it was overturned by Peter Wallenberg, son of Marcus Dodd Wallenberg, who also held talks with Per G. Gyllenhammar at Volvo again. That did not lead to a deal either. After much hesitation, the consulting firm Indivo was called in 1989 to examine the company. The conclusions completely pulverized Saab's management. The technology craze had a dark side. What the market people thought you didn't give a damn about, writes Sten Wenlow in his book My Life with Saab, 1989. He was head of Saab's passenger car division between 1976 and 1987, and before that both PR and marketing manager. He paints a picture of a company where the development engineers were allowed to control most things, and where many believed that technology that was not invented within Saab had no place in a Saab. He takes up the Saab 99 as an example. Those of us who worked on the marketing side knew that it was being designed and constructed in silence, but we were never involved. He was then working as a marketing manager and was supposed to sell the car. Indivo's report also stated that the development engineers were allowed to control the business as they wanted because, according to the report, the management lacked control and product development only took place when the company reached serious crises. The now beloved two-stroke engine, for example, was not replaced until 1966, when all other manufacturers had already done so, and the stocks of unsold two-strokes threatened the existence of the entire car division. The Turbo was launched in a hurry when sales of the 99 model plummeted in the late 1970s, and when closure was again threatened, the new prestige model 9000 was developed in collaboration with Fiat and Lancia. Car directors sometimes appear to be emotionally driven and in a total lack of common sense. An example is when Ford and GM fought in 1989 to buy two smaller brands, Jaguar and Saab, which wanted to be a little more than others in the gray automotive world. They would become the jewels in the otherwise ordinary crowns of the major corporations. That was the idea. A more accurate description is that they each bought their loss-making niche brand for prestige reasons without doing a serious analysis. A financial disaster that would cost them many billions, but it was the salvation for both Saab and Jaguar. The loss-making Jaguar was at the top of GM's purchase list, but Ford snapped up the British luxury brand in November 1989. At Jaguar, the last CEO before the Ford purchase, Sir John Egan, was skeptical. He said that when an elephant goes to bed with a mouse, the mouse dies and the elephant doesn't have much fun either. He was referring to the difficulty for small, high-profile brands to maintain their appeal when large corporations take over. But the fact was that Ford saved Jaguar, and over the years pumped in amounts that made the purchase price of 20 billion krona appear like pure coffee money. Then all eyes turned to Saab. Ford had previously negotiated for several months to buy Saab before choosing Jaguar. A battered Saab Scania turned to Fiat after the Ford fiasco, where negotiations quickly progressed. But then GM's management, hungry for revenge for having missed out on Jaguar, came in as late as the end of November and offered, somewhat simplified, better technical collaborations and a more promising future than Fiat could do. After 3 weeks of negotiations, GM bought 50% of Saab's car manufacturing for $600 million with the right to buy all of Saab within 10 years, which they did in 2000. Many in Sweden believed strongly in GM. If the world's largest car group couldn't lift Saab, who could, was the conclusion of many analyses. Saab enthusiasts lost their minds when GM came in. On the other hand, Saab lovers were spared the responsibility of taking responsibility for a company in free fall. When the loss more than doubled to over 4 billion krona in 1990, the other half-owner Saab Scania turned to the Swedish government. They wanted to move untaxed group contributions from Saab Scania into Saab Automobile. This was forbidden. Normally a 90% ownership is required, but the Wallenberg-owned Saab Scania made the government fall into disrepair. The Harpsund democracy still worked. It was clear that GM had saved Saab from almost certain death, but the big loss in 1990 weighed heavily on the new half-owner. It increasingly appeared that GM had made a hasty purchase for prestige reasons, that GM's European head Bob Eaton had done what many other Saab buyers did, buying with emotion instead of reason. GM was given management responsibility for the jointly owned company and appointed both a CEO and chairman of the board. But at the same time, GM had major problems at home in the US, and Saab was largely left alone in the early years. The first concrete result of GM's ownership was the new Saab 900, which in 1993 replaced the then 15-year-old model. The new 900 was based on a base plate derived from the old Opel Ascona. Hardly a dream start for the Saab engineers who were now integrated into a GM that was governed by volume. The niche brand Saab had to fight to maintain its driving characteristics, design, and all its intricacies. It is also a myth that GM killed all desire for innovation. Quite the opposite. Saab engineers had to spend a lot of money on expensive modifications to the Opel chassis to make them more fun to drive, develop tricks such as the black panel, which meant that only the speedometer lit up in the dark, introduced knock control, a Sensonic gearbox with automatic clutch direct ignition, to name a few technical innovations. But the new Saab 900 had significant running-in difficulties, and it was not until 1997, when the Saab 95 was launched, that Saab was able to launch a new car model without major problems. After major cost-cutting programs, 2 years of profit came in 1994 and 1995, but then the losses piled up again. GM shoveled in group contributions and shareholder contributions, and Saab began to be treated again as it had been since 1947. The losses were covered by the owners, but the management did not have enough funds to develop more model series. Back to the Saab Club's annual meeting. The association's travails are over, and now the hunt for old parts begins. Emblems, Solex carburetors, and chrome lamps lie on makeshift masonite tables in the parking lot outside the museum. Spring is in the air, and old men are running around full of adrenaline. They are well aware of Saab's constant losses, and the technicians struggle to maintain their own wayward solutions under GM. But for them, it only dilutes the image of a battered underdog that makes Saab more popular. Tor Svensson, who has traveled all the way from the village of Telemark in Norway, smiles with 2 newly purchased front fenders in his arms. It's a small manufacturer fighting against the big corporations in the automotive world. And everyone likes an underdog, he says. The Saab city of Trollhättan also plays a role in the myth-making of the underdog Saab. In the French comic books about Asterix, Gaul is occupied by Julius Caesar, except for a small Gallic village that puts up stubborn resistance. Psychologist Rudiger Hossip compares Trollhättan to that village. People don't give up, they fight against all odds. In Trollhättan, people paraded in torchlight processions for their Saab in 2009 and 2010, and nearly 2,000 Saabs drove in a column to get GM to reverse the closure decision in January 2010. And when Saab's sober CEO Jan Ake Johnson stepped onto the makeshift stage at the Saab Museum after Spiker bought the company a few weeks later, the cheers from the nearly 3,000 people were almost deafening. Perhaps someone remembered another cheer almost to the day 47 years earlier. It was only a couple of kilometers away that thousands of Trollhättan residents celebrated their son Eric Carlson on the roof, second win in the Monte Carlo rally in a Saab 96. That too was an achievement against all odds. Sweden also has another major car brand. Fabian Paulsson's eyes go wide when Volvo comes up. He is one of the youngest participants at the Saab Club meeting and has traveled 220 kilometers from Halmstad. There is no energy in Volvo, but Saab has a soul, he says. Many Swedes have a favorite duel, Saab versus Volvo, front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive, smooth driving versus safe, and never have positions been so locked. While Saab was the car for those who enjoy driving and are interested in technology, Volvo became more popular nationwide and consistently ranked first in the sales statistics, a yardstick that everyone else on the Swedish car market was forced to measure themselves against. Volvo normally manufactures almost 4 times as many cars as Saab, and has managed to profile itself significantly better as a safe car with Scandinavian design. In many countries, Volvo is a well-known brand, synonymous with Swedishness, all while Saab has led a waning existence outside the larger markets in the UK and the US. Still, Saab arouses more emotions. 5 times more to be exact, according to psychologist Rudiger Hossip's research. He summarizes, Saab is loved very much by very few. Chapter 2, the crisis is coming about how the decision to close down Saab in Trollhättan came quietly back in 2008, but then Saab was paradoxically saved by the financial crisis and instead put up for sale by a struggling GM. And about the government's struggle with car loans that increasingly turned out to be mirages in the desert. Detroit at 8:30 a.m. on January 12, 2009. It's hot inside the small conference room at the Detroit Auto Show. 76-year-old Bob Lutz is laughing so hard he's squinting at his own joke about Americans not knowing the difference between Switzerland and Sweden. He himself does. GM's vice chairman and head of global product development was born in Switzerland into a banking family. Now he sits wide-legged and talks as eloquently as he usually does to a small group of Swedish journalists. Everyone asks about Saab, and something is dramatically different. In the past, Bob Lutz has always publicly defended Saab despite losses. He has talked about the plan going forward and that he loves the cars. But despite his good morning mood, he now suddenly has nothing positive to say. Saab has been a financial disaster, he says, continuing with a simile about a doctor who has received several injured people and has to decide which ones to save. Saab does not belong there. GM's second highest executive thus publicly denounces Saab's business plan and mentions at the end of the interview in a side sentence, closing is also an option. GM had already announced a month earlier, in December 2008, that Saab would undergo a strategic review, but that was when it became clear. Saab was out in the cold. Bob Lutz's statement that GM was ready to close down Saab became the main news in Svenska Dagbladet under the headline, "The End is Near." The news was almost ridiculed in various national newspapers the following days. That Saab would be closed down was seen as an impossibility. What only a small circle knew was that GM had already secretly decided to close down Saab's operations in Sweden. 6 months before Bob Lutz chose to hint at it publicly. No one knew then that GM would collapse 6 months later and be nationalized by President Obama, thus making American industrial history. Let's go back and see how Saab's death struggle began, long before it became known to the general public. According to Michael Robinet at the analysis firm CSM Worldwide, in 2008, there was a global manufacturing capacity of 94 million cars, but only 67 million were sold. Simply put, a third of all car manufacturing was not needed, mainly in Europe and the USA, the world's 2 largest markets at the time, which had long since stopped growing. The result was that competition escalated every month, but it didn't stop there. The majority of the world's growth then and in the coming years would take place in China. In the years before, the 3 major car manufacturers in the US, GM, Chrysler, and Ford, all based around the city of Detroit in Michigan, had made huge losses in the midst of the boom and initiated cost-cutting programs. The Big Three, as they were called, were constantly losing market share, and already in 2006 Toyota had overtaken Chrysler in the US market. We smiled sheepishly in Sweden. Had the Americans even noticed that they had competition from Japan? But the smile froze in those who realized that both Volvo and Saab were also making billions in losses in the midst of the boom. It was as if all the world's car directors were galloping with blinders and thick earmuffs, faster and faster. Sales targets were pointing straight up into the sky, and no one wanted to hear or see that supply was significantly greater than demand. That was when the financial crisis hit. When the commercial bank Lehman Brothers collapsed on September 15, 2008, everyone started talking about subprime loans during coffee breaks, and the few who wanted to buy a car were unable to get loans. Car sales plummeted faster than ever before. Until the collapse of Lehman Brothers, 14 million cars were sold in the US on a rolling annual basis. After that, about 10 million cars. When the realization of the crisis had sunk in a few months later, a recurring joke began to circulate in the US auto industry. A man with financial problems went to a priest for help, who listened and told the man, "Take a Bible with you and go down to a beach and let the wind blow through the pages. Then look down when the wind has died down. The first words you see will accompany you." A year later, the man returned wearing a tailored suit and with a new car. When the priest asked him which Bible word had accompanied him, the answer was Chapter 11. Chapter 11 is a type of bankruptcy in American law that aims to recreate the company. The joke implied that it would soon be the only salvation for the American car industry. But the car directors at GM in particular waved it away as a completely worldly idea. Detroit had been the world's car capital since the 1920s. The skyscrapers in the now rundown downtown Detroit pointed straight into the future for a long time and seemed to say that it was here that GM, Ford, and Chrysler, in that order, put the whole world on wheels. During the rise of mass motoring, the annual Detroit Auto Show was the only car show that car enthusiasts needed to relate to in the whole world, and things went well for GM. As early as 1955, the company became the first to earn over $1 billion in a year. GM materialized both the myth of the American industrial miracle and a dream of an America that stood above everything else. It blinded the company management and the unions. Auto workers received increasingly generous benefits, and the companies began to provide both health care and pensions for their increasing number of retirees. In the early 1990s, a crisis came when $30 billion flowed out of GM, and then a young man with an economics degree from Harvard, Rick Wagoner, became CFO. Now it was time to save, but also to invest. GM had bought half of Saab Automobile in 1990 and 10 years later bought the other half from investor, with the firm idea that Saab could be turned around and make a profit. The project with the new Saab 9-3, which was to be completed in 2002, was accelerated. In addition, development began on a car that was to be launched in 2005 as the new Saab 9-5. It was to be built on a new platform that was developed together with Fiat in a GM collaboration at Saab's plant in Gothenburg. Everything happened under the leadership of the new CEO Peter Augustsson, who had previously successfully led the work on the Volvo 850, which was admittedly expensive but good. Now Saab was on the move. In Detroit, Rick Wagoner advanced to become both CEO and chairman in 2001, and that same year he brought in the boisterous Bob Lutz, who had been in the car industry since 1963, to oversee model development. Now all GM projects with platforms would be put in order, that is, the car's bottom plates and basic technology, which were expensive to develop. The then 69-year-old Lutz believed that too many platforms were being developed around the world without coordination. He himself traveled to GM's various plants, and when he came to Gothenburg in 2002, the visit ended with the joint project with Fiat being cancelled. He thought that GM had enough bottom plates for mid-sized cars with front-wheel drive and that the Saab engineers' changes would be too expensive. The result was that a new Saab 9-5 was postponed to the future. Saab's engineers had stood in the way of GM's plans to actually try to reduce costs. There would be more opportunities very soon. By early summer 2002, the new 9-3 was almost fully developed, and the regular four-door car, the sedan version, was to be launched in July of that year. At the same time, alarm bells were ringing. Saab's costs were skyrocketing. The Saab 9-3 had become significantly more expensive to develop than expected, while marketing costs were breaking all budgets. Perhaps the hottest film director of the time, Luc Besson, who had made the films The Big Blue and Leon, among others, was brought in to direct 3 commercials about the Saab 9-3 in sunny Barcelona, Spain. GM's finance department in Detroit was in deep turmoil. When they drew out Saab's loss curves for the full year 2002, The arc-shaped lines did not stop until they reached minus 4.5 billion krona. Ever since GM joined in 1990, Saab had been able to live a surprisingly independent life within the group, but now that was the end of it. In the summer of 2002, while Luc Besson was still filming Saab films in Spain, Rick Wagoner personally pulled the handbrake. Ironically, it coincided with the big world presentation of the new Saab 9-3. In Sweden, a new Saab is a big event. On July 8, 2002, Swedish journalists drove the new 9-3 for the first time in Fröberg, just outside Stockholm, and it received consistently good reviews. Dagens Nyheter's Last Swed wrote an article titled, "The new 9-3 is the best car Saab has ever built." 4 days later, on July 12, 2002, Saab's management team was ordered to the same place. Perhaps they suspected but probably did not fully understand that it would be one of Saab's great fateful days. They went into the SAS Radisson in Fröberg, and there was GM Europe's CFO Bill Barclay waiting. He was the one who had to hold the axe, but behind him stood GM's top management. Saab's then group controller Lars Hedgerborg says, "I will never forget that day. It was a turning point." Bill Barclay showed a single overhead projector with various points. I was supposed to take notes. The implication was that GM did not accept the losses and that Saab would now become an integral part of GM. Model introductions would be postponed and costs would be cut. For CEO Peter Augustsson, it must have been as if Mike Tyson had taken the plunge and aimed a punch in the gut. A more formal announcement came in the fall, but it was on July 12, 2002 that the direction order came. Saab had had the chance to keep Saab Unica, but dribbled away when costs skyrocketed and sales growth failed to materialize. A direct consequence of the meeting on July 12, 2002 was Project Viggen, a restructuring program that began in the fall of 2002 with two goals: cut costs and incorporate Saab into GM. Specifically, Saab was to incorporate technical development into GM, improve the quality of the cars, and streamline sales, production, and administration. The steering group consisted of Peter Augustsson, Mike Burns, who was CEO of GM Europe, and the CFO of GM Europe, Bill Barclay. Saab's then group controller Lars Hedgerborg became project manager. Now there would be order in the ranks of the engineering-driven Saab. Peter Augustsson stayed in his post, but was thwarted when a man called the GM torpedo in the media, Greg Deveson, in 2003 linked the grip around development, purchasing, and production. Englishman Bill Beaumont was given responsibility for Saab's heart, technical development, and Joe Peter from GM's purchasing department in Warren, Michigan, took the CFO's chair. GM overcoats, GM scouts, and bulldozers. The young men were given many names, but were among the best GM had. All were around 40 years old and reported both to GM in Rüsselsheim and Zurich and to Peter Augustsson, who thereby lost almost all power. 1,300 people were laid off in November 2002, and now the factory was also to be streamlined and integrated into GM. Saab unique solutions in the Saab 9-3 were replaced with cheaper ones from Opel to reduce costs. A single expression was given priority: chasing costs. GM Europe's CFO Bill Barclay was enthusiastic when he explained that we are now taking out 5 billion krona in costs over 2 years. This was achieved, but at the same time the dollar fell against the krona, so Saab lost 3 billion krona in revenue by the end of the project in the autumn of 2004. Much of the project was nevertheless perceived as positive. The extra work was seen by many at Saab as talented in driving, and GM finally seemed convinced that Saab could make a profit. But the project contained a disaster. In its eagerness to save money, GM also stopped almost all of Saab's product development. A successful car manufacturer should have a continuous flow of new car models whose normal life cycles are between 6 and 7 years. Saab tried to be a luxury brand, but having a high price tag on a 13-year-old car, which ultimately happened with the 9-5, is not credible. The gap between marketing and the car itself becomes embarrassingly large, and the brand takes a beating. It is also important to have a steady flow of new models for the organization to cope, yet GM basically stopped all product development. The Saab 9-3 had just been presented as a sedan. But only a narrow circle knew that the 9-3 series would come in 5 versions. The sedan model that came in 2002 was called the 440 internally, and it was followed the following year by a convertible 442. Then came the change of course. Money was poured into the final development of the station wagon model 444. It would take until 2005 before it, which accounts for the majority of sales, would reach customers. So there were 3 variants, but according to the original plan, Saab was to launch additional models with the internal numbers 441 and 443. Imagine a Saab that would compete with the Audi TT, a two-door, edgy coupe model. It was included in the plans with the internal name 441, but was stopped in the starting blocks. But above all, there was a small SUV, 443, that was to be launched in the spring of 2004. So not a Saab 9.3 station wagon with four-wheel drive and plastic shock absorbers on the sides, like the 9.3X that came out in 2009, but a small SUV with a different higher body that would compete with BMW's small SUV X3. With that model, Saab would have been almost first in a wave of less luxurious subs. Saab's management team got to test drive prototypes. The four-wheel drive and chassis technology were tested in other prototypes, and they had even made most of the tooling investments. Then GM discontinued the model. It happened one summer day in Gothenburg in 2003. Mike Burns, CEO of GM Europe, who led the steering group for the Viggen project, was under pressure. GM Europe was making huge losses, and he said at a meeting about the 9.3s that never saw the light of day, "No, we're not doing it. We've spent the money, but we're not continuing with it." Bob Lutz was also behind the decision, who believed the car was too small to be an SUV, and afterwards, word for word, "Saab wasted money," is GM's version, completely reckless, not to say criminal, to stop a model when everything was paid for, one is Saab's. Several years later, GM's Vice President Fritz Henderson said internally that the decision to stop the small Saab SUV was one of the most devastating in Saab's history. An ambitious attempt by GM to cut costs was to develop global platforms. Different development centers were given primary responsibility for different platforms that would then be used around the world. In Europe, all development activities were directed towards two global platforms. The larger one was called Epsilon I, and the smaller cars were to be built on the Delta platform. In the dead of night one day in September 2004, Paul Ackerlund started his Saab 9.3 outside the HSB apartment in Trollhättan. He was going to work as usual. IF Metals club chairman at the Stahlbecke factory, as Saab's factory is called, started in assembly in 1978. The graduating classes from the engineering line used to drive past the two large industries in Trollhättan, Saab and Volvo Aero. Almost everyone got a job, often chance decided where. For Paul Ackerlund, the shift pattern decided. Volvo Aero had an evening shift, Saab only a day shift, and the future municipal councillor Ackerlund S. wanted to keep the evenings free for politics. Like so many others at Saab, he stayed on and was elected full-time club chairman in 1991. He used to be at work at 6:45 in the morning, and now he saw a piece of news on his intranet. The next generation of mid-range cars from GM would be based on the larger Epsilon platform, and now GM management wanted to consolidate that production into a single factory, Trollhättan or Rüsselsheim. Now a factory battle began. The one with the lowest costs would win, and for the losing factory, the future was uncertain. This meant the start of intensive efficiency work in the autumn of 2004, and a decision would come in the spring of 2005. But for Saab and Trollhättan, even more was at stake. The factory risked losing all Saab production in the long term. The successors to the 9.5 and 9.3 that were planned to be released after 2010 would end up in the winning factory. The employees in Trollhättan sourly called it a beauty contest, but the loss-making machine GM was now doing everything it could to sharpen the efficiency of the factories and pressure the governments for as much subsidy as possible. The then Prime Minister Göran Persson S. flew to Zurich to anoint Rick Wagoner, and the then Swedish S government worked out the so-called Trollhättan package, with research money and the expansion of Road 45 between Trollhättan and Gothenburg. After 6 months of effort, the news finally came on March 5, 2005, Rüsselsheim 1. In Trollhättan, people had hoped for an expanding factory with the Saabs of the future. It turned out the other way around. Now they didn't even know if the Trollhättan factory would remain after 2010, and Saab CEO Peter Augustsson resigned just days after the decision became official. The U.S. car sales statistics during the 2000s were pleasant reading. The curves were high and rested on steady bars. From 2000 to 2007, more than 16 million cars were sold per year, which was historically good numbers, but in the midst of this boom and sales celebration, GM still made a loss of almost $11 billion in 2005. Now it was no longer possible to turn a blind eye. Rick Wagoner ordered Operation Turnaround. He had started in GM's finance department as a 28-year-old in 1981, when the luster of GM's glory years still dazzled the world, and like many others in GM's management, the sociable and easygoing Wagoner had never had any other employer. He was completely convinced that GM was still the best company in the world in 2005. Now he would be put to the test of his life. GM had to be completely overhauled to make a profit, and he had to take on the powerful Auto Workers Union UAW, but also clean up the losses. GM was suffering from major structural problems. In the early 2000s, they had invested heavily in large SUVs, or city subs. Gasoline prices and SUV sales are like two weights on opposite ends of a seesaw. As soon as gasoline prices rose, SUV sales plummeted. One reason for the SUV investment was that GM, with its high costs, simply could not make a profit on smaller cars, which had lower profit margins. GM's biggest problem was a gigantic backpack with healthcare costs and pensions for retired auto workers. GM then had around 100,000 employees in the US and close to 500,000 retirees to provide for. That meant that every employee was worth 5 retirees, and according to GM's own figures, it had to spend around $1,600, equivalent to SEK 10,000 on each car. At the same time, GM failed to make cars that met the standards, and in several model classes it was forced to lower its prices than, for example, Toyota or Honda. In addition, the company's debts were already sky-high, and it had 8 car brands with unclear identities, only a few of which made a profit. Saab was not one of them, dejected. That is the best way to describe the mood in Trollhättan in the spring of 2005, after the factory battle loss against Rüsselsheim. But at the same time, a clear path forward towards profit was being laid out for the Saab brand with models that, at the time, would not be manufactured in Trollhättan. Everything happened under a brand new CEO. Jan-Åke Johnson bought his first car, a rattling 2-stroke Saab 96 from 1964, for 2,000 krona. The sellers were 2 ladies who had painted the dashboard pink because they thought it looked so gray and boring. Jan-Åke Johnson quickly painted the dashboard gray again. Some people think that Saab's CEO is just a little gray. He is neither a fiery nor a showman, the archetype of a listed company's CEO who fills an entire room with a gigantic ego that constantly demands attention. Chef Magazine compared his leadership qualities to a Labrador, reliable, faithful, and positive. Jan-Åke Johnson likes the comparison. He is my big idol. The words almost choked in his throat when Jan-Åke Johnson was asked in the middle of an interview for this book to describe his father, Al Johnson, born in 1917. He worked at Valdemarsvik's equivalent of Saab in Trollhättan, Lundberg's leather fabric, one of Scandinavia's largest leather factories, which, however, had to close in 1960 when people stopped buying leather shoes and parts of the business were relocated. When Jan-Åke was 11 years old, his family moved to Oxelösund, where his father Al became an ironworks worker. Despite pressure to advance to foreman, his father chose to remain a worker, do what was right for him, cycle home after work, and then prioritize his family. It consisted of Jan-Åke, his brother Lars Olof, and mother Rut, who first worked as a switchboard operator, and then, to Jan-Åke's great joy, ran a candy kiosk. Jan-Åke Johnson's deep roots in the public home in Valdemarsvik and Oxelösund seemed to be ever present. He got his passionate interest in football from his father and is more reminiscent of Tommy Svensson or Lars Lagerbäck, a very happy national team captain, than football, hard-working, determined, and old-fashioned, dutiful, a typical large company CEO. And he seems to have no big ego at all. Before an interview at a car showroom, I asked him whether he spelled Jan-Åke with or without a hyphen. It doesn't matter, he said. He started at Saab as a 20-year-old computer engineer in 1971. He then slowly climbed Saab's career ladder via the marketing manager's chair in the US and as quality and sales manager before he received a call in February 2005 from GM Europe's head Carl-Peter Forster. At the time, few people knew about the Saab man, who was long called both Jan-Erik and Sten-Åke in newspapers. It is a career that is in a way similar to that of old-school social democratic politicians. The arduous climb up the organization, and then when the party calls, you stand up. That he is a car guy and a Saab nerd is a myth. Jan-Åke Johnson worked for a long time in what was called Data Saab, which had nothing to do with car manufacturing, and between 1997 and 2003, he was head of light trucks in GM Europe. As CEO, Johnson came in from the marketing side of a Saab that was run by technicians. The main task in 2005 was to develop a new business plan where Saab would not fall into the same cost traps as before. Now the new global platforms would be used to save costs. Saab's technicians now had to try to make the models as Saab unique as possible within new, tighter limits. In 2005, GM had gathered all global technology development in a special company in the US, Global Technology Operations, GTO, in order to gain control and drive efficiency. For Saab, this meant that GTO paid all development costs and then Saab paid back in the form of a percentage, around 5% of sales. Saab now found itself in a phase with large development costs, and at that time the system was economically advantageous, but the price was that they lost a lot of control. Jan Johnson came in at an early stage of the business plan, but it began to be put together by Peter Augustson and Carl Peter Forster, who had then been head of GM Europe for a year. Carl Peter Forster was born in London in 1954, was known as a bit conflict-averse but a good car guy. His father was a German diplomat, and the future GM director grew up in Bonn and Athens, started as a McKinsey consultant, but then worked for 13 years at BMW. There he was, among other things, a manager in South Africa before joining GM. To appease the management in Detroit, the almost same-age Forster and Johnson had PowerPoint presentations made about Saab's new plan. It contained two curves that both pointed steeply upwards, a cost curve between 2005 and 2010, and then a profit curve. It was the latter that was emphasized. The key was the development of new car models. A larger and more luxurious 9.5 that would replace the already outdated 9.5, which had already begun to be developed in the fall of 2005. Soon, plans were also being drawn up for a smaller SUV, the 9.4X, which was a future sister model to the Cadillac SRX, manufactured in Mexico. A new 9.3 was to be developed, and as the icing on the cake, a new small Saab 9-1 was being discussed. Saab was thus to expand its program with a model, maybe two, a mini SUV, and a smaller car. It was unique in Saab's history. At the same time, there was a constant battle between the niche brand Saab and the volume group GM, and behind the smiles of the Americans in Detroit there was still a distrust of Saab. For example, in the 2005 business plan there was no convertible. GM had a calculation model based on volume, and the convertible model, which sold in low volumes, was dropped. Then Saab and Trollhättan simply added a convertible themselves, and lobbied until it was in the official plan. Most people in Sweden probably thought that Saab Automobile in Trollhättan was a company where CEO Jan Johnson made the decisions. Nothing could be more wrong. After the cost fiasco in the early 2000s and then Saab's complete integration into GM, the company Saab Automobile AB was no more than a paper structure and in GM's eyes just a brand. It is true that all the important functions that normally exist in a company, purchasing, finance, sales, production, and the traditionally important technical development, were in place. But almost all managers did not report primarily to Jan Johnson, but to a GM manager at the European level in Rüsselsheim or Zurich, who then reported to a global manager in Detroit. Saab was like a naughty child that the parent GM did not really know how to handle, and in 2004, the issue of the treatment of Saab escalated into a fight at the top of GM. The management team in Detroit wanted to integrate Saab completely, but they were overrun by the board, which wanted to keep Saab in a separate company to ensure that costs did not escalate again. GM's board simply did not trust the engineers from Trollhättan with short-sleeved shirts and their own, sometimes expensive, ideas. It's like being half pregnant, joked Saab's finance department about being both fully integrated into GM and solitary in their own Swedish limited company. Jan Johnson became a wing-clipped CEO, whose own factory or development manager could receive orders from his functional manager in Rüsselsheim or Detroit to fire 500 people, without him as CEO having been asked what he thought first. The management team meetings on the third floor by Saab's main gate were more like tactical meetings about how they would handle all the GM managers' decisions, which those sitting around the table usually could not influence. Many in GM saw Jan Johnson as a mere brand manager and could not understand why he got involved in production issues. Jan Johnson's platform was built on the trust he himself created within the management team and within GM. He could have been brutally ignored, but after working for nearly 6 years within GM's global organization, the quiet Swede had managed to build trust everywhere. GM had an iron grip on Saab in theory. But in practice, no one in GM's confused organization could get a grip on this. Almost all managers had several managers above them, and many times decisions were made in different places that directly contradicted each other. Carl Peter Forster was also Saab's chairman of the board, and he had meetings with Saab's management about once a month. He often said, "These are Saab issues, fix it." But when Saab's managers were supposed to do what was best for the company Saab, they often encountered patrols within GM. One example was that the Trollhättan factory was only running at half speed. At the same time, Saab's convertible model was being subcontracted in Austria by Magna Steyr. In 2008, an investigation showed that it would be economically better for the company Saab to manufacture it in Trollhättan, but GM Europe's production management said no. Karl Peter Forster was in the eyes of many GM Europe's powerful boss who always got to represent GM and Opel externally, but in reality, he was almost as wing-clipped as Jan Ake Johnson. GM Europe's head of technical development, Hans Demant, had his real boss, the head of global development, Jim Queen, in Detroit, and on the organizational chart on GM Europe's intranet, there was only a dashed line between Demant and Karl Peter Forster, who simply had no mandate to decide on his own product development. Forster was strongly critical of, among other things, a smaller SUV developed by GM in South Korea and called the Opel Antara. A crappy car, he is said to have said of it. An example of when Jan Ake Johnson was not allowed to be involved in making decisions was when the Saab brand was dragged into the dirt in the mid-00s. Sometimes Bob Lutz had an amazing sense of touch, but just as often a conspicuously poor understanding of brands, and he couldn't help but try to make a quick buck for Saab with what in the car world is called badge engineering. This means that instead of developing a new car, you take an existing one from another brand, modify it slightly, and put new emblems on it. Some call it decal trimming, others pure pawnbroking. Back in 2003, he ordered a poorly made Subaru Impreza, a mid-range model from Japanese Subaru in which GM had a minority stake at the time. It was sold as the Saab 92X in the US market but was popularly dubbed the Subaru, sold poorly, and was discontinued in 2007. But that wasn't all. GM's large frame-built SUV Chevrolet Trailblazer with Vate was also sold in the US as the Saab 97X between 2005 and 2009. Saab made a little money on it, but at the same time tarnished the brand. It stood for everything that Saab did not want to be. But the fact that Bob Lutz experimented in order to make money on Saab was still a parenthesis. Saab also had its ambitious 5-year plan, according to Jan Ake Johnson's stance. Everyone at GM was eagerly awaiting the turnaround that Rick Wagoner had talked about. But when car sales were almost record high in the US in 2006, GM's loss was $2 billion, which had to be added to the 11 years of almost billion that GM had been losing before. In the midst of the boom, GM's market share in the US continued to plummet at a breathtaking pace, and from having been 40% in the early 1980s, it had fallen to almost half by 2006. The car companies make a lot of money by running their own financing business, meaning that car buyers borrow from them instead of from a regular bank, and when the overcapacity in the industry should have driven many car manufacturers out of business, they have instead survived thanks to profits from their finance companies. In the spring of 2006, Rick Wagoner made a desperate and fateful decision to sell half of GM's finance company GMAC to free up money. He received $14 billion, but at the same time cut off one of his largest sources of income. Here you can use the well-known saying that it was like peeing on yourself, warm and comfortable at first, but then increasingly unpleasant. Analysts continued to stubbornly point out that GM had to settle with the unions about the skyrocketing healthcare and pension costs, but also to remove loss-making brands. Now Saab was to be singled out as a symbol of GM's fundamental problem. There are men with boyhood dreams of owning their own car factories. Old Marcus, Dodd, Wallenberg, and Spyker founder Victor Muller are two such people. The eccentric multi-billionaire Kurt Kerkorian is another. He used to act like the Swedish financier Christer Gardell and buy himself into companies with around 10%, elbow his way onto the board, and then from there order major changes to make the price go up. At 88 years old, Kerkorian bought almost 10% of GM in 2005. He would try to buy into Chrysler and Ford as well, without success. He became the largest individual shareholder, and when GM shares only fell in value, he became irritated. He never appeared himself but sent his gun-bearer and spokesman Jerry York to stock analysts in Detroit on January 10, 2006. Why does GM still own Saab? The company has been a pretty constant money grubber, so why not just get rid of it? Jerry York asked rhetorically. York was then elected to GM's board. Saab fans held their breath, but he never managed to persuade the rest of the board to get rid of Saab during his time on the board. Jerry York said something different that day, which few noticed. He predicted that GM would go under within 1,000 days if nothing was done. He would be right in 30 days when. On June 1, 2009, GM filed for what was then the second largest bankruptcy in the United States. During 2007, GM's crisis deepened. It was burning $24 million every day, and Rick Wagoner looked deep into his crystal ball. How would GM act to survive? He saw that all analyses, despite warnings of overcapacity, pointed to an increase in global car sales from around 70 million cars to around 90 million by 2015. But the increase would almost entirely occur in the East and above all in China, while Europe and the United States would stand by and stamp. Rick Wagoner was then focusing on growing in Korea, China, and India, and this would be paid for by the European operations with savings and fewer employees. Decisions from various departments in Detroit began to trickle down via GM Europe's unassuming headquarters in Zurich and on to Opel's pulsating heart, the Rüsselsheim factory 20 kilometers outside Frankfurt, and then down to Saab in Trollhättan, although not always to Jan Ake Johnson. At least not the formal way. That's what GM's hierarchy looked like. It was in this organizational chaos that the cutbacks were demanded. It started with GM in Detroit wanting to have fewer technology development centers in Europe. They meant in plain language Rüsselsheim, Trollhättan, and Millsbrook in England, which each cost a lot of money with all the IT and test equipment. Jim Queen, head of global development, was to implement the cuts. It seemed that the best way to advance within GM was to first serve as a pilot in the U.S. Marine Corps. Bob Lutz did it between 1954 and -59, and Jim Queen flew fighter planes there between 1971 and -77. Then he started at GM's factory in Flint outside Detroit, and 30 years later, he became head of GM's global technical development, although without setting foot in Trollhättan during his time at GM. Under him was the head of technical development in Europe, Hans Demant, who was also head of the Opel brand, in the same way that Jan Ake Johnson was responsible for Saab. Under Demant, there were around 2,000 development engineers in Rüsselsheim, 950 in Trollhättan, and a small unit in Millbrook in England with just under 100 employees. Demant fought against layoffs. He had an extremely difficult time laying off employees in Germany. GM had signed an agreement in which it promised not to lay off staff until 2012 at the earliest. In addition, the industrial unions were tough negotiators in Germany. The Swedish unions were considered of the GM managers who were almost like pusses. A worker's salary was then 30% higher in Rüsselsheim than in Trollhättan, and an engineer's salary a full 50% higher. Demant therefore had lower costs in Trollhättan, but Rüsselsheim was Opel's heart, a larger plant in GM's bridgehead in Europe since 1929. The pressure from Detroit that GM now had to save money was getting tougher. The B-word bankruptcy was whispered in horror in the corridors of the gigantic office complex in Rüsselsheim. It was now that everyone's eyes were turned to Trollhättan's technological development. The Rüsselsheim and Trollhättan organizations were merged back in 2004. The 5 top managers for what is called vehicle engineering, which roughly translates to construction, in Trollhättan were all Swedes and each had their own area of responsibility. Body/exterior, interior, chassis, electricity, and engine installation. They were fired. 5 new managers came in who would be responsible for design in both Rüsselsheim and Trollhättan. All were Germans and based in Rüsselsheim. Saab's heart, the technical development in Trollhättan, gradually weakened, and soon the Swede Mats Federhag was offered the position of manager of the 5 Germans and thus all of GM's design operations in Europe. But he had to be based in Germany. That was a requirement. Suddenly, Mats Federhag was in charge of GM Europe's largest area of technical development and half of GM's total of 3,000 development engineers. At the same time, his boss Hans Demant, increasingly entangled in his other job, became the boss for Opel, and Federhag was soon appointed Demant's permanent replacement. In practice, Mats Federhag now controlled GM's technical development in Europe, and he came as close to the boiling pots in Detroit as one can get. Now subtle but clear signals began to come from several GM managers. Trollhättan was going away. Nothing was said officially. At the same time, there was another Swede in the management team at GM in Rüsselsheim, Göran Edgebyfelt. He was responsible for the prototype and laboratory operations, among other things. As the negative signals came more frequently in Trollhättan, the 2 Swedes fought harder and harder for Trollhättan and its future existence. Despite the headwind, several major investments were made. Among other things, the Crash and Noise Lab, Noise and Vibration Harshness Laboratory, was modernized. A new so-called rig for 4-wheel drive tests was added, as well as the Fuel and Brake Development Lab. On October 1, 2007, Mats Federhag became site manager for technical development in Trollhättan, in parallel with the European job. Just before Christmas, after 2 months, an order from Detroit was dropped on GM Europe's management. Form a small group in Rüsselsheim that will cut costs in Europe hard, get help from talented consultants, but everything must be strictly confidential and go quickly. The group was small and Mats Federhag was part of it. It started working straight away in January 2008. The basis was that all technical operations in Rüsselsheim would remain. No one would be laid off there. Three alternatives were then outlined for Trollhättan's technical development, which at the time had 950 employees. 1. Closing down all technical development, almost everyone would be laid off. 2. Reducing to between 200 and 300 employees, in which case Trollhättan would in practice become a resource pool for Rüsselsheim and would not be allowed to develop complete cars. 3. Keeping Trollhättan as it was. Since Rüsselsheim was not to be touched, the third option was in practice closed. The discussions became tough at the group's first meeting in January. Detroit, January 13, 2008. At the same time that the thumbscrews began to be inexorably tightened around Saab, the Detroit Motor Show began on the other side of the Atlantic. There was not even a ripple on the surface. Surely it's nice. Jan Johnson stood in his suit amidst a murmuring sea of several hundred journalists on GM's big stage. Next to him was the latest contribution to Saab's business plan, a concept version of the small 94X, the new SUV. Just a year before Bob Lutz was to speak publicly about Saab's closure, Saab stood out here as one of the few jewels in GM's already tarnished crown. Saab's investment in ethanol was timely, and the small, and fuel-efficient were keywords in the wake of the climate debate. The Saab SUV was the attraction at GM's big press conference. In a cloud of artificial snow, it had careened into the stage's place of honor and then stood next to Rick Wagoner as he gave his speech. Saab invited Swedish journalists to dinner that evening at the top of the Renaissance Center with a view of the Detroit River and Canada for miles. Despite the new launch, the atmosphere at the round dining tables was subdued. I was there and ended up next to Jan Johnson, who repeated that there was a small Saab below the 9.3 in his business plan. I asked if he wasn't happy that they were now able to show off their new 9.4X. Yes, he said, but looked a little heavy. Trollhättan and Rüsselsheim in the spring of 2008. Mats Federhag was on paper employed by Saab Automobile, but frequently received an offer to sign a German GM contract. It was understood Saab will not exist anymore anyway, he says in retrospect. He lived in a villa with his family in Königsheim, a suburb of Frankfurt, a 45-minute drive from the office in Rüsselsheim. He now started calling Jan Johnson 2, and sometimes 3 times a week on his way home from work. They discussed strategies to keep as much as possible in Trollhättan. I managed to get it to the point where the group finally landed on the middle option, he says. There would therefore be 200 to 300 left in technical development in Trollhättan. Jan Johnson would not actually know anything about all this, but had held unofficial talks with responsible managers in Rüsselsheim who were under strong pressure from Detroit to reduce costs. Despite the group landing in the middle option, the Germans wanted to keep an open mind about closing Trollhättan. The group's report was to be presented at a major GM conference in Orlando, USA, in April, but GM's problems had now grown. The report was never presented. Jim Queen, the global technical development manager, held regular global information meetings with all employees in technical development, including the 950 development engineers in Trollhättan. The meetings were broadcast live on large screens, and in the spring of 2008, everyone was seated in Trollhättan. Jim Queen called all the development centers one by one from Detroit, like a program director for the Swedish Eurovision Song Contest calls different jury groups. First up was Holden in Australia. "How are you doing in Holden?" asked Jim Queen. Then came the presentations on a string of pearls from each site manager. Everyone boasted uninhibitedly about their particular location. All managers knew about GM's downsizing plans, and beneath the easygoing surface, everyone was ready to stab each other in the back. The engineers in Trollhättan who were behind much of the technology in the new Opel Insignia, which was to be launched later that year, and the new 9.5 became increasingly excited about how they would be presented to all their colleagues around the world, and after a while, a map with all the development centers was shown. Trollhättan was not on it, and there were nearly 1,000 engineers in Trollhättan sitting there watching. They had been responsible for large parts of GM's new global mid-range platform, including active and passive safety, had made the four-wheel drive and braking systems, the front structure, and much more. In addition, many Saab engineers had a key role in GM's new prestige project, the electric hybrid Chevrolet Volt. "I think he had already decided that Trollhättan would be closed down," says Mats Federhag in retrospect. Outwardly nothing was noticeable. There the tone was happier than ever. Around the same time, at the Geneva Motor Show in March 2008, Saab showed off the Saab 9X bio-hybrid concept car. It was a taste of a smaller Saab that would sit below the Saab 9.3. The concept car was praised almost unanimously and was named Concept Car of the Year at the show. Later, it was voted by 25 North American journalists as Concept Car of the Year in all categories in 2008. We have planned to have a smaller car below the 9.3 in our product portfolio, Jan Ake Johnson said again into my tape recorder in the Saab booth at the show, while journalists pressed their noses against the side windows of the new little Saab a few meters away. And he made no secret of the fact that the appearance was close to a production car that would sell 40,000 units per year, in a completely new segment. Behind the scenes, things looked different. Jan Ake Johnson later described the years 2007 and 2008 internally within GM as a real circus. In fact, it was far from certain that Saab would be allowed to produce any new small Saab. Decisions and projects were constantly changed by GM, and only a few changes were known externally. GM's planning of new models was like a shapeless and capricious amoeba that constantly changed shape. The biggest reason for the mess was that GM wanted to save money, and since the company's main strategy was large volumes, the niche brand Saab's upcoming models ended up at the top of the savings list. To put it somewhat simply, this meant that Saab's upcoming models were at the top of the savings list. Jan Ake Johnson was part of GM Europe's management group, which was called the European Strategy Board, and when he went there, the topics were often gearboxes that were to be postponed or engines and upcoming car models that were to be cancelled. At the same time, Saab's new 9.5 was allowed to develop almost undisturbed, but only almost. Once it was suddenly decided that the group that developed the interior design would be moved to another GM car, but after discussions, the group was moved back again. In addition, the 9.5's new station wagon model had long been under threat. Bob Lutz had tough discussions with Karl-Peter Forster, who was representing Saab there. Lutz thought that a station wagon was unnecessary in the USA, where large sedans dominate, and an excellent project to stop in order to cut costs, but he had to give in the end. While this chaos was going on, Jan Ake Johnson was forced to have a different focus. He was actually brand manager, but his big job quietly became a fight to secure future Saab production in Trollhättan. When he took office on April 1, 2005, the Trollhättan factory was an uncertain card. With the production of the new 9.5 lost to Rüsselsheim, there was only one promise to the Trollhättan factory. They would be allowed to manufacture the models that were already made in the factory, the old 9.5 and 9.3, until they were replaced. This meant assured survival until around 2010 or 2011. After that, there were no plans. As a consolation, in 2006 they were allowed to manufacture small series of the Cadillac BLS, a poorly made Saab 9.3 that was part of Cadillac's failed attempt to enter the European market. Something that ended in a major fiasco where Saab as a company also had to bear all the investment costs for the new model, and lost around 1 billion krona on that alone. We knew that at some point the 9.5 would run out, and what would we do then? Says Petra Sturch regarding the news that Rüsselsheim had won the factory battle in spring 2005. She and many others in production were worried, but she still believed in a continuation. We had broad expertise, so I didn't doubt that, but the fact remained, between spring 2005 and spring 2007, neither she nor Saab's management had any idea what would be manufactured in Trollhättan after 2010. The 5 Greek letters Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, and Epsilon were the names of GM's common global platforms, and were seen by GM management as important symbols for actually increasing efficiency and saving money. GM Europe was given the main responsibility for 2 of these. Slightly larger cars such as the Opel Insignia and the new Saab 9.5 would be based on the Epsilon II, or Global Midsize as it was called. The mid-range cars, including the Opel Astra and Saab 9.3, would be built on the Delta, the Global Compact. Between 2004 and 2005, there was a factory battle over where the larger Epsilon cars would be manufactured. Trollhättan lost. In the fall of 2005, it was time for the next factory battle. Then it was about where the slightly smaller Delta cars would be manufactured. GM pitted 5 factories against each other. Bochum in Germany, Ellesmere Port in England, Antwerp in Belgium, Gliwice in Poland, and then Trollhättan. One would be eliminated. The idea was that the next generation Saab 9.3 would be based on the smaller Delta platform, and the pot was therefore to manufacture new 9.3s in Trollhättan. A question of fate for the Saab brand, Jan Ake Johnson believed. A strictly factory question. It was considered within GM's organization, and above all by GM Europe's head of all factories, Eric Stevens. And it was he who decided the outcome. Jan Ake Johnson had little power to influence. When he was appointed CEO of Saab in the spring of 2005, some GM executives saw the seemingly shy and dutiful Swede as a GM puppet and a safe choice from a GM perspective after the colorful Peter Augustsson. They would be wrong. Outwardly, Jan Ake Johnson was as quiet and cool as usual. But internally, in 2005, he began a focused fight to bring Saab manufacturing back to Sweden. He had almost 6 years under his belt at GM as head of light trucks in Europe and was seen not just as a Saab guy from Sweden, but as part of GM. He took advantage of that. In the spring of 2005, Saab's sales plummeted, especially in Sweden, but also in the rest of Europe. Jan-Åke Johnson analyzed that the brand would suffer if Saabs were not built in Trollhättan. I personally waged a propaganda campaign, he says in retrospect. He put into figures how much sales would drop if the new 9.3 did not come to Trollhättan and lobbied and cajoled, especially against Karl-Peter Forster. There he encountered a patrol. Forster was in many cases a Saab friend, but at the same time sat in a chair where he had to take into account all of GM's factories in Europe. The pressure was enormous from all sides, and he had many heated discussions with Jan-Åke Johnson. The decision was increasingly dragging on. Karl-Peter Forster tried to get him to settle for continued production in Trollhättan, but not necessarily by Saab. Johnson refused and said that he would rather not have production in Trollhättan at all. All the while, the factory continued to be streamlined, and the decision to locate would come in the spring and winter of 2007. Rick Wagoner was then the top manager of the world's largest car manufacturer. It was ultimately he who made such an important decision, and just before the decision was to be announced, I and a few other Swedish journalists met him at the Geneva Motor Show in March 2007. It was my first interview with Wagoner. I was tense to the point of bursting. 20 steps up from the exhibition floor in GM's booth was a small corridor, and inside a small sterile meeting room. We had half an hour. It turned out that he was an American professional socialite and was happy to answer Saab questions. And there, he suddenly said that he thought it was important that a Saab was manufactured in Trollhättan. An hour later, outside Volvo's showroom downtown in Geneva, I ran into Jan-Åke Johnson while I was on the phone with my news manager, who was wondering how big of a news story Wagoner's statement was. I asked Johnson if Wagoner had said anything like that before. No, he said, looking at the signs pointing to Volvo's press conference. Watch out for those, he said and smiled. Then came the decision in April 2007. Yes, the Trollhättan factory would remain. It was Antwerp that had drawn the shortest straw, but then it crept forward. The Opel Astra and perhaps some other model would be manufactured in Trollhättan. But despite Rick Wagoner's positive statement, no Saab 9.3, it was a Veskerta climax. GM had just before changed the platform for the 9.3. It would no longer be based on the smaller Delta platform that the factory decision applied to, but on the larger Epsilon II that the big brother 9.5 would also be manufactured on. This meant that both future Saabs would once again be manufactured in Rüsselsheim, Germany, and none in Trollhättan. In the midst of the joy that the Trollhättan factory's future was saved, Saab's CEO was back to square one when it came to the Saab brand and getting Saab manufacturing to Trollhättan. There were several reasons for the decision. One was to fill up free capacity in the Rüsselsheim factory, but Jan-Åke Johnson didn't give up. He changed strategy. It was now that he seriously began lobbying to be allowed to manufacture a small Saab under the 9.3. With one, he would both broaden the model range and Saab production in Trollhättan. The acclaimed prototype was built and shown in Geneva the following year, 2008. But despite Jan-Åke Johnson's explanations to the media about a new small Saab, it was never decided in any product plan. It was only included as a possible addition. Saab's CEO had a fox behind his ear there. The more we journalists wrote about a small Saab, the harder it became for GM to just skip it. A not so small part of his lobbying work, because he stubbornly continued to lobby. I thought that if we didn't build Saab here, we might as well close down. I thought it would be a disaster, he says afterwards. Here the unions and Saab management went hand in hand. The unions got involved and called in a wage consultant who also advocated Saab production in Trollhättan. But then, a year after the last patch, rumors suddenly came that GM was changing its mind about the Saab 9.3 again. Already in Geneva in March 2008, there were whispers among journalists that the Saab 9.3 would be built on the smaller Delta platform, and thus in Trollhättan. Finally, in the days before midsummer 2008, GM turned around again. GM's management team in Detroit decided to switch the 9.3 back to the smaller Delta platform. Then it was hammered out that the 9.3 would be built in Trollhättan together with another Delta car. Saab finally knew what to fill the Trollhättan factory with. Now I can count on the jobs being secured for many years to come, said a satisfied and relaxed Jan-Åke Johnson in Gothenburg's 2 Posten on June 19, 2008. Now he could take a vacation. The beloved summer cottage by the sea outside Nyköping loomed. There he could relax and read his favorite magazine Skärgårdsliv. During the summer of 2008, the price of crude oil skyrocketed. The price of gasoline in the United States reached $4 per gallon, almost 8 krona per liter, and GM's sales of SUVs, the only cars they made money on, plummeted. At the same time, GM's stock plummeted in June to $18, the lowest level in 26 years. GM's losses poured out like lava from an active volcano, and between May and August, Saab's parent company lost $15.5 billion. They had to make decisions about more painful cuts. Jan Ake Johnson's vacation at the summer cottage did not turn out as he had imagined. In July 2008, his cell phone rang on the same day as there had been a management group meeting in Detroit, what was called the American Strategy Board, or simply ASB, within Saab. It is a colleague from the US who has heard gossip from the meeting and delivers a shock message. The next generation 9-3 had been removed from GM's product portfolio. It made me very astonished, says Jan Ake Johnson later. The car that he had fought for 3 years to get to the Trollhättan factory, and which was by far the most important piece of the puzzle for Saab's path to profit, was suddenly gone, just weeks after the decision was made that it would be manufactured in Trollhättan. He immediately called Carl-Peter Forster, who had been at the management group meeting but had not called and informed Jan Ake Johnson himself. Forster confirmed GM's crisis was deep. The meeting had discussed budgets, and the Saab 9-3 became a so-called candidate for external financing. This meant that it would be removed from GM's budget, and instead Saab would try to ally itself with an external company that would be responsible for all technical development costs and production. Then Saab would basically buy finished cars. The Trollhättan factory was not in the plans at the time, and the whole arrangement was shaky. It was a tricky situation, says Jan Ake Johnson afterwards. Jan Ake Johnson decided to keep the news to a narrow circle. On the surface, everything was calm. One of the few press clips from this time is from Göteborgs Posten, which on July 27th wrote about the happy news that it was clear that the Saab 9-4X would be manufactured in Mexico. On August 15, 2008, exactly 1 month before the collapse of Lehman Brothers, other things happened in Rüsselsheim that had to do with the next 9-3 suddenly being lifted out of GM. Mats Fröberg was called in to see one of his managers in Rüsselsheim. He looked composed behind his desk and began without any cold talk. Mats, now it's officially decided. Mats Fröberg understood immediately. He barely needed to listen when he was told that all development activities in Trollhättan would be shut down, that the nearly 1,000 engineers would be laid off immediately, and that the actual production of cars in the Trollhättan factory would eventually be phased out. The current 9-3 would continue to be produced, and when it was ready for phasing out, the factory would be closed around 2011-2012. Then nothing of Saab automobile would remain in Sweden. GM would keep the brand, but Saabs would be developed and manufactured elsewhere. The only thing that would possibly remain in Sweden was a so-called brand center in Gothenburg, where about 20 people would instill Swedishness in Saab. Saab Automobile AB would therefore consist of 20 people at best. It was then exactly 4 years since the government at the time had tried to save Saab's factory in Trollhättan with the so-called Trollhättan package, a rapid expansion of the F45 road, a double-track railway between Gothenburg and Trollhättan, and a major investment in vehicle research. SEK 600 million was allocated for research, and the infrastructure projects were to cost SEK 10 billion, a notable part of the total SEK 150 billion that would be enough for Sweden's railway and national backbone network between 2004 and 2015. Then, in the autumn of 2008, the government's money seemed to have been thrown down the drain. The first thing Mats Fröberg did when he left his boss's room was to fish out his mobile phone and call Jan Ake Johnson. They began to come up with a plan, save the Trollhättan unit, but also save Saab. They thought that a Saab without operations in Sweden would not work, that the small brand would die a slow death in GM, which was also starting to falter itself. There was less urgency with the factory. It had in practice been given a reprieve for a couple of years. Now it was important to act quickly to save nearly 1,000 engineers working on Saab's development, and all of Saab. On the surface, they pretended that everything was business as usual. Maud Olofsson promised continued funding for vehicle research at the end of August. That was good news. Now we get to sit down and look at the individual projects, said a positive Jan Ake Johnson in Svenska Dagbladet. Internally, things were different. Now they put together a PowerPoint material with one goal: delay the closure. The means was point out the risks. They pointed out to OPE the risk of delays when the new mid-range car insignia was soon to be launched, and that even the entire project with the new global platform was in danger. Last but not least, many of the engineers from Trollhättan played key roles in the development of GM's much-talked about electric hybrid project Chevrolet Volt. Bob Lutz didn't want his hyped electric car to be delayed, did he? They produced cost estimates and pointed out that the phase-out had to take place in small steps, like ant steps. In September 2008, Jan H. Johnson and Mats Federhag went to Frankfurt and presented their rescue package to the small group, which actually included Mats Federhag himself. The response was not great. Everything was still done completely secretly. Then the global financial crisis hit with the bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers on September 15, 2008. Rick Wagoner's efforts to cut costs had gone badly, and GM had made a total of $70 billion in losses since 2005 alone, as much as 12 annual budgets for the Swedish defense. With the bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers, the whole of GM was paralyzed. But suddenly Saab benefited from being a small player far out on GM's periphery. The job of winding down Trollhättan was done. But the threat to Saab remained. It was now clear that GM was trying in every way to get rid of the Swedish car brand. For Jan H. Johnson, the autumn developed into an increasingly strange struggle, completely in silence. In early autumn, another group was formed that would decide on Saab's future. It included Jan H. Johnson and 4 people within GM Europe. They met in Zurich, and the assignment was to try to find co-financing for both the development and production of the upcoming 9-3. The group had a very high profile, says Jan H. Johnson, and negotiations were held with 2 external companies that were prepared to relocate production of the 9-3 to Trollhättan. The group's work continued until October 2008, when the Great Crisis began to cast a shadow over all projects, including this one. Just 2 weeks after Lehman Brothers' bankruptcy, Saab was forced to do something that should have indicated a serious crisis. They drew up a so-called control balance sheet. Limited companies must do this if their equity is less than half their share capital. Control balance sheets are unusual and serious phenomena in large companies, but not for Saab. There, it had been commonplace for over 10 years. GM used to inject between $400 and $500 million a year, but always only after their equity was dangerously close to zero. The question now was whether GM could inject more money. Paris, October 2, 2008, they could have been a newlywed couple on their way from a log dance. He politely takes her hand as she jumps over a glass barrier barely a meter high. It is Jan H. Johnson who has just helped Minister of Industry Maud Olofsson jump into Saab's stand at the Paris Motor Show. They are smiling in unison. Photo flashes are flashing. Reporters are watching. This is happening a week after Saab was quietly forced to draw up a control balance sheet, and a month and a half after the internal decision in principle to eventually close down Saab's operations in Sweden. And it is happening at the same time that Jan H. Johnson is quietly part of a small secret group at GM in Zurich that is desperately trying to get other companies to develop and produce the new 9-3 after GM suddenly refused to do so themselves. None of this was noticeable in Paris. The journalists flock when the Minister of Industry test drives Saab's newest concept car, the 9X Air, a silvery, beautiful prototype of a future 9-3 convertible. The Minister of Industry and Trade is told that she is sitting in a car with a remarkable roof that can be folded in 3 parts before disappearing into a compartment behind the back seat. I think we will produce between 150 and 175,000 cars, said Jan H. Johnson. But the veneer of cheerful salon atmosphere was like night-old ice with black streaks underneath. The same day, Maud Olofsson was informed in great secrecy by Volvo CEO Stephen Odell in a meeting room at Volvo PV's stand that Volvo PV would lay off 33 people in just under a week, something that would create a crisis atmosphere in Swedish automotive industry. Carl Peter Forster followed Maud Olofsson and Jan H. Johnson into the Saab stand to meet Swedish journalists in a room behind the stand. His eyes look scared and his voice is tired. At that moment, no one knew how deep the crisis would become. Could it even be that a heavily bleeding GM would get rid of Saab? I ask. It's too late. The new 9.5 and 9.4X have already been developed, says Carl Peter Forster in broken German English and looks me in the eye. Once again, one game was being played out in the public eye and another behind the scenes. Just 2 weeks later, on October 18, Saab's CFO Lars Hedreborg flew to GM's headquarters in Zurich. There he began discussions about selling Saab, a month and a half before it would become public knowledge that Saab had been placed under strategic review. GM's situation was worsening every day. Now suddenly there seemed to be few opportunities to keep Saab. The group that Jan H. Johnson had been part of, and that was supposed to find solutions for the 9.3 model, was dissolved, and in practice replaced by the one that Hedreborg was now part of. The meeting was attended by GM Europe's colorful CFO Enrico Di Girolamo and his closest man Kevin Perk, who was head of the treasury function, who somewhat simplified kept track of GM Europe's cash flows. The discussion points were what a sale could look like and what had to be done. It was a rather tentative meeting, says Lars Hedgerborg afterwards. Enrico Di Girolamo and Kevin Perk would soon become key figures in Saab's sales at the same time that the whole of GM Europe and Opel would collapse. The mustachioed Di Girolamo was considered competent and down-to-earth. He was called Rico and also sat on Saab's board. Kevin Perk was called the Duracell Rabbit, and there were rumors that he seriously worked almost 24/7. In fact, a few months later they would be forced to establish scheduled shifts in GM Europe's finance department. The economists would have to work 24/7, like in a paper mill. All the crisis was still under the surface at Saab. The Volvo crisis was the topic of conversation in Sweden. In 2008, around 10,000 people were to be laid off at Volvo PV and Saab Volvo, which is the actual name of Volvo Trucks. In the middle of lunchtime on 28 October 2008, the chairman of the engineers at Volvo PV, Magnus Sundemo, stood outside the Ministry of Enterprise and Industry in Stockholm, handing out leaflets. The union chairman demanded that the government save Volvo PV. Next to it was the then new Volvo V50 Drive, a frugal, environmentally rated Volvo, a clear pass to Maud Olofsson, who the year before had disavowed Volvo, which she thought made two thirsty cars. The environmentally friendly Volvo was parked exactly where Maud Olofsson's black Seppo BMW 540 with a Vate usually stands, right in front of the doors to the ministry. Neither the Prime Minister nor the Minister of Enterprise and Industry could promise anything, but referred to the 450 million krona earmarked for the automotive industry in the research bill. But the dark clouds thickened as if before a thunderstorm, and in Västra Götaland 2 warning coordinators were appointed, the governor and left-wing party member Lars Bäckström and regional councillor Kent Johansson. Social Democrat Göran Johansson, municipal councillor in Gothenburg, wanted the AP funds to take over Saab and Volvo, and so the calls for state ownership of Volvo were made. Somewhat surprisingly, the ideas were confirmed by the rector of the Gothenburg School of Economics, Rolf Wolf, and at the end of November by Mona Sahlin. The government refused. The building was monumentally beautiful and rather reminded one of a castle. Since 2008, the Ministry of Enterprise and Industry has been housed in the old Central Post Office in dark red-yellow brick, centrally located opposite Stockholm Central Station. It was designed at the turn of the last century by architect Ferdinand Boberg, who also designed Rosenbad at the same time and liked to take the impression of medieval castles. Saab's management would then find the government's money inaccessible as in a castle. Subject councillor Bengt Wennerstein had a glass-enclosed room on the second floor. There were 2 unpacked moving boxes from the previous vehicle crisis. The car issues were not new, and already in August 2004 the then government started a vehicle group with, among others, Johnny Kjellström, Hans G. Pettersson and Bengt Wennerstein. It became a door-in to the government office for the automotive industry, but above all they worked on what would become known as the Trollhätte package. When the new government was installed in 2006, the way of working changed. Now they would not drill down into certain industries but work generally, but only within certain areas, research and development, new technology and environmental improvement measures, all on a comprehensive level. The vehicle group was dissolved. During the autumn of 2008, the government office systematically collected information from Ford and GM in the USA. Soon all the alarm bells were ringing, and Minister of Economic Affairs Maud Olofsson quietly decided to break her principles. In October, the government's vehicle group was back on track. It was to be led by Finance Minister Anders Borg, State Secretary Hans Lindblad, M., and Maud Olofsson's State Secretary Göran Hägglund, C. In addition, 5 non-political officials were included. The subject councillor Per Erstensen and the departmental secretary Jesper Ahlgren at the Ministry of Finance, and from the Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation, the subject councillor Bengt Wennerstein and the cabinet ministers Hans G. Pettersson and Johnny Kjellström participated. The new group would get more work than they could have dreamed of. On November 7, 2008, both GM and Ford presented their reports for the third quarter in Detroit. Ford was also in a bad place, but there were degrees in hell. A shaken Rick Wagoner reported on GM's cash flow, which resembled a bathtub with a pulled-out bottom plug, where you could hear a slurping sound that increased in volume as the last water left the tub. According to the report, the cash flow was being drained at a rate of $2 billion a month, or $67 million a day. But the scariest thing was that Saab had no cash of its own and was completely dependent on the parent company, like a baby with an umbilical cord. The problem was very concrete. Payroll payments, payment of invoices, everything was done via GM. Now the flow could be stopped at any time. It was also now that GM and Chrysler finally lost the market's confidence. They could no longer get loans from banks, and an acute cash shortage threatened even before Christmas. What do car company directors with claims to be in charge of national treasures do then? Washington, November 18, 2008. Bob Nardelli at Chrysler, Alan Mulally at Ford, and Rick Wagoner at GM each took their company jet from Detroit and flew to Washington to ask for a $25 billion loan from American taxpayers. Like schoolboys, they were taken in for questioning by the Senate Banking Committee to assess whether they were worth the loan. More than 1% of the U.S. GDP and just over 1 million jobs were at stake if the car companies went bankrupt. Officials at the Treasury Department in Washington had calculated that 3 million jobs, Rick Wagoner said in his calm voice during the hearings. They didn't get any money. The Senate Banking Committee on Capitol Hill ruled out the plans, which they said didn't address the structural problems, but the car directors were given another chance. New plans were to be presented on December 2. They now had 3 weeks. On the same day, November 18, Saab's management in Trollhättan received a first indication that GM would not give more money to Saab. And on that very day, Saab's CFO, Lars Hedgerborg, happened to have the second meeting with his colleagues in Zurich about selling Saab. Now they became more concrete. It was a clearly structured meeting. I got the feeling that now the situation is dire. We at Saab thought it was a good idea, says Lars Hedgerborg afterwards. In Detroit, a new savings plan was to be developed at record speed, but the car directors also had other things to think about. Rick Wagoner had flown to Washington in GM's $36 million aerospace G4 corporate jet. ABC News amusingly calculated that his trip cost $20,000. A regular ticket would have cost $288. I actually had a meeting in Detroit this morning, said Rick Wagoner, looking down at the floor when a TV reporter asked. The CEOs of Chrysler and Ford also flew there in their company's private planes. Together, they wanted $25 billion from American taxpayers. The drive was on. It's like watching someone in a top hat and a tailcoat come to a soup kitchen, snarled a Democrat in Congress. A few weeks later, the TV program Saturday Night Live aired a parody, with portrait-like actors, of what the next hearing might look like. Rick Wagoner, sorry we're a little late, but we drove from Detroit. Laughter, and we had some trouble with the cars. More laughter, Walter Jones, Congressman, North Carolina. You said earlier that you lose $2,500 on each car. How are you going to turn the company around? Rick Wagoner responds with lightning speed. We can sell more cars. No, by the way. That's not possible, forget it. No, then I don't know. The sketch spread like wildfire on YouTube. At the bottom was a deep seriousness. American taxpayers have a completely different, significantly more restrictive view of using tax money than they have in Europe. Many Americans almost hate Washington spending. The three car lords must show in a much clearer way at the next congressional hearing that they were worth the American taxpayers' money. The question was what that meant for Saab. Washington, D.C., December 2, 2008. For the next hearing, they had taken out the big surgical knife. Perhaps they had also spent Saturday night at home on the TV couch watching Saturday Night Live, because this time they drove to Washington in hybrid cars, all the way from Detroit. It's 400 miles, and they must have driven for close to 8 hours. Rick Wagoner was watched like a Hollywood star by Fox News when he stepped into a black metallic Chevrolet Malibu hybrid outside his home in Detroit at dusk. Ford's Alan Mulally stepped out of a light blue Ford Escape hybrid on Capitol Hill, equally well guarded. The obvious political correctness brought smiles to many, especially Chrysler's Bob Nardelli's almost desperate move. He drove a Dodge, a sister brand to Chrysler, Aspen hybrid SUV, a model he himself had been forced to stop just a couple of weeks before because it sold so poorly. But it was the only hybrid car Chrysler had, and after the flight fiasco, he dared not do anything else. Now they could at least present tougher plans, and now came the news that many had been waiting for. Saab and Volvo were being put under strategic review, 3 words that all analysts quickly translated into sell. And the reason was simple. The car executives in the U.S. were terrified that they would not get their loans, and then loss-making companies in Sweden, albeit small ones, were an obvious risk when Congress was weighing in. The decision on the loans would come a few days later on December 11. But what did all this mean? What would happen to Saab if GM went bankrupt? And if GM actually got its loan but failed to sell the bleeding Saab quickly? Would the leaden political pressure force GM to cut ties? No one believed that there would be a money-hungry suitor who could buy Saab outright, except for GM Europe's Carl-Peter Forster, who with a mischievous smile told Swedish journalists in Detroit that Saab had a buyer in the works. one of many that did not come to fruition. Everyone was nervously waiting for news about the loan. The same day that GM submitted its new proposal to Congress, on December 2, statistics for car sales in the U.S. for November were presented. It was interesting reading because it gave an idea of how Saab was doing before GM's strategic review became known. In the wake of the crisis, total U.S. sales fell by a breathtaking 41% in November, but Saab plummeted by almost 60%, and only 852 cars were sold. In Europe, the trend was the same. Total car sales fell by a quarter, while Saab lost almost half of its sales. The sales figures showed the obvious. Saab had to renew and broaden its model range quickly, otherwise they were doomed. In 2010, the 9.5 model would have turned 13. For a person, that's like turning 150, and it was that 150-year-old in a 9.3 model, launched in 2002, that Saab had to hold on to when the recession swept in like a tsunami. In one of many desperate attempts to get the money to last longer, GM had also postponed the launches of Saab's vital new models during the autumn. The new 9.5 and 9.4X were not due to arrive until late 2009, but sometime in 2010. But in the seesaw GM found itself in, that was not certain either. At the same time, production dropped to below 50% of capacity in Trollhättan when one of two shifts was discontinued. Now a race against time began in Washington, Stockholm, and Trollhättan. What the hell is the EIB? The question came on November 26, 2008 from a reporter in one of the economics editorial offices in Stockholm. At the time, few in Sweden knew what the EIB, the European Investment Bank, was. But in the never-ending stream of news agencies came the news that the EU had released a large crisis package of 200 billion euros. The crisis package was called the Barroso Plan, after European Commission President José Manuel Barroso, and would give the EIB an extra 16 billion euros to lend to the automotive industry in Europe. The money would go to environmental and security-related projects, that's what it said on paper. In practice, the loans were dangerously close to operating aid. The EIB in Luxembourg was formed in 1958 with a political agenda to weld the EU countries together by lending money for environmental and infrastructure projects. The EIB, with its Swedish deputy director, Eva Esrichberg, was to play a key role for Saab because none of Saab's speculators would have enough money themselves. It was even whispered that the EIB loan, which was to be 400 million euros, about 4 billion krona, was in fact the direct reason why loss-making companies would later flock to Saab like flies. But neither Saab nor Volvo were creditworthy, and the loan market had also completely stopped. Now the government was the only one who could provide guarantees for an EIB loan. The question was whether it was possible. Internally within the government's vehicle group, the tasks were divided. Everything that had to do with state aid and all contacts with the EU Commission were handled by Wennerstein, Pettersson, and Kjellström at the Ministry of Enterprise and Industry. They soon got jobs there, but not with Saab, but with Volvo. As soon as it became known on December 2 that Volvo was on the sale list, an informal discussion began with the EIB about borrowing 500 million euros. Under CEO Fredrik Arp, Volvo had fallen behind with fuel-efficient cars and was mercilessly judged in the media. And when they were supposed to get out of the crisis by developing new, frugal technology, Ford suddenly didn't want to finance. Then the EIB loan loomed, but even though Saab was actually in a bigger bind, they couldn't start formulating an EIB application there. That wouldn't happen until the end of January the following year. We have to look more closely at the car companies to understand why. The biggest similarity between Saab and Volvo PV was that they manufactured cars on the Swedish west coast. Otherwise, they were as different as two companies can be. The biggest difference at the moment was that Saab's parent company was threatening to run out of cash within a month. Ford was also in crisis, but had already borrowed through the roof in 2006 with nearly $24 billion, including Volvo's assets as collateral, to weather the crisis. There was still money there, even though it was starting to get tight. The other big difference was size. Volvo's turnover of around 80 billion krona in 2008 was more than 5 times as large as Saab's, and Volvo manufactured nearly 4 times as many cars. This was in turn due to Volvo having 6 model series while Saab had its 2. Volvo would still lose around 11 billion krona for the whole of 2008 and 5 billion krona in the fourth quarter alone. In addition to the global financial crisis, the biggest reason was a low dollar exchange rate that stuck for a long period and made it unprofitable to export to the USA, where Volvo sold up to 1 in 4 cars as recently as 2007. Saab's loss in 2008 of 4.1 billion krona was certainly smaller, but the problems were all the deeper. When Saab was later forced to apply for reconstruction, Jan H. Johnson wrote nakedly and far from the usual PR phrases about Saab's basic problems in a letter to the Vänersborg District Court. The company's losses have arisen mainly as a result of a decline in demand for the company's products, an aging product portfolio with uncompetitive life cycles, a narrow product range, an excessively extensive and unused production capacity with associated costs. The third major difference was that Saab was very, not to say extremely, integrated into its parent company GM, while Volvo was more independent within Ford. Now Saab would become its own company again, but it would take time. "It will be like taking an egg out of a fried omelet," said Bob Lutz, who always had a powerful quote to feed journalists. To put it somewhat simply, Volvo needed EIB loans to develop environmental projects, Saab to secure a purchase and survive. A discussion quickly began within the government. A stance had to be agreed upon. What could the government do for the car industry? What did the government want to do? On the one hand, Fredrik Reinfeldt's shoulders were bowing under pressure from all over West Sweden, the unions and the opposition to provide support to, and perhaps even own car factories during a transitional period. On the other hand, there were risks. Sweden would take over as the EU presidency at the end of 2009, and with the EU's strict state aid rules, Fredrik Reinfeldt did not dare risk providing something that could be seen as impermissible state aid. Another risk was that the vehicle package would open the floodgates for support demands from other crisis industries. Perhaps the sawmill death would show up in the doorway to the Prime Minister's corner room, slam his hat on the floor and roar that he too was in crisis and wanted a package. And then the winds of opinion. Where were they blowing? Fredrik Reinfeldt didn't know at the time. The Swedish basic position was that the state should not step in and own companies or provide support to loss-making companies. But at the same time, there was the risk that the government would be remembered as the one who pushed the national treasure Saab, albeit heavily bleeding, over the precipice towards certain death. Moreover, at the end of a term of office, it's no hit. But above all, Fredrik Reinfeldt had to know where he stood ideologically. Now the stance on the car issue had to be decided. The decision was made at the beginning of December in an outwardly rather unknown forum, IK. IK is office slang for the inner cabinet, which was the Reinfeldt government's most important decision-making forum. Every Thursday morning at 9 o'clock, Fredrik Reinfeldt, Maud Olofsson, Göran Hägglund and Jan Björklund gathered together with the Prime Minister's State Secretary H.G. Westberg. Decisions were made there on the most difficult issues. Opposite the Riksdag by Stockholm's Sturm is the government's pulsating heart, Rosenbad. Up in the corner on the 7th floor is the Prime Minister with a view of the City Hall and Tegelbacken. The party leaders have circulated a picture of the inner cabinet meeting in something called the waiting room, outside the room where the government meets for lunch every Thursday. That is wrong. They met in Prime Minister Fredrik Reinfeldt's corner room. The inner cabinet was also the pinnacle of an organization that is also not often talked about, the Coordination Office. The conservative government that took office in 2006 simply started a special office in order not to repeat the mistakes of old conservative governments and disagree between the parties on difficult issues. The Coordination Office was a bottleneck where all government matters passed before reaching the government for decision. There, political officials agreed on around 90% of all matters. The remaining 10% went on to the 4 state secretaries of the Coordination Office, who resolved around 90% of these matters. The rest went on to the inner cabinet. There were extremely few cases that went there. On average, 1 to 3 were resolved per week. But the inner cabinet also took up major long-term issues where a strategic discussion was held about how to move forward. Saab was one of them. The Trollhättebolaget would come up as an issue a number of times during the car crisis. And in the background, it was not just Maud Olofsson who would get her ass kicked for the car crisis. H.G. Westberg would play a key role in the entire management of Saab and Volvo. Westberg, born in 1952, came in as Reinfeldt's state secretary in 2007 after Ulrika Schenström, who had to resign hastily after drinking wine with a TV journalist. The experienced and straightforward Westberg almost never left the 7th floor of Rosenbad. He stood for stability and was the obvious crisis general. The first time the inner cabinet was to decide on the so-called vehicle package was at the beginning of December 2008. They gathered in Fredrik Reinfeldt's corner room. There would be no lavish Christmas gift-giving. First, they decided that the state should not own car factories, or, as they said, we should not join a car factory. They would not provide support either. Everything would be based on someone coming in and buying and continuing the business. Then they could consider providing loan guarantees for EIB loans. That was according to the regulations, and it cost nothing. Then they would use emergency loans in extreme emergencies, but only if there was a reasonable chance that a buyer would come in. No tax money could be risked. The Prime Minister himself, Frederick Reinfeldt, took the toughest stance. Someone must buy Saab and put the money in himself. He was absolutely adamant about that. Maud Olofsson was almost as tough. Then there were other party leaders who would waver during the year, but there was never any real issue of conflict. In retrospect, this policy decision that paved the way for the vehicle package has been called the most difficult decision the government made during the entire car crisis. The reason was that everyone around the table realized the risks of this decision, that the Swedish car industry could be wiped out. They were playing a high game. It wouldn't be fun to wind up the Swedish car industry at the end of a term of office. It was the right idea, but difficult emotionally, it was said. With that, the government seemed to have found the right public opinion. In an opinion poll that Svenska Dagbladet commissioned SIFO to conduct, and which was published on December 16, 2008, a full 49% said no to the state temporarily taking over Volvo passenger cars or Saab to save the companies. Only 36% thought that the state should step in as owner, and the rest could not give an answer. Was it even possible to help the struggling Volvo PV and Saab? At the beginning of December 2008, no one knew. But now there was at least a stance. Providing a loan guarantee on the EIB loan was perhaps the most natural way to support the automotive industry. There was already a state instrument to help small businesses grow. Through Almi Business Partners, the state could guarantee 80% of corporate loans to smaller companies without it being considered state aid. The other 20% would be borrowed from banks as usual. But with the EU crisis package, a door was opened. The state could be even more generous and guarantee up to 90% of the EIB's heavily subsidized loans for projects in the environment and security, even for larger companies with financial problems, as long as they had been healthy until the summer of 2008 before the crisis. It was a scheme that had been made for Saab and Volvo, but the government agreed to only provide guarantees if there was adequate collateral that could also be sold and provide money if everything went wrong. The shipbuilding crisis, when the state was suddenly left with worthless ships, was a warning example. A more recent example was the investment bank Carnegie, which the Swedish National Debt Office was forced to nationalize just weeks before the Saab crisis in order to save the value of the collateral and not jeopardize the stability of the banking sector. The prospect for Frederick Reinfeldt of being the owner of both an investment bank and echoing empty factory premises in Trollhättan was anything but attractive. Taxpayers' money could not be jeopardized, it was said. The assessment of the collateral was handed over to the Swedish National Debt Office, where the former moderate party leader Bo Lundgren was the head. So far so good, but then came the hard part. The whole arrangement with the EIB loan was based on the fact that the tenth that was left over, after the heavily subsidized main part, would be borrowed by banks as usual. But for Saab and Volvo PV, nothing was as usual. For Saab, an acute liquidity crisis threatened at the same time as the banking system froze in a block of ice. In early December, Volvo tried to borrow the last tenth of its EIB loan of 500 million euros on the financial market, and they went to several banks. Everyone said no. This completely closed the door to a loan. At the same time, it was understood at the Ministry of Enterprise and Industry that the answer to Saab would be an even more resounding no. Saab and Volvo, through their parent companies, had among the worst credit ratings that a company could ever get. No sector had as high a risk premium as the car companies, and no one in the market wanted to take the risk of giving a loan, even a tiny one, to Volvo or Saab. All eyes were turned to the government. Inside the modernly decorated Ministry of Enterprise and Industry, the biggest problem in early December 2008 was not Volvo, it was George Bush. The outgoing president had not yet approved any loans to GM. Maud Olofsson and Frederick Reinfeldt realized that they had to have an instrument to act with if GM went bankrupt even before the new year, which was just under a month away. Then the cash flow to Saab could be cut off with a few days' notice, as political signals had been received from the U.S. Congress. The Christmas holiday could turn into a nightmare. No salaries would be paid at Saab. This could jeopardize any form of reconstruction and rescue of the company. At the same time, the government and officials in the car group realized that the EIB loans would take months to administer, if at all possible, and the loans would then have to be approved not only by the EIB, but also by the EU Commission, which would inspect to ensure that they did not involve illegal state aid. But what to do instead? The clock was ticking. Two questions now required answers. 1. In order for Volvo or Saab to receive an EIB loan, the government must step in and guarantee the entire loan, including the last 10% that the market would normally take care of, but where the door was now closed. No other state in the EU had tried it. The question was whether it was possible, or whether the car companies were in such poor condition that it would mean they were violating the rules on state aid. If that was the case, the door was closed. 2. Would Maud Olofsson somehow be able to reach out to Saab and give a short-term loan if GM turned off the money taps already at Christmas? At the same time, the government had agreed absolutely not to do that. A catch-22 that would be difficult to get out of. All the while, there was another question that could bring a cold sweat to Maud Olofsson's forehead in the hour of the wolf. Was the support she was planning to give considered illegal state aid? That was something that the EU Commission's powerful competition directorate in Brussels judged arbitrarily. She and the entire government were balancing like tightrope walkers on a tightrope between the intricate EU rules for state aid and public opinion on the one hand, and the anguished cries from the automotive industry on the other. The basic rule is that it is forbidden to give state aid to individual companies if it distorts competition. But where is the line? However, for several years there was something in the EU rules called rescue loans. Rarely has the word tailor-made been more appropriate, because this is how the wording in the government regulation sounded. Rescue loans are available to companies in the automotive industry that are facing an acute liquidity crisis. The companies must have operations in Sweden and have a turnover of more than 500 million krona. That is Saab or Volvo PV, but read Saab, and now work began frantically at the Ministry of Enterprise, Industry and Energy. They only had a few days to work out a crisis package for the automotive industry so that the Riksdag would also have time to hammer it out before Christmas. All to avoid chaos at Saab during the Christmas holidays. Such a bill normally takes between 3 and 5 months to prepare. Now it had to take 4 working days, all the time under the threat of the GM bomb exploding. Between 5 and 8 December 2008, Bengt Wennerstein, Hans G. Pettersson and Johnny Kjellström were in constant telephone meetings with the small car group that had formed in the wake of the crisis at the EU Commission in Brussels. The Ministry of Industry and Trade wanted the green light for the government to proceed with the principle of being both state and market, without stepping over the unclear boundary for state aid. "We have to find a model where we as a state set a market interest rate on the last tenth," said Secretary of State Johnny Kjellström on the phone to Humpert Drab, a department head at the Commission. "Forget it," was his response. "We have just changed the rules, we are not changing them again." Up on Capitol Hill in Washington, it was also stressful at work for government officials with car responsibilities. The House of Representatives had quickly worked out a loan to GM, Ford, and Chrysler of $14 billion. It was originally intended for advanced technology in the energy sector, but now necessity had no law. "There is no plan B, we have to get $4 billion to make it through the month too," GM's Vice President Fritz Henderson told Reuters on December 2. Stockholm, December 10, 2008. Jan Ake Johnson had no idea what awaited him when he entered investors' offices on Blasieholm in Stockholm 8 days later. He had been summoned there by the clan father of Sweden's most powerful financial family, Peter Purra Wallenberg, who was then 82 years old and the son of Marcus Wallenberg, who had followed Saab's car manufacturing like a worried father until his death in 1982. It was a bit solemn. If Saab's cars had had spiritual fathers in Sweden, it was Marcus and Peter Wallenberg. But the relationship was always rife. They loved the cars and the technology, but never provided funds to develop car manufacturing for profit. As the main owner, Peter Wallenberg was strongly involved in Saab during the periods after his father's death in 1982, even though he was. He formally disappeared from the board of directors of Saab Scania and also had an active role when GM hurriedly bought Saab in 1990, and during the period when Investor was a half-owner together with GM. Peter Wallenberg lit his cigar and petted his dog, but that was not much more. There were no surprising purchase offers. Peter Wallenberg mostly wanted to get his bearings, hear a little gossip, and share stories from the past about the company in which he and his father had been so involved. They sat for a long time, back to Capitol Hill. The proposal that Saab and Volvo's parent company would receive $14 billion in loans was approved by the House of Representatives in Congress on December 11. Christmas seemed assured for Saab, but at the same time no one put the champagne on the fridge. In the U.S., the proposals must pass both the House of Representatives and the Senate before they are approved. At the same time in Stockholm, Bengt Wennerstein and his colleagues finally received the go-ahead from the European Commission. The Swedish government was allowed to continue both on the EIB track and provide rescue loans. Now the government was able to present a crisis package. Opposite the Riksdag by the Stockholm River is the government's pulsating heart, Rosenbad. The Prime Minister sits here, and the important press conferences are held in the large, beautiful Bella Venezia press room. In the middle of lunch at 12 o'clock on December 11, Maud Olofsson and Finance Minister Anders Borg walked down a small staircase and up to the podium. They were happy and smiling. Exactly 9 hours after the House of Representatives approved the crisis package in the U.S., they were able to present the Swedish government's vehicle package. It consisted of 3 parts. The state could guarantee loans of up to 20 billion krona from the EIB. That would be enough for the automotive industry, the government offices thought. Then an automotive research company would be started. The automotive group had already established in discussions with the industry that there was demand for it in October. It received 3 billion krona, and then there was the real reason for the urgency. SEK 5 billion was set aside for bailout loans that could be lent out at short notice if the car companies ended up in crisis. Behind the smiles, 2 feelings of unease probably gnawed at the ministers. The first was that the bailout loans had rock-solid repayment terms of 6 months. This meant that it was highly uncertain whether Saab, without a new owner, would be able to get the loans if GM turned on the money tap. Fredrik Reinfeldt had been almost unreasonable in his stance at the meeting in the inner cabinet. The second feeling of unease was that the Senate might stop the car package in the U.S. The 2 scenarios were not a good combination. But if Bush had screwed it up this far, couldn't it be stopped now, and they still hadn't heard anything? No, it seemed as if the bailout loans to Saab wouldn't be needed, not now anyway. With that in mind, Finance Minister Anders Borg took the trouble to say in an interview after the press conference, the bailout loans should only be used as a last resort, emergency and further in the future. By then it was 1:00 p.m. Back to Capitol Hill, just hours after Anders Borg stood and gave relaxed interviews, a furious battle began in the U.S. Senate. At dawn, Swedish time on December 12, the news came. There would be no loan for GM and Chrysler. Bush's own party mates, the Republicans, had blocked it. GM was back to square one, and GM shares fell by 50% in early trading. Now Rick Wagoner could sit down and count the hours until bankruptcy. Jan Eik Johnson was strongly positive about the government's vehicle package, but he was unaware of Reinfeldt's hard line behind the scenes, and that Saab could be almost as doomed. Stockholm, December 12, 2008, Maud Olofsson sat down hard in a turquoise swivel chair in her office at the Ministry of Enterprise and Industry. It was now morning on December 12, 2008. I was supposed to interview her for Svenska Dagbladet. I have to sit down, I'm so tired, she said. Maud Olofsson had only slept 5 hours when she woke up to the news of the Senate's no. But now she at least had her crisis package, a package she had stubbornly refused just a couple of months before. Saab could need a rescue loan as early as Christmas, and I asked if it could end up in GM's hands. I don't want to speculate on that, she said. Another question was that the car industry was global and did not allow itself to be closed behind narrow national borders. Could Swedish government guarantees apply to Saab's development project in Rüsselsheim, Germany, or Mexico? I will not comment on these types of questions. We have to sit down with the automotive industry and discuss it. It was clear that the vehicle package had been developed extremely quickly. The most interesting thing about the package was that it went against what the government actually wanted, yet they did it. Maud Olofsson was asked 4 times in a row what would happen if the next crisis sector came and wanted money. She is an expert at twisting things around. In the end, she answered that it was a hypothetical question. She longed for the Christmas break that threatened to freeze inside, home to her red house in Högfors in Västerbotten, where she wanted to cut down a Christmas tree, go to church, and be with her family. A few hours passed. In Washington, George Bush's staff worked feverishly, and on the same day, December 12, aboard Air Force One, the president's spokesperson Dana Perino held a simple press conference. Yes, Bush could consider taking money from the $700 billion that had been pumped into the banking system, the so-called TARP money. Suddenly, hope was rekindled. GM's share price jumped from a record low of $2.60 to $3.70 in just a few minutes. But no one was sure, and it would still take a few days before any formal announcement came from the White House. Nobelgetten 1, Stockholm, December 14, 2008. It is a farewell reception for U.S. Ambassador Michael Wood in Stockholm. It is 4:54 p.m. on Sunday when the lanky Jan Eik Johnson bends over Minister of Enterprise and Industry, Maud Olofsson, in the ambassador's large hall. Eyes meet, nods are exchanged. I happen to be there and see it. Jan Eik Johnson says that he is positive about Bush's speech, but above all about Maud Olofsson's vehicle package. We contacted the Ministry of Enterprise and Industry yesterday about it. It looks good, he says under the large crystal chandelier. At the time, he did not understand the government's tough stance behind all the billions in the vehicle package, and little did he know that 2 months later, he he would be on live broadcast and arguing with Maud Olofsson on SVT's agenda about Saab's meager dividend from the vehicle package. In Stockholm, the lights were on until late in the evenings in the small makeshift rooms of the members of parliament this last week before Christmas. The parliament also had an extremely short time to read up. On December 17, the Commission presented its formal guidelines for the Barroso Plan, and the next day, December 18, the vehicle package was hammered out in the Parliament building on Helgeandsholmen. Sweden was suddenly first in the race to help its car factories because of Saab's crisis. Normally, Saab received opinions from many sides within GM, but during December, GM's already sprawling organization began to collapse completely. The phones stopped ringing and the instructions that had previously hailed from GM stopped coming. Every company within GM now began to reconsider its own house. Opel, Saab, Holden, all of them. "We had to take care of ourselves," says the then CFO Lars Hedgerborg in retrospect. Saab had no cash of its own, but used GM's group cash for payments. They had around 50 million kroner in their own account, otherwise they were completely dependent on GM. When Saab paid their invoices, they had no idea if the payments would go through. The big question mark was the salary payment in December of around 150 million krona. We didn't know if we had the money to pay the salaries. We didn't know what was out there, according to Lars Hedgerborg, who continued to use the credit lines they had at GM. Saab increasingly began to make its own decisions, including stopping sending money to GM's group account to create a small buffer. The day after the Riksdag's approval, on December 19, the final message came from Washington. Ford would try to manage without loans, but GM received a bridge loan of $13.4 billion, Chrysler a $4 billion loan, and they were given until the end of March to work out sustainable business plans. George Bush thus handed over the dirty laundry to Barack Obama, who was to take office on January 20. At the more than 7-minute televised press conference on December 19, 2008, Bush clenched his jaw. He tried to look comfortable, but it didn't work. His shoulders were pulled up to his ears, and he was reading inside and stabbing himself. It was clear that the loans to GM and Chrysler were against everything he stood for. But he only had a little over a month left before he was to hand over the presidency to Barack Obama. He had no choice. On New Year's Eve itself, $4 billion was to be deposited into GM's account. And on December 28, Lars Hedgerborg called Bengt Wennerstein at the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Industry. Now the salaries had been paid at Saab. They could take the weekend. Chapter 3 in Underdog is pushed out about how a GM in an almost unimaginable crisis desperately tries to get the Swedish government to take responsibility for Saab, which is entering reconstruction, causing chaos in Trollhättan. Detroit Motor Show, January 12, 2009, a few minutes after Bob Lutz's statement about Saab's possible closure, Saab CEO Jan-Åke Johnson sits alone in his booth. The visitors are as few as Saab's news. When I tell him what Bob Lutz has just said, he first becomes quiet and looks collected. I don't know how he came to that conclusion. We have a business plan. Closure is absolutely not in our plans, he says. His eyes look sad and almost desperate. So GM had decided to close down Saab's operations in Sweden 4 months earlier. It's snowing outside. Jeeps with small plows in Detroit's snowdrifts are struggling to keep the streets open, and men in old-fashioned fur hats with ear flaps can be seen in the drivers' cabs. That same morning, January 12, a government delegation from Sweden is rocking in a car from their hotel in Dearborn. Ford's headquarters are less than a mile away, into downtown Detroit. Now Göran Hägglund, Hans Lindblad, Hans G. Pettersson, and Per Östensen were to take GM's pulse. How bad was it really? Were they prepared to sacrifice Saab? Once in downtown Detroit, they passed deserted skyscrapers with graffiti-sprayed, bricked-up ground floors. They lay side by side with a few new buildings, desperately trying to break through the atmosphere of a dying city. There was something slightly poetic about dilapidated. Here, the government officials could each buy their own abandoned skyscraper for $10,000 if they had wanted to. Several abandoned plots of land with twisted house skeletons were just a few hundred meters from the government delegation's final destination, General Motors' 39-story Renaissance Center, which ironically was built by Henry Ford II in the late 1970s. On one of the highest floors overlooking Canada, they were to meet first with GM's European head Carl-Peter Forster and Jan-Åke Johnson, and soon after GM's vice president Fritz Henderson. The meetings were to be perceived differently by both parties, but it was clear that a pressured Carl-Peter Forster, in his usual straightforward manner, began by saying that GM could not give more money to Saab, which needed $1 billion to implement its business plan. He now tried to get the Swedish government to take over as much responsibility and costs as possible. GM was far from saved by Bush's loan package, quite the opposite. They only had money until the end of March, but even then it was clear that they needed additional emergency loans. Whether they would get them would be decided just over a month later, on February 17. Then GM would have to present a sustainable plan for the future in which they cut costs. Quite a lot. Otherwise, they risked the nightmare of having to pay back their loans as early as the end of March without the possibility of getting any new loans. That would be a death blow for GM. In the midst of the burning car show, GM's management was also living in a political vacuum, as President Barack Obama would take office just a week later, and no one knew how he would handle the car crisis. The only thing that was known was that Rick Wagoner had suffered a serious heartburn in Washington. And so the decisive thing when it came to Saab, the loans GM had already received from the American government were not allowed to go outside the U.S. border, not even to Canada, and certainly not to Trollhättan. Saab had become a political risk. For GM, the Swedish government was the simple, quick solution for Saab there and then. Maud Olofsson had presented her vehicle package of 28 billion krona just a couple of weeks earlier. And above all, there was an EIB loan of 400 million euros, or $600 million, in focus. If the Swedish state steps in with $600 million, we will step in with the remaining 400 million, suggested Carl Peter Forster, a proposal that had been prepared by Jan Eik Johnson. It did not go down well. Göran Hägglund perceived the 400 million from GM as a time limit, and that responsibility would be transferred to the Swedish government when the money ran out. Göran Hägglund himself says afterwards that he asked Forster what would happen after GM's money ran out. "I don't know," Forster is said to have replied. Both parties agree afterwards that Carl Peter Forster tried and cajoled with co-ownership, direct loans, and loan guarantees. Everything, according to Hägglund. Forster also issued an ultimatum: "You have to make up your mind now." It was then that Maud Olofsson's State Secretary Göran Hägglund stepped forward as the government's man on car issues. He himself says that he was upset and said, "No, we don't do that." Then it was time for the second meeting of the day, now a step higher in the hierarchy. Fritz Henderson is a fascinating man to meet. He is almost a portrait of the Swedish cartoon character and slipper hero Lilla Fridolf. Among some Swedish journalists, he constantly went by the cartoon character's name. Like his boss Rick Wagoner, Henderson had spent his entire working life at a slowly declining GM. Now Saab was sinking like a stone. But Henderson came out softer than Carl Peter Forster. Fritz Henderson devoted days and evenings to GM's big pressing issues, negotiating down the sky-high pension and healthcare costs with the unions, and reaching settlements in GM's loan swamp with several banks and credit institutions. So far without success. Now he sat opposite the government delegation and calmly asked what they could do, compelling American professional socialite. "I was really pissed off because they didn't describe the whole picture," says Göran Hägglund, referring to the fact that GM never said outright that the government would be responsible for ownership, but that he perceived it as GM's opinion. Jan Eik Johnson's memory of the meeting is more positive. He got the impression that Göran Hägglund nodded in agreement to a solution where both GM and the government could step in and save Saab. That the government was prepared to provide loan guarantees for an EIB loan. Carl Peter Forster, wearing a blood-red tie, received Swedish journalists in a conference room at the car show shortly after he met Göran Hägglund. "Yes or no from the Swedish government will determine Saab's future," he says. With those words, Bob Lutz's threat to close down that morning is put into context. Both Forster and Lutz simply moved GM's negotiations with the Swedish government into the media. "We have offered ownership, but they were not interested," continues Carl Peter Forster, who then explains what they talked about, Saab's costly business plan. Here too, he mentions the sum of $1 billion. But of course, not a word about the fact that GM had already decided during the summer that the new 9-3 would be out of their budget. Since GM had waited so many years to develop new models, Saab was in a sensitive position. According to the original plan, GM was to pump large sums of money into the development of the new 9-3 in 2009 and 2010, which was to be launched around 2012. In addition, the new 9-5 and 9-4X needed money. They were almost fully developed, but the production tools had to be in place, and in the car industry, such tools are only paid for upon delivery. The tools are 70 to 80% complete, but then they have to be paid for as well. "We can't put up that money ourselves now," says Carl Peter Forster, and continues. "We have to find a solution within about 2 months. Just an hour later, in the middle of the day on January 12, Göran Hägglund holds an impromptu press conference on the trade fair floor. He doesn't show with a single expression that the GM executives have upset him. He says that GM has promised that Swedish money would not go to Detroit, but above all, he is telling the media for the first time that a bailout loan for Saab may be in order. A crisis loan, it could be part of a reconstruction of a company, which theoretically could be a piece in creating an independent Saab, regardless of who owns it. Göran Hägglund says verbatim to Sveriges Radio's Ekot. At the time, he seemed not to understand the built-in catchment S22 that existed in the EU's regulatory system. The bailout loans were so strictly designed that they could never be used for the ailing automotive industry. In addition, it would not be possible to use bailout loans as a bridge to EIB loans because, somewhat simplified, bailout loans would be given to sick companies, but EIB loans to healthy ones. However, GM perceived the meeting with the Swedish government as so positive that the following week they called Deutsche Bank to Zurich to begin the sales process. It is snowing outside the Detroit showroom. But the most surprising thing is the absence of people in downtown Detroit. The exclusive large stores, which in the 1950s could fill large skyscrapers of their own, have been gone for decades. Several such high-rise buildings stand empty, dark, and decaying in the middle of the city, like monuments to a modernity that no longer exists. The inner city is rarely visited by the middle class from the better suburbs. There are worse suburbs too. There the decay is more open and brutal than in the city. Things were different in 1950. Back then, Detroit was at its trembling peak. 1.8 million residents lived in the eighth largest city in the United States, where per capita income was 16% above the U.S. average. In the 1960s, car factories moved outside the city, and a long structural decline in the car industry began. The number of employees at the end of 2008 had fallen to a third, 191,000 people, compared to just 10 years earlier. The Regional Council of Västra Götaland, Kent Johansson, C., and Regional Development Director Bertil Tersetter are also at the car show to monitor the interests of the Trollhättan region. When they look out over the weathered facades, they might think, if only it didn't end like this. But the Detroit Auto Show, the North American International Auto Show, held in January every year, is still one of the world's largest. A Roskilde Festival or Almedalen Week of the automotive world. Here in the hustle and bustle of the trade fair floor, backs are pounded among the suits, and in the evenings bubbly is drunk. Above all, there is gossip. The words cash burn money are heard everywhere. In the 1950s, everyone was here for the latest car models. In 2009, it is the crisis that beckons. The B-word bankruptcy is whispered here and there. Fiat CEO Sergio Marchionne, who breaks away from all the suits with his casual but expensive pullover, is here to take over Chrysler for coffee money. Ford managers at all levels walk around with their shoulders up to their ears, afraid that they too will have to borrow from the government. Almost all the car directors who are pressed into minute schedules for the rest of the year are available, even GM's top boss. I actually have no idea today, says Rick Wagoner surprisingly candidly when we meet him at the show, when asked if GM has money in the coffers after March 31. Everyone interprets this as GM having to have more money. He takes a sip from a water bottle at regular intervals. During the 45-minute interview with about 20 European journalists, he seems almost unmoved by GM's total collapse, where $2 billion a month has flowed out. At that time, he had exactly 2.5 months left on the job. Just an hour or so before the show is due to close, the tall, silver-haired Bob Lutz is walking around the show. The red carpets are almost empty, and behind him is a group of young, dashing gentlemen in suits. He is on his tour, a courtesy visit that is an old tradition in the management of the largest manufacturers at car shows. They go around to their competitors where the tallest chicken in the place presents their news. Always the second press day, there are often 2 press days, and often late in the afternoon so that they can go in peace. It looks as if the 76-year-old Bob Lutz suffers from stiff joints and sore feet. He staggers forward, but his eyes shine. He points, gestures, and asks, gets into cars and swims dry behind the wheel. Like a little boy, the next morning, January 13, 2009, the Chancellor at the Ministry of Enterprise, Industry and Energy, Johnny Kjellström, took the morning flight to Brussels to meet officials at the European Commission. They were to discuss what will be a prerequisite for Saab to be saved: state guarantees for EIB loans. Something that never came up in the news reporting at this time was that it was highly uncertain whether the EIB loans could even be used on Saab or Volvo PV. Even though Maud Olofsson had received a thumbs-up in principle from Competition Commissioner Neelie Kroes in December, there was still a lot to negotiate between the government and the Commission. But it didn't stop there. Saab had another obstacle which was never made public that could overturn everything. There was a total ceiling of 16 billion euros to borrow from the EIB, and to prevent large manufacturers like GM and Ford from grabbing all the money, special pots were set aside for them. This meant that Saab had to fight for EIB loans within GM in competition with the many times larger Opel, which was in equally dire need of money. It was far from clear at the time that GM wanted to share its pot with Saab, which it would have to get rid of anyway. The EIB loans now sailed up as one of Sweden's most talked about concepts. Few knew exactly what they were. Everyone understood that they were important, especially for Saab. In some media outlets, it was claimed that the EIB loans were on market terms. Nothing could be more wrong. 9/10 of the car companies' EIB loans had a heavily subsidized interest rate of 3.23%. This was regulated in the EU's temporary regulatory framework in connection with the Barroso Plan to help companies through the financial crisis. Officially, it was said that the governments in Europe did not want environmental and safety investments in the automotive industry to fall behind in the crisis, and therefore the preferential EIB loans were directed to such projects. In reality, the politicians were worried that the automotive industry would collapse completely. As a result, the line between operating aid and environmental projects sometimes became blurred. But then came the last 10%, the ones that actually was to be borrowed from regular banks but where the Swedish car companies were refused. That was where the problem lay. The Commission demanded a solution for the last tenth. Otherwise, in the end, there would be no loan. And now the officials at the Ministry of Enterprise and Industry would both try to find a market-based national debt interest rate and a way to guarantee the entire loan. All with adequate collateral. Then they had to convince the European Commission that the interest rate was market-based. But the Commission was finicky. A market-based interest rate turned out to be more difficult to calculate than had been expected. The loan market was dead, and the Commission was not content with sweeping assessments. Despite Johnny Kjellström and his colleagues in the Ministry of Enterprise and Industry's vehicle group working long into the evenings, the government could not guarantee any EIB loans in mid-January. And at that point, the only thing they were working with was Volvo PV. Saab, which was in a worse situation, was simply not ready to apply for the loans. During January and half of February 2009, things were relatively calm around Saab. On the surface, behind the scenes, feverish activity was going on. A pitched battle between GM and the government flared up. Saab was preparing for reconstruction, and Deutsche Bank began to make contact with the first speculators in Saab. Fishing expedition was the mumbled word in the corridors of the Ministry of Industry and Finance after Göran Hägglund returned from Detroit. In other words, GM was trying to milk the Swedish state for money. When GM received its first loan payment of $13.4 billion on New Year's Eve 2008, it was like a drug addict with severe withdrawal getting his fix. It felt good for the moment. But then GM had to have more, and more. One condition from President George Bush was that GM had to present a plan to get out of its loss-making quagmire within 2 years, no later than February 17. The slightest movement was monitored at GM, which had to be able to justify every cent to skeptical American taxpayers. If it failed, all was lost, and then Saab would have very little chance of parrying the death dance of its crisis-ridden mother. For Saab, February 17th became a date that had to be met. That was the official picture. But few knew that the negotiations between GM and the Swedish government were more urgent than that. Rick Wagoner had ordered a first draft of GM's survival plan by February 2nd. A plan that would then be fine-tuned and hammered out by GM's board and then presented to Congress on February 17th. GM now wanted to know about Saab before February 2nd. Was there an EIB loan, or could the government step in with a rescue loan? Otherwise, GM might have to liquidate Saab. Fritz Henderson gave an order that basically consisted of 2 words to GM Europe's CFO Enrico Di Girolamo: fix Saab. January would be a desperate race against time. EU regulations and GM's internal potholes threatened to stop Saab before it even got to the starting line. But if those had been the only problems, Jan Ake Johnson would probably have turned to the sky and thanked higher powers. There were 2 more major obstacles. The Liberal Conservative Commission President José Manuel Barroso disliked giving support to sick companies, and he was also aiming to be re-elected in 2009. When he launched his crisis program in November 2008, he had a simple, basic approach. Loans should only be given to companies that were healthy before the financial crisis. The regulations stated that applicant companies could not be in difficulty before July 1, 2008. Now everyone wondered, how do you convince the European Commission that Saab was a healthy company? Saab had shown losses for 18 of the last 20 years, and in the year that Saab was supposed to be healthy, 2008, the loss more than doubled to over 4 billion krona compared to the year before. We will not even mention the losses of the parent company GM. The last major obstacle that could stop Saab was the government's demand for adequate collateral for the entire loan. No tax money should be risked, repeated Maud Olofsson. This meant that Saab had to be able to show collateral for 4 billion krona, the amount they intended to apply for an EIB loan. The government was adamant about that. But in January 2009, the buildings and equipment, rights and other collateral that Saab could scrape together were only worth a little under 1 billion. It seemed doomed to get an EIB loan. At the same time, a fundamental conclusion was drawn about Saab's sail up in a 55-story skyscraper at 60 Wall Street in New York, where Deutsche Bank, which in the second week of January 2009 was commissioned by GM to sell Saab, was based. The conclusion was, without an EIB loan, no one can buy Saab, not during a raging financial crisis. GM's idea of getting the green light for an EIB loan before February 2 may seem naive. But in Detroit, GM's self-image was still intact. Fritz Henderson and Rick Wagoner worked at the best company in the world. In addition, they had to have something to show President Obama. Lars Hedgerborg first received orders from Enrico Di Girolamo, who now specifically directed Saab's sales. Go to the EIB, make sure we open the case. Make sure we get our loans. Lars Hedgerborg went to Luxembourg on January 26, 2009, and began to review which environmental and safety projects Saab could get loans for. The EIB management seemed to be teeming with Swedes. He met with advisor Mats Gunnarsson and deputy director Eva Esrich Burr, and the collaboration started well. Then came an order from Fritz Henderson that went something like this. Form a task force, sit in the lap of the Swedish government for a week until you have Saab in port before February 2. Henderson wanted GM to be able to show Congress that the Saab problem had been solved, that is, that the Swedish government would take future responsibility for Saab. Enrico Di Girolamo, his right-hand man Kevin Perk and Saab's CFO, Lars Hedgerborg, booked into the Grand Hotel in Stockholm through Deutsche Bank and spent several full days with the government team at the Ministry of Industry and Finance at the end of January. At the same time, Saab's business plan was being worked out by the consulting firm McKinsey. The working days went from early morning to midnight. The goal was to have something ready by February 2. But after the polite phrases were finished, it soon became clear that the government did not want to guarantee an EIB loan unless there was both a new credible owner in place and an equally credible business plan and adequate collateral. ISO 3 criteria that could not be met at the time, but a possible opening was if GM could promise to keep Saab until a new owner was in place. GM said no. They didn't dare to stand with a Saab that drained GM of around $25 million a month and for which they risked having to pay for closure. A cost, according to sources with insight, of at least around $1 billion, perhaps up to $2 billion depending on how you calculated it. The mere thought of Rick Wagoner standing there with a cold sweat on his forehead, trying to explain something like that to President Obama's officials in Washington should have given GM people nightmares. Total stop. That's how you can describe the situation between GM and the Swedish government. If it had also come out that GM was living at the Grand Hotel and trying to swindle the government out of money, it could have become a symbolic issue almost on par with Rick Wagoner's private jet. A summary of Saab's situation in a simple exchange of words at the end of January 2009 could have looked like this. GM, we can't stand as owners, then we'll get banned from Obama and die ourselves. Maud Olofsson. We can't stand as owners, it's against our policy and we can certainly refer to EU rules. GM counters, but look at the US government which is giving money to its ailing car industry. Maud Olofsson, this is what we can do. In B-Western movies, such a standoff is called a Mexican standoff. Two cowboys stand with guns drawn, but no one shoots because both realize that the moment they do, they will lose. Both GM and the Swedish government threatened their own existence if they acted. Saab stood in the middle, bleeding. The best thing to do in a Mexican standoff is to negotiate their way out of the standoff. In Saab's case, GM started arguing with the government about the business plan. It was important that the business plan was credible. It would show that Saab could actually make a stable profit and that there was a sustainable path to it. Only then could the government provide guarantees, EIB loans, and the EU Commission give the thumbs up that it was not illegal state aid. The business plan, together with the individual projects, was the basis of the entire EIB loan process, and the government had already had the consulting firm McKinsey look at the business plan at the end of 2008. Their criticism was devastating. It doesn't hold up. You have sales targets that are too high and therefore unrealistic. The estimated time to turn a profit is unrealistic, they said. Then they rubbed salt in the wound by pointing out that no one was financing the losses until 2012. GM was to go out of business in the summer of that year. In our eyes, the business plan was completely unrealistic, says Jonas Hegland afterwards. At Saab and GM, there were grumbles that McKinsey's consultants did not understand the automotive industry, where profit margins are lower than in many other industries, and that they were excessively theoretical. Internally at the government office, there was talk that GM and Saab were behaving much like GM had done when they came to the U.S. Congress a month earlier, carrying an empty attaché case that they expected to be filled with money without giving anything in return. Saab had ideas about what they would use the money for, but nothing more, says Jonas Hegland afterwards. In addition, it was already clear that the EIB would not approve a loan without a new owner. 50% co-financing for the projects was required. Without a new owner, no financing. Saab was stuck in a catch-22. To attract new owners, you had to have the EIB loan, but to get the loan, you had to have new owners. In addition, the increasingly bizarre game of no one wanting to be responsible for Saab continued. The tone was raised. GM's desperate tactic was to turn a blind eye to the fact that it would take several months to get an EIB loan. Instead, they came up with half-hearted threats of closure. Jonas Hegland and Maud Olofsson countered by publishing Saab's business plan in the media. There must be answers to both financing and other future plans. There is none in the material we have received, Jonas Hegland told Göteborgs Posten on January 28, 2009. The business plan was that Saab would initially sell small volumes, but within a few years reach 150,000 cars, which it never did. In 2007, it sold 125,000 cars, and in 2008, it was supposed to sell 93,000 cars. Sales targets set too high, was the criticism. Even when we lower the targets by 10 to 15%, we make a profit, countered Jan Ake Johnson. The negotiations were completely stranded at the end of January. One person who was in the negotiating room, Saab's then CFO Lars Hedgeborg, is now clear about what went wrong. GM was prepared to provide money, help find buyers, waive loans, help with technology and engines, but GM's commitment only extended to a certain amount. That amount indirectly became a time limit. Then it was considered that it was the government's problem. The negotiations got stuck on two main issues: that no one wanted to take the residual risk if Saab were to go out of control, and whether the government could guarantee its amount in the settlement with the EIB loan. When GM management, far from the media spotlight, presented its preliminary plan to the board at the Renaissance Center in Detroit on February 2, there was still no solution for Saab. Politicians are sensitive to winds of opinion. They want nothing more than to be re-elected. The government offices and the center party's offices in the Old Town kept an eye on which way the winds of opinion were blowing. Several opinion polls at this time showed that Swedes did not want the state to step in and support GM and Saab. In a SIFO survey from February 2009, published in Aftonbladet, half of Swedes said no to the Swedish state stepping in with financial resources to save Saab. Only a third wanted the government to step in and support. Clear figures that also corresponded with another SIFO survey, published in Svenska Dagbladet. The government and the center party therefore had the voters on their side. At the same time, Maud Olofsson had a big cloud of worry in the background. The center party was stomping its feet in the opinion polls. A SIFO survey from mid-February 2009 gave the center a low 5.9%, and Demoskop simultaneously showed figures down to 5%. This was far from the 16% that was set as the target after the 2006 election. The slightest mistake in the Saab affair and the center party could fall below the critical 4% threshold and be expelled from parliament. Since the Christian Democrats were also treading water around the parliamentary blockade, a political crisis threatened the alliance. Saab was now hanging in the air. Days passed and no solution seemed in sight. Two options were available: to be bought out or to be closed down. To be closed down could either mean an orderly closure where all suppliers were paid or bankruptcy. To be bought out was paired with a possible EIB loan and government loan guarantees. Everyone knew that it would be complicated and no one in Sweden had control over the difficult EIB loan process. But there was another option. Even before Christmas, one of Sweden's most sought-after bankruptcy lawyers, Guy Lofolk, had been contacted by the large insolvency firm Alex Partners in Detroit. Alex Partners focuses on providing legal assistance to companies in financial distress. With that focus and as a long-time consultant to GM, Alex Partners had almost unlimited opportunities to make money during the car crisis. During that contact, the words Saab and corporate restructuring were mentioned together for the first time. 2009 Zurich, January 20, Guy Lofolk walked into the Novotel Hotel right next to the Zurich airport wearing a well-tailored suit. From there he went out through a back door and into GM's headquarters through another back door. He had been summoned there in secret to tell GM what a Swedish corporate restructuring could mean for Saab. Once inside GM, he met Enrico Di Girolamo and Kevin Perk from the finance department and general counsel Riccardo Ventura. Lofolk held a PowerPoint presentation. He started to explain but was immediately interrupted by questions. No decision was made, but now GM knew what a restructuring meant. They were coldly awaiting the negotiations with the Swedish government, but wanted to inform themselves about how Swedish legislation worked. Only a handful of people were involved, and as several times this year, Saab's management was among the last to know anything. So what is a corporate restructuring? Think debt restructuring, think of the TV program Lyxfällan. Restructuring is simply an alternative to bankruptcy for a company that cannot pay its bills but is considered to have a sustainable future. During the reconstruction, which will initially last for 3 months, Saab would be protected. The company could not be declared bankrupt, and the first month's wages would be paid by a state wage guarantee. The main purpose of the reconstruction was to write down Saab's debts by 75%. Saab then had debts of 10.6 billion krona, of which the majority, 9.7 billion, were to GM, but reconstructions have the odds against them. Guy Lofolk had been responsible for the reconstruction of the paper mill Klippen, which ended in bankruptcy. Some claim in retrospect that Alex's partners pushed GM to put Saab in a lucrative reconstruction for them. They were the ones who would be given the assignment together with Guy Lofolk. A reconstruction for Saab would be the second largest in Europe, and more consultants would then have to be involved. Martin Willemo and Ola Amen at the law firm Roschier had already found out, under great discretion, that they might be interested in the assignment, whether there would be a restructuring. As late as the end of January 2009, they did not know. The only thing they knew was that a restructuring would hit like a bomb and demolish all the structures in the company. At the same time, the situation at GM was deteriorating every day. Torpedoes from GM's finance department were chasing quick and large cost cuts. Everyone wanted to save their department, their brand and their jobs, and there were factions that wanted to quickly get rid of Saab through bankruptcy. There was already a decision in principle that Saab would go away. At the end of January, Jan Ake Johnson asked the then 38-year-old head lawyer Christina Gears what a corporate restructuring could mean for Saab. She was surprised. She did not think that restructuring would suit Saab. The very idea of a restructuring is to sit down with its creditors to write down the debts and thus get a fresh start. But GM had almost 90% of the claims, and they were already prepared to write them down. Christina Gears contacted a law firm in Gothenburg for advice. They were also wondering about a restructuring. But the question was whether they had any choice. Saab tried to get GM to write off the debts of almost 10 billion krona unofficially, and thus avoid the district court and all the advisors. That was not the case. As I understood it, it was bankruptcy or restructuring that was the question, and we were very close to bankruptcy, says Christina Gears afterwards. The thing that spoke against bankruptcy was that it would be expensive. But then on the other hand, GM would know the final bill. A restructuring, on the other hand, meant a small window for Saab to find a buyer and an opportunity to reorganize the company. Saab now had 3 weeks. Shortly after February 17, they had to have a solution. At the end of January, everyone could follow the fight between the government and GM from the front row by following the media reports. But in the background, Göran Hägglund and Maud Olofsson were still waiting for an announcement on whether an EIB loan was even a possibility for Saab. This could be prohibited under EU state aid rules, an extremely stressful situation since the entire deal hinged on the EIB loan. The core issue was whether the government would be allowed to step in and guarantee the entire EIB loan, even the last tenth that the market would normally finance. Completely in the background, Maud Olofsson and Neelie Kroes reached a breakthrough on February 4 during a telephone meeting. At that time, the European Commission accepted the government's proposal in principle, but only in principle, and the next step for government officials was to find a market-based interest rate on its loan guarantee. The state would therefore act as a market, but how do you set a market-based interest rate if there is no market? It was a time just before the major support packages for the financial market began to take effect. The credit market was completely frozen. There was urgency. And if it appeared that the state was subsidizing the loan in any way, it would become a political millstone around the center leader's neck and would immediately encounter a patrol in Brussels. Volvo PV wanted to get started with its environmental projects and had rushed its application. They were expecting a preliminary decision from the EIB as early as March 12. The Ministry of Enterprise and Industry received hints that the EU Commission's decision would come at the same time. Suddenly, things looked positive. The fact that the government was able to provide loan guarantees to Volvo PV was largely due to the fact that Ford, in talks with the government's car group, had promised to continue supporting Volvo with money until a sale was possible. GM did not promise that. In order to get a market-based interest rate, Johnny Kjellström contacted the Swedish National Debt Office and several commercial banks, including Handelsbanken and Citibank, and asked quite bluntly, "What interest rate do you charge to lend to Volvo PV?" The answers fluctuated between 7 and 10%, provided that the car companies could show high security. In the next breath, the banks emphasized that they were happy to answer questions, but that they themselves would never lend to the car companies. The risk was too high, but the European Commission's Competition Directorate was not satisfied. They wanted to know how the banks had calculated. It didn't work. The Ministry of Enterprise and Information Technology and the Swedish National Debt Office instead, they had to work out their own theoretical model, with the help of Handelsbanken, among others, where they looked at other crisis years and how high the interest rates were at that time. All this while the weeks passed. On March 12, the EIB's board granted Volvo PV a loan of €200 million, but the plan to also get information from the EU Commission went up in smoke. It was not until 3 months later, on June 5, 2009, that the government would get the okay from the Commission for its calculations of what the prevailing market interest rate actually was. But by then it was too late. Ford's sales process had started to move. Among others, the Chinese Geely had visited Gothenburg. The government no longer wanted to give state guarantees to Volvo PV because the ownership issue had become too shaky, but also because the collateral for the loan was not in place. The negotiations broke down in May 2009. The interest rate that Volvo would have received was 3.23% for the subsidized 9/10, and after many twists and turns, close to 13% on the last 10%, which on average meant a total interest rate of around 6%, a very favorable interest rate, but completely compatible with the EU's crisis package. Johnny Kjellström and Bengt Wennerstein now believed that they had broken the ice with the EU Commission, that the path would be clear for Saab, who would soon be steaming ahead with their application. As early as the end of January 2009, Göran Hägglund had speculated about the time perspective for Saab to receive an EIB loan in an interview in Göteborgs-Posten. If Saab submitted an application in February, it should take 3 months to process, Hägglund reasoned. In reality, Saab's loan process would last for over a year, entail new long-drawn-out discussions with the EU Commission, and a difficult process to find adequate collateral at Saab, which in January 2009 was still fully integrated into GM. It is not an exaggeration to say that there was a naivety among both politicians and car directors when it came to believing that they would get quick answers about Saab's EIB loan. In February, negotiations between GM and the government continued. They were very difficult. GM was increasingly pressured to find a solution together with the government. What is the problem with those loans? Why is it taking so long? Why so much fuss? GM wondered. It still applied that they had to have a solution before February 17. In the inner cabinet in Fredrik Reinfeldt's room on Thursday mornings, the stance was rock solid. There could never be a responsibility breakthrough. In addition, all 4 party leaders saw closure of Saab as the most likely scenario. Göran Hägglund had a small red stress ball on his desk in the office, amidst several piles of carefully arranged folders. Perhaps he pressed it too hard when he had a conference call with Fritz Henderson around February 10. It would be discussed at GM and Saab. Fritz Henderson then wanted a final statement from the Swedish government that he could present to the board. If he did not agree with Göran Hägglund, GM might be forced to put Saab into liquidation, he indirectly meant. No, if GM is not prepared to take on its ownership responsibility, the government cannot provide any loan guarantees, was the answer. The government was playing a high game, but they knew that. For Fredrik Reinfeldt and the government, it was not about how they would save Saab, but how they would navigate through the economic crisis in which Saab was just one chapter in a long, depressing book. The temptation is there in crises to fall back on protectionism, but that is a mistake. European Commission President José Manuel Barroso thundered in front of journalists in February 2009. At that time, there was capacity to manufacture 18 million cars in Europe, but only just under 11 million were sold. At the same time, several countries began to provide emergency loans to their car industries. France provided €6 billion in loans. Italy and Spain also provided billions in loans. A few months later, Germany would provide €1.5 billion in emergency loans to Opel. There were murmurs about a state aid race and rumors that France was making its loans conditional on car manufacturers moving production from the Czech Republic. The questions were brought to a head. What should the state do? In March, a rapid investigation was presented by the European Commission. It showed that the state's car loans were legal. The rumors were not true, but the watertight EU regulations still proved to be as stretchable as a rubber band. The Swedish government did not want to provide loans. In the party leaders' deliberations in the inner cabinet, the constant saying was, "It won't solve any problems, we must not be dragged along." Lidköping, February 10, 2009. Jan-Åke Johnson pressed his mobile phone to his ear while turning off the engine with the key between the seats of his Saab 9-3. He had stopped at a parking space in Lidköping on his way from Trollhättan to Stockholm, and it was time for another telephone meeting with Lars Hedgerborg and Carl Peter Forster, where the business plan would be updated. Suddenly Forster said that a reconstruction seemed to be the only way out for Saab. A first telephone meeting with lawyer Guy Lofolk was held later that day. There, Saab's general counsel Christina Gears asked if GM could not write off the loans quietly without a commotion in the district court. The question was not heard. Stockholm, February 12, 2009. 2 days later, and only 2 blocks from the Ministry of Enterprise, Innovation and Technology, Saab's CEO Jan-Åke Johnson, General Counsel Christina Gears and CFO Lars Hedgerborg secretly entered lawyer Guy Lofolk's office at Kungsgatan 27 in Stockholm. The well-known corporate reconstructor Guy Lofolk sat in one of the buildings that became a symbol of world peace on May 7, 1945, when thousands of office workers emptied wastebaskets of paper from open windows. Now the atmosphere was less cheerful. They gathered in a newly decorated meeting room with brown carpeting and light swivel chairs. Life outside on Kungsgatan seemed far away outside the old windows with uneven, daring glass. Stephen Taylor from Alex Partners was also there, and now the Saab people were basically faced with a fait accompli. There will be reconstruction. It will start next week, was the message. Several in Saab's management were critical. It seemed as if Saab was being used as a bargaining chip in GM's negotiations with the Swedish government. They were also worried about how they would be able to handle Sweden's largest reconstruction. They had almost no time to prepare. Jan-Åke Johnson met Göran Hägglund later that week, now with a revised business plan in which the sales targets had been reduced further. This too was cut by the government's consultants. Around the same time, Saab's sales figures for January 2009 were released. They were compared, as always, with the same month the year before, and for Saab it was almost a collapse. The USA -46%, Europe -56%, Sweden -64%. It would then get worse during the year. Washington, D.C., February 15, 2009. 2 days before GM was to present its survival plan, President Obama tightened an iron grip on the struggling American auto industry. He created the Presidential Task Force Auto on the Industry, which was colloquially simply called the Task Force. Treasury Secretary Timothy Geithner and the head of the National Economic Council, Lawrence Summers, were made responsible. Under this group, another group was formed, led by former investment banker and union advisor Ron Bloom and financier Stephen Ratner. They then reported to Finance Minister Geithner, who in turn reported to President Obama. Gothenburg, February 16, 2009. On the outskirts of Gothenburg lies Pixbo Manor, a medieval mansion. Nearby, Saab had had a design office since the early 2000s, which grew, and soon Saab had 4 floors populated with 150 people from the finance, marketing, legal and communications departments. The so-called Pixbo office. Parts of Saab's management sat here, including Chief Legal Officer Christina Gears and Chief Financial Officer Lars Hedgerborg, as well as Jan-Åke Johnson, although he also had an office in Trollhättan where the technical and production management were located. When Jan-Åke Johnson and Lars Hedgerborg came to work on the morning of February 16, 2009, just 1 day before GM's major strategic plan was to be presented, there was an email in their inboxes. It was from GM's CFO in Detroit, Ray Young. It officially stated that GM would contribute $150 million as a final contribution to Saab. Ray Young wrote bluntly that GM would not support Saab after that. The sum of $150 million was no coincidence. The negotiations had been tough. GM's Kevin Perk, together with Guy Lofolk and Stephen Taylor, had sat down and calculated how much money Saab would need to be able to make ends meet until July 18, 2009. That was when Saab was supposed to have restored its share capital. The background was that Saab had been forced to do a so-called control balance sheet on September 30, 2008, when the equity was less than half of the share capital. According to the Companies Act, the company had until July 18, 2009 to get the share capital back in place. The idea was that a reconstruction would write down Saab's debts of a total of SEK 10.6 billion by 75%, and then the share capital would be in place again, just in time for mid-July. The idea was also that a buyer would be in place. In retrospect, the hopes that Saab would have time to separate from GM, find a buyer, and receive an EIB loan before then seemed utopian. It seemed that GM, which had wondered if it would not be possible to get by on 100 or 120 million, was in practice counting on the Swedish government to step in. GM itself could no longer support it. Then they risked their own loans. Now Saab's board had to act. Saab's board was a clear picture of how extremely integrated Saab was in GM, with the chairman Carl-Peter Forster and Enrico Di Girolamo from GM as external members, and from Saab Jan Ake Johnson, IF Metals Paul Ackerlund, and Unionens Annette Hellgren. They now found themselves in a situation where, as board members, they became personally liable for debts that had arisen after half of the capital was used up. By the end of the year, equity was already minus 3.5 billion krona, and by mid-February 2009, Saab's debts exceeded assets several times over. At this time, Saab could be compared to a small dinghy out at sea where the waves are high. The rope of the large sinking ship GM was slowly but surely being worn away. A clock had just been set to count down. When it reached zero, the small dinghy would sink, and everyone knew that the dinghy had no chance of reaching land before time ran out. Maud Olafsson and Göran Hägglund stood on the shore, peering anxiously, but without acting. Now everyone was waiting for GM's strategic plan. Detroit and Trollhättan on February 17 and 18, 2009. GM's strategic plan was to be presented on the night between February 17 and 18, Swedish time. Behind the scenes, a few within Saab's management and some in the government offices knew what it would contain, no one else. On this February night, the windows of a blue house on Vegavägen in Trollhättan were lit up, where the 70s villas stand in perfectly straight rows. The Union's club chairman in Trollhättan, Annette Hellgren, anxiously followed the news on teletext. It was sports day, her husband was on a business trip, and her son was with a relative. The press conference, which was broadcast on CNN, was postponed several times. Finally, GM CEO Rick Wagoner stepped up to a microphone and began with an attempt to explain. Since we asked Congress for help in December, the situation has deteriorated significantly. Then he asked for new, fanciful sums. GM needed just under $17 billion more to stay afloat for 2 years. That meant a total of $30 billion, which seems like a bizarrely large sum. But only if it is not placed next to the $700 billion that President Bush, under great pain, had already granted to the financial sector. GM's crisis could not have come at a worse time. The willingness of American taxpayers to support private companies was extremely low, if not non-existent. It is now quite clear that both car giants without support from the Obama administration will collapse by the end of March. The report is met with the message from the American government that they will look at the new data. That GM would continue to send money to bleeding Saab in Sweden was in any case not an option. Annette Hellgren and Paul Ackerlund called each other constantly. Step by step, the extent of GM's serious situation was revealed. They never went to bed that night. I myself was in the USA and wrote about the 117-page GM report together with Svenska Dagbladet's U.S. correspondent Karin Henriksson. When we received the report, the first reaction was confusion. Saab did not seem to be included. Had they forgotten? Then we found 10 lines on page 14, whose meaning put even more pressure on the negotiations with the Swedish government. Given the urgency to stem the considerable amounts of money flowing out of Saab, GM is asking the Swedish government for support before any sale can take place. The company GM has developed a special proposal that cuts off GM's financial support, with Saab to become an independent entity on January 1, 2010. While GM is hopeful that a settlement with the Swedish government that supports such a development can be reached, Saab Automobile AB may apply for restructuring as early as this month. Only a handful of people knew that GM's financial support for Saab, according to the letter sent 2 days earlier, was only planned to last until mid-July 2009. Yet GM set January 1, 2010 as the deadline before Saab would go out. That put enormous pressure on Saab to find a solution, and equally great pressure on the Swedish government. The headline of the SvD article that was posted online in the middle of the night Swedish time was "Ball at Maud's." Restructuring was the word of the day. What does that mean? Everyone wondered. It was the first time the word had been spoken officially, even though GM had ensured that preparatory work had been going on quietly at Guy Lofolk and Roshir for just over a month. The Saab people, on the other hand, had practically only barely a week to prepare. Many frowned at 6:45 a.m. outside the main gate at Saab, where Annette Helgren and Paul Ackerlund stood and received questions from many anxious employees and journalists. They had few answers. At 8:30 a.m., Jan Ake Johnson held a press conference in Trollhättan. The fact that GM wants to make Saab an independent company in 2010 is positive, he said. That's when he started to be called Baghdad Bob. Mohammed said as Sahef, alias Baghdad Bob, was Saddam Hussein's information minister during the invasion of Iraq in 2003. When the Hussein regime only had days left in power and American snipers were ready to storm the presidential palace, as Sahef claimed that the situation looked better than ever for the regime. Just an hour and a half after Jan Ake Johnson's press conference, Maud Olofsson and Göran Hägglund held their own press conference at Rosenbad in Stockholm. It was as if they had been preparing for months when they kicked the ball back to GM. Maud Olofsson talked about how irresponsible GM had acted. "We are not playing a monopoly," that the business plan, despite adjustments, does not hold up, and repeated the mantra. She did not want to risk tax money. The government did not contribute any money, period. That was not what the employees at Saab wanted to hear. At the same time, a political battle flared up between Mona Sahlin S. and Prime Minister Fredrik Reinfeldt M. Sahlin believed that the state must contribute with loans, but was unclear about the forms. Reinfeldt said that Sahlin fell into a trap set by GM to get rid of an operating cost of $500 million krona each month, which would have been passed on to taxpayers. GM's last desperate attempt to put pressure on the government failed. Trollhättan, February 19, 2009, at 11 o'clock a.m., Saab was to hold a board meeting to decide on reconstruction. The alternative would have been bankruptcy. The board meeting became a national affair after reporter Jan Nylander at SVT got wind of the incident. The meeting was held on the third floor of the office in Trollhättan, just 50 meters from the large gate where journalists stood and stampeded, wondering what was happening. Carl-Peter Forster and Enrico Di Girolamo were present by telephone. Media coverage was intense, and the union representatives asked questions about what would happen to various employee benefits. Questions that no one on the board could really answer. Carl-Peter Forster decided to postpone the meeting until early the following morning. Only those in the room and the two on the telephone knew about the change in plan. Trollhättan and Stockholm, February 20, 2009. Secretly, at 7 o'clock a.m. the next day, February 20, they gathered in the same room for a new board meeting. Now things went quickly. The issues from yesterday were resolved. The board decided that Saab should apply for restructuring. At 9 o'clock a.m., an employee from Lofolk's law firm left with the application for restructuring to Vänersborg District Court, a little over a mile from Trollhättan. It was stamped at 9:20 a.m. The application was prepared in every detail by attorney Guy Lofolk together with counselor Cecilia Teisel, and was granted after just a couple of hours. Guy Lofolk was appointed as the restructuring officer, and GM appointed the American firm Alex Partners as financial advisor. They sent Stephen Taylor to Trollhättan. GM therefore had over 90% of all claims. The second largest lender was the Swedish state with 347 million krona. In total, there were around 1,300 creditors with claims of 647 million krona. Everything from the electricity supplier to the one who supplied toilet paper for the toilets in the Stålbacka factory. Many debts stemmed from the last month, when suppliers had sent invoices that had not yet fallen due. Then it was time for Jan Ake Johnson to come out and explain. The press conference was held in a showroom at the Saab Museum on the other side of town in Trollhättan. Next to it was a white Saab 9-3X that would be test-driven by motoring journalists from all over the world just a few days later. The advertising song, Release Me, by the band O Laura flows from the speakers, a message that has suddenly taken on new meaning. Saab is breaking free from GM. Jan Ake Johnson prepared himself for a fiery speech. "Our plans are extremely positive, both for Trollhättan and Sweden," he said emphatically, but still in his dry, engineer-like manner. He probably wished that on this particular day he were more like Bill Clinton or Tony Blair, more of a fiery demagogue, to make everyone see the positive in the situation. The room was dimmed, and he and Guy Lofolk showed how it would work on a PowerPoint presentation. He also joked that there was free admission to the Saab Museum all day. Apparently, the point was to fit in. The pictures from the press conference were pitch black and covered the front pages of the major newspapers the following morning. They showed the exhibition room that was darkened after the PowerPoint presentation, except for one corner. There stood a crowded Jan Ake Johnson who had just taken off his microphone. He was surrounded by a horde of journalists and photographers, like a deer facing a pack of wolves seconds before the inevitable. Several TV cameras illuminated his face with cold light. The picture said more than one might first believe. Jan Ake Johnson looked completely alone. The company he had worked for his entire professional life could no longer pay its bills and had been forced into a restructuring, the very last straw to grab before bankruptcy. He was responsible, the future was uncertain. Money and owners were lacking to implement the business plan that cost $1 billion and had just before been publicly denounced by the Swedish government, again, as too optimistic. In addition, the absolutely necessary EIB loan seemed infinitely far away that day. A quick summary was that Saab had no new owner, no loan guarantees, and only money to survive until the summer. At the same time, the company was burning $25 million a month. Dagens Industries' editorial page wrote the next day that the practical effect will most likely only be that an inevitable bankruptcy is postponed for a short time. Reporter and analyst Nils-Olof Olivik wrote in SvD Näringsliv, Saab is bankrupt, finished, finito, finished and kaput. Behind the curtains of the management on the third floor of Saab's office, many were critical of the reconstruction. Saab had fought against it and tried to persuade GM to write down its debts without having to go through the reconstruction. The fact was that GM had already offered everything that came out of the reconstruction in the negotiations with the government. They would forgive the claims on Saab, ensure that suppliers are paid, and also strengthen the capital in the company. Then they could have focused all their attention on working to get a new buyer and the EIB loan. Saab's then CFO Lars Hedreborg does not mince words when he reviews the restructuring afterwards. GM's purpose was to show the US Congress its power to act and to put pressure on the Swedish government. It added nothing to the solution of the problems, but it ended up creating terrible pressure on Saab's organization and destroying all structures. Trollhättan, February 20, 2009, it's like standing in the way of a tsunami. When hundreds of suppliers call at once and ask what the hell it's all about, everyone wonders what kind of monster restructuring is. The words came from one of Saab's legal advisors the same day the restructuring began. The day when all hell broke loose at Saab, that Friday, 700 calls came in. The suppliers were terrified, the 1,100 dealers were equally terrified, and the 4,000 employees at Saab did not know whether they would get paid or be able to make cars. Officially, it was vaguely stated that Saab has the liquidity to carry out the restructuring. But everyone wondered, Saab had to get money to pay. Could Saab pay? They weren't selling any cars, were they? Everyone had read the newspapers, watched TV, sensed the doomsday atmosphere. And those who answered the phone at Saab, the few who knew, had strict instructions not to tell how much Saab had in its account. If it got out, potential buyers would just sit down and do the math and wait out the bankruptcy and buy Saab cheaper. Jan Ake Johnson was critical in retrospect. He thought it would be better prepared. Internally, the management was now somewhat unclear. On the one hand, there was a reconstruction team with Jan Ake Johnson and lawyer Guy Lofolk. Stephen Taylor from Alex Partners was the financial advisor, and then the automotive expert Martin Brindley, who had been brought in from GM's English company Vauxhall, had come. On the other hand, there was Saab's usual management team, but another person who was at the center that Friday was the chief legal officer Kristna Geers. She started at Saab back in 1997 with a job at Saab Automobile in the US, then moved on to GM Europe's legal department in Zurich before being appointed general counsel in 2004. She was well qualified, but now Sweden's largest corporate restructuring ever began. The second largest in Europe, the largest was carried out at the Italian food group Parmalat in 2003. There was no manual. No answer, and everyone knew that most restructurings ended in bankruptcy. The management team of 14 people met in the meeting room on the third floor in Trollhättan, where there are pictures of Saab's concept cars on one long side and production cars on the other. Now, if ever, it was clear that Saab was standing on its own 2 feet. The question of whether Saab would continue to manufacture cars during the restructuring came up. It was a difficult question because the top priority was to cut costs, and Saab was not allowed to incur more debt. If they stopped producing cars, it would mean less of a strain on liquidity, since Saab basically had to pay for all input goods immediately but had to wait a long time for payment for cars. Shouldn't they concentrate on the reconstruction and find buyers? Could they really afford to produce cars right now? Could they afford it? Saab's production was vulnerable. A modern car factory basically has no stocks. Almost everything is pumped into the factory on a minute-by-minute basis with DHL trucks that reverse in and deliver door panels, seats, and plastic bumpers straight into the factory building. But all of that was outsourced to other players, and they couldn't afford to lose a single link in that chain. Someone had calculated that it would cost 11,000 krona per minute if production was stopped. Then Jan Ake Johnson stepped forward. He who had previously not had the mandate to make decisions in his own management team had now calmly and undramatically taken the initiative. He understood that it would be almost impossible to get production started again if it had to stand still for a long time. Actually producing cars was also a way to instill courage in Saab's own organization, even if they had to reduce the production rate significantly in order not to spend so much money. Business as usual, he said. Jan Ake Johnson had several tough discussions with the reconstruction team, but he stood his ground. Saab was going to manufacture cars. GM's organization, where everyone reported to their bosses in Rüsselsheim and Detroit, had already begun to fall apart in December. Now what was left was being pulverized. From lunchtime that day, everyone reported to Jan Ake Johnson, who consulted with Guy Lofalk and the others in the reconstruction team. Now it was Saab and Trollhättan against the world. The first few days would be critical. You had to be able to receive questions in a professional manner. Not a single supplier could disappear. First of all, a call center was improvised. There was no time to prepare because it absolutely could not come out before. I wish there was a manual, but there was none. We had to improvise, says Christina Gears in retrospect. About 40 people from different departments at Saab were given crash training in order to reassure the suppliers. They were allowed to sit wherever there was room in an open office landscape with light blue partitions, just 10 meters from Jan Ake Johnson's room on Saab's executive floor. But the resources were not enough. 7 lawyers from Rashir's law firm were flown in from Stockholm. Among them were Martin Willemo and Ola Amin, who led Rashir's work with Saab. All legal questions were referred to the lawyers who were now working under Christina Gears. They were placed in a conference room in the same corridor with 7 telephones on a table. It was called the War Room. Notes came out of every crack in the door, says one of the lawyers afterwards. Everyone sat with their phones to their ears the whole time, and soon 15 more lawyers at Rashir's office on Blasieholm in Stockholm were also connected to the call center. At the exact same time that Jan Ake Johnson was standing before the journalists and explaining the positive aspects of a reconstruction, the executive floor at Saab was transformed into a combat control center in the space of a couple of hours. The executive floor also felt more like the administration corridor of a manufacturing company with a few hundred employees than a car company with a global brand. Here, no outrageously expensive works of art adorned the walls, but well-framed Saabs, and in a place of honor was a large faded aerial photo of Saab's facilities from the early 1970s. Saab Scania is written there in large letters on the roof of the Saab factory. Jan Ake Johnson did not have a corner room, but rather an oak desk with a few papers on it, a small blue seating area, and color photographs of 5 different Saabs on the wall behind. 3 windows with flowery curtains gave a view of the guard. Opposite sat the secretary Merit Hagborg, and 2 doors down was the meeting room where the management team used to gather. The management corridor was small, and to make it seem at least a bit like a director's office, parquet flooring had been installed. The absence of lavish furnishings was due to the fact that Trollhättan was often considered a production location, while the management of Saab's passenger cars was almost always located elsewhere, mainly in Södertälje and Nyköping. Under Jan Ake Johnson and Guy Lofalk, the management team and lawyers at Rashir worked to build structures from the very beginning. A database was set up where all calls were registered. What the problem was about, measures taken and follow-up, all in order to be able to connect back to old calls. In the system, those who answered questions were asked to rate how serious the problem was. Then the project management could keep track of the really critical problems. They appeared on the first day. The trend had been towards suppliers increasingly taking larger orders and also delivering to GM's factories in Rüsselsheim and Bochum in Germany. At the same time, Saab was not allowed to pay debts that existed before the restructuring. GM had a system where Saab paid on the second day of the month 1 month after receiving the invoice. On average, it was 47 days, but it could take over 60 days. This meant that major suppliers could be left with large amounts of money. Something that never reached the light of day was that several large key suppliers who supplied both Saab and GM's factories in Rüsselsheim and Bochum threatened to withdraw supplies to all factories if they were not paid by Saab. GM had only one choice: pay or let the production lines throughout Europe stand still and lose enormous amounts. Then Bo Anderson, GM's purchasing director, intervened quickly. The former career officer had advanced through Saab to the top of GM at the headquarters in Detroit. GM could not risk a production stoppage in Rüsselsheim, and he simply had a list of GM's most important suppliers made and had GM pay their invoices. GM started a company in England called Claim Co., Claim Company, solely for this purpose. It existed for a short period and was already at a loss from the start when it bought Saab's receivables and paid the suppliers in full. GM simply took the hit, but not everyone was happy. GM paid far from everyone, and it angered suppliers who had to see the competitor across the street, who delivered to Rüsselsheim, get paid, while they themselves were without money. The list of angry suppliers grew longer, as did the list of companies that were paid. A cryptic press release stating that GM was paying suppliers was sent out from GM that Friday. Something that only made the situation worse. All the media interpreted it differently. Did GM pay Saab's debts to the suppliers? After all, those were the debts that were to be written off, so, eventually, that was the whole point of the reconstruction, wasn't it? For GM, the airbag debacle was expensive, but still cheaper than having a factory in Rüsselsheim that couldn't produce cars. For Saab, it was a disaster, and they were forced to put out fires all the time. Saab was not involved in the selection of which suppliers would be paid. If Saab had been involved, it could have been legally classified as different treatment of suppliers, which alone could have overturned the entire reconstruction. It was one of many legal issues that kept popping up where you had to navigate correctly. Some suppliers put up a fight. When Jan Ake Johnson was about to pay for the taxi at Arlanda, his American Express had stopped working. American Express immediately suspended its cards. The logistics company Schenker did not want to drive, and new problems kept cropping up, leaving Saab teetering on a sharp edge. A call that was routed directly to the 7 lawyers in suits and suits from Roschier came from the production manager at Magna Steyr in Austria. Martin Willemo was in the war room and received the call. He immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Magna Steyr threatened to halt all production of Saab convertibles. They subcontracted the Saab 9-3 convertible and had an ongoing agreement for 8 years in which Saab committed to buying minimum levels. The year before, in 2008, Magna Steyr had built 11,000 9-3 convertibles. Now they threatened to stop all production and call in lawyers if they were not paid. Magna's desperation highlighted another problem. The restructuring meant that suppliers with long-term contracts not only risked losing 75% of their receivables until the restructuring, but also all future claims. A shock for Magna with 8 years left on the contract. Magna was also in the starting blocks to begin negotiations with Saab to cancel the agreement. Saab wanted to bring all car manufacturing back to Trollhättan, which meant the 9-3 convertible and the new 9-5 that would have been manufactured in Rüsselsheim. In addition, its parent company Magna was interested in buying Saab. Here it was a matter of balancing on a tightrope. Martin Willemo, Christina Geers, and Saab's then purchasing manager Martin Larsson tried to persuade Magna Steyr. By all means, they offered strong compromises. Nevertheless, Magna stopped production for several days to put pressure on its demands, and in the end they reached a settlement, but only after Saab agreed to several concessions. But there were more who were worried. In a red wooden industrial building opposite the Saab Museum a couple of kilometers away, 61-year-old Stefan Kasserdahl sat anxiously listening to all the Saab news on the local radio. He owned the company Rent a Tent with 3 employees that rents out tents in Trollhättan and had done business with Saab for 25 years. Just a couple of weeks earlier, his employees had set up their largest tent ever inside Saab. It was a 24 by 28 meter white tent with a frame made of sturdy steel instead of aluminium, where Saab would collect all the packaging that was lying around. He invoiced 150,000 krona, 5% of his total turnover. Stefan Kasserdahl managed to get paid for the rent of 37,000 krona, but not the rest. Now he was worried. He called and ended up with Roschier's lawyers. "I wanted to go in and take it down," he says afterwards. They tried to calm him down, and when he called for the 3rd time, he wanted to know if the tent was still there. "Can you see it?" he asked. Finally, he calmed down. He understood Saab's problems and didn't want to lose a future customer. Those who answered the phone at Saab often had to act as curators, and they tried to create an atmosphere of cooperation around the problems. If that didn't help, they would gently point out that it cost Saab 11,000 krona per minute if the production line were to stop. It was a good argument for solving problems, but the really big suppliers didn't care about it, says Martin Willemo. Several suppliers also had major problems of their own in the midst of the financial crisis. Just 3 weeks later, Plastel, which makes bumpers for both Saab and Volvo, would go bankrupt. The restructuring meant that Saab was not allowed to pay old debts, but they were not allowed to take on new ones either. Everything would be paid according to the so-called cash principle, that is, immediately. But how would it work? Half-jokingly, the idea was to give bundles of banknotes to truck drivers when they delivered materials to the gates, but a model was soon found. The supplier had to send an invoice to Saab at the same time as the goods or services were delivered. Saab then paid within 3 days. It sounded simple, but it would be a challenge. Saab's financial management was then part of GM's financial organization, and Saab's suppliers sent e-invoices to GM's payment unit in Barcelona. Getting GM in Barcelona to control Saab's invoices to Trollhättan was considered, almost amused, by Saab as completely out of the question. Instead, they called all 700 suppliers, tried to get hold of the right person, and asked them to send invoices to Saab in Trollhättan instead of to Barcelona. Manually paper invoices, also that Saab could pay within 3 days. The flow had to be redirected immediately. Now Saab suddenly had 600 invoices to pay every day. The boxes were just over a decimeter long and half as wide. Login was written on one of the buttons on the boxes next to the computers. Men and women who had been assembling cars for 20 to 30 years were now allowed to brush off their blue clothes with Saab on them and sit down in a conference room in the office and pay invoices with SE Bank's small Digipass boxes. Petra Sturch was standing as usual at the production line at Terminus 3, but everything was not as usual. Despite enormous efforts to keep everything afloat, production was constantly halted in the first few days. Rumors began to spread that there were a lot of trucks with intermediate goods outside the north gate where the goods transports enter, that the drivers wanted to be paid before they went in and unloaded, and that there was hardly a single truck inside the fence. Petra Sturch ran upstairs where the changing room was. On the way up the stairs there was a round window with a good view. She looked out. I've never seen so many trucks outside the gates. We're used to them coming in with trailers that we unload and then driving away again in a steady stream. Suddenly the loading dock was empty. The Saab assemblers had to build as best they could and retrofit certain details such as sills and bumpers. Petra Sturch's team, among other things, screwed plastic sills from Plastel onto the outside of the Saab 9-3. Suddenly we were standing there. There wasn't a sill. We heard they were on their way but hadn't arrived yet. They were ordered to continue running the assembly line. Saab's production line is divided into different sections with buffers in between so that the entire production doesn't suffer if there is a stoppage in one part of the factory. On Petra Sturch's part of the line, the sills are normally one of the first details they install. But that day they had to let the cars run the entire 100-meter stretch of the line without thresholds. Now it's paid, now the thresholds are coming in, we heard. Then we stopped the line for 10 minutes and mobilized 18 people, and then we ran like crazy chickens with plastic thresholds in our hands down the 100 meters of line and installed the thresholds afterwards. It was pure order giving. You put the threshold in. You screw 6 screws on each threshold that are screwed in with a screwdriver. You put the clips in. In 10 minutes it was done. It was only like that for the first few days. Then things calmed down, but many in production were worried. What would happen? Would they get paid? But they got a reassuring answer. The salaries would go through the county administrative board. Factory manager Gunnar Brunius, or the head of the assembly department Mikkel Gustafsson, gathered the employees for emergency meetings about every fortnight. At the same time, they were fed doomsday headlines every day. Success and defeat are very closely linked to each other in this industry. Timing is everything. The words come from investment banker Jan Olsen, head of the Nordic region at Deutsche Bank. Jan Olsen would play one of the key roles in the sale of Saab. If you had woken Saab's CEO in the middle of the night 24 hours after Saab entered restructuring and asked what was most important to Saab, he would probably have said, new owner. From the looks of it, it seemed uncertain, to say the least, whether GM really wanted to sell. GM had essentially shut down Saab's operations in Sweden back in August 2008 and had since acted as if Saab had been something the cat had dragged in. The truth was that there were different wills within GM, but that they had actually decided to try to sell Saab. Secret meetings were already held in October and November, in which Saab's CFO Lars Hedgeborg was present. In November 2008, Deutsche Bank in New York had contacts with GM about the sale assignment. GM also asked other banks, but it was Deutsche Bank that was awarded the assignment in December 2008. The reason was their good contacts with the Swedish government. It was Deutsche Bank and the elegant Londoner Jan Olsen who were given the prestigious assignments to sell SBAB and Vin and Sprit and to privatize Telia Sonera. Jan Olsen knew how the government worked, knew the decision-making process, and had contacts right up to Rosenbad. Both GM and Deutsche Bank understood early on that the EIB loan and a government guarantee were critical to the deal. At the same time, they realized that the loan would take time to administer and that it was actually uncertain whether it would fall through. A matter of fate, at Deutsche Bank, took a deep breath and assumed that the loan would fall into place. Otherwise, it was a no-brainer. The task of selling a Saab with an embarrassing history of losses in the midst of the financial crisis was probably tough anyway. Saab had to be able to make it into the next product cycle until 2012-13, when it was expected to make a profit. To do that, $1 billion was needed to develop new models and manage ongoing operations. The sales process had started in earnest in the second week of 2009. January, Jan Olsen took a plane from London, and his boss Sean Costello, who is responsible for Deutsche Bank's entire mergers and acquisitions business, took another from New York. They flew to Zurich. When the gentlemen got out of the taxi in front of the ordinary 70s complex on Stelzenstrasse in the Zurich suburb of Glatbrugg, they must have wondered if they had come to the right place. Was this sleepy office building GM's European office and General Motors' foothold in Europe since 1929? The answer is that the real heart of GM Europe was in Rüsselsheim, Germany, where Opel is based. But it was here in the gray 6-story building that they drew up the guidelines for selling Saab. Only the week before, Karl-Peter Forster and Fritz Henderson had met Göran Hägglund in Detroit. GM now thought it knew more or less the position of the Swedish government. Deutsche Bank representatives shook hands with the two who would be in charge of the process from GM's side. Enrico Di Girolamo and his closest associate Kevin Perk. The two of them made up the entire sales team. They aimed to have a purchase completed by the summer, but realized that it could be difficult. It was far from any ordinary sale. Media interest was bizarrely high, and everything would happen in front of an open curtain. Moreover, it was not just buyers and sellers involved. There was a seller, GM, who was going completely bankrupt. Then there were several actors on the flank, all with different internal processes that could each and every one of them overturn the deal. The EIB, which would lend money, the National Debt Office, which would investigate the government's loan guarantees, the Swedish government, which was the one who decided on the loan guarantees, the American government, which ultimately determined Saab's fate in its role as lender to GM and later owner of both GM and Saab, and the EU Commission, which would ensure that the government's guarantees were not hidden state aid. Then there was the sale object itself, which was not really ripe for sale. Saab was still fully integrated into GM, and had just been thrown into a violent tumble dryer, the second largest reconstruction of a company in European history, where it seemed like anything could happen. One of Saab's management team, who had the whole picture in front of him, later said that the risk of getting hit by a meteorite in the head was greater than the chance that everything would go smoothly. Sunday, February 22, 2009, Jan Ake Johnson never seems to get angry. He rather gives the impression of being a little distracted even under heavy pressure. But at 10 p.m. on Sunday evening in Stockholm, 2 days after the reconstruction began, his helplessness shone through in front of Expressen TV's camera. He had just come from Agenda's studio at Sveriges Television in Stockholm after having a heated exchange with Minister of Industry and Trade Maud Olofsson on live broadcast. Saab's CEO now received new messages on his Nokia mobile phone almost every hour about serious problems in the wake of the reconstruction. He bumped into Maud Olofsson in the corridor, whose red brick walls looked like those of a high school from the 1970s. They started talking. A camera captured the conversation. His shoulders were raised. He occasionally gesticulated or stood with his arms crossed. It's better to say that Saab will not receive any of the 28 billion vehicle package than we know. Then we can plan accordingly, he said in a tone that for him must be described as agitated. He wanted to know, will Saab receive any EIB loans? Maud Olofsson listened. He thought she had given her information. The business plan is too optimistic. Saab will make a profit in 2012-2013, and when there is no owner after GM, who will leave Saab on December 31, 2009, who will step in and finance the years up to 2013. It shouldn't be the taxpayers, said the Minister of Industry. Saab's crisis was now escalating with every passing hour. GM's negotiations with the government had foundered. They were getting nothing from the looming vehicle package. Not even a single krona. Several television cameras caught Johnson as he then got into a white Saab 93X that was parked outside the television house. He looked curiously, almost kindly into a camera. 9 Trollhättan 23 February 2, the very next morning, the government plane with Minister of Economic Affairs Maud Olofsson landed in Trollhättan. Also on the plane, ominously enough, was the cheerful Minister of Labour Sven Otto Littorin, who at the time had a year and a half left in his post before he was to resign abruptly. Everything now seemed to flare up and become hotbeds of conflict. The government visit had been preceded by an exchange of emails that led to bad blood. The government was actually supposed to arrive on Friday, but postponed the visit until Monday on the advice of Saab. But Saab had then temporarily brought in the communications agency Prime PR. whose consultant Niklas Nordstrom began sending emails to Maud Olofsson's press secretary Frank Nilsson. The PR consultant Nordstrom had previously been chairman of SSU between 1995 and 1999 and was at that time considered a clear S-marked ministerial candidate for the 2010 elections. In an email barely half an hour after the reconstruction was submitted, he wrote, among other things, that it would be more appropriate to receive the government on Tuesday instead of Monday. The government representatives were angered and the already strained relationship with Saab worsened. It was eventually sorted out, and when the government plane finally landed, the 4,000 workers at Saab were waiting for positive news about the company's future. I am deeply disappointed in General Motors, Maud Olofsson began in Västerbotten, making it clear that the government did not intend to solve the problems. We are closing the door on the Swedish government's side when it comes to taking over car factories, said Maud Olofsson. This was entrenched in the rest of the government, but then Maud Olofsson promised to develop wind turbine production in the region. Should we make whipped cream? A Saab worker asked IF Metal's Paul Ackerlund worriedly and somewhat dismissively later that day. But something that never came to light was that Maud Olofsson's statements about wind turbines were never taken up by the government or the other party leaders. It was entirely her own idea. Sven Otto Littorin said that he was preparing an application to something called the European Globalization Fund, which was initially interpreted positively. He wanted to provide support money. But the Minister of Labor expressed himself cryptically and did not say that one condition was that at least 1,000 workers must have been made redundant. There were plans for the ministers to visit the foot soldiers at the factory. But nothing came of it. There was an anti-Maud atmosphere in the factory. Instead, 4 people from the factory were to meet Maud Olofsson and Sven Otto Littorin inside Jan Ake Johnson's conference room. 1 from the paint shop, 1 from the body shop, and 2 from the assembly shop were hurriedly picked out. The 4 dressed in blue, with embroidered Saab emblems on their jackets, went up to the office. One of them was Petra Sturch. They greeted the ministers who were sitting on one side of the table. The Saab workers sat on the other side. The head of the assembly plant, Michael Gustafsson, was also there. He said nothing. Maud Olofsson said that they could not let Swedish tax money go to the USA. We understood that, but they must be able to do something, Petra Sturch thinks in retrospect. She plucked up courage and asked, "Why can't we get support? It says everywhere that you have set aside $28 billion to help the industry, but still the money is not being used. Why? Why is it not worth saving this kind of industry? GM should pay for itself. The Swedish state cannot be the owner of a car factory," was Maud Olofsson's message according to Petra Sturch, who did not feel that they received any good answers at all. According to Petra Sturch, the ministers answered several times something like that it was difficult to understand the factual issues and that they could not answer directly. It was mostly answers like that, the 4 of us who were there experienced. But we probably asked the same questions that journalists asked. She should have been able to prepare better, she thinks in retrospect. Sven Otto Littorin's message was that if this doesn't work, we will of course allocate resources for unemployment. That was not what Petra Sturch and her colleagues wanted to hear. They trudged down the 2 flights of stairs and back to their part of the production line. It was time for the ministers to hold a press conference, which was broadcast live by the local radio station, Radio Vest. Thousands of Saab workers gathered around radios in coffee rooms around the factory. But I didn't listen to the press conference. I didn't want to listen. I held a grudge, I think. It was in protest. It felt like they were about to close down Saab, says Petra Sturch. Up on the 2nd floor above the body shop, Mats Johansson stood with a steaming cup of coffee in his hand. He had worked at Saab since June 1980, and now he and 7 colleagues stood around a small radio. The coffee room has light yellow walls and is located in an arched building from 1938, which was the very first in the area. Airplanes were built here for a long time. The taxpayers should not stand by a car factory, they heard Maud Olofsson say on the small radio. The mood dropped. She was not in high esteem then. There were not many center voices in that room, says Mats Johansson afterwards. We were hoping for a support package, if not for Saab, then at least money for a scrapping premium, but most of all we were hoping for a loan for Saab. President Obama had lent to GM in the USA. The government's overall message was crystal clear. Show us a new owner and we can talk about an EIB loan. Otherwise, the goal was set on a life in Trollhättan without Saab. The battle between the government and Saab began to fade, at least on the surface. Behind the scenes, Saab had not been able to present a business plan that the government was satisfied with. As late as the same day, Jan Ake Johnson had presented a revised plan in which he had reduced the sales targets further. The misunderstanding that Saab could apply for an EIB loan without a new owner was now resolved. The work of finding a new owner now had top priority. Both Maud Olafsson and Jan Ake Johnson mentioned in passing that inquiries had been received. Jan Ake Johnson could be compared to a juggler who would have needed many more arms to handle all the balls in the air. The daily chaos surrounding the reconstruction, the work of making Saab independent in relation to GM, moving forward with the EIB loan and negotiations with the government, dealing with all the dealers and suppliers, and finding a buyer. At an apartment viewing in central Stockholm, hundreds of shoes can be crowded into the stairwell outside, but only a few speculators go ahead and start bidding. It's not unlike the sale of a car company. The rumor that Saab was on the market had spread like wildfire, and cautious offers had started to trickle in at the end of February. The speculators contacted the Swedish government, Saab and GM, but everyone was referred to Deutsche Bank and Sean Costello and Jan Olsson. Those who were considered serious had to sign a confidentiality agreement in which they agreed not to tell anyone what they knew about Saab. Saab had some basic features. Constant losses, the fact that GM actually had to sell, otherwise they wouldn't get any money from Obama, and a looming state-guaranteed loan of 4 billion krona in a loan market that was otherwise completely dead. "We're going to sell the Saab of the future, not today's," was the message of those leading the sales process. Sales had dropped to almost zero, the model program was narrow and consisted of old models. In addition, the financial crisis put a wet blanket over everything, and no one knew at the time whether Saab would get an EIB loan. It didn't look good, but in the company of the other brands that GM was trying to get rid of, Hummer, Saturn and Pontiac, Saab still seemed to have the most advantages. Saab had an efficient factory in which GM had invested large sums, a technical development department with 950 engineers, and several new, expensive test laboratories. Saab was simply a complete car company. There were 2 almost fully developed models, and GM was also, after calculating the cost of closure, prepared to make concessions. To put it somewhat simply, they spent $150 million in cash and $250 million in production equipment for the new 9.5 model. In addition, debts worth just over SEK 7 billion were forgiven through the reconstruction. Then came the icing on the cake. Saab's brand that made Saab lovers all over the world express their anger at the big GM. But it was a brand that was sinking more and more into the dirtiest filth of the automotive world every day, and the car showrooms at Saab dealers echoed emptily. GM in Detroit had delegated Saab sales to GM Europe. But at the same time, the situation at Opel in Rüsselsheim was becoming increasingly urgent. Within just a few weeks, Karl-Peter Forster would be forced to ask the German government for loan guarantees of just over 3 billion euros for Opel, a process in which both people in Saab's sales team, Enrico Di Girolamo and Kevin Perk, were key figures. GM's sales team for Saab worked practically around the clock, although almost exclusively on other issues. A person in Saab's management with insight tells of telephone meetings until 1 a.m. on Friday nights and an enormous pace. It was GM's team that made the decisions regarding Saab, and Enrico Di Girolamo in particular was considered by many to be supportive. But it was still Saab that, in the midst of the chaos, largely had to sell itself by producing material and doing all the practical work. But during February and March 2009, it was mostly about handling the first inquiries. Keen Saab speculators had until the end of April to submit bids. Carve out, a buyer must have something to buy. And now the people of Trollhättan had to learn another English management phrase, carve out process, which in Swedish meant to make Saab an independent company. Many had already learned cash burn and underdog. But now Saab would quickly be carved out of the GM body in order to be sold. It was also GM that paid for a global team of carving out experts from the accounting firm KPMG. The well-tailored Americans sat both in Trollhättan and at Saab's office in Pixbo in Gothenburg and identified all the connections between GM and Saab, all the processes down to the smallest thin thread. Everything from the use of GM's global status platform Epsilon to coordinated orders for plastic paper clips. Everything would be put down on paper, given a price, and kneaded together into an agreement, which forms the basis when a company is to be separated from a large group. The man who led the KPMG group, a seasoned man from Houston in the USA, had sighed during a coffee break and told us that he had done about 70 carve-outs. One in Russia had been really tough. But it was nothing compared to this. If everything went smoothly, it would be the first time since the start in 1947 that Saab had stood on its own shaky legs. Shortly after the reconstruction began, Deutsche Bank's Sean Costello was at GM's office in Zurich. He decided to go to Saab to see how things were going. The larger suppliers who also supplied GM in Germany had had their debts paid by GM. They were calm, others were more worried. This included the electricity supplier Fiestad Kraft, which owed Saab around SEK 15 million, a debt that Saab wanted to write down by 75%. Fiestad called in lawyers and the relationship was frosty. SEK 15 million was simply a lot of money for them, and a daily controversy was that Fiestad Kraft called and threatened to cut off the power. The problems with the electricity company illustrated another problem. How do you pay running costs such as electricity, water, and heating in cash without incurring debt? They soon came to an agreement. Fiestad sent an invoice to Saab every day by email. Saab then sent a receipt proof that the payment had been made, which was handled by the office in Gothenburg. It takes a lot of electricity to produce cars. The invoice was for just over 300,000 krona every day. On the very day that Sean Costello was due to visit, Fiestad heard from him. They had not received their daily receipt and threatened to turn off the power, which would have disastrous consequences. Rashir's lawyer Martin Willemo took the call and promised to send a receipt immediately. Just then, and at the same moment that Sean Costello from Deutsche Bank stepped over the threshold into Saab's office in Gothenburg, the power went out. It became dark, silent, but only at the Gothenburg office where the receipt was to be printed. The computers went out and they could not send any receipt. A moment later, an email from Fiestad Kraft to Martin Willemo came with the following meaning. Now we are turning off the power for real. Confusion erupted. Was it Fiestad that turned off the power in Gothenburg? Was the factory standing still? But even that day, they finally reached an agreement. Vienna, February 25, 2009, wherever Prime Minister Fredrik Reinfeldt was staying at this time, he received questions about Saab. On February 25, he was in Vienna and met with Chancellor Werner Faymann, but was peppered with Saab questions by TT. That behind the scenes it was the Prime Minister who had the toughest stance on Saab within the government is shown by his statements. Fredrik Reinfeldt was strongly critical. The basic problem is that GM has marked an exit date for its ownership without specifying who will take over, said the Prime Minister, making it absolutely clear that the Swedish state would not be the owner of Saab. Nearly 4,000 kilometers north of Vienna, outside Kiruna, same day the sun sparkles in the snow and white Saabs drive around on a plowed track, but the sounds are muffled by the snow. In the midst of the chaos, Jan-Åke Johnson takes the time to join in when Swedish journalists test drive a new 9.3, the 9.4-wheel drive variant known as the Forest Mule Saab 3X. It is done on Lake Saudesjärvi, 20 kilometers outside Kiruna. Inside a round tent, a fire crackles. I get an interview with Jan-Åke Johnson, who sat on a reindeer skin in the heat, but without taking off his top hat with the Saab emblem. It is certainly a stressful situation. I would be lying if I said anything else. I am quite exhausted when I put my head on the pillow and I get few hours of sleep a night, he says. The reconstruction chaos had not made it easier to keep 4,000 employees and 1,100 dealers motivated. As usual, he is free of choice and free from attempts to dramatize or exaggerate. He sticks to the facts but shows a crackle-free, positive facade. He does not mention a word about the Saab management's criticism of the reconstruction, or the warlike situation that then unfolded in Trollhättan. The fire is crackling. He smiles, says that many fortune seekers have contacted him, but that they have received 8 serious inquiries and that he believes in a quick ownership solution, well aware that that is what the government wanted to read in the newspaper the next morning. He admits that the ownership issue is central to the government and said that they are accelerating the work. When asked if there are suppliers who have stopped their deliveries, he first falls silent for a moment. The wind picks up outside on the ice. There are those who have threatened to do so, but no one has stopped deliveries, he says. In the evening, dinner was served at the Ice Hotel in Jukkasjärvi. The atmosphere is subdued. Everyone knows that the car we have just driven may never be sold. Jan-Åke Johnson has to leave the table several times, go into another room where he stands at the farthest point against a wall with his shoulders up to his ears and his mobile phone to his ear. Rally driver Per Eklund, who has been a PR man for Saab for decades, is there. He tries to lighten the mood with a speech to Saab. He gives Jan-Åke Johnson a soft toy, a moose with striped, thin legs that you can also buy in Saab stores. The journalist names the moose Maud. Everyone will sleep at the Ice Hotel, but some choose to sleep in the warmth of the cabins right next door. Jan-Åke Johnson walks from dinner through the snow with a cabin bag in one hand and the moose Maud in the other. His skinny legs dangle in the air. Once inside, it is between 25 and 30 degrees Celsius in the rooms, and it is impossible to open the windows or sleep. In the pitch darkness the next morning, we happen to be joined for breakfast. I ask if he has slept at all. He shakes his head. The footsteps creak in the cold snow. Maud is in the cabin bag. 9 Stockholm, 27 February. 22 days later, Jan Ake Johnson was in Stockholm and met again with government officials after revising the business plan for the 51st time. Now something that can be compared to consensus was reached. The last of June became an internal date when everyone in Trollhättan would have a Swedish boss who ultimately reported to Jan Ake Johnson, not to anyone in GM. Here, several key people with top jobs within GM Europe could have chosen to move on within the much larger Opel. Everyone chose to stay with Saab. Geneva, March 2, 2009. 3 days later, Bob Lutz, who had just turned 77, stood waiting for his bag at the airport in Geneva, where yet another car show was to be held in the midst of the crisis. Now the private jet fog was over. Presumably, just like everyone else, he had to take off his expensive loafers at the airport in Detroit and leave damp stains on the floor when he pawed through the security check. While the bags were slowly being fed forward on the black belt, he ran into TT's envoy Karin Allander. In front of her, and in the middle of Saab's sensitive process, the outspoken Lutz once again publicly trashed Saab. He predicted that it would be difficult to sell Saab, that buyers would also look at the numbers, just as the Swedish government had done. Who wants to buy a company that has been losing money year after year? Bob Lutz asked rhetorically. Karin Allander wrote that Bob Lutz will have to wait at the baggage carousel like everyone else, carry his own bag. He looks tired. Neither Bob Lutz nor Fritz Henderson, who came up with the same plan, would be at Saab's premiere of the Forest Mule Saab 93X. An hour or so later, on the showroom floor where you can sneak in the night before, I myself catch a glimpse of a stressed-out Karl-Peter Forster. In the background, 2 dancers are breathing out after rehearsing for tomorrow next to Opel's new hybrid car, the Ampera. But few care about the hybrid car. Forster has just arrived from Berlin, where he submitted Opel's business plan to the German government. In just a couple of weeks, GM's crisis has worsened, and they now see no way of keeping Opel. Saab's sister brand Opel now resembled a boat without an engine drifting towards a waterfall. An acute cash crunch awaited within a couple of months. Opel needed loan guarantees of just over 3 billion euros and probably a substantial emergency loan from the German government. GM could not come up with money, the same fundamental problem that Saab had, in other words. In between 2 interviews with German television companies, I asked Karl-Peter Forster what he thinks about Saab. He emphasizes the time aspect in that it costs a lot of money to turn Saab around. I believe in a private investor as an owner, but such a deal takes time, and right now we don't have much time. That's what I'm trying to tell the Swedish government, he says. Both GM and the Swedish government continued to conduct their negotiations via the media. It became even more significant the next day, which was the big premiere day in Geneva. Both Fritz Henderson and Jan Ake Johnson mentioned the K-word, bankruptcy, in the same sentence as Saab. Geneva, March 3, 2009. Just after lunch, GM hastily convenes a press conference. About 50 journalists from all over the world line up on chairs, as if they were about to attend a school graduation with the principal and the supervisor, who will say a few words of wisdom. At the front are GM's second-in-command, the Chief Operating Officer Fritz Henderson, and the head of Europe Karl-Peter Forster. Americans are good at creating a friendly atmosphere in the face of tough news. Fritz Henderson is no exception. In a friendly tone, he states that if Saab does not manage the reconstruction, bankruptcy awaits, and that he certainly believed in Saab, but times have changed. Every now and then he strokes his mustache. He goes on to say that Opel will end up in a cash crunch as soon as within a month if nothing is done. When Jan Ake Johnson meets Swedish journalists at Saab's stand, he admits that order intake has halved from already low levels after the reconstruction began 2 weeks earlier. He also mentions the K-word. GM desperately tried to shift the problems with GM, Opel and Saab to the governments of the US, Germany, England, Spain and Sweden, but the tactic was unsound. On Friday the same week, March 7, German Interior Minister Wolfgang Schäuble said that it was better for Opel to go bankrupt than for the German state to help. Stephen Odell, CEO of Volvo PV, also comments on Saab when he meets us Swedish journalists in Geneva. He smiles and says, in what seems like a compliment to the competitor who pulled death rattles 10 miles northeast, that English bankers used to drive Saab convertibles with turbos. But then he adds, in the 80s, back at Saab in Trollhättan. The chaos of the first week after the reconstruction slowly transformed into a new everyday life where almost anything seemed to be possible. Suit and dress-clad consultants from Roschiers and Guy Lofolk's law firms, KPMG and Alex Partners, now filled the offices in Trollhättan and Gothenburg. There were no high-gloss Italian espresso machines at the Trollhättan office, not even a coffee machine. Jan Ake Johnson's secretary, the faithful servant Marit Hagberg, brewed coffee in a coffee maker, and the steaming coffee in odd cups and mugs was a welcome break for everyone who would be working almost around the clock for the next few weeks. Many consultants stayed at Scandic Swania in Trollhättan, and late in the evenings Martin Willemo, Ola Amen, and everyone else sat in the hotel foyer and went through the biggest crisis areas. Even though the threat of bankruptcy was a bat that was swung wildly in the media air, the internal order from GM was completely different. Saab had to have enough money in the coffers to be able to carry out an orderly closure, in practice an orderly liquidation, where all suppliers were paid. It had to be handled neatly, but it was not set in stone. Saab was an extremely small part of GM, and tensions within GM were growing greater every day. Some within GM liked Saab, but they were few, and there were still factions that wanted to cut the process short with a bankruptcy. It was very close to bankruptcy, very many times, says one of the advisors who followed Saab closely throughout the crisis. In the event of bankruptcy, control of Saab would have passed to a bankruptcy trustee that GM could not control. GM was terrified of losing control of the technology rights to future cars to, for example, Chinese companies, but bankruptcy also meant that a bankruptcy trustee would investigate, among other things, whether there were value transfers to shareholders or unauthorized loans. In an orderly liquidation, GM would choose the liquidator themselves. This gives them control over the entire process. Saab now kept a tight watch on liquidity, i.e. how much money was in the cash register in the short term. The management team met every afternoon, and Alex Partners consultant Al Lundqvist worked out an ingenious way to continuously monitor expenses and income that met in a curve. They also had assets revalued so that they knew exactly how much they would get. They even had the value of assets calculated upon direct sale or 3 months later. It was necessary because difficult decisions were constantly emerging. Production was kept going, but the production rate was reduced to 100 cars per day, and to put it simply, they bought exactly what was needed to produce each day's cars. Saab was not allowed to incur debts that it could not pay, but it was always a balancing act. Above all, it was seen as vital not to slow down the development of the new 9.5. Sometimes it was necessary to buy things from suppliers that would not be used until several months in the future. New decisions were made all the time. Trollhättan, March 12, 2009. Among the green-painted aisles on the production line, Petra Sturch and her colleagues built cars as usual, but the atmosphere became increasingly tense. The number of orders had halved in just 2 weeks since the reconstruction began. Malarga was a farming village that was located where the Saabs are now being built. Saab's county council-like staff restaurant outside the main gate is still called Malarga to remind us of that. Even the production staff could go there to eat lunch, but most Triminus 3 went into the coffee room next to the production line, where they escaped the noise and ventilation drums and ate food they had brought with them. Here they brewed their own coffee that they bought themselves, and during the 36-minute lunch breaks that began at 11:12 a.m., notices and layoffs were hot topics of conversation. 3 months earlier, on December 8, 2008, Saab had reduced production from 2 to 1 shift, but without anyone being laid off. Instead, 350 redundant workers were placed in a resource group that, among other things, did maintenance work and were loaned out for technical development. Many understood that it would not work in the long run. What Petra Sturch and her workmates did not know was that Saab had already hired an expert in labor law, Eric Danhart of the law firm Nilsson & Co., who would help fire the staff. They were also not informed that the restructuring gave Saab a 75% discount on the liquidation costs for those who were to be made redundant. On March 12, 2009, ironically the same day that Volvo PV received its loan approval from the EIB, the news came. 750 people were being made redundant at Saab, of whom 650 were in production and 100 were white-collar workers. I was very worried, says Petra Sturch. She had worked at Saab for 11 years, but now more than 4 out of 10 in production were to be laid off. In one fell swoop, and they would be kept on the stilts for a month while management negotiated with the unions. Everyone wondered, will I be allowed to keep working, even Petra Sturch? If you only looked at the assembly plant with its high staff turnover where Petra Sturch worked, she might have had a fair chance of making it, but if you counted the other parts of production, she was in a worse position. In the press and body shop, it was not uncommon for employees to have worked for between 30 and 35 years. I realized that I was going to leave here like a little sparrow, straight away, she says in retrospect. Thus began a nail-biting month. Nails were also bitten in Detroit and Washington during the month of March. Rick Wagoner had announced that nearly 47,000 employees at GM would be laid off when he presented the survival plan on February 17. But above all, the last nerve-wracking days were approaching for the entire GM company. before they would receive news about whether their survival plan had worked. The Obama administration was to make its announcement by March 31st. On March 9th, just 3 days before Petra Sturch learned of Saab's notice, Ron Bloom, Steve Ratner, and the others in Obama's car crisis group went to Detroit to form an opinion, in complete silence, they thought. Helicopters hovered above the cars as they drove from the airport to GM's technical center, and when they stepped out into the winter cold, the entire state of Michigan, which already had the highest unemployment rate in the United States, seemed to cling to the skirts of the car czars. GM now showed the best they had, the electric hybrid Chevrolet Volt that the engineers in Trollhättan had helped develop, a car that would catapult the company straight into the future. After being herded around GM's facilities for a day, Ron Bloom is said to have said that it was about as easy to find gems in GM as trying to see a brown pony in a giant brown pile of manure. GM's rescue was then a completely open question. Ultimately, President Barack Obama, who at the time would become the first sitting president to appear on a live television talk show, decided to appear. He smiled when he hugged Jay Leno on March 19 and sat down on the light beige guest sofa on The Tonight Show. He was pressed about the auto industry. His shoulders slouched, he smiled, but answered evasively. A then-month-old opinion poll from the reputable Gallup was probably pounding in his head, showing that 7 out of 10 Americans were against Obama pumping money into GM and Chrysler. Only 25% thought it was right. But he had to do something. After Obama's crisis team toured Detroit, it was clear that GM's plan from February 17 would not be enough. At the same time, Fritz Henderson and Rick Wagoner refused to say the word K in their mouths. Bankruptcy in this case would mean Chapter 11, which can be compared to a Swedish reconstruction, but managed by a judge instead of a restructuring officer. Rumors of Rick Wagoner's resignation had begun as whispers in the fall of 2008 and reached stormy strength in March 2009. There was a general agreement within Obama's crisis group that he had to be fired because GM's restructuring was going too slowly, but it had to be handled neatly. Obama was grappling with the risk of being accused of socialism if he broke down the door to GM too brutally. Journalist Paul Ingrassia writes about the incident in his book Crash Course. The American automobile industry's road from glory to disaster. It was Friday, March 27, and GM's board was to hold a conference call, something they had begun to do every week. Rick Wagoner, Fritz Henderson, and GM's CFO Ray Young, the one who had told Saab in mid-February that they would not receive any more money, went into the Treasury Department, across from the White House in Washington, D.C. It was early in the morning, and Rick Wagoner was asked to go straight to Ratner's room. A few days earlier, Wagoner had been asked how he viewed his own position at GM. He replied that if the American government saw that it was in GM's best interest, he would step aside. Now Wagoner was asked to accept his own offer. Wagoner sat quietly at first, not seeming completely surprised, and then said, "Are you going to get rid of Ron Gettelfinger, the president of the Auto Workers Union, too?" Fritz Henderson was sitting 5 steps up. He, who had dreamed of becoming the top manager at GM his entire adult life, was told a few minutes later that it would now become a reality. On Sunday, March 29, Rick Wagoner officially resigned after 32 years at General Motors. As of August 2010, he had not received any new major assignment. Washington, March 30, 2009, the blue cold March sun rose slowly in Washington, D.C., a Monday where a major and a slightly smaller event with a bearing on Saab would take place. The big one was that U.S. President Barack Obama presented his plan for GM and Chrysler, 2 plummeting kamikaze planes with only a few meters left to crash if they did not receive government aid. The slightly smaller event was that Sweden's Minister of Economic Affairs, Maud Olofsson, landed at Dulles International Airport outside Washington. At 11:07 a.m., President Obama spoke on national television. He said that Wagoner was now stepping aside, that GM's plan was not strong enough, but that the company would receive capital for 60 days. At the same time, his crisis group would sit on GM's lap in Detroit, roll up the white sleeves of their expensive shirts, and do a thorough cleaning. He did not say the last thing, but he meant it. And then perhaps the most important thing, President Obama mentioned bankruptcy as a possible future solution for GM. Just because Obama used the K word in his mouth, many interpreted it as meaning that it was actually the only solution. Obama had just pushed it a little. The president asked some rhetorical questions in the television broadcast about GM's weak points. The first read, "Has GM cleaned up its unprofitable brands?" The criticism was also collected in writing under 6 sharp points. One read, "GM's costly and unprofitable European operations." In both cases, Saab was included. The questions piled up immediately. What did this mean for Saab? Should GM's 150 million loans simply be strangled then and there, so as not to risk American tax money and the president's reputation? Was it still the case that GM took its hand off Saab at the turn of the year 2009-2010, or would the hand be whimsically snatched away earlier, as if Saab were a hot plate? Now it was no longer about balance sheets, car platforms, or Saab's sensitive soul. It was about politics. When Obama stood there in front of the cameras, it was perhaps his most delicate balancing act as newly elected president. In one sense, it was that 7 out of 10 Americans knowingly did not want him to invest in GM and Chrysler, yet he did it. In the other pan was the fact that GM had simply grown too big and had too much of an impact on the economy to just be allowed to collapse. But in that pan was also a small beating heart. GM was about emotions, about pride, and the knowledge that the United States had been the world's #1 car nation. But nothing was now allowed to jeopardize Obama's balancing act. At the very least, a small, unprofitable brand in Sweden that cost $25 million a month to run. Now there were 60 days, no more, no less. The next day, just a couple of 100 meters from the White House, Minister of Industry and Trade Maud Olofsson stepped through exactly the same door that Rick Wagoner had done just 4 days earlier at the U.S. Treasury Department. He was fired. She was to meet with Ron Bloom, the leader of the car crisis group, and try to clarify what happened to Saab when the thumbscrews were tightened around GM. If President Obama had used careful words in front of the media, Ron Bloom said it like it was. He was almost shocked by how neglected GM was. Ron Bloom used to compare Ford CEO Alan Mullally's rapid sale of the loss-making Land Rover and Jaguar the previous year with GM's awkwardness with its loss-making brands Pontiac, Saab, Saturn, and Hummer. The 53-year-old Ron Bloom had an unusual background. He was both an investment banker and a union official, and had left his Wall Street career in 1996 to join the large American Steelworkers Union. He did not see Saab as the jewel in GM's crown, rather as a symbol of GM management's indecisiveness. But the meeting between Maud Olofsson and Ron Bloom went well. Saab was already on its way out of GM, but at a short press conference afterwards, everyone understood that the pace of the sale had been sped up. We know that this has been going on for 60 days, and I think we have to find a new buyer within 60 days, Maud Olofsson told Swedish radio. It was one of many deadlines that would not be met. An important result of the meeting was that the state secretaries Göran Hägglund and Hans Lindblad were given Bloom's mobile phone number. They would need that. Rüsselsheim, March 31, 2009. On the same day, German Chancellor Angela Merkel visited the Rüsselsheim factory. It was still unclear whether Opel would receive government guarantees for its loan of just over 3 billion euros. What was clear, however, was that GM Europe's finance department, which was to handle Saab sales, had other things to think about than Saab. Vänersborg, April 6, 2009. GM was heading towards bankruptcy, and Saab was fighting desperately to become an independent company as soon as possible. In the midst of this work, a so-called creditors' meeting had to be held on April 6. The very basic idea of the reconstruction was to write down Saab's debts by 75%, and you could call the creditors' meeting a temporary halt where Saab would present a credible plan for the future, and where those who owed Saab money, the creditors, were given a chance to protest before a judge. On the surface, Jan Erik Johnson and Guy Lofolk tried to present it as a formality meeting. In reality, it could overturn the whole thing. The location was Vänersborg, the legal metropolis of Västra Götaland, and the meeting was meticulously prepared. The district court had no idea how many of Saab's more than 1,300 creditors would come, so they rented the city's largest room in the municipal building just in case. A massive press corps covered what no one knew how it would end. Polish parliament, it had been whispered anxiously in Saab's management. The background was as follows. GM had paid many of Saab's debts before the liquidation, but far from all. Those who had not been paid were furious and could very well take the opportunity to soap up Saab in front of photo flashes and TV cameras. Behind Jan Erik Johnson's and Guy Lofolk's cool faces in the municipal hall in Vänersborg lay days and nights of hard work, where they had worked their way through all the suppliers, called and begged and prayed that no one would cause a fight. Those who had not been moved were started in bloody legal battles. Large creditors who threatened to stop all deliveries were threatened back with the threat that they would not be allowed to supply Saab in the future. If they did not do so, they could threaten with the law, because they were not allowed to terminate contracts during ongoing reconstruction. GM Europe's chief legal officer Ricardo Ventura was flown in from Zurich, and this was also a way for Saab to show GM that it had everything under control. In addition to the fact that Saab's reconstruction was the largest in Northern Europe, it was unusual for two reasons, especially since GM had already stepped in and paid many of Saab's debts to others. But also because the entire legal process and all the pie-throwing was only about a fraction of Saab's debts. GM's claims, which accounted for 9/10 of Saab's mountain of debts, had already been deducted in practice. Everything was somewhat simplified about the last tenth. Lawyer Rolf Björnsson, who represented the Saab and Opel dealers, thought the whole process was strange. The question is, what is it that you are going to reconstruct when the debts have largely been paid? There is a lot that is strange about this, he told TTS correspondent in Vänersborg. Some 70 suppliers had joined in. Perhaps the most stubborn opponent of writing down debts was sitting in one of the benches. Mats Hagelin worked at the Swedish tax agency, Western Region. He had a claim of 348 million krona on Saab after the state wage guarantee that paid Saab's wages at the beginning of the reconstruction. A claim that he did not release at first. It was tax money, he argued. In Vänersborg, businessmen told journalists that they had received half-hearted promises that GM would also pay their debts, but the questions had been dragged out. Of the 70 or so creditors who showed up, none demanded that the reconstruction be stopped. Rent-a-tent owner Stefan Kasserdal says afterwards that he thought it was worth it. It is important for all of Trollhättan that Saab remains. When asked why only some suppliers had been paid and others had not, Jan-Åke Johnson answered evasively. It was a huge blunder by GM, but he did not want to say it outright. Instead, Jan-Åke Johnson and Guy Lofolk took the opportunity to spread the message that there were now 20 interested parties instead of 10 as the week before. However, who all these could be was just as unclear as it was about GM's blunder. Johnson was also hopeful of a sale. Our goal is that we will have enough agreements in June so that we can convince the European Investment Bank and the Swedish state so that we can get some of the loans, he told TT. It became one of many deadlines that would be constantly moved forward and make Jan-Åke Johnson appear to be purely naive. But he was only trying to save steeply falling sales and a brand that only 6 months earlier seemed to be loaded with a stable belief in the future. Only Jan-Åke Johnson and a few others knew at this time that Saab's cash would run out in mid-July. If no buyer who could pump in more money appeared before then, the curtain would simply be drawn down. Now a new phase began. To seriously find a new owner for Saab. Chapter 4, the buyers Trollhättan's most common words were changed from reconstruction to stakeholders, and a colorful gang passed the review. Koenigsegg, which was selected, made several fatal mistakes right from the start. One day a man reported to the guard at Saab's main gate in Trollhättan. He stood ready with an offer for Saab in his hand and a first sheet of paper, and wanted to personally hand it over to Saab's CEO Jan-Åke Johnson, who also received many emails and letters from other hopefuls. The sale of Saab was engaging, and at Saab it became a way to focus on the future in a day filled with negative omens. After the reconstruction had been going on for a month or so, more and more focus was shifted to sales preparations. But first a painful week would come when almost half of Saab's production staff would be fired. Trollhättan Week 16, 2009, the production line rattles and rattles, warning signals beep, a red truck can whiz by at lightning speed, and the ventilation system growls dully. The Stålbäcka factory is a peculiar world. This is where the Saabs are born, the cars that made 5,000 owners around the world go out in car caravans to save their brand. Screw by screw they are put together on a conveyor belt, where the increasingly finished cars stand in perfectly straight columns and slowly move forward in unison. But above all, the line is a place for socializing. The car builders stand in blue with Saab badges on their right chests just a few meters apart, and mouths are cut off, marking their own existence, which makes life fun on a car building line. This week, 4 out of 10 were to leave the factory. After negotiating for a month, the news came on Tuesday, April 14, 7-1 of those who were given notice would be let go, of which 55 were white-collar workers, and all 3 would be personally notified no later than days later, Friday, April 17. Some would have over 25 years at Saab. On the same day that over 700 were to be fired, Saab's information department leaked the news that the number of speculators had jumped from 20 to 27. It was the second time in a week that Saab's information department had covered up bad news with good news. At the creditors' meeting on April 6, Saab took the opportunity to say that about 20 buyers had passed Deutsche Bank's eye of the needle. Both times, most of us in the media agreed, including me. Saab's information department also had a heavy workload at this time, and the head of information, Eric Geers, worked long into the evenings. Of the 27 interested parties, 20 would sign confidentiality agreements and be given access to an information memorandum, a quick review of Saab with its strengths and weaknesses, but without going into depth. Then 8 would be selected to have a full day at Saab's facilities in Trollhättan. This happened in the second half of April, and of these, 3 were then selected, which would become 1 in June. The Koenigsegg Group, whose intrigues and unwillingness to reveal who was behind the money would become the big soap opera of the summer. It was not something that the Saab employees were thinking about on April 14. The Saab crisis had brought everyone closer together, and now 3 days of tense atmosphere began. Calculators were discreetly brought out at home at the kitchen tables. Everyone counted years of employment, which were translated into their place on the hated LAS list. Petra Sturch and the others in her department did not know who would be allowed to leave. The unions, Saab's Human Resources Department, and the hired consultant had struggled to comply with LAS and let those who were last in be first out, but the company also had to be able to continue building cars after almost half had gone home. It was not easy. In Petra Sturch's department, the safety representative was supposed to undergo training and therefore received her notice 2 days before the others. She had to quit. She broke down and everyone knew her date of employment and started counting. "Am I employed before or after her?" says Petra Sturch long afterwards. The notices were then given according to a set order. Each employee was summoned to their immediate manager and their manager. Then the top manager delivered the notice. It was called the grandfather principle and meant that the immediate boss did not have to hold the axe. Those who were dismissed were then allowed to go home immediately. Most did not even stop for a farewell coffee. Then Friday came. People went to work as usual, although nothing was as usual. Petra Sturch had worked at Saab for 11 years and was nervous. She and her colleagues were assembling center consoles and seats in Saab 9-3 cars and talked to each other all the time, airing their concerns. At regular intervals, the supervisor Anders Engdahl came. He picked up the employees in order of their employment numbers. One by one, they had to walk down a narrow green corridor to a small room next to the production line, located just far enough away that their colleagues would not see when they received the news. A 50-meter corridor. Many were so nervous that they were shaking. Petra Sturch was the 5th from the end of the department to receive the news. At the same time, she was building cars, with a body tense as a spring. Those who were allowed to stay walked back into the nearest aisle and continued building cars. Those who were dismissed went into an aisle further away. They couldn't bear to meet their colleagues. They went straight home. Everyone had a white envelope in their hand. The word spread, "Look at the envelopes." Those with envelopes flapping in the wind were allowed to stay. Those with thick envelopes were allowed to go because they received a lot of extra information, including from the Swedish Employment Agency. "I don't think I've ever cried so much," says Petra Sturch afterwards. Petra Sturch's best friend Maria was called up just before her. She had started 6 months before Petra. She didn't come back. Petra Sturch had been shining all day, but then the tears rolled and fear came out in full bloom. At the same time, the assembly line continued to tick cars forward. I felt the panic. The line was rolling, even though they knew some people were going home. After a while, there were 4 people left at 8 workstations. They cried and ran back and forth, trying to fit plastic trim and center consoles into the cars that were slowly being fed forward. At the same time, they saw from a distance friends they had worked with for 10 years walking with bent backs and a steady hand in a truck aisle further away. Petra Sturch was about to implode. I ran away back and forth looking for Maria. It was completely absurd. Soon she saw Maria, who was standing and talking to the boss. Petra tried to look at her face, but could not decide whether she was sad or happy. A few minutes later, Maria came walking. She was crying openly. She had to stay, but it was still too much with all the emotions, everyone who had to go home that day, the tension. Then it was Petra's turn. She and supervisor Anders Engdahl started to leave. "How stress-resistant are you?" he asked. "Well, I'll fix it. There's nothing worse." "It felt like an execution," says Petra Sturch afterwards. She sat down. The room was small and had a small table and 3 chairs. The department manager who was to deliver the message, Jan Olander, took her hand and asked how it felt. "Good, I just want to know," she said quickly. "You can stay," he said. She was shocked. "What do you mean now? Should I work or should I go home?" "You have to stay." "It's not possible," said Petra. "My legs don't work. I can't get up." Then she understood how Maria had felt. "It was the worst day of my working life, even though I was happy to stay. I have never cried so much," she says in retrospect. That day, half of Petra's workmates disappeared from the department. Shortly afterwards, supervisor Anders Engdahl himself received his message, a thick, sturdy white envelope with the Saab logo on it, full of papers from the Swedish Employment Agency. Just a few days later, everyone came back to hand in their keys and access cards and to say goodbye. One had then entered the assembly hall and immediately noticed a change. It was quiet. The voices of people were gone. Saab had started to manufacture cars only at every third position on the assembly line, as production was being cut back. Now people stood like solitaires every 12th meter, quiet. Grava Church on April 17, 2009, the same Friday that there was weeping in the Saab factory. A Saab Sonnet 1 slowly rolled up in front of Grava Church outside Karlstad. There was a mourning-clad Eric Carlson on the roof. The church bells rang, and the little sports Saab from 1956, which was only made in 6 copies, had been driven close to 18 miles from the Saab Museum to honor one of Saab's pioneers, Rolf Melde. It was his funeral service that day. Rolf Melde was hired as an engine technician as early as September 1946 at Svenska Aeroplan AB, and together with Gunnar Ljungström and Sixten Sasson, became the personification of Saab's car manufacturing in the early years. He worked for Saab for 25 years, most of them as a colorful technical director, traditionally Saab's most prestigious position, but left for Volvo in 1971. He started and ran Saab's racing business, and also pushed through the small company being allowed to build the very sports car with a body cast in fiberglass reinforced plastic and a light alloy chassis that was waiting faithfully at the church outside Karlstad. Rolf Melde turned 86. At about the same time, outside a rented bungalow in Florida, 37-year-old Christian von Koenigsegg, the man who had realized his dream of building the world's fastest car, was sitting, eating breakfast with his family. They had finally had time for a vacation, then the cell phone rang. In a slow American manner, the American financier Mark Bishop introduced himself. He wanted them to buy Saab together. The members of Saab's management team were among the few who knew about the big dilemma, that GM would officially take its hand from Saab at the end of December 2009, but had only left money that would last until the summer. GM's desperate actions were a bit like a parent who has gone on vacation for 2 months but only leaves money for the child for 1. Saab cost around $25 million a month to run, and then $150 million would last until August. Many at Saab and all the consultants were now working late into the evenings. Saab had to be sold by June at the latest, that was the goal, and all processes had to run in parallel and at a good pace. When the money ran out, the deal had to be done with a good margin. New questions constantly arose, and ultimately it was Guy Lofalk and Jan Ake Johnson who had to make the difficult decisions. An important part of this was to secure Saab's access to GM components in the new models. Most the urgent need was for the parts for the new Saab 9.5. The knots were burning. The new 9.5 had to be a kickstart for sales that had plummeted by 60%. The slightest delay would mean that the sensitive business plan would collapse. One day in the spring, GM suddenly took the position that Saab would not receive the planned engines, which were manufactured by GM Powertrain in Kaiserslautern, Germany. It had to be resolved immediately, and Saab's CFO Lars Hedreborg had to devote a lot of time and energy to persuading GM to release engines again and negotiate new agreements. In April 2009, just 5 months after GM management in Detroit reluctantly realized that the coffers would run out unless the US government shoveled in more billions, GM Europe found itself in exactly the same position. It was as if the tide in the car industry's own puddle was slowly rising and relentlessly drowning the car companies, floor by floor. GM Europe's coffers would be emptied around June 1 if nothing was done, and 55,000 jobs in Europe, of which over 25,000 in Germany alone, were threatened. Despite hard work, Saab was still integrated into GM, and a bankruptcy would leave Karl Peter in a lot of trouble. GM Europe's Forster tried to persuade the German government to step in with state guarantees for EIB loans and a much-needed bridge loan. Still without success. But for Saab it also meant that their so-called sales team in GM Europe's finance department was more focused than ever on saving Opel. Simply put, Saab had to sell itself, but Deutsche Bank washed up candidates and GM made the decisions. At 10:27 looked at the prospectus. They were hardly serious, says a source with full insight into the process afterwards. Shortly before Saab leaked the information about the 27 speculators, GM had decided behind the scenes to narrow the number of speculators to 8. Who would be allowed to visit a newly slimmed-down and newly swept Saab factory in Trollhättan. Many doubted that Saab would find a buyer. The loan market had died, car sales had plummeted, and most car manufacturers were fighting for their lives in an industry where as much as a third of all production capacity in the world was redundant, since the crisis hit, up to a quarter. For Deutsche Bank, it was about selling the Saab of the future, not the crisis-torn loss-making machine that was floundering around in the middle of perhaps the biggest upheaval the car industry has ever seen. Opel, Saab and Volvo were to be sold at the same time, which many saw as proof that the manufacturers in the West were in crisis. and that was precisely why there were almost no major players who could buy. Everyone was trying to save themselves while the car market turned east. There was growth-hungry Chinese manufacturers, but only a few were so strong that they were allowed by the communist regime to go abroad to grow. The others were considered too immature as car manufacturers. But those who slipped through the Chinese regime's needle's eye did not have to worry about any frozen global loan market. They had safe loans from banks controlled by the dictatorship. Venture capital companies, which are normally interested in turning loss-making companies into profit machines, were hampered by not being able to get loans. Then there were wealthy men, rarely women, who wanted to fulfill boyhood dreams and own a car factory and preferably a Formula One team. All this would become clear in the Saab case. Between April 15 and 28, the secrecy began. Then a sleepy Trollhättan was visited by a sprawling collection of Saab suitors. Everything from Beijing Automotive, BAIC, and Geely from China, the American industrial and financial company Renko in its own private jet, the small American financial company Merbanco, and 2 venture capital companies. There were more hopefuls who wanted to go ahead and see the factory, but were stopped by GM and Deutsche Bank. Some Chinese manufacturers were part of that group. They were stopped because the key to getting a deal done with a Chinese manufacturer is strong support from Chinese authorities. The Chinese who fell in the first round did not have that. Deutsche Bank also asked the large subcontractor Magna, which, unlike many other companies in the automotive industry, had shown big profits right up until the crisis. Yes, Magna was interested in Saab. However, when Opel was put up for sale shortly after, Magna invested everything in them instead. Those who were allowed to visit Trollhättan were first taken to the Saab Museum, where a few meters after the reception, there is a simple door into a large, white-painted presentation room. Jan Ake Johnson welcomed them there. Everything was meticulously prepared. The department heads were dressed in suits, several a little nervous. They understood that everything was now up to them. Then they showed about 80 PowerPoint slides. The market was drawn by Knut Simonsen, production by Gunnar Brunius, technical development by Mats Federhag, the financial situation by Lars Hedgerborg, the new 9.5 by Anders Svensson. The business plan was also presented. Everything happened under great hush-hush, many thought. We were probably so focused on the job itself and probably didn't think much about the safety around it, says one who was there afterwards. The unions were informed and knew when the visits would take place, but they were not allowed to meet the speculators, who also got to see full-scale models of the new models, including the new 9.3, which was then in its infancy, and also test drive the new 9.5 model, which at the time had black and white checkered test cars out in traffic. Then they had lunch and went to Saab's facilities to see the technical development department, where many were impressed by all the modern labs. And then they got to see the car factory itself, where factory manager Gunnar Brunius tried to ensure that cars were built when the so-called visitor train went around. We played it cool, but oh how curious we were when they started touring the factory with speculators, says Petra Sturch. Those who built the cars were also not told who would come, only when they had to take out brooms and clean up. But they understood that some speculators came from China by their appearance and through rumors, but they did not recognize anyone, until one day, it shone from his bald head in the distance. Far from everyone knew who Christian von Koenigsegg was, but some recognized the somewhat stocky, well-built man. The rumor was that he wanted to buy Saab with the small company in Engelholm that makes the world's fastest sports cars. But many did not want to believe it. It seemed too unlikely. Petra Sturch was sitting and trying to fine-tune a poorly fitting center console inside a Saab 9.3 when she heard the rumor. When the train then drove by, she wanted to get a glimpse of the sports car man. He could be the future of Saab and her job. There was a material rack blocking the view in front of the car. She grabbed the car door and lifted herself up to be able to see, and finally she got a glimpse of him. I thought, how embarrassing, I look like an owl in the bog, how lucky he didn't see me, she says with a smile much later. She says she was surprised by Koenigsegg. She thought it would be a larger company that would buy. She and many others wondered if it could work. It was a small company that made special but very few cars. Christian von Koenigsegg was born in 1972, right into the Swedish upper class, where he quickly became a car nerd. He often and willingly tells the story of when he became obsessed with building cars as a 5-year-old. He was sitting in the auditorium at Norringsgarden in Djursholm, perhaps Stockholm's most fashionable residential suburb. Next to him were his parents Jesko and Brita, and a Norwegian puppet film called Flaklipa Grand Prix was being shown on the cinema screen. It was about a poor bicycle repairman who lived on a mountaintop and built his very own racing car. Before Christian von Koenigsegg began to realize his dream, he attended the Lundsberg boarding school, studied economics at the Scandinavian School in Brussels, where he also met his wife Haldora, who has since followed him and the company. He is polite and personable, something he learned while growing up, but especially at the elite Lundsberg school. First, he tried a company where he would manufacture an early version of click flooring, which does not need to be glued, and tried to convince his father-in-law, who was in the wood industry, to finance it. He was rejected. The strong memory of the poor bicycle repairman in his car remained, and against all odds, Christian von Koenigsegg managed to scrape together 60 million krona, and in 1994 he started the company that would manufacture the world's fastest car. He was 22 years old at the time. The company was called Koenigsegg Automobile, which in 1999 became Koenigsegg Automotive. The car would be called Koenigsegg and have the family crest as its logo. Many looked with suspicion at the man who seemed to have exalted himself and named a sports car after himself. But he defended himself in Göteborg's Posten by saying that Enzo Ferrari and Eder Bugatti had done the same thing. He stood out and fought for a long time against the wind, perhaps because it was very un-Swedish. Those who had formed an image of a wild entrepreneur or player with a taste for Stureplan life had to change their minds when they met him. He appeared rather open and friendly in a soft way, rather afraid of conflict and with the cool distance of the upper class lurking under the surface. He has been a workaholic all along and has not invested much in himself. He has no wealth but owns a plot of land near the beach in Vegbestrand, outside Ängelholm, valued at 1.2 million krona. The detractors pointed to other sports car companies in Sweden that had ended in failure. But he did not give up and fought stubbornly towards his goal. In that way he was similar to Jan Ake Johnson. The road ahead was as winding as a Norrland river. He had long had problems getting the right engines in his cars, but in 2000 a production car was finally shown at the Paris Motor Show. It was called the CC, had a Koenigsegg Veit, 655 horsepower, and could howl at 390 kilometers per hour. Production started in 2002, but the following year the entire facility burned down and they had to move to the F10's old hangars in Ängelholm. Losses were made all the time, and Christian von Koenigsegg has said that he and his family put about 20 million krona into the company during the first few years. Financing was the big problem. But there were more people with boyhood dreams who wanted to own a car company. In 2005, Christian von Koenigsegg let another person into his life's work. The Norwegian entrepreneur Bård Ecker, a native of a land and who has been called Norway's answer to the adventurer and entrepreneur Richard Branson, bought 49.5% of the shares. Ecker was a designer with his own company Ecker Design, who designed for both Philips and Husqvarna, and was perceived in Norway more as a playboy with a taste for fast boats and cars than a stable business leader. He also owned and operated Hydrolift, which made fast sports boats and whose company slogan was "Fly without wings." The cars were not supposed to be fast, but the fastest. In 2005, they broke a speed record with the CCR model, which ended up in the Guinness Book of Records with 388 kilometers per hour, and in 2007 they presented the world's most powerful series-produced car, the CCXR with 1,018 horsepower, at the Geneva Motor Show. They fulfilled their boyhood dreams, but it seems as if speed and power records were prioritized over results. The general perception was that they made perhaps the world's most competent car, but that the company was not run professionally. Koenigsegg had lost just over 1 million krona on every car sold. In 2007, they sold 13 cars, and in 2008, 18 cars, fewer than Saab makes in a morning. Bård Ecker's business with fast boats and cool design was also not doing well if you looked at the results. His business had a turnover of around 25 million krona in 2007, and the loss was 10 million krona. Now they wanted to buy Saab. Bård Ecker had wanted to own a larger car company from an early age. He and Christian von Koenigsegg had talked about bidding for Saab, but realized that they did not have the money. But through Koenigsegg they had come into contact with several eccentric billionaires around the world who also wanted to own their own car manufacturer. In other words, more men who wanted to fulfill boyhood dreams. One of them was Mark Bishop, another AGK Fabla, and together they would soon make a bid for Saab. One thing should never be said for granted. Christian von Koenigsegg was the mastermind behind the Saab purchase, never the driving force or the one who made the decision. But as a Swedish car manufacturer, he had to face the media. The one who first came up with the idea had found love in Sweden. The 52-year-old financier Mark Bishop, who knew Christian von Koenigsegg superficially from before, called him up one April day in 2009. By then, Bishop had already been convinced by his Swedish girlfriend Annika Albin, who had roots in Trollhättan and a cousin in Saab's IT department. Bishop had a varied financial background that gravitated towards financial acrobatics. In the 1980s, he worked with so-called junk bonds, which are actually called corporate bonds. They are a creative solution for companies that cannot get loans from banks. Instead, the companies simply issue junk bonds with high risk and high interest rates. There are always risk-takers who buy in the belief that they can make a quick buck. Bishop was one of them. He had then been CEO of the mortgage company Impact, which repackaged so-called subprime loans into securities, a company that later ended up in legal trouble. He lived in San Diego, California. From the beginning, Mark Bishop was the most prominent in meetings with the government, GM, Saab, and Deutsche Bank. But the person who really controlled the Koenigsegg Group was the shady but well-known financier J.K. Fröberg in financial circles. Billionaire J.K. Fröberg from Naples, Florida, became the importer for Koenigsegg's North American operations in 2008, but it was more of a hobby. At the time, at the age of 43, he was a telecom billionaire who could sit back. He was born in Illinois. His father was Mexican, his mother Colombian, and was educated at the prestigious Stanford University. At the age of 26, he started a small telecom company in Russia, Vimpelcom, in 1992, together with scientist Dmitry Zimin. 4 years later, Vimpelcom became the first Russian company to be listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Today, it is Russia's second largest. Fröberg sold most of his ownership early on and made a lot of money. He resigned as chairman of the board in 2002, but remains as honorary chairman. Fröberg hesitated for a long time. He did not get along with Mark Bishop, and throughout April he stayed in the background. When the Koenigsegg Group had to submit a bid at the end of April, they told Deutsche Bank that a strong financier will come in very soon. J.K. Fröberg then came in and took a more active role, but the Koenigsegg Group was far from alone in wanting to buy Saab. Petra Sturch saw several visitor trains roll through the factory during April. For a while there was talk of Chinese. We saw them too, but it didn't feel so good. I thought then they'll probably move everything to China, and then it'll be a long commute, she recalls in retrospect. Chinese Geely was early on interested in both Volvo PV and Saab, and when they came from China to western Sweden, Volvo PV's Stephen Odell and Saab's Jan Ake Johnson stood well-combed and dressed up in front of their respective car factories. Geely spent a lot of time going through Saab, but there were problems. GM was terrified of losing the rights to the upcoming 9.5 and 9.3 models to Chinese companies known for copying Western manufacturers. Then, in April 2009, Geely had the chance to show that they were a serious company that didn't stoop so low as to copy Western manufacturers. Almost on the day that Geely was in the Trollhättan factory, the important Shanghai Motor Show was held in China. Geely's new product dominated the entire showroom, a large black concept car named G, which was an almost portrait-like copy of Rolls-Royce's new prestige model Phantom. Most media in Sweden, the news was picked up on with amusement, and pictures of the Chinese luxury car quickly spread online. Rolls-Royce didn't see the funny side of it and contacted lawyers to investigate the possibility of suing Geely. At the same time, Geely's representatives approached the sensitive topic of rights to GM's smorgasbord of new technology in a purchase of Saab in Trollhättan with infinite caution. Geely never made a bid. They focused on Volvo, but GM and Deutsche Bank believed that Geely wouldn't have had a chance anyway. After the meeting in Trollhättan, their understanding of Saab and what the brand stood for was considered to be lower than that of the other bidders. The other Chinese car company that toured the Trollhättan factory in the tour bus was Beijing Automotive, abbreviated as BAIC. They reached further than Geely, and according to GM's sales team in Zurich and Deutsche Bank, understood Saab in a completely different way and had interesting plans for both Saab and the Chinese market. Saab could actually have become Chinese, but it was stopped in its tracks. When Deutsche Bank received the bids at the end of April, there was a very attractive bid from Beijing Automotive. Deutsche Bank and GM in Zurich were positive, but the bid was rejected by GM in Detroit. GM had a sensitive collaboration with BAIC's competitor Shanghai Motors in China, including 3 jointly owned companies to be able to produce cars in China. GM saw the Chinese market as one of the few fragile lifelines for the entire group, and a collaboration between BAIC and Saab could not jeopardize it under any circumstances. A total of about 10 speculators visited Trollhättan, whose commercial airport is one of the smaller ones in Sweden and is located within walking distance of Saab. One day at the end of April, a private jet landed from New York and out stepped 74-year-old Ira Rennert, according to Forbes magazine, the 132nd richest person in the world in 2009, with an estimated fortune of around $4 billion and one of the most expensive private homes in the United States on Long Island. When the 10,000 square meter complex was built in the late 1990s, it cost 170 million krona. He had his son with him. They wanted to buy Saab. Ira Rennert was risk-averse and, like Mark Bishop, began to build his fortune on so-called junk bonds. With that money as leverage, he built up the Renko Group, which is primarily a mining and metals group that owns Magnesium Corp, which has paid hefty fines for emissions in Utah and the USA. Ira Rennert was better known as an environmental marauder than a financier. Back in 1996, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, wrote a report in which the Magnesium Corp factory was singled out as the most polluting factory in the entire USA. Renko Group as the parent company and Ira Rennert as the owner became the scapegoats. Through his subsidiary Doe Run, he also owned a lead mine in Peru, La Arroya, which was considered one of the world's 10 most polluted, and the American radical filmmaker Michael Moore mercilessly exposed him in 1999. But since then, Ira Rennert has both invested large sums in environmental improvements and at the same time kept a low profile and for many years did not give interviews. But the reputation of environmental marauder was difficult to wash away. He was also known for being able to turn companies around under tight reins, and he had experience in the automotive industry. In 1992, he bought the company AM General, which manufactured GM's Hummer cars and the military variants of the Humvee, for $133 million. 12 years later, he sold most of it for almost 10 times as much, $1 billion. In addition, he bought out a car interior manufacturer from the bankrupt subcontractor Delphi in 2008. At Deutsche Bank, Ira Rennert was the one who was at the top of the list for a long time. He had money, knew the automotive industry, was very interested, and was considered to understand Saab. And despite the reputation of being an environmental marauder, he had interesting thoughts about Saab's future environmental initiatives. Jan Ake Johnson also liked what he heard. Rennert seemed to be a stable man, albeit a determined one. Even if Metal chairman Paul Ackerlund, who, together with the other union representatives, received continuous information, believed in Renko. But at GM they were more cautious. They thought he had a rather boisterous New York attitude. Wyoming is one of the classic Wild West states in the USA. Here, the cartoon cowboy hero Lucky Luke drew his revolver faster than his own shadow, and among the small, sleepy towns, there is still the dream of a wild America where everyone can create their own utopia. There, at the age of 48, lived Saab's most unusual speculator, an enthusiastic man named Christopher Johnston. He had run the real estate company Real Estate of Jackson Hole, which had to suspend payments before Christmas 2008 when the money ran out, and was declared bankrupt in January 2009, which never appeared in the media. That didn't stop him from wanting to buy a Saab. He had owned several Saabs over the years, including a Saab 9000 Aero, and loved the cars. Now he wanted to fulfill his boyhood dream, to own his own car factory. Johnston represented the small finance company Merbanco and would appear frequently in the media in Sweden. But as in the case of Koenigsegg, Christopher Johnston was more of a facade. Behind him stood two heavier investors. Above all, Johnston's own father, Richard P. Johnston, who despite being 78 years old was still active. He was chairman of the board of the company Myers Industries, which, among other things, manufactures plastic boxes and had a turnover of $700 million in 2009. A rumor would spread in the media that the Johnston family owned one of the world's largest tractor manufacturers, AGCO, which, among other things, manufactures tractors of the Valtra brand, the result of Volvo BM merging with the Finnish Valmet. I also fell into that trap once. Many Swedes' hearts were set on the combination of Volvo BM, with roots in Bolander Munktel in Eskilstuna and Valmet, with whom Saab had long collaborated in Finland. The truth was that the father had been in a corner when AGCO was formed. He was on the board during the 1990s and owned a large portion of shares at the time. But at the time of the bid, the family had nothing to do with the company. Something that never came out in the media at the time was that there was another investor in the background. 73-year-old Alan Tesler, who was for a long time vice president and then sat on the board of the listed IT company Interactive Data Corporation, which he left in 2006 and then received shares worth $25 million, according to a press release from the company. Christopher Johnston was at times eager and sent text messages, emails, and calls to Saab management and Göran Hägglund at the Ministry of Enterprise and Industry. He really wanted to buy Saab. Merbanco, along with Koenigsegg Group and Renko, were selected as the three that passed the needle's eye and went on to a final round in early June 2009. But strangely enough, none of the major investors behind Christopher Johnston were with him in Trollhättan, when he was there with an advisor in April. Saab's information director Eric Giers was also seen in the bar with them at the Gothia Towers Hotel opposite Leisberg. Few could have imagined that just a few months later Christopher Johnston would go bankrupt and be forced to live on unemployment benefits back home in Wyoming. Two well-known financial groups also looked at the Trollhättan factory in April. They were seen as serious, but basically they looked and said goodbye. The car and loan market was in a terrible slump, and perhaps the Chrysler example deterred. The venture capital firm Cerberus bought the American car company for nearly 50 billion krona in 2007, and saw its investment disappear completely when Chrysler went bankrupt and was reconstructed together with Fiat in the spring of 2009. Slowly but surely, the battle axe between GM and the Swedish government was dug up during the spring. In April, Göran Hägglund had increasingly close contacts with GM Europe's CFO Enrico Di Girolamo, who was then leading the sales effort. A mutual respect slowly began to emerge between the two after the winter's infected battles over Saab's business plan and who would be responsible if everything went wrong with Saab. Without the government's consent, no Saab deal. Everyone knew that, therefore, Rico and Deutsche Bank brought some important speculators to Stockholm in April and May to weigh them in the political scales. Fine government guests are invited to lunch in the Rosenbad Banquet Hall, located in the same building as the Prime Minister's office. There in the guest dining room, attentive guests can get a glimpse of the room of power. Right next to the wall is the government dining room where ministers eat and make decisions every Thursday. Saab's speculators were not allowed there. Instead, they were led into the premises of the Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation, a few blocks away, to confer and eat in the Rosmarinen conference room with a view of the Max Hamburger restaurant. 7 dark wood swivel chairs on either side of a specially designed table, old herringbone parquet, and a flat-screen TV discreetly pushed into the wall were no disgrace either. There, with the buzzing life of Vasagatten outside the window, the automotive group at the government offices, led by Göran Hägglund, tried to get a grip on the speculators under great discretion. Geely arrived at an early stage. Representatives from BAIC were also there, but not Merbanco. The would-be bankruptcy writer Christopher Johnston continued to send text messages to convince them that he was the right person for Saab. The Koenigsegg Group also visited the Rosmarinen conference room, and Mark Bishop was the leading figure. Easygoing and sociable, he seemed to be the architect behind the financing. Ojike Fabla was also there. He quietly stayed in the background as a possible financier together with his legal advisor Melissa Schwartz. The government saw the group as exciting but sprawling and wondered about the financing. Ira Rennert flew his private jet to Stockholm together with his son and some other key people within his company Renko. Göran Hägglund thought that Rennert had a modern view of how to run a company. Ira Rennert said that Saab's management would be allowed to run itself and not be controlled by the top, but on the other hand, he would make clear demands. He also, despite the rumor, had a strong environmental focus when it came to Saab. And money, it was almost like job interviews. The government tried to form an opinion. Who were they? Could they be trusted? Some were completely unknown. A rumor got around that one of Ira Rennert's closest men, who was also on the visit to Stockholm, had previously raped a secretary at a party. The government was not comfortable with Ira Rennert, not because of the unconfirmed rumor, but because of his poor environmental profile. It could explode in the media, which it did to some extent, and become a risk for both Saab and Maud Olofsson, who both cherished their environmental profiles. The Centre Party, which was dangerously close to the 4% threshold in the voter barometers, was in practice fighting with the Green Party for the environmental votes. The Centre Party was also the party within the bourgeois bloc that had the most undecided voters. An environmental scandal was the last thing they wanted. If the interviews with the speculators had been job interviews, no one would have gotten the job straight away. No one felt like an obvious match, until Fiat and its CEO Sergio Marchionne showed up in early May. It was like when Ferdinand the Bull was discovered by the gentleman from Madrid in the cartoon. Fiat's dynamic and chain-smoking CEO Sergio Marchionne, with almost movie star status, came with a bunch of Italians in tow to the Ministry of Industry and Trade in early May. Maud Olofsson also wanted to join, but Marchionne did not go to Saab in Trollhättan and did not meet Deutsche Bank either. Marchionne was driving in his own overtaking lane when he realized the project of his life: to create the world's second-largest car group without investing any of his own money. He rounded Jan Ake Johnson and Carl-Peter Forster at GM Europe like cones on a football field, and instead told the GM management in Detroit that he wanted to take over Opel and also Saab. "You should fix the roof when the sun is shining" is an old saying. It is also an advantage to buy companies in a recession when they are cheap so that you are prepared when the boom comes, but then you have to have money. Fiat had no money, on the contrary. The company was highly leveraged, but Sergio Marchionne had a high reputation since he managed to turn the Italian crisis company into a profit in 2004 with models such as the Fiat 500. Ironically enough, with a base plate from GM, which bought itself free with $2 billion from a mandatory option to buy the entire Fiat, which was then in crisis. Marchionne then timely rode the environmental boom with Fiat's small and fuel-efficient cars and became an increasingly respected industry profile, well known for his relaxed, professor-like style with a dark blue sweater over an unbuttoned shirt in the otherwise nervously strict automotive world. For several years he had been talking about the need to consolidate the car industry, that it was not possible to have excess capacity indefinitely, and that we would see a painful transformation. When he gave lectures, he always said that a few car companies that make between 6 and 7 million cars per year would remain in the world. The others would go under. Then in the midst of the crisis in April 2009, he drove hard to realize his dream. He wanted, somewhat simplified, to create a global group with the Fiat Group's Fiat, Lancia and Alfa Romeo paired with Chrysler and GM's European division. It was a brilliant, high-flying plan, but the clock was ticking. The only catch was that he had no money. Instead, he had to take advantage of the crisis, which had opened a window ajar with looming state aid, EIB loans, and car companies on the verge of bankruptcy. Remember that GM in crisis was forced to sell both Opel and Saab. He knew that just a few months later it would be too late and flew like crazy between Turin, Berlin, Rüsselsheim, Detroit, Washington, and Stockholm to get everything in place. It had started well. In April, he was well on his way to taking over Chrysler without putting in any of his own money. Chrysler basically lacked completely new models to launch, and Marchionne made a fool of himself and offered Fiat technology and small car expertise, had it valued at $10 billion, and said without blinking that Chrysler would never be able to meet U.S. emissions requirements without Fiat. He had a point there, Obama's crisis group realized. For Chrysler, there was only one other option, and that was closure. At the end of April, President Obama personally chose, after much consideration, to let Marchionne continue with Chrysler, which was then extremely close to closure. But in Germany, Marchionne ran into trouble. There he was fighting a bidding war against the large subcontractor Magna to buy Opel. It was an election year in Germany, and Chancellor Angela Merkel recognized the symbolic value of an elegant Italian arriving 4 months before the election, gaining access to German tax money and GM's smorgasbord of technology, and then closing 4 German car factories, which were part of his plan as a thank you. Marchionne was also having a hard time at home in Italy. Many of Fiat's 39,000 employees had been laid off due to the bad times. It is absurd, even unbelievable, that he is presenting plans in Germany and not mentioning a word about how he is going to solve the problems at home in Italy, said the General Secretary of FIAM, the Italian Metal Workers Union. It was in this chaos that Sergio Marchionne sat and talked casually with Maud Olofsson overlooking Vasagaten in Stockholm. He told me that he wanted to create a luxury car division with Alfa Romeo, which was first saved by the Italian state, then by Fiat, but which still made big losses, Lancia and Saab, and really invest in them. He talked about using components within the Fiat group and strengthening Saab. It also seemed that he wanted to get access to GM technology, but still without putting in any of his own money. Sat with Maud Olofsson to get the EIB loan. That was what the government was going to guarantee. Maud Olofsson and Göran Hägglund were still satisfied with what they heard, believed in the economies of scale, and compared to everything they had seen before, they thought Marchionne was a marvel of stability. But Jan Ake Johnson was skeptical about ending up in a group where all the focus and all the money for the foreseeable future would be used to get Chrysler and Opel back on their feet, and where Saab once again threatened to become a half-forgotten niche brand that could constantly be deprioritized. He had been refined since GM. Even within Deutsche Bank there was skepticism. They suspected that Marchionne wanted GM's technology and platforms, and that the sudden interest in Saab was a charade to get access to Saab's EIB loan. Marchionne was then told that the EIB money could not be used outside Sweden for political reasons. And didn't Marchionne want to manufacture Alfa Romeo cars in Trollhättan? Fritz Henderson at GM in Detroit seemed to be drifting ever faster on a raft that was approaching a major waterfall as April turned into May. The major issues of debt write-downs and expenses for retirees were still completely unresolved, and more people saw bankruptcy and reconstruction under the so-called Chapter 11 law as the only way out. They tried to negotiate down GM's debts, which had by then amounted to $177 billion, yes, $177 billion, and persuade the lenders to convert the debts into GM shares. An offer that must have felt as attractive as getting a dilapidated house in the interior of Nolland as a replacement for an elegant Gershom villa. GM could be considered a company that had regressed to its infancy and was completely dependent on Obama's care. On April 22, GM received another $2 billion in loans, to be added to the 13 it had already received. The coffers were simply emptying again. 5 days later, Fritz Henderson sat on a chair at GM in Detroit in a live video conference for journalists. Bright red in the face and with sweat literally running down his forehead, he said that more deep blows were needed at GM, all to get more loans, so that the inevitable could be postponed for another time. Henderson said from his black stool that another 7,000 would be laid off, and he became really emotional when he said that Pontiac would be scrapped in 2010, and that the Saturn brand would be gone as early as 2009, 2 years earlier than planned. But he still had no answer whether the lenders could be persuaded, the most important question. There was a symbolism in Henderson's performance that brought to mind Valdemarsvik in 1960. Jan-Åke Johnson's father Al was a leather worker back home in Valdemarsvik at Sweden's largest leather factory, C.J. Lundberg's leather factory. It was an institution. With around 600 employees, it was Valdemarsvik's equivalent of GM in Detroit or Saab in Trollhättan for almost 9 decades. It was considered almost unthinkable that Lundberg's would disappear and the high-quality leather that mostly went into leather shoes sold well. But then people stopped buying leather shoes, new times came. C.J. Lundberg's woke up too late and failed to adapt. A few more years later, Al Johnson moved and started over with the family, including 11-year-old son Jan-Åke in Oxelösund. The question was whether GM would become a new Lundberg's leather factory. On May 7, 2009, GM presented its quarterly report for the first quarter of 2009. The loss was $6 billion. The cash flow, which gives a fairer picture of how the company is actually doing, showed an even worse situation, minus $10 billion, or $113 million per day. GM, which could not make money in good times, was now literally melting down. GM is smaller than Clas Ohlson, wrote Dagens Industri on May 20. It was true. GM's market capitalization, which in 2000 was $59.5 billion, had plummeted to $740 million, approximately SEK 5.8 billion, by mid-May 2009. Clas Ohlson, which at the time had a market capitalization of around SEK 6 billion, was valued higher than GM. Saab's management worked hard to move forward, despite GM's meltdown. But sometimes there was sighing behind the curtains. It was one thing to work hard almost 24/7, but to be thrown between hope and despair like a roller coaster every day. It became tiring. And those with insight in all the rounds realized that Saab did not have the odds on their side. An incredible number of components had to be put in place, and the conditions were constantly changing. Saab's EIB loan was one such component. At the end of April 2009, projects had begun to be chiseled out, but 2 fundamental problems still threatened the loans. Saab had to prove that it was a healthy company in the summer of 2008, and that there had to be adequate collateral for the entire loan amount of just over 4 million krona. Both KPMG and Ernst & Young did valuations of Saab. The result was disappointing no matter how you twisted and turned the figures. In total, they came up with collateral for just under 1 billion krona. The target was 4 billion and the government would not budge an inch from that. Saab had to have something more very substantial, otherwise they were screwed. But what? Chief Financial Officer Lars Hedgerborg, who had worked at Saab since 1997, was sitting in his room at the Pixbo office where empty chairs around him had been filled by all the consultants at the end of April. He was thinking about the EIB loans. Since the government would not address the issue of adequate collateral, everything was at risk. No collateral, no loan, and no future. He then thought, Saab has just over 1 million cars running all over the world, and they need spare parts and service. Why not let this movement form its own company that Saab could then use as collateral? Such an independent company would also be quickly sold by the state and raise money if everything went out of control. Lars Hedgerborg contacted SEB, the officials at the Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation, and the ball was rolling. It would be one of the rescues for the EIB loan, which was still many months away at the time, but the most important thing was still to sell Saab, quickly. After the speculators had been in Trollhättan, they were allowed to submit bids at the end of April. The problem was that there was actually no company to buy at that time. Making Saab an independent company took an enormous amount of time, despite KPMG's consultants working up to 16 hours a day. They identified all the links between Saab and GM and worked out agreements. Ironically, after many years of hard work, Saab had just been fully integrated into GM just before the crisis began. If it had been before 2003, Saab would have been a fairly independent company. The job of cutting all the strings to GM would go hand in hand with the actual sale in April. Then the data room was created with the help of the law firm Rochier. It was not an air-conditioned, dully humming server room at Saab, but a web address with secret passwords. There on the internet, Saab lay like a sedated, dissected patient on an operating table. Now the bidder's knowledge curve about Saab would be raised quickly, and the goal was to provide a complete picture of the company, including all the problems. It was a bit like when a house is sold with an inspection report with reports of roof leaks or moisture in the foundation. All completed internal agreements and agreements between Saab and GM were scanned in. They wanted to show off an object to sell, and more agreements were completed. Saab's chief legal officer, Christina Gears, was then able to follow almost voyeuristically who had been there and exactly what they had looked at. 6 speculators and their financial and legal advisors were there and looked, but there was an extreme spread in interest. Fiat was there for a whole week. Merbanco and Christopher Johnston were not at all. Saab's reconstruction continued in parallel. Saab's reconstruction period had begun on February 20 and was then to last 3 months. Then it could possibly be extended in 3-month intervals for up to a year. That was the official name. In fact, Saab management knew from the beginning that they would have to request an extension on May 20. Guy Lofalk and Stephen Taylor had already in February, when the reconstruction began, gone to a meeting room on the 3rd floor of Saab's office, closed the door and drawn up all the processes on a whiteboard. The reconstruction, the carve-out, the sales process, the EIB loan, everything, and set clear end dates for each process with the ultimate goal that everything would be finished on July 18, when Saab's share capital would be restored. It may seem strange and bureaucratic, but July 18 was also as long as the money. The $150 million that came from GM was supposed to last. It became a more tangible reason, even a whip, to get a new owner before then. None of this was known to the outside world. Berlin on the night of May 29, 2009, at 4:30 on Friday morning, May 29, a flock of car directors and ministers stormed out of Chancellor Angela Merkel's modernist government palace at Willy Brandt Strasse 1 in Berlin. Leading the way was the 38-year-old German economy minister Karl Theodor zu Guttenberg. It could have been a homecoming after a soggy after-party, but it was a confused sortie after a whole night of dramatic negotiations about Opel, just 3 days before GM was to go bankrupt in the US. The goal was to have a buyer appointed for Opel before then. Magna and Fiat wanted to buy, but the drama of the night did not affect them, but GM. The American car company on the brink of ruin stunned everyone in the dead of night by requesting €300 million in addition to the €1.5 billion bridging loan that Merkel had promised. If Magna or Fiat did not come up with money within 24 hours, Opel would follow GM into bankruptcy. That was GM's ultimatum. The delegations slept for a few hours and then continued the next day. Fiat, which could not imagine entering with any cash contribution, dropped out. Magna stuck around and promised, together with Russian Sberbank, the money that was required. And the German government promised to enter with a bridge loan of just under 16 billion krona and also loan guarantees for Opel. But the issue divided the German government in two. Karl Theodor zu Guttenberg was strongly critical and would rather Opel go bankrupt, but Chancellor Angela Merkel was of no use. It was due to elections in September. Both belonged to the Union parties, CDU/CSU, on the right wing, and on the left wing the Social Democrats in Germany were strong advocates of saving Opel and the 25,000 Opel jobs. Angela Merkel had no choice. For Saab, this meant that Fiat, as a dedicated suitor, suddenly dropped out. Martian lost interest in Saab and instead invested wholeheartedly in Chrysler. Sergio Martian's dream of becoming the world's second-largest car manufacturer was thus punctured like a balloon. GM and Opel had 25,000 employees in Germany who were now temporarily saved, but throughout Europe there were 55,000 on GM's payroll. What would happen to them, the 47,000 in the UK, 7,000 in Spain, 26,000 in Belgium, and 4,000 in Sweden? Would GM now play the governments off against each other? On May 29, Maud Olofsson and Göran Hägglund went to Brussels to meet other ministers from the countries concerned to try to coordinate against GM. Everyone was puzzled by Germany's bridge loan of 16 billion krona, but it was found to be permissible under EU regulations, which put strong pressure on the Swedish government, which had not paid out a single krona from its rescue loan of 5 billion krona. Stockholm and Trollhättan, May 29, 2009 in Sweden. Many people were anxiously wondering what would happen to Saab when GM went bankrupt. At Saab and Trollhättan they were sure, at least pretty sure. Even before Saab entered into restructuring, the restructuring team and Saab's management had ensured that the $150 million they had received from GM were secured in a so-called deposit account with SEB in Sweden. This meant that the person who deposited the money was cut off and that only the recipient, Saab, could withdraw it. In practice, 2 signatures were required, Jan Eik Johnson's and Guy Lofolk's, but there were still question marks. GM had gigantic debts, and everyone was waiting to get what little was in the bankruptcy estate. Would the bankruptcy judge in New York be able to put a stop to GM's almost 10 billion krona debt forgiveness to Saab? Was it really guaranteed that Saab would get its tools for the new 9.5 model? And what happened to Saab's important dealer network in the U.S.? Only bankruptcy judge Robert E. Greber, who had gained control of GM, knew that. In Stockholm on May 30, the Stockholm Marathon was run as usual, and of the almost 19,000 registered, 2 were to compete for Saab. One was named Jan Eik Johnson and had number 6267. He never showed up to start. New York on May 31 and June 1, 2009, after Fritz Henderson had prepared for 2 days, GM held a board meeting where most people joined by telephone. The atmosphere was subdued, and at 8:45 p.m. on May 31, the GM board decided that what had not so long ago been the world's largest car manufacturer would file for bankruptcy early the next day. When GM filed for bankruptcy, it had $172 billion in debts and $82 billion in assets. The stock value of nearly $60 billion in 2000 had been wiped out, and now a Chapter 11 bankruptcy was in the offing, with Judge Robert Greber expected to write down debts and drastically reorganize so that what was healthy could perhaps continue. At 11:51 a.m., President Obama began his speech at the White House, where he said he expected GM to quickly get back on its feet, just as Chrysler had done. Paul Ingrassia writes about the incident in his book Crash Course, describing how Obama afterwards went to the White House doctor and was given a Tylenol headache pill. Exactly 420 miles from Washington, in Zurich, the final battle over Saab came to a head. After Fiat had been weighing its options for a few days after the fiasco in Berlin, Sergio Marchionne decided to invest wholeheartedly in Chrysler. 3 speculators remained, Koenigsegg Group, Renko, and Merbanco. While the school graduations were being held in Sweden on June 9, the 3 final speculators flew with their advisors to Zurich, where GM Europe's headquarters are conveniently located near the airport. 2 days later, the one presenting the best bid and offering the best solutions would win. The 3 speculator groups were placed in their respective locations within walking distance of, partly at GM's offices, partly at the Renaissance Hotel, and partly at the Novotel Hotel. Then Deutsche Bank's Sean Costello and GM's Enrico Di Girolamo walked between them and pressured the speculators on their weak points. All to get sharper bids. The Zurich negotiations were leaked to the Financial Times and the parties were forced to be more discreet. From the Novotel Hotel, one could leave through the back door and then enter GM via back door, thus avoiding nosy journalists. The negotiations were basically about 3 issues: how much money GM could get for Saab, various technology rights, and Saab's long-term survival. It was already known beforehand that the buyer would be allowed to use the new 9.5 technology for free, and that tools for the 9.5 for $250 million would be included in the purchase. The cash investment was basically zero, and those were the other points of the negotiations. Rights and costs of using GM technology were a big issue, and Koenigsegg, for example, was not interested in GM's electric hybrid technology. But above all, GM saw Saab's long-term survival, and since the EIB loans were central, Enrico Di Girolamo called Göran Hägglund at regular intervals. First, Merbanco fell through. They lacked automotive industry experience, and even though the old Richard Johnston and Alan Tesler rattled around with money bags in the background, that wasn't enough. Nor did the fact that Christopher Johnston had lovingly owned a Saab 900 Turbo and a Saab 9000 Aero. Then came the turn of Renko and Ira Rennert. He knew the industry, had good contacts with GM's management, development ideas for Saab's survival and money, but fell for the old environmental scandals. The Swedish government had the opportunity to become a partner with Ira Rennert and become happy, but that involved headline risks, says someone who was at the heart of the sales process. After many twists and turns, GM chose the Koenigsegg Group. It could be said that the Koenigsegg Group was a third-hand choice after first the Chinese Beijing Automotive was rejected by GM and then Renko by the Swedish government. But the Koenigsegg Group also seemed to have many advantages. There was a dynamic in the group with the Swedish entrepreneur Christian von Koenigsegg, who had built up his car company against all odds. The Koenigsegg Group was also popular with the government, largely thanks to the Swedish connection. Even H.G. Westberg saw it as interesting. Completely out of the blue, the Prime Minister's powerful state secretary managed much of the car crisis, and he was often a sounding board for both Hans Lindblad and Göran Hägglund. But the uncertainty that the group was not stable enough was looming all the time. It was no coincidence that the convivial Christian von Koenigsegg was allowed to be the face, even though it was clear early on that others were paying for it. His Swedishness and pleasant entrepreneurial appearance would ensure that he would win the favor of the Swedish audience and the government. Despite his lack of experience in running a car manufacturing business on a larger scale, he became a kind of symbol for the continuation of the dream of a car factory in Sweden that could amaze the world. Two underdogs who had been outnumbered and came back. Bard Ecker was doing more in the background than many thought, and Mark Bishop was the one who seemed to lead the group from the beginning. But without Augie Fabla, they had been fine. Fabla stood for the charter. After building Vimpelcom from scratch, he was able to drive business processes forward, but above all, he was responsible for most of the money. Something that was never revealed was that he also had a co-financier, the Russian Dmitry Zimin, with whom he started Vimpelcom. The money was raised from their charitable foundations, the Fabla Family Foundation and the Dynasty Foundation. But it was also clear that Fabla and Zimin were careful with their money, something that should have made GM and Deutsche Bank turn a blind eye. 2009 Zurich, June 11. A letter of intent was practically completed on June 11, even though it was not signed until a few days later, but somehow the whole thing was leaked to SVTS Rapport. Then Media Sweden exploded. The situation became a bit bizarre. In short, all the newspapers wrote and TV and radio broadcasts, and the national news that Saab was being saved became like a campfire around which everyone gathered. Saab had by then been hanging by a thread for 4 months. The pressure of information could have blown up mountains, and all the journalists wondered where the money came from and who was really behind it. Then those responsible closed the lid. No one outside the barely handful of people in Zurich and a few others knew what Koenigsegg really wanted with Saab, or where the money came from. Most Swedes had noted that Christian von Koenigsegg and Bard Ecker had been in the bidding war. Almost as if the sports car entrepreneurs liked to joke. Should a mosquito swallow an elephant, two notorious loss-making companies merge? Koenigsegg had no experience in industrial construction, the media reported. Many people got the impression that it was Koenigsegg's small car company, which sold 18 cars in 2008, that would buy Saab, which at the time sold nearly 100,000 cars. But what would they think? All the media focus was directed at the Swede. That same evening, Christian von's father, Koenigsegg's Jesko, started to ring on his mobile phone. Christian himself was still in Zurich and had turned off his. Jesko von Koenigsegg answered the questions evasively. The phone also rang at Saab's head of information, Eric Giers. He answered evasively, and instead took the opportunity to say that Saab had negotiated down its mountain of debt after over 80% of the creditors agreed to write down their debts by 75%. It was the next big step in the reconstruction, and it wouldn't be hammered out until just under a week later. But the reconstruction team had worked very hard to pour oil on the waves and get everyone on board after GM made the mistake of only paying certain suppliers. Eric Giers didn't say that exactly, but that's how it was. But this time, Saab's information department didn't succeed with its evasive maneuver. Everyone wanted to know more about Koenigsegg. Stockholm, June 11, 2009. In the government hall at Rosenbad on the same day, June 11, the government made the decision to let the National Debt Office prepare negotiations for loan guarantees for Saab of 4 billion krona. Just prepare, they wouldn't start working. They had to do that when a new owner was actually in place, which was now stumbling close. The decision came, according to Saab, several months too late, but the government's stance had always been to wait for a new owner before any loans could be guaranteed. The crisis in the automotive world had paralyzed Europe and the USA, and the automotive map was turning east. In China and Russia, there was capital to be raised and car markets to be satisfied. On Friday, June 12, the Swede Bo Andersson surprisingly left his job as purchasing director at GM in Detroit, where his tough decisions had been appreciated. On Monday, 3 days later, the reason was announced. He would become the top manager of Russia's largest vehicle manufacturer, GAZ, the same GAZ that had been involved in Magna's purchase of Opel just 2 weeks earlier. In Sweden, Bo Andersson was spoken of with pride in his voice, as a son of the countryside in the midst of embezzlement who had done well, even becoming a top Swedish name in the automotive world. But worried voices began to be heard that Opel, which had transformed from half-sibling to direct competitor, could put a damper on Saab. On June 16, the Koenigsegg Group signed a letter of intent to buy Saab. Much like a wedding toast, 5 days had passed since the leak, and when Christian von Koenigsegg and Bard Ecker were finally sent to comment, the media pressure had been pumped up to something approaching its maximum limit. Everyone wondered what money was behind it. Christian von Koenigsegg and Bard Ecker finally gave interviews. Finally, the pressure would ease. But when Dagens Industry asked Bard Ecker if he could say anything about the financial muscles, he replied, "No." Now a cat-and-mouse game began that would last throughout the summer and autumn. On the one hand, Christian von Koenigsegg, who gave the most interviews, was skilled at smilingly avoiding answering anything to do with the financing. On the other hand, it was a disaster for the credibility of the deal. If there is one thing that can make journalists start a chase, it is the suspicion that someone is trying to hide something. A subtle delay in an answer, one too many empty words, can be enough. Now it was obvious that the group was simply hiding who was really behind it. On the same day, new statistics were released on new car sales in May. The European market fell by a total of 5% thanks to scrappage premiums in several European countries. Saab lost 66%. In the USA, Saab fell by a whopping 70%. Scrappage premiums were also discussed on the 7th floor of Rosenbad, but it was never even close to becoming a reality. The party leaders saw two main reasons. It would only have postponed the problems, and it would not have saved Saab and Volvo, who make cars that are too big and expensive. The scrappage premium mainly helped manufacturers with cheap cars, and the Swedish government did not want to support the car industry in Italy or Korea, it was said. When the Koenigsegg Group was to be registered with the Swedish company's registration office, they tried to keep the names of Mark Bishop and Oj Fabla confidential. The company's registration office said no. On paper, Christian von Koenigsegg was the main owner of the newly started company through his company Alpraz with 42.5%. 23.5% then came Koenigsegg Automotive, Sweden, with percent, and Mark Bishop, USA, with 22%, and finally 12% was owned by Bard Ecker through his company Ecker Group, Norway. Behind the facade, Oj Fabla became the main financier. Oj Fabla took the chairman's gavel. Christian von Koenigsegg was appointed CEO, and Mark Bishop and Bard Ecker were board members. The deputy board member was Fabla's right-hand man, lawyer Melissa Schwartz. It was the first time that Mark Bishop's and Oj Fabla's names came to light, and on paper Bishop seemed to be responsible for most of the financing. All the light was directed at him. Journalists and Saab nerds searched for Mark Bishop in the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, Los Angeles Times, and Bloomberg. They got no hits. Who is he? Everyone wondered. The man who seemed to be the most important person behind the Koenigsegg Group began to go by the name The Ghost among journalists, who at the same time began to dig into his past. A new phase began in Trollhättan. When everyone thought they could breathe a sigh of relief that a new owner was finally in place, the newspapers were filled with speculation. At the end of June, Dagens Industry visited Mark Bishop's alleged business operations in Southern California and were met with completely closed doors. Bishop had never been involved in industrial activities, but had spent almost his entire professional life dealing in junk bonds and mortgages. He was alleged to have been active in several mortgage companies, but only one was at the address given on the website. It turned out to be a room rented from a law firm. He was said not to have been there for a long time. Mark Bishop was 700 meters away from Dagens Industries' editorial office, at Mester Samuelsgatan 70 in Stockholm, in a meeting room at the Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation, where he and the others learned about the basics of the government's loan guarantees, the process with the EU Commission, and that it was the Swedish National Debt Office that handled the loan guarantees. When the officials explained that the Commission also had to approve the deal, Bishop frowned and asked, "Which Commission?" He was within walking distance of his Swedish girlfriend's apartment on Tegnegatan in Stockholm, where he was temporarily staying. It was one of the last times Mark Bishop represented the group. He was soon forced out of the Koenigsegg Group, which was kept secret until August. Fabla and Bishop had early on ended up on a collision course, and Bishop had also frightened his colleagues by having contact with investors in Eastern Europe who wanted to buy into Saab. Oj Fabla, who disagreed with Bishop, thought the measure was too much when the media began digging into Bishop's old dealings, and at a meeting on June 25 in Gothenburg, Bishop was forced out. During the summer, the investment bank Carnegie in Norway was tasked with bringing in more investors and more money into the Koenigsegg Group. According to the share register, Bishop's ownership was spread across Christian von Koenigsegg and Bard Ecker. The idea was that Bishop would be paid for his share when the deal closed later in the autumn. This was done in the utmost secrecy and did not become public knowledge until August. The government was one of the few who were informed. Ojike Fabla was also Googled and investigated. Not much new came to light, except that he had supported the Republican presidential candidates John McCain and Mike Huckabee with money. When Mark Bishop left head first, the only picture of him was a blurry passport photo from the Swedish company's registration office, as if he were a criminal. His exit created a hole in the financing that would become an increasingly serious threat to the entire deal as time went on. The Koenigsegg Group also tried to keep this out of the public eye. Chapter 5, Winged Summer, about Saab's suitors in the Koenigsegg Group who are dribbling away at themselves, and about an increasingly tough fight against time with all the authorities and a growing unrest in the factory in Trollhättan. Mats Hagelin at the tax agency in Gothenburg was not the one who wanted to cause trouble, not a bad guy, he was just a proper civil servant. Or as he told TT on June 16, "We tax collectors are a bit boring." He was the only one of the nearly 600 creditors that the polished Guy Lofolk did not manage to get on board with writing down Saab's debts. Saab thus managed to solve the core issue of the entire reconstruction, writing down the debts. Saab's information department had already leaked that it would go well, and at the so-called composition meeting on June 16, Saab got more than 75% of the creditors on board, which was the requirement for Saab to be allowed to write down the debts. It had been done through hard work where Guy Lofolk had also, wisely enough, gradually secured powers of attorney to push through the agreement. Koenigsegg's appearance the day before, where smoke screens were laid out about the financing, could have gotten more people to discuss it, like Mats Hagelin. Saab had a debt of just under 350 million krona to the Swedish tax agency since the salary guarantee payments. Mats Hagelin walked with firm steps into the now nationally renowned district court in Vänersborg after telling the journalists outside that he had received far too little information about Saab's new financiers to be able to say yes. "That's how it often goes," he only said afterwards. In total, Saab had had debts of just over 10 billion krona and had now eased its debt burden by just over 7.5 billion krona. The 2.5 billion that remained would not have to be paid until a year later. Now Saab had achieved what it wanted with the reconstruction, but it still lacked an owner. Koenigsegg Group had only signed a letter of intent. Stockholm, June 18, 2009. Shit, thought Lars Hedreborg when he and Jan Ake Johnson entered a meeting room in central Stockholm 2 days later. It was the day before Midsummer Eve. They had had a case at the Swedish National Debt Office, and now they were only supposed to meet the Koenigsegg gang after lunch. Then it was midsummer. There sat Ojike Fabla with about 20 consultants from the management consulting firm Bain & Company and the accounting firm PwC, the consulting firms that would help them assess Saab. They began something that resembled a cross-examination of the Saab men. Hedreborg and Johnson looked at each other discreetly. They wondered in silence what they had gotten themselves into. Saab's CEO did not get a vacation in the cottage outside Nyköping that year. At the same time as Sweden was winding down for the summer holidays, about 40 of Koenigsegg's consultants filled the entire 4th floor of Saab's Gothenburg office, but some were also sitting in the already cramped office in Trollhättan. "They were everywhere," says Jan Ake Johnson in retrospect. The power struggle between Mark Bishop and Ojike Fabla at the end of June was not noticeable inside Saab. Mark Bishop disappeared when the others replaced him at the end of June, but for the Saab people, Fabla had been the one in charge from the beginning. Bishop had played more of an idea generator, but as soon as problems arose, he had few answers and instead relied on his advisors. Mark Bishop did not have the ability to drive the processes forward. He was not cut out for such a big deal, says someone who was involved in the entire process with Koenigsegg. That was when Ojike Fabla seriously took command. But up on the 4th floor of the Gothenburg office, his right-hand man, 42-year-old Melissa Schwartz, sat down above all. She was a Russian-speaking lawyer and bundle of energy with whom he had worked closely at the Russian Vimpelcom and who played a key role when Vimpelcom was listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Melissa Schwartz had a doctorate in law from the prestigious Harvard University and lived in Washington, D.C., but now she would more or less live in Sweden for 6 months and devote most of her waking time to Saab. She was the one who would lead the tough work of negotiating all the agreements between Koenigsegg Group and GM. But a purchase was based on Saab being an independent company. That process turned out to be tougher than expected and simply wasn't finished by the end of June. 37-year-old Eric S. Julander was a unit manager in the guarantee and lending department at the Swedish National Debt Office, and like so many other parents of young children, drove a Saab 9.5 station wagon. But on June 11, 2009, he would get to know another Saab. He became responsible for the Saab case at the Swedish National Debt Office, which involved negotiating credit guarantees for Saab so that the government could then make a decision. Specifically, Erik S. Jullander would evaluate Saab's collateral, assess whether the business plan was reasonable, and whether those who would buy Saab had the financing for it. 2 consulting firms were brought in immediately. The accounting firm KPMG to look at the collateral and the business plan, and the law firm Vinge, which handled all the contract parts and investigations. In the midst of the crisis, the 2 firms were to earn a combined SEK 39 million on the assignment. Erik S. Jullander started working immediately. The government had absolute demands that were sent in a secret appendix to the government decision. Saab must have adequate guarantees, the financing should follow the projects, the payment should be made in small portions over time, and there must be meticulous control so that the money did not disappear, it said, among other things. Erik S. Jullander met the Koenigsegg Group for the first time around midsummer in the boardroom of the Swedish National Debt Office in Salinghuset in Stockholm. The first meeting was polite, but it would become considerably tougher in tone and more conflict-filled in the autumn when Audje Fabla, despite pressure, was unable to come forward with information about financing and contracts, and when Saab felt poorly treated by Vinge. The politicians' week in Almedalen was, as usual, full of speeches when June turned into July 2009. Jan-Åke Johnson spoke at a seminar at the industry organization Bill Sweden. For him, it was about keeping Saab afloat until a new owner could enter the company and the EIB loan was in the account. Opel had just received a direct loan from the German state to stay afloat. Now Jan-Åke Johnson wanted one too. Saab was emptying its stocks and he wanted to manufacture more cars but could not afford it. Jan-Åke Johnson also wanted the EIB to be able to make a decision as early as July and not at the earliest in September, which was the bid at the time. In the background lay the fear of Saab's running out of cash and the question marks surrounding Koenigsegg's financing, but he spoke to deaf ears. Göran Hägglund replied that it would be against the EU's regulations for Saab to be given a bailout loan, and in principle it looked impossible for the EIB to make a decision in July. He then clarified that the workflow for Saab involved negotiations with the EIB, then negotiations with the Swedish National Debt Office about government loan guarantees, before finally the EU Commission would approve the terms. One up in addition to the Saab crisis itself, another issue had sailed and become sensitive for the government, the vehicle package. Not a single krona had been paid out from their vehicle package of 28 billion krona, and the big problem was the bailout loans where 5 billion krona had been set aside for companies in crisis. There, the government sent out completely different signals several times. Göran Hägglund had already 6 months earlier, in Detroit in January 2009, on Sveriges Radio's Ekot, opened up the possibility of using bailout loans for Saab if GM were to tighten the cash tap. But it took almost 2 months for the government to appoint the National Debt Office as administrator in mid-February 2009. 3 weeks later, Sweden's second largest subcontractor to the automotive industry, Plastel, with around 500 employees, went bankrupt. Plastel had applied for bailout loans but was denied. Then it emerged that several crisis-stricken subcontractors had applied for bailout loans but had not received them. The bailout loans did not work, the terms were too harsh. The criticism of the government was scathing, but if you asked the officials, there was an explanation. A rescue loan is the first step in a 2-step rocket in the EU Commission's regulatory framework. The second step was called restructuring aid. At first, together they functioned as a temporary bridge for companies in crisis that needed a fresh start. According to EU rules, such restructuring aid can be given for a set shorter period to restore a company's long-term profitability. But the government never included restructuring aid in its package, and now they were left with a rescue loan that could not be used. In June 2010, Göran Hägglund defended the decision not to have restructuring aid. It could, theoretically, be very expensive. We did not want to find ourselves in a situation where Ford and GM would force us to provide a lot of support that would then be transferred to the USA. This was also discussed in the inner cabinet. The party leaders concluded that support would not solve any problems. The only thing that counts is whether someone buys the company. Support does not make the company more marketable. It may prolong the pain, but it does not make the company more marketable, but it risks a lot of tax money, was the position. The government instead considered that the companies should apply for reconstruction instead of receiving support. But to put it mildly, few companies saw reconstruction as a viable option. In April, the Swedish National Debt Office was saddened by being criticized by distressed entrepreneurs who were denied loans. The head of the Swedish National Debt Office's department, Magnus Thor, sent a distress signal to the government. He wrote in clear text in a report on 22 April 2009 that the rescue loan was not working. The conditions with a 6-month repayment period were too harsh. But just a month later, in May, another new message came from the government. Göran Hägglund went to the media with something that resembled a promise that Saab would be able to get a bailout loan as a bridge loan of up to 1 billion krona. Then nothing happened. In addition, Saab was constantly met with the message that a bailout loan and an EIB loan could not be used together. Bailout loans are given to sick companies, EIB loans to healthy ones. Saab never applied for a bailout loan, and as of August 2010, the 5 billion krona is still untouched. The big question is why the government launched bailout loans at all if they knew that no one would be able to use them and that there was a risk of a fraud debate. Detroit, July 10, 2009, just over a month after GM's large-scale bankruptcy, a new, well-tuned GM arose with 2/3 of its debts wiped out. It was quickly nicknamed Government Motors by the people because a full 61% was owned by American taxpayers. The new state-owned GM also became Saab's new temporary home before the new buyers signed binding contracts. For Saab, this had two consequences. Both were negative. The new owner representative, President Obama, balanced to win all the ground with American public opinion, which made what happened around Saab even more politically sensitive than before. In addition, the administrative pressure on the already strained Saab increased. All major transactions would suddenly have to be approved by the U.S. Treasury Department, whose officials did not like the new procedure any more than Saab. For Saab and the Koenigsegg Group, the big problem was Saab's soon-to-be empty cash. According to the original plan, it would last until July 18, but Saab had been frugal and managed for a while longer. Jan Ake Johnson was like a tightrope walker, balancing between keeping a tight rein on his wallet and producing as few cars as possible, and keeping up the pace of development of the vital new 9.5. On July 17, Saab held a general meeting and the share capital was restored just as planned, after the debts were written down by 75%. But that didn't mean that the cash problems disappeared. On the contrary, they became more and more urgent every day. You didn't have to be an Einstein to understand that strengthening the cash flow was our lifeline, says Mats Johansson, maintenance manager at the body shop long after the reconstruction. The factory didn't know how long the money would last, but it was clear that things were starting to get tough. At the same time, production had to continue. One day, a small drive wheel got flat, causing the cars to change direction inside the body shop. Production was stopped. If they were to follow the instructions and write a purchase requisition, it would take a long time. The maintenance department supervisor, Kenneth Eriksson, stood there thumbing through a form, but then put it aside. He sighed and took the car over Stallbekabren to the Harold Nyborg hobby chain and bought a new hose for 35 krona out of his own pocket. After half an hour, they were able to start production. Neither Melissa Schwartz nor Audrey Fabla knew the car industry, but they could negotiate, and they worked hard to get as much as possible out of the negotiations with GM. Everything had to be priced. Engines, gearboxes, components, and all the technology. In addition, the business plan continued to be streamlined. All the while, new young consultants in suits and suits appeared. Many stayed at Gothenburg's only 5-star hotel, Elite Plaza. There, the bar menu closed at 11 o'clock in the evening. Then the consultants would often come in a pack, have a sandwich, and then continue working there. Externally, Christian von Koenigsegg had to handle all media contacts, and he answered evasively to all questions about financing. Internally, Audrey Fabla ruled with an iron fist. Few outside Saab understood how little Christian von Koenigsegg was involved in the actual negotiations with GM. One of the inner circle of the negotiations tells in retrospect how Christian von Koenigsegg could politely shake hands and say hello at the beginning of meetings, and then sit quietly for 3 hours, and then just as politely shake hands and say goodbye. He and Bard Ecker wanted to be out in Saab's technical development or in the design department, close to the cars. At the same time, the Koenigsegg gang tried to sharpen the business plan. On the one hand, they created a business plan with substantial margins that would withstand economic downturns and sales dips, but they also made the plan more ambitious and thus more costly. Saab would transform into a real premium brand by 2016, and in the years leading up to that, the cars would become increasingly advanced and expensive. They would invest heavily in product development and, among other things, launch the new 9.3 as a pure electric car as early as 2012. This meant that more money would be required. Getting started became urgent. Every day became significant. Then, at the beginning of August, the rumor spread. Someone had left the Koenigsegg Group. Mark Bishop was part of the Koenigsegg Group at the beginning of August. Everyone involved in the Saab deal thought they knew that. Only a very small group knew that the others within the Koenigsegg group had frozen out Bishop as early as June 25 and forced him to part with the shares. Mark Bishop had never given an interview or had himself photographed. Therefore, no one was particularly surprised when he was not seen in the media during the summer. Not even Maud Olofsson had known who he was when Koenigsegg signed the letter of intent in June, but promised to check up on him when Koenigsegg Group was going to seek loan guarantees. Göran Hägglund answered reporters' questions evasively. At the same time, irritation between the Koenigsegg Group and the Swedish National Debt Office increased during the British summer. Erik S. Jullander sent a report to the Ministry of Enterprise and Industry on August 11, saying that negotiations had been at a standstill since mid-July. S. Jullander was waiting for, among other things, the buyer's financial position and an updated business plan. At the same time, Audje Fabla felt opposed by the Swedish National Debt Office, but above all by the law firm Vinge. On 11 August, Jan Ake Johnson, Audje Fabla and Guy Lofolk entered the Ministry of Enterprise and Industry, where representatives from GM had also arrived. Now it was time to clear the air, and Göran Hägglund and Audje Fabla were the ones who set the tone at the meeting, where several infected issues were put on the table. The government felt that the Koenigsegg Group had not given a complete picture, and Göran Hägglund informed Fabla that the government did not want to receive information via the media. They went through all the steps to obtain an EIB loan, and Audje Fabla said that he felt opposed by the Swedish National Debt Office and Vinge. They talked for 3 hours at a meeting that was important for the cooperation not to collapse completely. A big issue was that Fabla refused to go to the media. Both Fabla and Bishop seriously misjudged the role of the media. They considered the Saab affair to be their sole concern, and that Saab was a private affair. They could not have been more wrong. Göran Hägglund, but also Guy Lofolk, tried to explain that the Saab affair was of enormous public interest. Audje Fabla was seen by the public as a shady person, which appeared increasingly untenable when taxpayers were going to step in and guarantee $1 billion loan. The crash when the garble-like Mark Bishop's defection exploded in the media only a few days ago. The longer Fabla remained silent, the more speculation and suspicion in the media about the financing and who was really behind it grew. And the more negative the writing, the less interest the government had in supporting the deal. Another thing that Audje Fabla did not tell the public was that in mid-July, he had already become the largest owner of the Koenigsegg Group through the company Salskin BV, which was registered in Holland, where you can cleverly keep the owner's name secret. He also did not tell them that it was he and his partner from the Wimpelkom era, Dmitry Zimin, who were actually responsible for the money. The Prime Minister's closest man, H.G. Westberg, also met Audje Fabla on several occasions, never at the Prime Minister's office, but both at the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Industry. Fabla angrily told Westberg that the National Debt Office and Vinge asked further questions and questioned his honor. "They look at me like I'm a crook. Do you think I'm a crook?" he asked. "If I thought you were a crook, you wouldn't be sitting here, you wouldn't have come through the door," Westberg replied. A mutual respect grew between the gentlemen, whose relationship was initially cautious, especially since Audje Fabla didn't always tell the government everything right away. A big issue was that Fabla wasn't willing or able to let go of enough capital. It would be the next nightmare for Saab. If you drive the screw into the wood far enough, eventually the wood cracks. That's how Audje Fabla and Melissa Schwartz's work on all of Saab's agreements with GM was described by someone who was in the middle of the process. By early August, the agreements were far from being finalized. Audje and Melissa overworked the agreements and the business plan. They wanted parachutes, braces, seat belts, and airbags, says another person who was involved and had insight. Many were worried about Melissa Schwartz. She was constantly working. She looked worn out. But if the contracts were a sad chapter, at least Fabla's expensive business plan with substantial margins was ready in mid-August, and it looked good. Except for one thing, it was $200 million short of financing. According to the business plan, they were supposed to start manufacturing cars on a certain date, but that date was constantly being pushed forward. By August, they had calculated that the money would run out before they would start getting new revenue. At the same time, Saab was basically set to exit the restructuring on August 20. The reason was that it could not get an EIB loan if the company was still in restructuring. Then something happened that never appeared in the media. Audje Fabla did not want to sign the purchase contract. He did not want to tie himself down without financing. It was a catch-22. In August, Saab began holding board meetings once a week to keep a close eye on the dwindling cash. The internal goal was still that Saab would have enough money to be able to close down in a neat way, if necessary. Trollhättan in Stockholm, August 18, 2009, the press was heavily pressuring Audje Fabla to sign a purchase contract in mid-August. Otherwise, Saab would be forced into a third restructuring period on August 20, which would in practice make an EIB loan impossible. Guy Lofalk and several others were insisting that he would sign and then tell the media who he was and what his plans were for Saab. But Fröberg did not want to tie himself down to a company without financing. In the end, a solution was found. Fröberg signed a share transfer agreement with several caveats. The purchase would only go through on the condition that the nearly 60 GM agreements were settled in place, as well as an EIB loan and approval from the EU Commission. In connection with the share transfer, Audrey Fröberg gave an interview in Dagens Industri where he confirmed that the deal was complete. The interview was published the next day, August 18, but it didn't go as he had planned. 3 billion missing was the headline for the front page. Audrey Fröberg calculated that he needed a total of 11 billion krona and that he was missing 30% of the financing, something that, according to Fröberg, would take several months to come up with. Hence the headline. The same morning that Audrey Fröberg told about the deal in Dagens Industri, TT called Saab's head of information Eric Geers and asked if he could confirm the deal. He couldn't. It may seem like a very reasonable task for such a limited group to get a joint press release when such crucial information is presented. But Koenigsegg Group and its advisor Page Emelson at the PR agency Krieb seem to have failed to coordinate with Saab. It was the beginning of a day that could be called a media disaster for Koenigsegg Group. Göran Hägglund wore Sweden's official blue and yellow EU presidency tie when he handed out a first sheet of paper with 5 points, which according to him were the remaining steps to save Saab. It was already lunchtime and he had called a press conference at Rosenbad in Stockholm. He sensed what was coming. The first point was, Koenigsegg Group will provide significant additional private capital. He then clarified the message verbally. In case anyone hadn't understood, the state will not step in with a loan. Exactly 3 hours later at the Saab Museum in Trollhättan, Christian von Koenigsegg told the media about the deal. Now Audrey Fröberg had withdrawn again. His appearance in DI was as if Greta Garbo had appeared relaxed and laughing in Highland's corner and then just as inexplicably disappeared again. Christian von Koenigsegg's main message was as clear as Göran Hägglund's: the state must help lend the 3 billion that is missing. The banking sector is not functioning right now, he told Svenska Dagbladet. Eyebrows were raised. Did we hear wrong? Hadn't they negotiated just the other day? He told Dagens Industri that the government had given verbal confirmation that they would receive loan guarantees, which the government firmly denied. The big conclusion that day was that Audrey Fröberg was desperate for more money and that the rift between the Koenigsegg Group and the government, their best friend at the time, had grown. Financing was just one of Audrey Fröberg's problems. The negotiations with GM were another, and then he had the real shocker, the EIB loan. Göran Hägglund's 5 points with the remaining steps for the Koenigsegg Group were so clear and educational that they could have been a presentation to a kindergarten group on why it took so long with the EIB loan. In addition to the financing issue, there were Koenigsegg Group to negotiate a loan with the EIB, Koenigsegg Group to reach an agreement with the National Debt Office on the terms of any government credit guarantees, the EU Commission to approve any government guarantees, the government to make a decision on any loan guarantees. The presentation was Göran Hägglund's response to the Koenigsegg Group having announced during the day that the deal was complete. At the time, Koenigsegg Group still believed in a loan decision from the EIB's board as early as September 22. They were pretty much alone in that. 40 people in the Koenigsegg Group worked day and night to push through the purchase. Time frames were constantly being pushed forward, and the most important thing was to find additional financiers. Carnegie in Norway had not yet succeeded. At the beginning of September, Audrey Fröberg realized that he would not have time to receive a decision from the EIB by September 22. The next date to get hung up on was simply the next time the EIB board met, which was October 21. Now the business plan had to be reworked again because the start date had been moved. The question was whether the money would be enough. Just a week later, on September 15, the new Saab 9.5 was to have its world premiere at the Frankfurt Motor Show. Both Jan Eik Johnson and Audrey Fröberg understood that they would be peppered with questions about the shaky ownership. The car presentation would end up completely in the shadows. Then a rumor began to circulate that Fröberg had a new financier in the works. On September 9, the Koenigsegg Group issued a loose press release saying that Beijing Automotives, BAIC, and the Koenigsegg Group had signed a letter of intent. BAIC had already submitted what was perhaps the best bid for Saab in May, but was rejected by GM because it was considered sensitive to bring in a competitor to its partner in China, Shanghai Motors. After that, BAIC had focused on buying Opel, had advanced far in the bidding process, but had also been rejected there at the end of July. Audi Fabla simply contacted BAIC CEO Wang Dazhang. Yes, they were certainly interested in cooperation. That became Fabla's lifeline. BAIC would become, as it was called, an indirect minority owner of Saab. The plan was that BAIC would buy the rights and tools to manufacture the old Saab 9.5 and Saab 9.3 with technology from 2005. That year was a turning point, and all technology rights before that belonged to Saab. Saab would start a joint venture in China with the intention of manufacturing Saabs, and BAIC would buy into the Koenigsegg Group. For this, Wang Dazhang and BAIC would pay $200 million, of which 175 would fall to Saab Automobile and 25 would stay with the Koenigsegg Group. Something that was never made public was that the new state-owned GM in the autumn looked more positively on a collaboration with BAIC. Since GM emerged from bankruptcy in July, the cooperation with Shanghai Motors in China had been toned down, and it was therefore better to sign an agreement with a competitor. BAIC's $200 million became Audi Fabla's lifeline, the money that would row the whole deal through. But the negotiations with BAIC would be nightmarish. While they were struggling there, Audi Fabla continued to revise the business plan, now with the starting value that everything would be in place by November 1. And every time the business plan was adjusted, the Swedish National Debt Office, the EIB, and the Ministry of Enterprise, Industry and Energy had to be involved with all their sub-consultants. The situation began to become increasingly Kafkaesque for Fabla, Schwarz, Ecker, and von Koenigsegg. In mid-September, the news came that Fabla had taken command of the Koenigsegg Group, which had already happened 2 months earlier in the dark. This added to the journalists' irritation even more. Many wondered, was he hiding something more? At the same time, the negotiations accelerated and began to be handled in 2 cities. The negotiations with GM were handled in Gothenburg, while all BAIC negotiations were handled at the law firm Rashier's office on Blasieholm in Stockholm. 20 Chinese people were flown in from Beijing and basically settled in the modernly furnished law firm in Stockholm. There they then negotiated contracts for 2 weeks, during which 3 major issues were to be discussed. BAIC would buy into Koenigsegg. Saab wanted to co-own a company with BAIC in China, where the approval process was, to put it mildly, complicated by protectionist laws. In addition, a number of technology rights and tools were to be sold between Saab Automobile and BAIC. The negotiations became more complicated than most lawyers had experienced before. GM's lawyers were afraid of technology transfer and copying, and many times Enrico Di Girolamo did not have the mandate to negotiate the contracts, even though he was GM Europe's CFO. He was constantly forced to go back to several managers in the GM organization and anchor, not infrequently with the result that new information came the next day. This meant that he could not bargain with Audi Fabla and solve difficult issues by giving in one place and taking in another. At the same time, Mark Bishop was not satisfied. When he was forced out of the Koenigsegg Group in June, he had been promised to be paid for his shares in the Koenigsegg Group when a deal was closed, but he did not want to wait. On September 10, Mark Bish was fired, 5 days before Jan Ake Johnson was to present the new Saab 9.5 to journalists from all over the world. According to Dagens Næringsliv, Mark Bishop met with some potential buyers at the luxury Hotel Mandarin Oriental in Geneva. Also present was a representative from a Norwegian brokerage firm, but he got cold feet when he realized that this was not the official sale. Only a few people knew about this yet. Frankfurt Motor Show, September 15, 2009. Jan Ake Johnson rolls up his speech script into a tight roll and wanders back and forth behind the scenes. Journalists from all over the world begin to gather outside Saab's booth, and he is about to present the new 9.5. His face is set. He is asked to give another speech. A large clock on the wall counts down the seconds. A dozen or so TV cameras are set up, and 100 or so journalists are standing and stomping. It would have been another balancing act. The Koenigsegg Group is not done with everything. How will he tackle it in the speech? Will Christian von Koenigsegg also give a speech? Audi Fabla? No, it will be Jan Ake Johnson who steps forward, alone. The curtain is lifted and leaves and snowflakes are projected onto the wall behind. The new Saab, which is 5 meters long, exudes self-confidence. After Jan Ake Johnson's speech, in which he is positive but notes that there are still a few steps left, he stands at the driver's door of the car. This is what all car directors do when they present cars at car shows. He is showered with questions from hundreds of journalists, but they are not about the car but about the EIB loan, the deal with BAIC, and whether Saab has any money left in the coffers. After a few minutes, a well-tailored Christian von Koenigsegg appears on the other side of the gray Saab and starts giving interviews. A strange sight, nothing was ready, and therefore Koenigsegg is not allowed to give an official speech, but he is still the one who gets the most questions. Saab and the Koenigsegg group are kind of like a couple who had a high-profile engagement and had a wedding, but then still don't dare to speak publicly about their relationship. And with parents and relatives all wondering if they will show up. For us journalists, it is important to have eyes in the back of your head. Bardecker sneaks around smiling. BAIC CEO Wang Dazung is even more shy. And the shyest of them all is the main character himself, Audrey Fable, who also shows up the next day. But he quickly slips into the meeting rooms at Saab's stand without giving any interviews. Christian von Koenigsegg tries to answer questions as best he can. He believes that a deal with BAIC will be completed by the end of October. At the same time, the EIB will decide on the vital loan of 4 billion krona before then, already on October 21. I have been informed that they can make a decision, but insert a clause stating that certain conditions must be met. It will be tough, but I am positive, he says next to the gray Saab. At Saab's weekly board meetings, there was a lot of talk about the English expression cash preservation, which stands for saving money. 2 months after the cash register was actually supposed to be empty, people also started talking about capital impairment, a capital shortfall. It was a nicer word for empty cash. On Saturday, September 26, 2009, the Norwegian newspaper Dagens Næringsliv published a large article about Mark Bishop's financial acrobatics when, a couple of weeks earlier, he tried to sell shares that he did not own. The news hit like a bomb, even partly with the government. According to the state secretary at the Ministry of Finance, Hans Lindblad, M., they had received some information from the Koenigsegg group, but not everything. They were basically allowed to read all the dirty details in the newspaper, which deepened the trust gap with the Koenigsegg group. But that was not all. Around the same time, Hans Lindblad received information that further complicated the deal. It seemed as if Bishop had actually managed to sell shares. According to Lindblad, the government received information that American lawyers were pursuing a lawsuit on behalf of Eastern European stakeholders who were said to own 15% of the Koenigsegg group, and thus soon Saab. All of a sudden we didn't know if those we were negotiating with had even signed a company, says Hans Lindblad about the twists and turns afterwards. All legal experts considered it unlikely that they would take over, but that made the situation very unpleasant. The government wanted the others to release Mark Bishop. Otherwise, they thought that it was impossible to continue the discussions. That's what happened, says Hans Lindblad. Outwardly, there was no sign of this crisis of confidence, but according to several people with insight into the process, it was one of the reasons why Audrey Fable pulled out of the deal 2 months later. But it didn't stop there. According to the article, which was published in different versions in both Dagens Næringsliv and the Swedish Dagens Industri, the entire deal was in turmoil. Bardecker was quoted as threatening that everything could be over very soon if certain pieces didn't fall into place. He suddenly gave the deal just 5 more days. If everything is not in place by Wednesday, September 30, we are out, then we give up, he told Dagens Næringsliv. Then the denial machine started. It was a misunderstanding, according to Christian von Koenigsegg. Audrey Fable, as usual, said nothing. In the Triminus 3 department at Saab in Trollhättan, cars were being built under increasing anxiety. Petra Sturch helped carry a center console into a new car. A workmate stood on the other side. They docked it on the panel, then screwed it onto the center tunnel and, as usual, high from the screwdriver. The grips were used, the ventilation was buzzing, and the cars were taking shape. On the surface, everything was as usual, but still not. What was really happening around the Koenigsegg group? It was tough, really tough not to know what was happening. We sat and hoped and waited, says Petra Sturch afterwards. Especially during lunch breaks, the anxiety was vented in the coffee room over steaming cups of coffee. There was security in the community with her workmates. Petra Sturch's cup was bright yellow and her ear had 2 holes where a spoon had been. She had been given it by her daughter full of sweets. There seemed to be poor cohesion in the Koenigsegg group. We knew so little. What were their plans? She wondered. She also wondered why Bishop and Fable did not show up. Was there an ulterior motive for someone to remain anonymous? It felt strange. Although management sent out internal information once a week, and sometimes more often, it could feel like a long time between times for the employees. It's difficult in that situation to be cool-headed when friends and family asked, "Have you seen? It's in every newspaper." Then I had to answer that if we didn't get the information internally, it's not true. But then there could be news the week after that what was in the newspaper the week before was true, a little bit. The crisis of confidence between the Koenigsegg group and the government came extremely inopportunely. At the beginning of October, the final round of a multi-front war with a very uncertain outcome for the Koenigsegg group began, and the clock was ticking. Behind the scenes, it was as if Saab was lying on a bed in an intensive care unit, waiting for 5 different emergency treatments: National Debt Office, Commission, Government, GM, and BAIC, but threatening to pass away before then because it had no food for more than the next half hour, money in the coffers. Saab's coffers should actually have been empty by the end of the year according to the plans from February. Then Jan Ake Johnson had been running Saab frugally, but that didn't work for as long as it wanted. It wasn't possible to save more at Saab, but how long would the money last? When did Saab have to start winding down? Jan Ake Johnson says afterwards that Saab met with the government again in October to ask for an emergency bridging loan. The main reason was to be able to continue working on the investment work with the new 9-5. If they didn't do that, the business plan would be postponed, and then everything would collapse like a house of cards. In connection with the takeover, we were supposed to pay back the money, but we were told that as long as the ownership issue was not resolved, it was not possible, says Jan Ake Johnson afterwards. Saab was left to fend for itself. The only question was how long, us to go through the 3 remaining major processes. EU Commission, where the state's loan guarantees to Saab illegal state aid. The EU Commission would investigate that. The Commission's investigation takes about 2 months and is initiated by the government. But then the government must be in principle absolutely certain that it will go through, otherwise the process could take well over 2 months. Bengt Wennerstein and Johnny Kjellström sent the starting signal, what is called a notification, to the Commission on October 2. The Commission would mainly look at 3 things. The first was the business plan. In August, Bengt Wennerstein and Johnny Kjellström gave KPMG the assignment to assess how credible Saab's business plan was in order to be able to serve the Commission with it. The KPMG report came out on October 6. The conclusion was that the business plan was credible but risky, then it could be checked off. The second thing the Commission looked at was whether Saab had been a healthy company before the financial crisis hit in the autumn of 2008. The Ministry of Enterprise and Industry pushed hard that as long as Saab had a parent company, GM, that paid the deficits, Saab was by definition healthy. In 2008, GM had done this and had KPMG develop this in a formal report. Then they could hopefully check it off. But the Commission also wanted to know more about the debt office's way of calculating the interest on the last tenth of the loan. The debt office was struggling with that. Hopefully this could also be checked off soon. The debt office Saab had to have collateral for 4 billion krona, the same amount as the EIB loan. It didn't take a Harvard professor to understand that this threatened the entire deal, but already in April 2009, Saab's then CFO Lars Hedgerborg had figured out that they could use the spare parts business, that is, selling spare parts for the 1 million Saabs on the road, in their own company. Putting the collateral in their own company was also a requirement from the government, which didn't want to end up with a resoundingly empty car factory if everything went wrong. KPMG valued such a company at between 5 and 6 billion krona. The value itself wasn't the problem, it was the time. Namely, companies would be formed, assets transferred, and property formations administered. Saab and Rochier worked very hard on this during October and November. GM and BAIC paradoxically, Melissa Schwartz was still in negotiations with GM. Neither she nor Audrey Fabla knew the car industry. They were afraid. They wanted to take everything into account, but GM's lawyers were also afraid. Their future technology in cars could disappear to China. Melissa Schwartz wanted everything more, but so did GM, and the result was that they sat and moved commas in every agreement. Saab's management was strongly critical afterwards. GM should have stopped much earlier, they said. The negotiations with BAIC were, if possible, even more difficult. It was about power, about ownership shares in the Koenigsegg Group, technology rights where GM was also involved, and the complicated new joint venture that was to be started in China. The negotiations with BAIC were vital. If they fell apart, the core of the financing would disappear. Melissa Schwartz was about to break down. She was supposed to manage everything herself, but that didn't work. When 2 parties agreed, a third one messed up. Whether the EIB, the National Debt Office, or GM was the problem, the Chinese seemed satisfied. When she fixed that problem, the Chinese came and were dissatisfied again. At the end of October, Melissa Schwartz could be compared to a boxer who had fought 3 opponents at the same time for 15 rounds and was so exhausted that she staggered in the ring. On October 21, the news that many had been waiting for came. Koenigsegg Group received the EIB loan. Audrey Fabla refused, true to his habit, to come forward. Christian von Koenigsegg was pushed forward, but now something was different. Everything felt rejected. He was not as positive as usual in his comments. His eyes did not burn, and he pointed to the time aspect. That everything had to be finished, and so he set a new deadline, the turn of the year. Then the company had to be on track. Now you could count the days until Saab's coffers would be empty. When GM and Koenigsegg Group signed the first agreement in June, the deal was to be closed in September. In September, Jan Ake Johnson and Christian von Koenigsegg thought everything would be ready by the end of October. In November, they said the end of the year. In the end, there were two big reasons why Audie Fabla pulled out, because that's what happened. One reason was that the EU Commission's decision was delayed. And then no one knew whether it would be a yes or no. They thought it would be, but they didn't know. When will the EIB money come? Audie Fabla asked the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Industry. The Commission won't be ready until December at the earliest, but then you won't have money in the company until the middle or end of January. At best, was the answer. The other reason was the BAIC deal. Audie Fabla and Melissa Schwartz couldn't get it together. It became too complex, and it concerned the necessary financing of $200 million. Audie Fabla himself didn't want, or couldn't, come up with more money. Gothenburg, November 23, 2009. Jan Ake Johnson's mobile phone rang on the afternoon of November 23. It was Audie Fabla. He wanted Jan Ake Johnson to come to a restaurant in Gothenburg. He went there immediately. Melissa Schwartz, Audie Fabla, Christian von Koenigsegg, and Bard Ecker were there, but also PR advisor Page Emelson from the communications agency Krieb. "We are withdrawing," was the message. They went on to the Elite Plaza Hotel and sat late into the night talking. Above all, about how they would communicate what many believed would mean the death of Saab. Audie Fabla also called the Prime Minister's closest man, H.G. Westberg. "I can't go on any longer," was Fabla's message. The problem was time and money. H.G. Westberg was also shocked and sad. He realized that this was probably the end for Saab. Jan Ake Johnson knew there at the Elite Plaza Hotel that Saab barely had any money left. Almost everyone with insight understood that it would be almost impossible to convince GM or the Swedish government to provide bridge financing if a new buyer were to appear. Trollhättan, November 24, 2009. Tuesday, November 24, was to be historic. The very first new Saab 95 car was to go through all the stations at the Stålbacka factory in the morning and be solemnly photographed as it rolled off the line. Everything went well, and photos of Saab's great hope for the future were posted on the internet. Very few knew about Koenigsegg's defection. In technical development, the boss Mats Federhag held a big meeting in the morning. He painted the future bright, said that it was now almost ready. The EIB loan was at home, and they worked around the clock to get everything ready. The workers at the Saab car factory went home as usual at 4:06 p.m. when the shift ended. For once, a little more hopeful than usual. At 5:00 p.m., a so-called TT flash came. It is an angry red text that is only used for really big news events. This consisted of only a headline and 2 lines. Koenigsegg stops Saab purchase. The negotiations on the purchase of Saab automobile have been concluded, Koenigsegg writes in a press release. Gustavsberg Uddevalla, November 24, 2009 at 5 in the afternoon. Petra Sturch was standing as usual in her stable with her furry little Icelandic horse. Then her cell phone started ringing. She heard a friend ask, "Are you going to close now?" Petra Sturch had no idea what had happened. She let Haidar out in the pasture and went home, shocked. She talked for a long time with her friend Maria in the evening. They wondered what was going to happen, wondered why they were not told anything while they were at work. Pixbo, Gothenburg, November 24, 2009. There are spiral stairs up to the 4th floor of Saab's office in Pixbo in Gothenburg. Shortly after the announcement at 5 p.m., cabin bags are dragged down the spiral staircase. The clattering sound is heard off and on for an hour. Koenigsegg Group consultants are leaving Saab. The sound is peculiar. Saab employees will never forget it. An impromptu press conference is being held outside the gate of Saab's factory in Trollhättan on Tuesday evening in the cold, but not by Saab or Koenigsegg Group. Saab had sent an email to the employees at 5 p.m., exactly 54 minutes after the production workers had gone home. Standing at the gate are Municipal Councillor Gerten G. Andersson, S., Metalfacket Chairman Paul Ackerlund, and Union and Club Chairman Annette Hellgren. Koenigsegg's negative announcement came like a bolt from the blue for all of them, but everyone naturally hoped that Saab would find a new future. Trollhättan, November 25, 2009 at 7 in the morning after the shock announcement, rain fell in Trollhättan. Shocked workers crouched at the factory gate. As usual, Gerten G. Andersson, Paul Ackerlund, and Annette Hellgren were standing there. They had little to say. Suddenly, Christian von Koenigsegg and Bard Ecker appeared. They wanted to explain themselves, they said. They looked worn and sad. They talked to workers who came and sought company in clusters in the cold and rain. After a while, the people dispersed. Then Paul Ackerlund invited Christian von Koenigsegg and Bard Ecker to the union office, right next to the gate. The local councillor also came along. They brewed coffee. They sat down and talked for a while. Christian von Koenigsegg tried to explain the reasons why they had cancelled the deal, despite working around the clock, despite the fact that the Koenigsegg Group had burned around 75 million krona. He said that it had been difficult to get everyone to go in the same direction. Koenigsegg and Ecker seemed sincerely very sad. The two of them wanted to keep going. They didn't say that, but it was. But without Augie Fabla and Melissa Schwartz, it wouldn't have worked. At the time, there was neither the money nor the expertise to put the deal together. The visit was appreciated by the union representatives. Melissa Schwartz and Augie Fabla went straight home to the USA. They wanted to be home for Thanksgiving. Many were surprised, and everyone who had the slightest insight into the deal thought it was over. Now it takes a miracle to save Saab, wrote Dagens Nyheter's motoring reporter last Swed. I wrote a column himself that there was much to suggest closure, mainly because the cash in the coffers had run out. Even with the subcontractors, everything was going downhill. Svenik Bergli, CEO of the Automotive Component Group, told TT that there was very little chance that this could be saved. Even at Deutsche Bank, people were discouraged. I personally thought the deal was completely dead. I thought everything was over, says one of their sales team in retrospect. There was really only one person who didn't see everything as a black hole. Jan Ake Johnson told Göteborgs Posten, "My main goal is to keep going. That's how it is from my point of view." But he too was gloomy at the time. Long afterwards, he said of that day when up to 8,000 jobs hung in the balance. It was a bit difficult. Chapter 6 Spiker's struggle about how a legal consultant came up with the idea of selling old Saab technology to China, which gave Saab money and a month's grace period. And how a small sports car manufacturer from Holland with Russian money fell at the finish line. Troll hit November 25, 2009, lunchtime. The shock of Koenigsegg's defection was numbing. What would happen? According to the original plan, Saab's $150 million would have run out on July 18. But Saab was frugal, the savings flame was gasping, and 4 months later they miraculously stayed afloat without having to make too many sacrifices for the new development. But then, just before the 1st of Advent, the cash was running out. If Saab really did not receive a capital injection in December, the money would run out, which made Saab's situation strangely similar to that of its parent company, GM, a year earlier. With one exception, there was no state here that was prepared to assist with loans. 5 days later, on November 30, GM was to hold a 2-day board meeting in Detroit. Saab would then be declared bankrupt or, at best, wound up in an orderly manner. Well below the media radar, Jan Ake Johnson and the others on Saab's board found out this morning when Chairman Enrico Di Girolamo took the blade from his mouth and described the situation. There really were no alternatives. Even GM Europe's chief legal officer Riccardo Ventura hinted at this to Jan Ake Johnson, because what were they going to do? Saab had no money, support from GM was out of the question, money from the Swedish state as well. The prospect of bringing in a new owner when the money would last a maximum of a month, and you would once again have to throw yourself into a labyrinth of lengthy and uncertain processes, was non-existent. There was no basis for a transaction. Therefore, GM in Detroit had no alternative. They would say it was over. And shortly afterwards, Saab's board would be forced to pull the plug when there was no longer any liquidity to run the business. At the same time, there were disappointing signals that day that GM was tired of Saab. At this time, President Obama had put greater pressure on GM to quickly restructure the company. Obama thought that GM's restructuring was going too slowly, which became a political burden for the president, who was also trying to push through his major high-risk project, the healthcare reform. If Jan Ake Johnson had arrived fresh and wanted more time to bring in a new owner, but without bringing any money, the answer would probably have been no. It was no longer enough that Fritz Henderson's wife drove a Saab 9-3 convertible. The realization that bankruptcy was imminent slowly began to take hold, and parts of the management team walked down the 2 flights of stairs from the 3rd floor of the Saab office to eat in the Malarga staff cafeteria. Purchasing manager Martin Larsson, Jan Ake Johnson, general counsel Christina Geers, head of powertrain Kjell AC Bergstrom, and Roshier's lawyers Martin Willemo and Ola Amen sat at the same table. They ate pasta carbonara. The K-word was ever present. Saab had been hanging in the air for a year, and everyone at the table had oscillated between hope and despair almost every day, worked most weekends, and never gave up hope. But now it was hard to see any lightening. "Don't we have anything we can sell to raise money?" Martin Willemo suddenly asked between bites. He then answered himself. "We have what we should sell, BAIC." He talked about the rights to manufacture the old 9.5 and partly the 9.3. That would be perfect. The eating at the table stopped. It was old technology that they didn't need, but owned and could raise money for themselves. If they skipped the complicated part with the jointly owned company in China and just sold the rights, they might have time to get something together before GM's board meeting. The genius was that they would raise money for Saab, but would BAIC be interested after the accident with the Koenigsegg Group? Jan H. Johnson listened at the table. "Go ahead," he said. "We'll try." They went up to the office where they were all sitting almost opposite each other in Jan H. Johnson's small corridor. Jan H. Johnson called BAIC CEO Wang Dazeng, and yes, the Chinese CEO was interested. Now a race against time began. They had 4 days and a job, more hectic than anything they had experienced during the year, began. The lawyers quickly put together 2 documents that they would try to send on the same day. An agreement package and an investment memorandum, a type of information sheet that investment bankers normally do. Christina Gears and the lawyers from Rochier dug out the old contracts and crossed out everything that had to do with a jointly owned company. Now it was just a pure sale, and then the best part, they would ask for $200 million. Holland and Detroit on November 25, 2009, good luck. That was the laconic ending to an email that day, and one that would have dramatic consequences. Few in Sweden knew of the sports car brand Spiker in Holland, but in an office in London, the sports car enthusiast and CEO of Spiker Cars, Victor Muller, was sitting together with Vladimir Antonov, who had saved the company a couple of years earlier. "Did you see that the Koenigsegg deal fell through and now they're going to close down Saab?" said Antonov. "That just can't be possible," said Muller. "Should we take a look at it?" "Yes, it's simple. I'll email Bob Lutz," said Muller. Muller, who knew Lutz briefly, wrote that he wanted to buy Saab, and 8 minutes later Lutz replied, "Great that you're interested. I'll put you in touch with the people who handle Saab sales." Good luck back to Trollhättan. If the deal with BAIC went through, it meant 4 things. Everyone was positive. Saab would get $25 million more than in the Koenigsegg deal. They didn't have to give up ownership, and they got to deliver consulting services. But above all, Saab would buy time until March to find a new owner, and with that argument, GM's board would have a hard time closing Saab down. But if they involved GM, they would never have time to get everything in place in such a short time. Then they realized that Saab itself owns all the technology before 2005, and if they made sure that everything they sold was their own, they would not have to knock on GM's door and ask for permission. They struggled to get it together, and Jan H. Johnson's secretary Merritt Hagberg served them with freshly brewed coffee between rounds. Late that evening, when it was early morning in Beijing, they sent a proposed agreement. So began a nervous wait. More coffee was brewed. Jan H. Johnson, Christina Gears, Martin Willemo, Ola Amann, Kjell A.C. Bergström, Gunnar Brunius, Mats Federhag, and a few others who were involved realized that this was the only small window of opportunity that existed for Saab. After 3 hours, when it was past 1 in the morning in Sweden, BAIC called back. Well, they could consider moving forward. The Saab people made it clear that there had to be a signed package by Sunday evening, November 29, on the very first day of Advent. BAIC was in agreement. Now intensive rounds of negotiations began. Everything was held in a tight circle. On the surface, it was pitch black. The future forum is called Trollhättan City's annual Big Business Ballon, a full-day conference that in 2009 happened to be held 2 days after Koenigsegg's defection, on November 26. The program included a panel debate entitled Cities in Development, and the main speaker was Jan H. Johnson. He canceled. Honestly, he didn't have time and could hardly lay out a string of pearls with concrete future plans for Saab Automobile. Then the city councilor Gerten G. Anderson S. called. "All the subcontractors will be there. Everyone is wondering. You have to come." He appeared in the late afternoon, strapped his mosquito net on his cheek, and stepped onto the stage. The over 300 people in the audience gave him the longest applause of the day. He spoke about why the Koenigsegg Group did not last, that he hoped for a continuation, but that time was critical, all in his matter-of-fact way, but where the words come like an even lava flow. Shortly afterwards, he held a short improvised press conference and appealed to the government to convert the rescue loans, which were not working, into reconstruction loans, which were a different form of loan with different conditions. The cash was basically gone. Then GM would listen, Johnson told TT. He did not mention the sensitive negotiations with BAIC that were in full swing. Outside the media spotlight, the lawyers negotiated around the clock by phone and email, from the office in Trollhättan and in a conference room at the Elite Plaza Hotel in Gothenburg, ironically the same hotel where the Koenigsegg Group had stayed just a few nights earlier when they pulled out of the deal. From 4 engineers, BAIC came to Trollhättan and looked at tools and drawings. BAIC's lawyers, who were based in Beijing, were tough negotiators, and Saab had to offer a more complete equipment to manufacture old 9.5s. They found 25 zero-old engines and offered 500 of these so that the Chinese could start production. Looked for tools and 91 robots for the 9.5 model out in the factory, things that would have been scrapped anyway. It was like a full bargain box at a farmer's auction. Beijing is 6 hours ahead of Stockholm in time, which meant that when office hours ended in Sweden, they had just come to life in Beijing. Key issues were raised to Jan Ake Johnson and Wang Dazeng with at regular intervals around the clock. All the time with the goal that Jan Ake Johnson would be able to go to Detroit on November 30 with an agreement. Last night it was done. Saab's CEO was able to get a 30-page agreement in his hand and go to Detroit. With that, he could say, "We have an agreement and $200 million coming in, money that will last until March." In the early dawn of November 29, Martin Willemo was able to thank the Swedish Work Environment Authority's collection of statutes in Section 20042, which regulates rest rooms in Swedish workplaces. Exhausted, he cracked open the door to the Saab office's small rest room. He lay down for a while. GM's two-day board meeting in Detroit was to begin on Monday, November 30, and both familiar and unfamiliar faces in the Saab deal were to appear. Detroit city lights were panting in the darkness far below the round 73-story Marriott hotel complex. It stands out like an exclamation point and is surrounded by GM's 4 39-story buildings, which together form what is known as the Renaissance Center. Jan Ake Johnson was jet-lagged when he shook hands with the new speculator Victor Muller up at the hotel on the evening of November 29. They talked for 4/4 of an hour and made good contact. In the wake of Koenigsegg's defection, some new old speculators had also come to life. Renko and Ira Rennert began to think again, as did Christopher Johnston at the small finance company Merbanco in Wyoming. Johnston was frequently in the media and confirmed his interest in buying the Reuters news agency, but only if he escaped a new 6-month-long procedure. He told Sveriges Radio that the Swedish government must provide financing. But despite the interest in buying, Merbanco's CEO did not go to Detroit. Instead, he wanted to come to Stockholm and meet the Swedish government. He had contact with Göran Hägglund, who asked, "When can you come?" Christopher Johnston countered by saying that the government would pay for his plane ticket. Hägglund became suspicious and had Johnston investigated. At the same time, Christopher Johnston gave a major interview on the enthusiast website SaabsUnited.com. There he was called CJ and was given ample space to express his thoughts. Several Swedish media outlets, including Trollhättan's local newspaper TTELA, Billsport, Expressen, Aftonbladet and Svenska Dagbladet, still wrote that he stood behind or owned the large tractor manufacturer AGCO. But what about that? Finally, TT called AGCO and asked about Christopher Johnston's role there. "I've never heard that name," replied Gren Peterson, head of investment relations at AGCO. Soon the results of the investigation into Christopher Johnston came. He had bought a real estate company in Wyoming in 2006, and when the real estate market crashed at the end of 2008, he could no longer pay the bills. The company went bankrupt in early 2009, which was before Merbanco was selected as one of Saab's 3 main speculators in May 2009. According to Johnston himself, the bankruptcy took a heavy toll on his personal finances, and in the fall of 2009 he went bankrupt. The company name Merbanco disappeared, and Christopher Johnston was forced to live on unemployment benefits, which did not stop him from continuing to feed the media with a story that he wanted to buy Saab. Göran Hägglund and Hans Lindblad confronted him with the information there could be several Christopher Johnstons in Wyoming. "I forgot to tell you that," he said. "If you are going to buy a company like Saab, then you are in the trust industry, then you should not live on unemployment benefits," said Hans Lindblad much later. For Deutsche Bank, which had been involved in selecting him, the discovery was far from pleasant. They tried to get his father, Richard Johnston, and Alan Tesler, the people who were responsible for the money in Merbanco, to come forward, but they were not interested. "I am dismissed as a speculator in Saab," Christopher Johnston later told Svenska Dagbladet's reporter Linda Flood from his home in Wyoming. He no longer had an office, with his mobile phone pressed between his ear and shoulder while he was making breakfast. He was more interested in telling about the breakfast arrangements and that he would drive the children to school than about the reason for GM's sudden no. Right up until the last minute, it was uncertain whether the government would send any representative to GM in Detroit. Shortly before, it was decided that the state secretaries Göran Hägglund and Hans Lindblad and a delegation from the Ministry of Industry and Finance would go. IF Metals chairman Stefan Lerfen was furious. He thought the government should have sent the top dog, Prime Minister Fredrik Reinfeldt. Saab once again became a bat in the political debate. As a deputy in the Social Democrats' executive committee, Lerfen belonged to the party's core, and he pointed out that former Prime Minister Göran Persson did indeed go to Zurich to meet GM's Rick Wagoner in December 2004 to persuade GM to locate production in Trollhättan. Maud Olofsson and Göran Hägglund countered that GM did not choose Trollhättan anyway, and that GM seemed to do what it wanted regardless of who went. Above all, they returned to the story of German Chancellor Angela Merkel. She went to Washington in early November 2009 to try to save Opel's deal with Magna and her own political honor, because she had invested all her prestige in the issue. Just minutes after she took off on the German government plane from Washington, GM's board, with a mandate from the US government, decided to keep Opel, one of the more delicate political image dribblings in 2009. But automotive researcher Christer Carlson, a professor at Copenhagen Business School in Copenhagen, also condemned the announcement that Hägglund would be traveling with a delegation, although for a completely different reason. "I think the presence in Detroit is a game for the gallery. For me, it is almost a parody," he told TT. Everyone seemed to have an opinion about Saab. GM's board was to meet at the top of the 39th floor of the glass skyscraper Renaissance Center. Nervousness was in the air. GM had changed a lot in a short time. The pressure from the Obama administration was enormous. Managers were fired on a continuous basis, and power struggles were unfolding quite openly. In retrospect, Jan Ake Johnson is open that he did not know exactly where the decision about Saab lay. It was very unclear in which forums decisions were made. There was a narrower circle, a committee where some of the board members were involved, and I wondered, did decisions be made there, he says. No one seemed to know, but then it became clear. GM Europe's new boss Nick Riley would bring the Saab case before the entire board. Riley took over when Karl-Peter Forster left in early November after the Magna deal fell through. Now he had also jumped onto Saab's board. Everything had moved very quickly with the BAIC deal, and on November 30, Saab's board held a short telephone meeting to go over what decisions they needed from GM's board to continue. A few floors down from the boardroom, the top global managers had guest offices, and in a conference room next to Nick Riley's temporary den, Jan Ake Johnson and Nick Riley sat side by side and dialed the number to the union delegation in Trollhättan, where Annette Hellgren and Paul Ackerlund were sitting, and to GM Europe's headquarters in Zurich and Enrico Di Girolamo. Riley was constructive. It was still about $200 million in Saab and GM, but he was still wary of the danger of sending technology rights to China. Now GM would assess whether it was a risk. It would start at noon in Detroit, but first Nick Riley was to meet the Swedish government delegation. Were by now well at home in GM's large building and showed up at the conference room an hour before the board meeting. Göran Hägglund said that the processes had come a long way with the EIB and the EU Commission, and that the government was prepared to provide loan guarantees if a buyer appeared that they could accept, but he had nothing new to say and promised no direct loans if the BAIC deal fell through. "What do you think?" Göran Hägglund finally asked Nick Riley. There was a glint in Riley's eyes. He thought he could get a deadline, but he wasn't sure. There was a possibility that GM would let the $200 million pay for Saab's one-way ticket to automotive heaven. No one could really know. The new board, which was controlled like 13 puppets from the White House in Washington, could be very unpredictable. Everyone remembered the month before when the board brutally overrode its leadership and decided to keep Opel, a stinging defeat for Fritz Henderson and for Angela Merkel. But Saab had another ace up its sleeve. In addition to the BAIC millions, some new and old buyers had come to life, and a lanky, intense Dutchman named Victor Muller had already spoken to Jan Ake Johnson. He was an unsigned card but gave the appearance of being almost obsessed with buying Saab. Nick Riley took 2 messages up in the elevator to the 39th floor. There was enough money to run Saab until March and apparently a lot of buyer interest. So the board meeting began at exactly noon local time. At the same time, Jan Ake Johnson sat down in a small guest office next to Nick Riley's, took out his computer and started working. The government delegation was also waiting. Just 50 meters away, Victor Muller was sitting in his hotel room at the Marriott Hotel, writing up his first offer. He handed it to GM at 5 in the afternoon. In the middle of the board meeting, no one knew when the announcement would come. At first, they thought it would be later that evening. Then it was postponed until the next day. That evening, Annette Hellgren and Paul Ackerlund were sitting late at the Union Club by the main gate of Saab in Trollhättan. They went online and looked at GM's new board. Only one of the 13 members had previous experience in the automotive industry. They were nervous. The marathon meeting continued at 9 o'clock the next day. By then it was already 3 in the afternoon in Sweden. Jan Ake Johnson, the government officials, and Victor Muller waited tensely, but there was something in the air at GM's headquarters. An undefined tense feeling that had nothing to do with Saab. The meeting seemed never to end. Jan Ake Johnson kept getting new messages about when Saab would be brought up for discussion. He would be available and continued to work in his guest office a few floors down. Finally, late in the evening Swedish time, Nick Riley came down. He looked completely pale but had a message. Saab was given a 30-day deadline. Jan Ake Johnson was incredibly relieved, but Nick Riley acted nervously, and the tension in the air was almost palpable. Soon the government group and Jan Ake Johnson gathered for a meeting with both Nick Riley and Fritz Henderson in the same room as the day before. The sun was reflecting in the Detroit River, but no one seemed to notice. Just before the meeting, Jan Ake Johnson's cell phone rang. Unfortunately, Fritz Henderson could not attend, he was told. Nick Riley seemed absent-minded, reported on the decision and introduced a new person who would handle the sale, a socialite named Scott Mackey, who was meeting the Swedes for the first time. Several GM people came and went during the meeting, and Nick Riley had to leave after a short while. Göran Hägglund describes the meeting afterwards as strange and tense. As soon as we asked something, the GM people started looking down at the table or in another direction. Was there something about Saab they weren't telling? The Swedes wondered. After the meeting, Jan Ake Johnson and Scott Mackey were pulled aside by Nick Riley. It was decided that Mackey would meet the government delegation in a special meeting afterwards. Jan Ake Johnson was to fly home, and when he took his briefcase and black cabin bag to go to the airport, it was just after 3 in the afternoon. Then Nick Riley looked him in the eye. "There's an executive call at 4 o'clock, make sure you're on it." Executive calls were telephone meetings for the highest executives within GM. Jan Ake Johnson had not heard that such a meeting was planned. He usually kept a close eye on such things. "Check your BlackBerry," said Nick Riley. GM did not hold press conferences after board meetings, Göran Hägglund had heard. He himself was planning to hold one anyway. Several Swedish journalists were there, and all of Sweden seemed to be holding their breath at home, as if the board meeting had been an international football match, and the next day the news of the 30-day deadline would be the main news in most national newspapers. Hägglund and the others in the government delegation took the elevator down to the dingy and concrete gray atrium on the ground floor for an impromptu press conference. There he saw a small sign that had just been put up in the hallway. GM was also holding a press conference. Hägglund thought it would be best if they sent someone there, in case they had anything to say about Saab. At the same time, Jan Ake Johnson got into the taxi and drove to the airport. He got a call from TT and forgot about the internal telephone meeting. He was so happy with the decision about Saab. Once at the airport, he sat down in the Lufthansa lounge. Shortly after, Nick Riley appeared. It turned out that the old man had been able to save money for GM by taxiing because they were going to Frankfurt on the same plane. Now Nick Riley came up with the explanation for everyone acting so tensely. Fritz Henderson had been fired during a meeting. He was replaced by Ed Whitaker, a hard-nosed Texas-born 68-year-old with a long career as CEO of the telecom giant AT&T. Obama had appointed him chairman of GM back in July when GM rose from the rubble. Now he also became CEO. The atmosphere in the lounge became a bit sad. Jan Ake Johnson knew Fritz Henderson well. Henderson was chairman of GM Europe when Jan Ake Johnson got the CEO job at Saab, and they had met many times before that within GM. The Obama administration did not think that GM was turning a profit quickly enough. Now they wanted to speed up the process. Henderson was just one of many who had to leave GM during this period. Detroit, December 1. It was an intense day for the government delegation, who were staying in a rundown hotel in the middle of Detroit. They had a special meeting with Scott Mackey after the board meeting. At first, they had no idea who he was. His business card read Vice President New Business Development and Strategic Alliances. Mackey had been with the Koenigsegg Group since late November, negotiating a deal for Saab's 9-4X SUV to be manufactured in Mexico. They soon realized that the easygoing but determined Mackey had a very special job within GM. He was part of a small group formed in September 2009 to accelerate GM's economic turnaround, and in particular, as the internal personnel information stated, quickly get to the bottom of problems identified by Obama's auto crisis group. He was the closest thing to being seen as a spearhead that GM management could quickly deploy where it was needed most, anywhere in the world. Now he created a small, effective negotiating team for Saab. GM seemed serious about selling Saab. They sat for a while and went into more detail about how they would work together to get Saab sold. That same day, Victor Muller's cell phone rang. It was Sean Costello at Deutsche Bank who had 2 messages. The first was that Victor Muller could look up at the stars after a free Christmas weekend because he had been selected to continue as a speculator. The second was that he could expect more lakes than in the men's restroom at a German Oktoberfest. He would be right. Surprisingly, Augie Fabla was also in Detroit. He wanted to have lunch with Hägglund and his gang, and they met at the hotel. At the table, he did not beg for money from the Swedish government, but it was clear that he was not happy with having paid so much for all the consultants, worked out all the agreements, and changed the business plan just so that someone else could come to the served table. He was apparently in Detroit to seek a solution with GM about it. Then they had another visit to the hotel when the new buyer, who had emerged like the old man from the box, the Dutchman Victor Muller, wanted to come and meet them. They met in the lobby. He came with smiling blue eyes, a tailored suit, and a clear idea of the matter. He was going to buy Saab. They sat down in the lobby, and all four from the government office were there. Göran Hägglund, Hans Lindblad, Per Erstensen, and Hans G. Pettersson. The 196-centimeter tall Victor Muller was beaming with excitement. The Swedes wondered why he hadn't bid before. Saab had been for sale for a year. He said that earlier in the year he had tried to buy a Formula One team called Braun GP, but failed. The team had only been sold to Mercedes a couple of weeks before. He had then heard that the Koenigsegg Group had pulled out, emailed Bob Lutz, and then talked to Deutsche Bank's Sean Costello before he now talked to GM, and now he was sitting there, ready to fulfill his boyhood dream. They talked for an hour, and he had the opportunity to talk about Spyker Cars, which has been losing money since its inception in 2000, and how he envisioned a future with Saab. He mentioned less that his company was heavily in debt, had been late paying invoices, and had received several payment notices. The four gentlemen from Sweden tried to assess the almost extremely eager man across from them. Was he a financial acrobat and gambler, or an entrepreneur who wanted to fulfill his boyhood dream of owning a large car factory? Nobody took him very seriously, says one of those who were at the meeting. They were sober. Victor Muller was born when the ATP battle raged in Sweden in 1959. That's about where the connections to Folkhemsverige end. He was a big picture nerd. His first word was car and not mother, who came from a bourgeois and intellectual family, and she helped Victor's father run an accounting firm. While Jan Ake Johnson kicked a ball in the meadows of Valdemarsvik, Victor Muller rode horses in Amsterdam. His grandmother had a good eye for Victor and lent him money to finance his first car purchases, a Lancia and a Maserati, before he even got his driver's license. He had an early appetite for the good things in life and a high work capacity. He completed his law studies in Leiden at a fast pace, as did a busy student life and a side job as a car dealer where he bought, renovated, and sold cars. Living with cars and making money from it was a dream for him. He already started collecting cars and dreaming of his own car factory. At the same time, he started at the law firm Karen and Stevens. There he was first seen as mediocre, then put to the test by the demanding client Hirama, who manufactured oil and gas platforms, among other things. They recruited Muller, who soon gained a reputation for being able to think beyond the rules, and put him in the management team from where he was bought out. He became rich and eventually became a partner in the salvage boat company Weissmuller. By then he had bought up about 50 expensive and fast cars that had been stashed away here and there. From 1992 he was a freelancer and active in several companies. For example, he was involved in listing the clothing company McGregor Fashion Group on the stock exchange in 1999, which made him a multimillionaire. In the same year, he met the rich man's son Martin de Bruggen, who had been working for 10 years to build a super sports car without a financier. Now Victor Muller emptied his pockets, and together they realized the dream of starting their own sports car factory. In 2000, Spyker Cars was founded, and at the Birmingham Motor Show in October, the Saab PP model was shown. Spider soon Muller devoted himself wholeheartedly to the sports car company. The similarities between Muller and Koenigsegg were striking. Both had started their companies from scratch, manufactured advanced super sports cars worth several million krona each. Both were based in small towns in the countryside and made big losses. And both were car nerds. The difference is that Victor Muller is a business lawyer to the core and can, almost like a magician, stitch together creative agreements that benefit himself and the projects he is involved in. Everyone would soon find out experience. Spyker started in its first form as early as 1880 in Hilversum, Holland, as a carriage factory. After moving to Amsterdam, it began manufacturing cars, and in 1907, a Spyker car came second out of 4 starters in the Beijing-Paris long-distance rally. During the First World War, it joined forces with the aircraft manufacturer Envy, began manufacturing aircraft, and changed its logo to a spoked wheel with an aircraft propeller in it. Then things went badly with car manufacturing, and everything was closed down in 1925. 75 years later, Muller revived the company, which has a motto that seems to apply primarily to Muller himself. Nulla tenacity in via est via, no road is impassable for the industrious. But Muller's path also has darker lines. Spyker cars, like Saab and Koenigsegg, has been a notorious loss-making machine. The company has not made a profit a single year since its IPO. It took place in 2004 and was followed by a conflict with partner De Bruyne, who eventually dropped out. They were anything but agreed on how to run Spyker. There would be more conflicts with new owners. Victor Muller's great talent has been to find investors at the last minute to save his life's work. Billionaires Marcel Bocorn and Mitchell Mall and media mogul and billionaire John de Mol are some of them. The stock market introduction was not successful, and the share capital did not increase as expected. In addition, Victor Muller had problems with the Dutch Financial Supervisory Authority, AFM. In the summer of 2007, Victor Muller had sent an email to his bank Theodore Gillison. There, a year earlier, he had taken out a loan of almost 20 million krona with Spyker shares as collateral. Spyker shares had then fallen. Now the bank wanted to demand the shares. Victor Muller emailed and asked the bank to wait because he would send out a positive press release within a couple of days that was expected to increase the share price. The bank showed Muller's email to the AFM, which suspected what is called undue market influence in economic terms. In 2008, the AFM fined Muller €96,000, approximately 1 million krona. Muller, who was forced to resign as CEO for a period in 2007, believes that the sentence is unfounded and is pursuing a process to be cleared. At the same time, the development of the hand-built super sports cars continued. Like Koenigsegg, it won several prestigious awards and production increased, albeit slowly. Small, but the losses continued. A positive surprise came in 2006 when Spyker suddenly reported a profit. But the joy was short-lived. The AFM believed that the company had inflated its accounts to hide losses. Victor Muller seems to be constantly under high stress, but when journalists mention this, he almost chews the foam. They are wrong, he says. In the 2007 accounts, he still had the 2006 results changed to a small loss. However, in 2009, the Supreme Court of the Netherlands concluded that Spyker had reported 2006 in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. In total, Spyker had made a loss of almost €70 million since 2004 and had only sold barely 180 of the approximately 250 cars manufactured. Even Jan Ake Johnson, with his positive outlook on life, would have had difficulty seeing the bright side of it. An important part of marketing for a sports car manufacturer is considered to be visible in a competition context. That's what it's officially called. Car enthusiasts often also love being in competition environments. Racetracks are a special world, full of adrenaline and extreme speeds paired with the wings of history's racing legends. Imagine the obsession with which many follow major trotting and galloping competitions, which are just a gentle breeze compared to car races like Le Mans. Almost all major sports car manufacturers have their own factory teams there, but also a lot of money. Victor Muller didn't have that, but he loved this world. Here his adrenaline was allowed to pump freely. The losses did not stop Victor Muller from investing money in his own factory team, Spyker Squadron, which was formed back in 2001, and that did not make him completely different from Saab's Rolf Melde, who started Saab's racing department 40 years earlier. Despite the losses, Spyker continued to compete year after year, defending it as a good marketing platform for sports cars. In 2007, Spyker Squadron made a loss of €3 million. For several years, it participated in the classic 24-hour race in Le Mans, the world's most famous sports car race, which takes place on the Circuit de la Sarthe outside Le Mans in France, where 3 drivers take turns driving for 24 hours. In 2003, Spyker came in an honorable 10th place in its class. The team leader was Victor Muller himself. In 2005, he had the pit box next to a man who looked like a young John McEnroe. His name was Vladimir Antonov. They immediately got along well. Antonov's team drove a Ferrari 550 Maranello, and behind it was the Russian banking group Snoras, owned by Antonov, whose banking and real estate empire, according to him, is worth $1 billion, and he already offered to become a partner in Spyker back then, in 2005. But Muller refused. He had another investor on the hook, a crown prince. In Abu Dhabi, the state investment company has been called Mubadala since 2002 and is the state's main investment instrument. The company is controlled by the Crown Prince, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, who invests in a variety of industries. The Crown Prince likes fast cars, and in 2005 he bought 5% in Ferrari. Shortly after, he bought 17% in Spyker and thus saved the company. Mubadala has since increased its holding to just over 22%. This makes the Crown Prince, who is also deputy commander of the United Arab Emirates military forces, the second largest owner in Spyker and now Saab. The contract was signed on 13 November 2005 at an official ceremony at the Emirates Palace Hotel in Abu Dhabi under the supervision of the Crown Prince and Dutch Prime Minister Jan-Peter Balkenende. This meant that Spyker received €7.5 million, close to 800 million krona, when shares were newly issued. The press release from Mubadala stated that the money would be used to develop a completely new car that would complement the sports cars, an SUV that would be called the Spyker D12, and that would be introduced the following year and become an important piece of the puzzle to make Spyker profitable. A concept version of that car was also shown in New York in April 2006. Then there was silence about the new SUV. Victor Muller began to take an interest in another project. In the autumn of 2006, Victor Muller bought his own phone team, Midland, which was renamed Spyker MF-1 Racing and later Spyker Phone. He brought billionaire Mitchell Mall on a financial adventure that was about to break the whole of Spyker, an adventure that was also proof of Victor Muller's enormous belief in himself and what he was doing. At the same time that actress Sharon Stone drove a product-placed Spyker Saint Lavalette with a lipstick red interior in the movie Basic Instinct 2 in cinemas, he tried to get the entire business elite in Holland to come forward as sponsors, with Shell and Philips at the forefront, without success. John de Mol, a billionaire who was behind the television company Endemol with productions such as Big Brother, was to come forward and make a reality show where the winner would get to try out being a racing driver. That didn't work out either. Instead, it became a final bill after the phone team was sold in October 2007 for over €35 million, according to Spyker's annual report. Spyker's orange and gray phone cars had by then scored a single point in total, and Victor Muller's creditors were breathing uncomfortably close to his neck. Suddenly, his life's work was hanging by a thread. Then the Russian banker Vladimir Antonov called. He wondered if Muller needed help. "Are you kidding?" Muller had replied. In January 2008, Antonov became the largest owner with almost 30% and soon stepped in as chairman. Now the two racing fans were in charge. But Spyker Cars' attempt to buy the Formula One team Braun GP in 2009 seemed strange to most people. After losing €35 million in a Formula One adventure, many would have been discouraged, but not Victor Muller. The team he now wanted to buy, Braun GP, was considerably more expensive. It was formed in 2007 after Honda withdrew from Formula One due to the recession. Team boss Ross Braun took over Honda's car, fitted it with a Mercedes engine, and named the team after himself. Braun GP was the big surprise of 2009. By the end of the season, the team had won both the Drivers' and Constructors' Championships. Victor Muller wanted to buy the Formula One World Champion team. Many wondered. Where would he get the money from? The losses continued. According to the credit information company Dun & Bradstreet, Spyker sometimes had difficulty paying its invoices on time, and in both 2008 and 2009, the losses were 3 times greater than the turnover itself, which is very unusual. Imagine someone selling a Christmas magazine for 66 krona and ultimately managing to end up in the red by 229 krona. That's what happened at Spyker. In 2009, turnover was €6.6 million and the loss was €22.9 million. Such companies usually end up in bankruptcy quickly, but not Spyker Cars. Instead, the debts increased. In 2009 alone, the borrowings more than doubled, according to the annual report, and the interest alone cost over €3.6 million during the year, more than half the turnover. Spyker had borrowed a total of €28.4 million on 10 separate occasions from Vladimir Antonov's banks in 2009. The total debt was €51.6 million, over €500 million krona. In the same year, Spyker sold 36 cars. On December 2, the day after Victor Muller met with government representatives in Detroit, another loan was paid out, this time for €2 million, according to the annual report, to cover running costs. The 30% ownership, the loans, and the fact that Vladimir Antonov controlled a so-called golden share, which gives a kind of veto right, gave him almost unlimited power in the company by the end of 2009. Most of the loans had an interest rate of around 10% and had to be repaid quickly, often within a year, and with each new loan, Spyker's opportunities to devote himself to cars were reduced. More and more was spent on interest and amortization. Spyker had been a dream for the grim presenter of the TV program Lyxfällan to take on. The question everyone was asking was where the money would have come from to buy the phone team, and Saab. Los Angeles, December 2, 2009. The automotive world is small. Victor Muller flew directly from Detroit to the Los Angeles Auto Show, where he met Gunnar Larson, former technical director at Saab, who then moved on and ended up at Volkswagen. Gunnar Larson still had good contacts with Saab's management, and he and Victor Muller spent a long time talking about Saab. On the same day, it leaked out publicly that Victor Muller was interested in Saab when the news agency Reuters wrote an article. 4 months earlier, he had told the same news agency that he needed to secure Spyker's financing for 2010. Trollhättan, December 2, 2009. Even with the new 30-day deadline secured, many people in Trollhättan were uncertain. Only a handful still knew about the deal with BAIC that would secure the future. The people of Trollhättan had experienced speculation in the media about new speculators before. Trollhättan is a strong social democratic stronghold. The local councillor Gerton G. Andersson had enormous support and was the closest thing to a local father of the country. Calm and confident, he governed Trollhättan with a low tone. He was not entirely unlike Jan Ake Johnson in his manner. They even share the experience of having had a similar first car, a Saab 96 from 1964. Gerton G. Andersson's was dark blue. IF Metals Club chairman Paul Ackerlund was more flamboyant but almost as popular, and when Gerton G. stepped further into regional politics in the spring of 2010 after 14 years as a local councillor, the successor was a foregone conclusion. Saab's Paul Ackerlund. In Trollhättan, the Social Democratic Party leader Mona Sahlin was secure. And when Saab emerged as a national issue where the conservative government had ended up in conflict with Saab, she saw her chance. The safe haven was also a national media scene. Sahlin flew to Trollhättan together with IF Metals' Stefan Lerfven to give his support. The message was that they wanted to create a truce with the government and a national rally to help Trollhättan as best they could. A cheap political trick to capture grateful votes. Mona Sahlin took the initiative anyway. Maud Olofsson was taken to bed and replied hesitantly that she welcomed the outstretched hand, and the Social Democrats' one-party business spokesperson Thomas Eneroth was forced into silence. At least for a few weeks, a miracle is needed to save Saab. Dagens Industries' editorial page was not optimistic about Saab's chances, and almost all analysts raised a warning finger about the tough timetable. So did I in SVD Næringsliv. A 1-month deadline will be a shocker for buyers, I wrote on December 2. As usual, the national newspapers were filled with news about Saab. Throughout the process, the headlines were consistently negative, not infrequently even when there was positive news. The media coverage itself also created a debate. Were the reporters' analyses too negative? My answer is no. Saab's road to salvation was always thorny and uncertain. This meant that even with good news, such as the 30-day deadline, there were several obstacles that could have overturned the entire deal. Then it was our job as reporters to show the whole picture, even if it stirred up emotions. On the internet, the enthusiast site SaabsUnited.com sailed up like a campfire, around which Saab lovers from all over the world could gather. The man behind the enthusiast site, Stephen Wade, was an accountant on Tasmania, the small island off the coast of Australia. He was to have an important role. European cars are uncommon in Australia. Saabs are downright rare. In 1986, Wade was treated to a ride in a Saab 9000 Turbo. Odd, fast, and different, he thought. The Saab piqued his interest, and he began researching Saab's history. He later told the local newspaper in Trollhättan, TTELA, that Saab's history is interesting. They have defied the odds so many times, in response to why he became attached to the brand. Since then, he has owned 7 different Saab models, and in 2005 began to cautiously blog about Saab's various car models and details in car meetings. Saab nerds, but in line with the crisis, the content changed form. Soon he was meticulously covering all the stages of Saab's crisis. Stephen Wade often became a news leader thanks to good sources, but of course, all the time with positive Saab angles. Trollhättan, December 3, 2009, you're coming, right? Saab's HR manager Alan Rothland called Jan Ake Johnson on his mobile phone early in the morning of December 3. Johnson was on his way in a dark gray Saab 93 station wagon from his overnight apartment in Gothenburg to Trollhättan after his trip to the USA. Yes, replied the Saab boss, who had noted in his calendar that he had a meeting with Rothland at 8 in the morning. Then it was as if Alan Rothland wanted to say something more. Finally, he got it out. When you get to work, you shouldn't be surprised. Jan Ake Johnson drove and thought maybe someone is offering cake. Saab had been given a deadline of 30 days, but first he had a meeting with the HR manager. In the dawn light outside Saab, several hundred employees were waiting just inside the main gate. A few women stood ready with their roses at Jan Ake Johnson's parking lot. It had started with someone in the HR department suggesting that they would woo Jan Ake Johnson when he had been in Detroit. Then a fundraiser went around. More and more people wanted to give, and eventually they had enough money to give him a lifetime membership in his favorite club AIK, a spa weekend in Grithiton, and an apple tree. Finally he came. Just as usual, he drove through the gates onto the frosty asphalt. There was smoke from the exhaust pipe in the cold. Then the applause began. The sight was priceless, says maintenance manager Mats Johansson, who was one of those standing and waiting. He sat there in the car and looked like a bird's nest. Jan Ake Johnson's car could barely make it through all the people, and he had to stop several times during the 100 meters to his parking space. Still without a smile on his face, just surprise. When he got out, the applause increased in strength. Finally, people applauded in rhythm. Someone whistled. It was as if a newborn Hollywood star had arrived. Jan Ake Johnson stood in his winter jacket with a briefcase in one hand. Someone had pressed a blue Saab cap on him, and he was given about 20 roses in his arms. The local newspaper TTLA took a picture, but no one gave a speech or spoke into a microphone. Everything was improvised. "Yes, thank you very much," said Jan Ake Johnson, and his voice became thick. "Now we're going hard." Only those closest to him heard before he, visibly moved, hurried up to the office with the roses in one hand and the briefcase in the other. Several hundred employees were left standing, barely understanding what had happened. Everything was captured by an employee with a shaky mobile camera and posted on YouTube. One of many clips that would fuel the myth of a small, kind underdog Saab standing against an evil, big GM. This is what Jan Ake Johnson himself said over 6 months after the incident. "I wondered a little what they were doing, but didn't have time to react. It was packed in front of where I parked, and when I got inside the gates, they started applauding. Then it dawned on me, oh, it's probably because they want to express their gratitude. I had no idea, never even thought about wanting to do that. Apparently they had tried to do it before. By then it was the beginning of December, and I had worked really hard. You never really know what the general perception is of what you do. You don't think about it that much. I try to do my best. So you don't know what kind of opinion you have deep down. When you get the kind of support they showed, I was certainly moved. The distance is long between a CEO and a worker on the floor at Saab, as at most large manufacturing companies. Jan Ake Johnson himself was rarely down in production and talked to people. It was not in his nature to go around and talk coldly. But Jan Ake, as many employees called him, increasingly came to be seen as the only visible person up on the bridge when the wind was strong around a Saab that constantly threatened to sink. He fought when the media wrote death sentences, speculators turned out to be pure bluffs, and the government was seen as cynical in its comments. When even small joys sank like soufflés almost every day, he, who was called Baghdad Bob, was seen as the only visible person who seriously seemed to be fighting for their jobs. Already at the beginning of December it was clear. Victor Muller and Speicher were in practice the only speculator at Saab. Both Deutsche Bank and GM saw him as interesting, despite his history of losses. Muller was a business lawyer, quickly understood the situation, and pushed the deal hard. He had a listed company and a financier in the background, Vladimir Antonov. One of GM's mistakes with the Koenigsegg Group was that they allowed negotiations about commas in the agreements to go on for far too long. Now GM had learned. In early December, Scott Mackey went through all the agreements between Saab and GM. A few were linked to the Koenigsegg Group. They were removed. Otherwise, he presented them with minor changes as a package to Victor Muller. Victor Muller realized that he had to stick to the existing business plan, otherwise the time frames with all the authorities would be broken. Now the work began. Step 1 was to synchronize the agreement and the business plan. If the business plan said 20-25 krona cost for something, and the new agreement proposal krona, there was a problem. Rashier helped identify all the problems, presented them to Jan Ake Johnson, who raised them with Victor Muller. Then assessments were made of what was worth fighting for and what was not. Victor Muller gathered a small negotiating group around him. Speicher's general counsel Niels Molwijk, entrepreneur Rob Scheidt, and 2 lawyers from the law firm Allen & Overwy. But it was Victor Muller who was the main character and who drove the deal at a furious pace. Jan Ake Johnson, Victor Muller, and Scott Mackey met at GM in Zurich in mid-December. There they negotiated over 10 open points. Victor Muller was an experienced negotiator and understood which battles he would have to fight. He often asked Jan Ake Johnson about things and went blindly to what he answered. Many believe Victor Muller could have been much tougher. On December 15, GM officially selected Speicher as the preferred bidder. It went like clockwork. The whole time, a bid for time and the EIB loan were threatened. It was clear that a new buyer would basically have to go along with the Koenigsegg Group's business plan if there was to be a reasonable chance in terms of time. But with each passing day that passed without cars being produced, that chance became weaker and weaker, like a candle whose flame was gasping in death throes. Let's look again at how the various bodies were positioned at the beginning of December. The EU Commission, they did not give any prior notice and focused in December on 3 issues. Saab must have been a healthy company before the financial crisis. KPMG had written a report that pointed out that GM had raised money in 2008. Rigid EU rules said that Saab could not receive more in loan guarantees than the company had in wage costs in 2008. They therefore had to reach 4 billion krona. It developed into a bizarre administrative thriller where Saab brought in consultants and GM employees to reach the annoying limit, but still did not quite succeed. In addition, the Swedish National Debt Office was doing complicated calculations to set an interest rate on the last 10% of the loan that would correspond to the market interest rate. It took time. On December 4, Maud Olofsson was in Brussels and met with Competition Commissioner Neelie Kroes, all to speed up the process. The National Debt Office Saab had collateral for between 5 and 6 billion krona by placing the spare parts business in its own company. So they had enough collateral. The problem was administrative. The government wanted to be able to sell assets quickly to raise money if Saab went bankrupt. The collateral was therefore to be placed in 3 external companies outside the Saab car company itself. A real estate company, a tool company, and a spare parts company, where most of the value was in the spare parts company. It took a long time to create these companies, and Saab did not want to do more than necessary before the agreements were in place. The EIB board had approved a loan to Saab on 21 October, but confusion arose at the Swedish National Debt Office. Was it still valid? The Swedish National Debt Office's final report on the Saab case to the government stated, "It should also be noted that it is unclear to us whether the EIB's board decision on 21 October 2009 is still valid." The answer was no. Despite the government's assurances that it would go quickly, there was no set administrative table and a new buyer was found. December 8, 2009, Maud to Trollhättan 10 months after her last visit, and with a Saab on the gallows, Maud Olofsson went to Trollhättan again. She talked about General Electric car projects for Västra Götaland that even Saab did not see as particularly important. Many were disappointed again, but Maud Olofsson and Göran Hägglund sat down and talked to the union representatives who experienced a new spirit. "We want a contact to the government, a 100%er who works with Saab," said Annette Hellgren at Unionen. "Here is your 100%er, said Maud Olofsson, pointing to Göran Hägglund. They received his business card with his mobile number printed on it and could call him at any time after that day, which they would do. Stockholm, December 8, 2009. For the first time, GM's new CEO Ed Whittaker would answer questions from the media. Cowardly enough, by chatting online. It was late at night and I threw out a bunch of questions as the only Swedish journalist present. He answered one, Jonas Fröberg, "How are the Saab negotiations going, Ed Whittaker?" "Hi Jonas, we are negotiating with a couple of interested parties. We have a deadline at the end of the month and we will let you know how it goes." At the same time, information about the BAIC deal had leaked out to the media and there was wild speculation that the Chinese company would come and take attractive parts from Saab. Internally at Saab, the BAIC deal was not yet finalized. In the midst of the stress on Saab's cream shelf on the 3rd floor, it was discovered that the US government had to approve the final agreement, and then all the tension was released and everyone started laughing. They were going to get an autograph from Barack Obama. Maybe. The laughter got stuck in their throats. Could they be sure that the US government would allow the deal with BAIC, which was backed by the Chinese communist dictatorship? There was no signature from Obama, but a curt email from an official at the US Treasury Department approving the deal, probably without really knowing what it entailed. It was not Saab that kept the US government awake at night. Trollhättan, December 11, 2009, 2 days before Lucia, the BAIC deal was finally complete. It was time for the final signing. A solemn day, but behind all the happy nunas there were tense features. There are 7 ways to say the word yes in Chinese, on a sliding scale from basically a Swedish no to a resounding wedding yes. The failed deal between BAIC and Koenigsegg, where the BAIC negotiators first said yes and then found new problems, echoed in the back of my mind and was only a couple of weeks ago. If the company Saab had been a car, the engine would have started to stall from lack of fuel and the car would basically have stopped by now. Saab needed the money. Now. Around 20 people from Saab, including lawyers, and just over 10 from BAIC gathered at 8 in the morning. BAIC CEO Wang Dazeng also trotted around in a suit. The schedule for the day was simple: final signing and transfer of the $200 million into Saab's account. Everything was prearranged and almost ridiculously easy to carry out. Outside, a large container on a lorry, loaded with thousands of paper documents, about a ton and 2 hard drives, was ready to, as soon as the money was in the account, leave Trollhättan and go to Arlanda for onward travel by plane to China. They were expected to be ready during the morning. In a room in the office, Martin Willemo's son Christopher was lying down, watching a DVD. He, whose father was to accompany him to Helsinki, was going to the Rochier law firm's Christmas party. The money was to go into Deutsche Bank's account in London via Deutsche Bank in Beijing, but a large transaction in China had to be approved in several stages. Among other things, a senior manager at Deutsche Bank in China was to call one of the managers at BAIC, who was to answer 3 control questions. If the answers were correct, a paper would be faxed to Deutsche Bank in London, where Saab had a temporary account. They called the person who was to answer the control questions. He did not answer. They tried his mobile, still no answer. Time passed and the anxiety slowly began to spread. Martin Willemo's son wondered when they would leave. The truck was ready outside and BAIC wanted the truck to leave in time for the flight, but Saab's lawyers advised against it. What should have been an easy deal turned into a long wait. In the end, everyone went to lunch, but Martin Willemo stayed and tried to resolve the issue. Finally, they got hold of the man who was to answer the 3 control questions. A short while later, Martin Willemo called Saab's technical manager Mats Federhag. "Mats, you won't believe me," he answered wrong. The whole process had to start over from scratch, and what should have been finished well before lunch dragged on until 2:30 in the afternoon. The truck with all the documents did not make it to the flight at Arlanda and had to be diverted to Copenhagen. But that afternoon, Saab's existence was secured until March. It was, in retrospect, one of the most important events of that year. The deal was announced on December 14. At the same time, the Spiker negotiations continued at a furious pace. Project Etna IV Etna is Europe's largest and most active volcano, located right in the crack between the European and African continental plates on the east coast of Sicily. Project Etna, with the additional name IV, was also the name of a report on Victor Muller's largest financier, Vladimir Antonov, and his group of companies, which the Swedish National Debt Office had written. The assignment went via the law firm Vinge to the American research firm Kroll. The report was presented on December 16, but the investigation was already underway at the beginning of December by Kroll's consultants, who spent several days with Antonov in London. The banking and real estate business was tricky, and there were question marks. Vladimir Antonov was born in 1975 in Uzbekistan and was the son of Alexander Antonov, who moved to Moscow in 1993. At that time, Russia was being privatized, quickly. Large natural resources were spread into the hands of a small group of oligarchs. Oligarchy means oligarchy, who also gained access to the lucrative banking sector. There were opportunities here for the up-and-comers, and the Antonov family began to build a banking empire. While father Antonov made a banking career in Moscow as a civil servant, son Vladimir studied economics at the Moscow School of Business, and already during his studies, he started at the Savings Bank of Russia in 1996 as a controller. At that time, he drove a Saab 9000 Aero and was then chief economist at Levko Bank until the turn of the century. All according to resumes published when he was elected to various company boards. But in 1999, the family bought the bankrupt Akadembank, where Vladimir Antonov became head of development and investments. Only then did they start the company that would become the parent company for their rapidly growing sphere, Conversgruppen. Now the company building began in earnest. The Antonov family started with lucrative endowment insurance, bought Conversbank in 2003, and then regional banks in Russia. But they wanted to grow in Europe, which was difficult for Russian banks, so a small window opened ajar. In 2003, Conversbank bought Snoras Bank in Lithuania, just before the country was accepted as a member of the EU. EU membership gave banks the right to open bank branches in other EU countries, and, as if by magic, opened up Europe. Now Snoras was to become the bridge to Europe. But when Antonov wanted to open a branch in London, it was stopped by the British equivalent of the Financial Supervisory Authority, the FSA. Antonov appealed to a so-called financial tribunal, and an investigation was launched. In 2006, he also bought the company Point in York, now called Pensions Bank Limited, which had a banking license in Leicester, England. Antonov was later called for an interview with FSA officials. The basic questions were whether, as the owner of a bank with full rights in Lithuania, he was allowed to open a branch in England, and whether the FSA saw him and the Convers Group as good owners. In retrospect, the FSA claims that Antonov provided insufficient and misleading information about the fact that two of his banks, Converse Bank and Bank, had been denied access to the deposit guarantee system in Russia. Snorres ended up withdrawing the appeal in March 2009, just before the case was due to go to the tribunal in April of the same year. Vladimir Antonov himself says that this is because he did not want to enter into a legal dispute, and the market then collapsed. The FSA commented on it on its website. The FSA continues to believe that the decision to intervene was entirely correct from a factual and legal perspective. We welcome Banka's Snorres decision. They ended up opening a branch in November 2009 just around the corner from the Bank of England in the middle of central London, but without banking rights. Antonov's group of companies has grown exponentially in recent years and is now present in at least 10 countries: Russia, Latvia, Lithuania, the United Kingdom, Cyprus, Panama, Dominica in the Caribbean, Ukraine, Switzerland, and Luxembourg. He is mainly involved in financial activities, but in recent years he has also been interested in real estate transactions. There is extensive lending by Antonov as a private individual to the various companies and between the various companies, which is not illegal. Neither Vladimir Antonov nor his company were involved in any then-known litigation, but he was not granted a banking license in the UK with Snorres Bank and Bank, and his Converse Bank was not allowed to join the Russian deposit guarantee system. The day before, Saab gave notice of dismissal to 750 employees. On 11 March 2009, Vladimir Antonov's father Alexander was shot outside his home in Moscow. He was hit by 5 bullets in the stomach, shoulder, and hand, but the injuries were not life-threatening. His bodyguard was also injured. Shortly afterwards, he was supposed to have testified in a trial where a banker was accused of money laundering, but according to Vladimir Antonov, the attempted murder was about other matters. There were some who wanted to take over our business, but fortunately several are now doomed, he said later at the Geneva Motor Show in March 2010. Stockholm, December 17, 2009. Up under the rafters at Rosier's office on Blasieholmen in Stockholm, preparations were being made for the signing of contracts. The following day, December 18, the share transfer agreements were to be signed, subject to the EIB loan going through, but things looked bright. Everything had been planned down to the smallest detail. Everyone from Saab, GM, and Spiker were to gather at 9 o'clock in the morning at Rosier's office, and the agreements would be signed by lunchtime. Then Jan Ake Johnson and Victor Muller were to go to Trollhättan and hold meetings with the employees the following week. There would be icing on the cake too. Saab was also to announce that the new Saab 9-5 had received 5 stars out of 5 possible in the safety organization Euro NCAPS crash test, the highest rating. It was all set for a party. Stockholm, December 17, 2009. Late in the evening, Deutsche Bank's Nordic head Jan Olsson was on his way to have a drink in central Stockholm after a long day at work when his phone beeped with a text message. He clicked the message, "Deal is off." The news that the deal was off came from his boss in New York, Sean Costello, who had been brokering potential buyers. Shortly afterwards at Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam, Hans Lindblad lifted the phone to his ear while watching as de-icing fluid was sprayed on the wings of the plane that would take him to Stockholm. Scott Mackey briefly explained that GM had decided to end the Saab deal. There were obstacles that could not be overcome. Saab would be closed down in an orderly manner, and everything would be announced the next day. Scott Mackey said that he would not notify Jan Ake Johnson and Victor Muller until the next morning. The government was informed already now so that they would have time to come up with a strategy. The wayward sprayer went back and forth around the wing of the aircraft, spraying and spraying. Hans Lindblad followed it with his eyes and hung up the phone. Shortly afterwards, Scott Mackey called and told Victor Muller, who was at home in his house outside Amsterdam. It was late at night. Muller was shocked but decided to go to Stockholm. Scott Mackey also called Göran Hägglund, and they and Hans Lindblad decided to meet at 6 the next morning in central Stockholm. Friday, December 18, 2009, 6:45 a.m. Birger Jarlsgatan, Stockholm. Jan Ake Johnson had just woken up in the bedroom of his apartment on Birger Jarlsgatan in Stockholm when his cell phone rang. It was the head of GM Europe, Nick Riley, who delivered the shock news that Saab was to be closed down. At the same time, he asked if Jan Ake Johnson wanted to stay and take care of the closure. Jan Ake Johnson was completely taken aback, not only by the closure, but also by the fact that he was asked to do so. He asked to be given time to think over the weekend. Saab's CEO always refers to himself as "you" in interviews, and this is what he said at the end of February in connection with an article in Svenska Dagbladet. "You felt that this was definitive. Saab was going to be closed down." It was really hard, but you had to move on. You had a responsibility. He gathered himself for a while at home in his apartment. He understood that it would be the hardest day at work since he started at Saab in 1971. At 7:09 a.m., Maud Olofsson's overnight apartment in central Stockholm. Barely half an hour later, at 7:09 a.m., Maud Olofsson's mobile phone rang at the breakfast table in her overnight apartment in Stockholm. "When can you be at the ministry?" Göran Hägglund texted. Maud Olofsson immediately called her state secretary, and they met an hour later. Once at the office, they realized that they had up to 8,000 unemployed people to take care of. 9 months before the election, step by step, what had happened was revealed. GM had held a board meeting on December 17 and, according to several sources, had received instructions from the U.S. Treasury Department not to sell to Spyker as long as Antonov was the owner. GM's board, with Ed Whittaker in the driver's seat, opted for the simple solution where they knew the cost: close down, but in an orderly manner, and pay all suppliers. Ironically, they could do it with the help of the healthy $200 million in cash that the Saab people had been fighting around the clock to get. It was clear that the Swedish National Debt Office's Kroll report on Antonov showed suspicions of money laundering and involvement in organized crime, and that both Göran Hägglund and Hans Lindblad informed GM of this. The Swedish security police and the US FBI were also reported in the media to have participated in the investigation and warned the US government. None of this came to light that day. GM's official position was in the press release. Things came to light that neither party considered could be bridged. At 9 o'clock, a distraught Jan Ake Johnson walked into Rashir's office. He told him what had happened. In the morning, Enrico Di Girolamo had arrived in Stockholm, and he, Scott Mackey, Jan Ake Johnson, Göran Hägglund and Victor Muller met at the Grand Hotel to lay out the strategy for the day. It turned out that GM basically had none. They thought that Saab's closure would ebb away within a week or so. They had closed Pontiac earlier in the year without any significant problems. Vladimir Antonov was also at the meeting at the Grand Hotel. He had taken his private jet to meet with the Swedish National Debt Office in Stockholm that day. We all looked at each other completely dejected. Scott Macy told me that GM's top management had made the decision. They had serious objections to Antonov. I was completely shocked, says Victor Muller late in the autumn. Saab's internal communications department was supposed to prepare a press release for employees. The decision came as a shock. They were not allowed to tell their colleagues around them because it would not be communicated until 3 p.m. Katarina Erhardsson, who worked in internal communications, says in retrospect, "We couldn't believe it was true because GM had given Saab a deadline of December 30. We had started preparing to have CEO meetings for Saab employees the following week where we would tell them that the deal with Spyker was done." At lunchtime, Paul Ackerlund called IF Metal's chairman in Stockholm, Stefan Lerfven. He was in the middle of lunch at IF Metal's staff day, which was supposed to end with a big Christmas party in the evening, but suddenly 8,000 jobs were threatened. The Christmas party was cancelled. Perhaps Jan Ake Johnson once had a boyhood dream of traveling with a cabinet minister in Sweden's government plane, but not in this way. Just as the lunch break began, he went out to Bromma to go with Maud Olofsson and Göran Hägglund to Trollhättan on the government plane. Jan Ake Johnson gathered the management team immediately when he arrived at 2 o'clock. They sat as usual in the meeting room next to his room. He was collected, told what had happened, and that Nick Riley had asked him to stay and close down Saab, but that he had asked for time to think. He had to come back to what exactly the closure would entail. Saab's CEO actually did not know that at the time. Internal information became a scourge. At 2:47 p.m., the announcement became official after GM leaked it to the Reuters news agency. It could have come at a worse time. It was the Friday before Christmas Eve. Production had been stopped for the Christmas break, and many Saab employees received the news via Sveriges Radio's Ekasendning at 3 in the afternoon. That's when Petra Sturch received a text message while she was standing and grooming her Icelandic horse in the stable outside Uddevalla. That's when she temporarily gave up at 4:30 p.m. A joint press conference was given at the Saab Car Museum in Trollhättan with Göran Hägglund and Maud Olofsson next to each other, like a couple, and Jan Ake Johnson alone a few meters away, white in the face and empty in the eyes in a way he had never been before. In the same room where 6 months earlier he had shown all of Saab's new models to speculators, he was now forced to say something he had fought hard and continuously against since 2005. Straight into SVT's camera came the words, "No more Saabs will be built in Trollhättan." Jan Ake Johnson admits in retrospect that that day was terrible. You have to stand tall and tell what happened, but especially in front of the management team and the employees, it was. He falls silent for a while, terribly challenging. If you say so. Copenhagen, December 18, 2009 at exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, U.S. President Barack Obama landed on Air Force One at Kastrup, at the same time as a stern-faced Jan Ake Johnson arrived at the law firm Roshier's office in Stockholm, where the piles of agreements were ready to be signed. The big global climate meeting was taking place in Copenhagen with all the major leaders in the world. It had stalled, and Obama was seen as the last chance to get something that at least resembled a climate agreement in place. Sweden held the presidency of the EU, and Fredrik Reinfeldt was one of the main figures at the meeting. He was now to meet U.S. President Barack Obama, who was ultimately the owner of the GM that on that very day created industrial history in Sweden by closing down Saab. Reinfeldt suddenly found himself in the middle of climate negotiations with up to 8,000 unemployed. Expectations were sky high at the climate summit. Prime ministers and presidents had been talking for months about how important it was to get a binding and fair agreement approved. Fredrik Reinfeldt, together with European Commission President José Manuel Barroso, German Chancellor Angela Merkel, and French President Nicolas Sarkozy, worked closely with the U.S. President during the day and evening. Should Reinfeldt bring up Saab with Obama, wait for the right moment, ask the president to consider opening up to a new buyer? No, according to Fredrik Reinfeldt's then press secretary Roberta Elenius, all the focus was on the climate agreement. The negotiations continued, and late on Friday evening a storm threatened to flare up on the U.S. East Coast. Obama had to fly home. At 2 in the morning, Barroso and Reinfeldt held a press conference. Barroso was so tired that he knocked over his water glass. The meeting ended in a loosely held document. Reinfeldt had barely slept for 2 days when he was asked about Saab, today's domestic political bomb. He hoped that restructuring support would weather the crisis and defended himself against criticism of the government. No one should present it as if there was an easy solution to keeping Saab alive. General Motors has been trying since 1990, he said, according to the Dierk news agency. He reiterated that the state does not want to use welfare money to run or own car companies. It was a phrase that everyone in the government would use if they were asked questions. GM posted 2 press releases on December 18 on its website. In one, Saab was shut down. In the other, which was barely noticed in Sweden, Whitaker wrote with satisfaction that GM had begun to repay its enormous loans on the same day. $1 billion went back to the U.S. Treasury Department. In their own way, both press releases were a way for GM to demonstrate its power to act in front of President Obama, who was then sitting on Air Force One on his way home. In the afternoon, Vladimir Antonov was in his private jet on his way from Graffair's private runway at Bromma Airport, where Maud Olofsson and Jan Ake Johnson had taken off for Trollhättan just hours before. Antonov was going home to London, but Victor Muller was also sitting next to him. Completely filled with emotion, he did not want to go home. After being dropped off at his hotel late at night, he lay in bed, wide awake. It was terrible, cold and snow everywhere, just like in Stockholm, but I knew it was not over, he says afterwards. The next day, the newspapers' headlines and front pages were filled with obituaries for Saab. Many thought it macabre, in line with the fact that Saab aroused so much emotion, others thought. This was published on the front page of Svenska Dagbladet's business supplement and was written anonymously by the reporter Nils-Olof Olivik. Saab 1947, December 18, 2009. Swedish people employees Saab owners when the wheels stop and the ignition is finally turned off. The 2-stroke smoke remains along the road. With your turbo, you gained a reputation for sport and safety in many countries, a memory that will live on for a long time. Chapter 7, The Miracle in the Troll's Hat, about how Saab is brought back to life from the grave and Spiker manages to convince GM that Vladimir Antonov's money is enough, only he himself is not on the papers. For Victor Muller's heavily indebted Spiker, the aborted purchase was a disaster. Vladimir Antonov, who was behind the loans and his entire company, was suddenly persona non grata. At the same time, the loan market was dead. When the auditors reviewed Spiker's annual report for 2008, as late as April 2009, they wrote, "If the company management does not succeed in finding new financing through Snoras and its main shareholder, the future of Spiker Cars is highly uncertain." The decisions did not lie with Muller, but with Vladimir Antonov, whose investment was threatened. And Saab could be a salvation. That was one reason why Muller was able to convince Antonov to exit his ownership, at least on paper, because on Saturday morning, December 19, Muller called Antonov, "We can't let this ship sink. There's only one way to save the Saab deal. I have to buy you out." Victor Muller went home to Amsterdam on Saturday morning, called Scott Mackey, and asked what would make GM change its mind. On Saturday afternoon, he sent a new offer to GM with 11 points and 2 messages. 1. Spiker accepts everything on the table. 2. Victor Muller buys out Vladimir Antonov. In the middle of a blank Sunday, the news came 2 days after the closure decision. Victor Muller had submitted a new offer. We are confident that our new offer will break the deadlock that prevented a solution on Friday, and it is still possible to close the deal before December 31, which was GM's original deadline, Muller wrote in a press release. Oddly enough, he concluded by announcing that the offer was only valid until 11 p.m. on Monday. The reaction was mixed. What would people think? The newspapers were full of obituaries. City Councilor Gerton G. Anderson, S., was a little upset. It is almost bordering on torture of the citizens and employees at Saab when messages like this come back and forth, he told TT on Sunday evening. GM posted a short press release on its website. Well, they would evaluate the inquiries that have come in. Both Victor Muller and Vladimir Antonov were car nerds. Victor Muller often tells how, as a little boy growing up in southeast Amsterdam, he used to look out of his bedroom window over Amsterdam's Saab importer, Carriage Co. The company had a glass roof through which he could see how Saab 96s were being made ready for delivery. The sound of two-stroke engines is the sound of my childhood, he usually says. Vladimir Antonov was not much worse. In the mid-1990s, he had owned Saab's then flagship 9000 Aero, the same one that bankrupt racer Christopher Johnston drove at the time. But the Saab deal was still primarily about money. There was speculation among us journalists that Antonov was the problem that caused the deal to fall through, that he had to get out, but we weren't sure. Nothing was officially commented on. Victor Muller knew. He had to throw Vladimir Antonov out as owner in plain language in order to get back into GM's negotiating room. But how was he going to do it? Spiker lived hand-to-mouth with Vladimir Antonov, who with the loans, ownership, and possession of the golden share had power over the sports car company. The latest loan to keep the business afloat was taken out on December 2, 2009, and not even a month later, just a few days after GM brutally closed the door on a deal, it would be time for another 2 million euros. Antonov's banks could have bankrupted Spiker at any time. Spiker would not survive for long. The loss in 2008 and the loss that would come in 2009 of just over 20 million euros was 3 times as high as the turnover. It seemed like an astonishing amount, but only if you didn't put it next to Spiker's loss a year earlier, in 2007, when the loss was 72 million euros on a turnover of 5 million. There is no denying that Victor Muller really wanted to save Saab, but he could also save his own company Spiker. And for Vladimir Antonov, it could mean securing his investment. For both of them, it was an opportunity to fulfill their boyhood dreams, to own a well-known major car brand, Saab. For the Saab employees and Saab enthusiasts, Spiker was practically the only salvation. It was unclear at the time how the bleeding Spiker could benefit from the deal without touching Saab's coffers, but that would become clear later. Victor Muller knew the art of negotiating agreements. Saab was a company that, if handled properly, could become the best deal of Muller and Antonov's lives. Right then and there was the same small window in the car industry that Fiat's Sergio Marchionne had identified. The major car manufacturers were on their knees and had enough of their own overcapacity. At the same time, there were a few car companies for sale whose owners were being whipped to sell, and the EU Commission was offering advantageous billion-euro loans through the EIB. This meant that Muller, already mortgaged to the roof and completely borrowed money, could buy a company that if anyone could actually start making money. But if he failed, the loss would be relatively small. The cash investment was not high. It was like buying a flat in great need of renovation, but with potential at a nice address when interest rates were sky-high. The economy was at its lowest, and when all other serious speculators had been prevented in a situation where the state was giving a substantial discount on the interest rate, the seller was whipped to sell and let the flat go for almost nothing. But then came the tricky part, convincing GM. The plan was simple. Antonov would, on paper, sell his share to Victor Muller, who borrowed money to buy that share from precisely that Vladimir Antonov. Antonov was bought out with his own money. This plan was pushed through very hard. Already on Saturday, Victor Muller submitted a new bid, but he would not be the only one wanting to buy Saab. The next few weeks would be a jumble of conflicting rumors and statements. The background was that GM was driving on 2 tracks at the same time, closure with a small opening for new bids. On December 21, 2009, 3 days after the shock announcement, a business delegation from Trollhättan visited the capital. Led by Gerton G. Anderson, they slipped into the Ministry of Enterprise and Industry at lunchtime. When they came out a few hours later, they were almost stunned. The The government had promised investments of SEK 542 million in training places and labor market policy. The Social Democrats' business policy spokesman Tomas Eneroth, who has dug up the hatchet again, called the package a bluff. On Tuesday, December 22, Victor Muller landed in Trollhättan for a couple of intensive days of work sharpening the bid together with Saab, but also to practically conduct a campaign to get the media and the unions on board. IF Metals' Stefan Lerfin met him in the morning together with Jan Ake Johnson, Paul Ackerlund, and Annette Helgren. Lerfin was impressed and promised to do what he could to help Saab. He came to act behind the scenes during the Christmas holidays. The Auto Workers Union in the U.S., the powerful UAW, owned 17.5% of the new GM, and he tried to call the UAW's mustachioed chairman Ron Gettelfinger, who in the U.S. had almost reached star status. During the Christmas holidays, things were calm on the surface, but Jan Ake Johnson and Victor Muller were constantly talking. Victor Muller was at home but worked on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day with the Courier. Göran Hägglund was active, and late on Boxing Day, Stefan Lerfin got hold of Ron Gettelfinger in Detroit on his mobile phone, from Sollefteå in Angermanland, where he was celebrating Christmas with a sister-in-law. Gettelfinger promised to do what he could to help, but warned that GM was extremely focused on saving his own members, jobs in the U.S., and that Saab was a vanishingly small issue. The days passed, and at the end of December, GM extended its deadline to January 7. On New Year's Eve, there was also work. Victor Muller had been remarried since 2007 and has 5 children, but the family left. He sat at home in his house outside Amsterdam, alone. At the same time, other speculators joined the game. Both Mark Bishop and Christopher Johnston, strangely enough, made new advances, but were ported for understandable reasons. Then there was what the media called the Swedish gang. It was the former Deputy Prime Minister and Deputy CEO of Defense, Saab, Jan Nygren S., who formed a loosely composed group including the former CEO of truck manufacturer MAN, Håkan Samuelsson, and businessman Göran Kroon. They had been involved in the spring under the name Catherine, but then fell due to underfunding. The name Katharina was a clear nod to a sports car prototype designed by Sixten Sasson in 1964 that could have become Saab's small sports car Sonnet, but was rejected for another proposal. Jan Nygren called several people in Saab's management team and asked questions. Since his group had little money, their proposal was to shrink Saab and eliminate around 1,500 jobs. They wanted to launch a new 9.5 but then make do with existing models, that is, the Saab 9.3, which was then 8 years old, which was a business model that would have been doomed within just a few years. At times, there was also a real estate entrepreneur who appeared out of nowhere, named Lars Karlström in Jan Nygren's gang. Then there was the Luxembourg-based investment company Genie Capital, which wanted to buy the car company together with the Briton, the billionaire and co-owner of Formula One, Bernie Ecclestone. Deutsche Bank and GM had high expectations of Genie Capital, which had just a couple of weeks before bought into Renault's phone team. Genie Capital was represented, confusingly enough, by the same Lars Karlström who had previously represented the Swedes. It depended on the day's form who Karlström represented, the Ministry of Finance joked. There were many media appearances, and Lars Karlström in particular was given a platform and a large amount of media space. 2 bidders were taken seriously behind closed doors at Deutsche Bank and GM, Spyker and Genie Capital, but Genie, which had only had a few days to formulate a bid, had a major handicap. January 7th was approaching. Deutsche Bank waited in vain for the well-off Bernie Ecclestone to step forward. In practice, it was therefore only a question of Spyker, which with a month-and-a-half head start and a ready-made package of agreements was the only viable option for GM, given the tight time frame. But behind the scenes, during the hectic first week of January, Spyker and Genie were hatching plans to make a joint bid. According to Victor Muller, Genie and its founder Gerard Lopez were to provide capital for Spyker's first payment of $50 million. But their terms were so unacceptable that I would rather continue without them, Victor Muller says in retrospect. The question kept coming back to everyone. Did GM really want to sell Saab, or were the negotiations with Spyker a game for the galleries? The answer was that no one knew. There were conflicting wills within GM, whose CEO Ed Whittaker was under pressure to show action before the U.S. government. Not even Deutsche Bank, which was hired to manage the sale process, knew in January whether GM really wanted to sell. GM continued to give mixed messages. Saab would be shut down, but perhaps sold if the right offer came. That's when it happened. Saab owners began to discreetly form their forces. What would develop into a global manifestation began as a small gathering outside GM's heart, the Renaissance Center in Detroit on January 5, a bitterly cold January day. Ryan and Jay on the enthusiast site SaabHistory.com had just a couple of days before made a call and prepared signs with the message, "Save Saab." 28 Saabs showed up and their owners stood outside the Renaissance Center with placards. They came from all over the USA. Peter Gilbert had driven from New Jersey in his Saab 9 5-station wagon. He had 2 more Saabs at home and one that was in a museum, a Saab 900 from 1989 that had done 160,000 km or 1 million miles. But Ryan and Jay was scared. Just 28 Saabs outside GM's headquarters in a Save Saab campaign could be interpreted as a dud, but it turned out to be the opposite. Several international news agencies saw a David versus Goliath story and wrote about the event. The ball was rolling, but completely without help from Saab Automobile. On Saab's official website these days, there were only old formal press releases where the last part declared that Saab would be closed down. By then, enthusiasts in Holland had already started pulling strings to get Saab convoys out in protest in Holland. Both events were noted by Stephen Wade on SaabsUnited.com, the largest site for Saab enthusiasts. More enthusiasts in other countries joined in. Soon, January 17 was set as an official day for all Saab lovers. Then they would go out and protest. January 7 was the last day to submit bids for Saab. At 11 p.m. Swedish time, Spiker submitted its bid complete with share transfer and around 60 agreements totaling over 500 pages. Genie submitted a page that Lars Karlström wrote together in the bar at the Grand Hotel and the Nygren-Gruppen a couple of pages. Victor Muller thought he would get a quick answer, but GM and Deutsche Bank still had hopes that Genie Capital and Bernie Ecclestone would step forward. It took almost a week before GM announced who they would go ahead with, a week that would be another real shocker. Meanwhile in Trollhättan, Jan Ake Johnson was sitting in deep thought in his room between Victor Muller's enthusiastic and intense phone calls. Did he want to be the one to close down Saab? That was the question he had received from his boss Nick Riley. On the one hand, it went against everything he believed in. He believed in the company. GM had decided to close down, and if he followed his ideals, he would step aside. But it wasn't that easy, because on the other hand, he felt a sense of duty. He had already, completely in the background, begun an investigation into what new businesses could become at Saab. At the same time, he was 58 years old, and he wondered what he himself had to expect if he was the one to close down Saab. But above all, there was a sales process. He wanted to continue to be there, but the same day that GM received the bids, on January 7, Nick Riley called, and then Jan Ake Johnson didn't have to think any further. He received another shock message. Saab was to be put into liquidation. Jan Ake Johnson and the board were now to be removed and replaced by 2 liquidators who would take care of the closure. After nearly 39 years at Saab, Jan Ake Johnson lost his job. On the same day that GM accepted the bids, they also announced that they would liquidate the company. Why send out such contradictory signals? One theory is that they did not trust that Jan Ake Johnson would be the right person to close Saab. Another is that the consultants Alex et Partners were lying around begging for the job, a lucrative assignment that would have taken more than a year to fully complete. A third is that it was pure negotiation tactics, and a fourth theory is that the organizational chaos at GM meant that one hand did not know what the other was doing. A fifth is that they wanted to show their strength to the Obama administration. All 5 explanations probably played a role, but there was a reason. I was terribly angry. 11 hours after I submitted my offer, this killing blow comes, says Victor Muller in retrospect. He called Scott Mackey immediately after he received the killing blow. How can you sell a company with one hand and kill it with the other hand? It's completely absurd, he said. According to Muller, Scott Mackey then came up with an explanation that was never made public. He explained it by saying that it was the only way for GM to avoid expensive damages from American Saab dealers if Saab was closed down. If Saab did not produce cars on January 15, GM would have no liability to the American Saab dealers. What Scott Mackey said, according to Muller, was basically that GM sacrificed Saab to avoid damages themselves. The liquidation became known on Friday, January 8, and things would happen the following Monday. Stockholm and Washington, January 11, 2009, the Detroit Auto Show, where Saab was not present for the first time in a very long time, would ironically be more about Saab than it ever has been. On Monday, exactly at 4:08 p.m. Swedish time, an angry red headline appeared in TT's news feed. Saab is being shut down. TT had taken the news from the international news agency Reuters, which spread it all over the world. It was then just after 10 in the morning in Detroit. It was GM's new hardline CEO and chairman Ed Whitaker who was supposed to have said this at the Detroit Auto Show. The news spread like wildfire on Swedish websites. A few minutes later in central Stockholm, the editor-in-chief of Svenska Dagbladet, Martin Jönsson, was sitting on an orange chair in the middle of the editorial floor with his arms crossed. He should have been on his way home to pick up the children, but now there were 5 people from the newsroom around him, all with frowns. Would they tear up half the magazine again for Saab? But if Saab had already been closed down once, what difference did it make? I half ran there through the editorial office, having just spoken to GM's press spokesman Tom Wilkinson on the phone in Detroit. He said in slurred American that nothing had changed since the week before. GM was going to both close down and sell at the same time, which sounds completely bizarre in hindsight, but was commonplace at the time in all tour of Saab. There are so many rumors here on the show floor, he said amidst the alarm. Martin Jönsson decided not to tear up the magazine, but instead set about getting the story about the game behind the threatened closure, which was later published when the deal was finalized. TT reporter Karin Olander was also at the Detroit show. She got a call directly from the editorial office in Stockholm after Reuters News, and the newsroom wondered anxiously, are they closing down Saab immediately? Karin Olander then spotted Ed Whittaker further away. He had shown a bunch of senators GM's environmental hope, the electric hybrid Chevrolet Volt. Now he was standing inside the barely half-meter-high glass railings that surrounded GM's electric car. She asked other reporters about his statement. They couldn't say exactly, but thought he had said that GM would shut down Saab when he had spoken earlier. Karin Olander pushed her way to the glass fence. "Mr. Whittaker," she called. He saw her, walked over and read the badge hanging around her neck. "Karin from Sweden," he said happily. She started asking questions and now recorded on her small tape recorder. "We haven't really decided anything other than that we will shut down Saab. If someone comes with a lot of money really quickly, we will sell," said Ed Whittaker. "What do you think about the latest bids?" asked Karin Olander. "They weren't good bids, nothing new in them," he replied. "Have you evaluated them sufficiently?" "Yes, we have, and there was nothing different in them from previous bids. They were not financially strong enough. More money is needed." "How much money?" "Give us $450 million and we'll be in a different position," Ed Whittaker said in a rough voice before he interrupted the interview and hurried away with bodyguards and senators. Karin Olander pressed the tape recorder with a pounding heart. Did she get the $450 million thing? She hadn't heard wrong, had she? No, he said it clearly and distinctly. She hurried to write. Ed Whittaker had threatened with the word quickly. She realized she hadn't had time to ask how soon quickly was. After a while, the ever-watchful Whittaker was back. He was standing in a corner of GM's booth with his then press manager, Chris Prius. She went over and tried a new trick. "I'd like to take a picture too," she said. Whittaker stood up immediately, and then she asked what he meant by that bids should come quickly. "Today or tomorrow," he replied confidently. "Is that Saab's deadline?" "Yes, you could say that. We have to get the liquidation process started properly. We can't keep dragging this out any longer. It's not fair to anyone." It was just before 11 o'clock then, and Ed Whittaker had half an hour to get a few hundred meters over to GM's headquarters Renaissance Center. There he was to have a meeting with Swedish government representatives in the utmost secrecy. At the same time, outside GM's headquarters in Detroit, a large Cadillac Escalade hybrid with Sweden's Consul General Lennart Johansson at the wheel had just pulled up outside the Renaissance Center. In the car were the state secretaries Göran Hägglund and Hans Lindblad, who had booked a meeting with Ed Whittaker at 11:30. Then Hans Lindblad's cell phone rang. It was the Prime Minister's State Secretary H.G. Westberg who called from Harpsund. H.G. Westberg said that Ed Whittaker had just closed Saab. "It looks damn bad, now you have to be careful." The car fell silent. The stress was almost palpable. Consul General Lennart Johansson cleared his throat. "We're still 10 minutes from GM's top boss. It might be rude not to get up when we've booked an appointment." Göran Hägglund sighed, made a few calls, and they discussed for a while. Everything indicated that there was nothing new in the information. The government seemed to have seen the flash from Reuters. Then he said, "I am actually the government's car czar. Come on, let's go up." The view far into Canada was stunningly beautiful from Whittaker's airy office at the top of the skyscraper. When they entered, Scott Mackey was also sitting there, one of GM's spearheads who had been given the task of selling Saab. Whittaker sat down, spoke with a broad Texas accent, was straightforward and down to earth. No one around the table mentioned Whittaker's suggestion of closure. They went through the deal. The Swedes' message was that if GM could complete the deal, the Swedish government should be able to provide loan guarantees. Ed Whittaker listened and turned to Scott Mackey without hesitation. "Will we do it?" Scott Mackey was taken to the bed and started to answer diplomatically, but was immediately interrupted by Ed Whittaker. "No buts." Yes or no, shall we do it? Scott Mackey sat silent at first. What was he going to say to that? He couldn't just say yes straight away. If everything is correct, I recommend a sale, he said finally. Okay. Then I think we sell, said Ed Whitaker. They agreed that the meeting would be confidential. They didn't want to put extra pressure on the sensitive situation. Both state secretaries were satisfied with the meeting. At the same time in Trollhättan, we have to do something. You ombudsmen have certainly done a good job, but we want to do something that comes from the floor. The words came spontaneously from Anders Selman, who worked with technical preparation and was on the union's club board that had a meeting on Monday afternoon. Emotions boiled over at the factory after Ed Whitaker's speech. We're holding a demonstration, said Chairwoman Annette Helgren at a seated table, and then everything happened quickly. She coordinated with production management so that all employees could join in. It went well, and the demonstration was to be held at noon the next day. It was January 12. When we went to work at 7 the next morning, nothing was planned, says Paul Ackerlund afterwards. They started preparing quickly. The union chairman had learned how the media worked, and they called and leaked information about the demonstration. As many as possible were to gather outside the main gate on the large area facing the large parking lot, in the middle of Saabwegen. Show me the money, Ed Whitaker had previously said regarding Saab's bidder. Now the Saab workers' message was show us respect, and they wrote a letter to Ed Whitaker to be read out. Just before 12 o'clock, over 1,000 blue-clad Saab workers streamed out of the Saab factory building on the north side of the large parking lot. At the same time, many blue-clad workers came from the other side of the parking lot, from Volvo Aero, Trollhättan's other large private employer, where they wanted to show sympathy. Committed Trollhättan residents also came, as did Municipal Councillor Gerten G. Andersson, who stood in the middle of the crowd. In total, around 3,000 people turned up, according to TT. What appeared to be well planned in the media was completely improvised. Annette Helgren, Paul Ackerlund, and the other union representatives did not have time to get a loudspeaker system in place. Instead, a loudspeaker was carried out of the factory that gave far from enough sound, but few thought it made a difference. The call for the demonstration came out so late that not everyone had time to understand what it was about. From the assembly factory, Petra Sturch followed the stream out into the January cold and then back in. She understood that they were protesting, but not exactly what the demonstration was about. It went so fast. It was all over in a few minutes, and the quick approach was almost heartbreakingly dutiful. That wasn't the only union thing that happened that day. In the afternoon, Stefan Lerfen's cell phone rang. It was Ron Gettelfinger, chairman of the American Auto Workers Union, who wondered how everything was going with Saab. He himself had no news. Despite the protests, Saab took another step towards closure that day. The Swedish company's registration office only then appointed 2 liquidators, the old acquaintance Stephen Taylor from Alex Partners, who was also involved in the reconstruction, and the Swedish lawyer Peter Thurngren. They were to sit down at Saab's office the very next day. Then no more material could be purchased, no more cars could be built, and Jan Ake Johnson was out in the cold. The concern that the liquidators would start by laying off all employees was almost palpable. At the same time, GM management continued to produce quotes at the Detroit Auto Show, where GM Europe boss Nick Riley later in the afternoon Swedish time nuanced the statement about Saab's quick exit and said that Saab had a couple of weeks to go. He also clarified what Ed Whitaker had meant by the sum of $450 million. The money is the amount that a buyer must be able to put into the company in order to be able to run it. And no one has done that, said Nick Riley at a press conference with Swedish and international journalists. When Göran Hägglund met with Swedish media, he did not mention a word about the fortunate meeting with Ed Whitaker that never became known to the media. Victor Muller was puzzled. Like the trade unions, he had become obsessed with Ed Whitaker's phrase, "Show me the money." Mr. Whitaker has said that we must show him the money. I have done that, Victor Muller told TT late in the evening. In fact, the negotiations at the time were about a purchase price of $400 million. That same day, Victor Muller had gone to Detroit. He, from the small Spiker, was selected as one of the keynote speakers at the industry magazine Automotive News big seminar at the Motor Show, together with Ford's Alan Mulally and Fiat's Sergio Marchionne. 3 men who tackled the car crisis in completely different ways. Ford's Mulally had borrowed through the roof and tried to get by without government loans. Fiat's Marchionne tried to create a large car group in the middle of the crisis without money, but with government subsidies. Muller saw the same window ajar. It was now or never that he could buy Saab. Now he was in the hot air, and inside the inner circle of the car empire he had to tell his story about Spiker, but many were tense. How would he handle the somewhat bizarre negotiating situation? Would he hang GM out? But he only returned to saying that he had shown the money, and that negotiations were ongoing. When he was in Detroit, he also spent 2 days talking to various people at GM's headquarters. Victor Muller and Scott Mackey then began final negotiations at Hammarskjöld's law firm on Skeppsbrunn in the old town of Stockholm. GM had finally accepted the principle that Antonov was out as an owner but in as a lender. A few boiling weeks began. Everything was weighing on his mind. Victor Muller accepted everything that GM said, had daily contacts with Jan Ake Johnson, whom he trusted blindly when it came to technical and commercial assessments of contracts and how they matched the business plan, but he did the job of liquidating Antonov himself with his lawyers. There were rumors that Jan Ake Johnson was not even in Saab's area. That was wrong. He went to work as usual to support the liquidators, who were sitting in the same corridor. They could have dismissed everyone but refrained and instead began preparing the liquidation. A contentious issue immediately arose, that of building cars. There was almost enough material to build 0 against cars, but only almost. Jan Ake Johnson argued that if they ordered a little more material, they could build these, and that it would benefit everyone financially. He was eventually heard. Several in the Saab management actually only saw one positive thing about the liquidation: that Jan Ake Johnson had a little more peace of mind. Before Christmas, many were worried that he was going to break down. The pressure had only increased on the 58-year-old who had basically been working non-stop for a year and a half. How did he hold on? Many wondered, including us journalists. "Family is more important than myself," he said in an interview I did for Svenska Dagbladet at the end of February when the deal was finalized. When he was about to describe how he relaxed, he first fell silent. Then he said that he did it by sitting on the floor at his daughter's house in Gothenburg and letting his 2 grandchildren, 2 boys who would turn 2 in the summer of 2010, climb and cling to him. Then you get perspective. When the grandchildren came to Stockholm, they got to play with the toy moose Maud that Jan Ake Johnson had been lying around in the apartment since his trip to Kiruna in February 2009. Jan Ake Johnson sought support within his family. He spoke every day to his wife, with whom he had lived for almost 40 years and had been married since 1977. "She is a huge support," he said, adding, "I spend very little time on myself." It was not until around 11 o'clock in the evenings, after work and family were done, that late-night Stockholmers could see a dark figure jogging out towards Djurgården. Up until January 20, the liquidators were making serious preparations and planning for the closure. But that was about when they were done. Then they would actually start the next stage, the tangible work of closing down Saab, laying off the employees and selling what was worth selling. Now everything depended on GM's stable orders, but they also had Swedish legislation to follow. If Saab was in liquidation, they would actually have to close it down. On January 17, 60 Saab convoys with 6,000 Saabs and 10,000 people drove around and protested against GM's actions, all over the world. Save Saab was written on printed A3 papers in Shanghai, Taiwan, and outside Capitol Hill. In Trollhättan alone, 2,000 Saabs rolled from the museum to the Saab factory and back. GM was completely taken aback. At the same time, 400 kilometers to the east at the law firm Hammarskjöld & Co., negotiations were feverish. The toughest questions were how the price would be determined and paid. Victor Muller says afterwards about what happened in the negotiation room at Skeppsbrunn in the old town of Stockholm. After a while, it became clear that GM wanted $400 million, which was significantly more than what Koenigsegg would have paid, but Muller accepted it. They had a point there, he says afterwards. When they started negotiating, that sum was divided so that Spiker would pay $150 million in purchase price and GM would invest $250 million in preference shares, in other words, as a kind of loan. But after tough negotiations, only Muller had to pay $74 million and GM invested $326 million in preference shares. But you have to see the deal broader than that. Saab had a well-stocked cash of $200 million after the BAIC deal, and there was hard negotiation back and forth about how much GM would take back from the cash, which ended with them taking $114 million and leaving around $100 million in Saab. That was considered enough to implement the business plan. During the weekend of January 23 and 24, there was a feeling in the air that a deal was close. Victor Muller had his mobile working hard, and journalists around the world were informed that the negotiations were almost over. Victor Muller provided continuous information to Stephen Wade at SaabsUnited.com, who was constantly updating the site that cheered Saab on, but also put pressure on public opinion. "Those days were the most trying I've ever been through. I barely got any sleep. If you got 4 hours a night, you were happy. There were so many legal issues that were unresolved, and there were piles of papers everywhere. But that wasn't all." Victor Muller would not only buy the Saab car company, but also Saab's sales company in England, Saab Great Britain Limited, which was then owned by GM in Great Britain. It would take 3 months before this purchase became known, via a note in Spyker's annual report, but it was a fateful purchase that would save the entire Saab purchase and perhaps Spyker as a company. Saab's sales company had been a subsidiary of Saab until January 1, 2008, when it was sold internally within GM in order to streamline the group structure in 2007. The English company was Saab's most valuable subsidiary, with a book value of 278 million krona. The second most valuable was the engine and transmission company Powertrain, worth 168 million krona. Now Victor Muller bought the same company for £1, yes £1, and it became a subsidiary of Spyker and not Saab. Many questions came about how he could buy a company with such obvious great value so cheaply. The company was worth £1, there were pension liabilities in it. But you also have to see it as part of the larger 74 million krona deal, says Muller much later. By becoming a subsidiary of Spyker and not Saab, Victor Muller felt that he was free to use the money in Spyker. He would do 3 things with the company. He would open a so-called joint cash pool between Spyker and that company, and through it would have the opportunity to save Spyker from completely bleeding to death. But he would also use surplus money from the English company to pay the last third of the purchase price, $24 million to GM. Many wondered at the time if he didn't buy Saab with money from the company's own coffers. Even though Saab's sales company was owned by GM on paper, it continued, no matter how you twist and turn it, to be a Saab subsidiary in practice. Victor Mull came dangerously close to using Saab's own coffers to pay for his purchase of Saab, without formally doing so. Several journalists asked if Saab didn't need that money better in its coffers to develop new models. The answer is that Muller owns the company, backed by Antonov, and then they do as they please. The answer is also that he solved 2 major problems with a daring and innovative solution, but the deal was very typical of Victor Muller, who likes to be on the edge, of back to the negotiations at the end of January. The Antonov board was also supposed to be in place there. It was a complicated and time-consuming job of ensuring that Antonov had no ownership left with company formations that had to be registered and loans rearranged. Yet he was the one behind the money, and many thought it was a pure game for the galleries. It was ridiculously complicated in any case, says Victor Muller afterwards. Victor Muller was in the final stages of 4 major, difficult negotiations at the same time. GM, the EIB, the Swedish government and the National Debt Office, and then the entire buyout of Antonov and all his loans. Victor Muller always stays at the Grand Hotel when he is in Stockholm, and from there he sat with the negotiating team in telephone meetings late into the night to go through the day's key points. In the end, he often said, "We won't be here for long, we're going to bed." Then the issues were resolved early in the morning instead. The weekend of January 23 and 24 was nightmarish. Everyone was on edge after the intensive negotiations and had a short fuse. "We looked like zombies," says Victor Muller afterwards. "Our nerves were on full alert as journalists. A colleague and I spent the whole Sunday calling around and writing. We got indications that a deal was very close. Monday passed, then Tuesday came, then a strange coincidence happened. Sergio Martian, who as recently as May 2010 had sat with Maud Olofsson and wanted to buy Saab, was on another rare visit to Sweden, this time invited by the Italian entrepreneur Salvatore Grimaldi to a conference at the Grand Hotel. At that time, Victor Muller was also living there, and just a few hundred meters across the water was Hammarskjöld & Co., where he was negotiating intensively. It was Sweden's business elite who gathered at the Grand Hotel at lunchtime. They were going to see Saab in unison. Martian was the main guest and gave a speech in his dark blue pullover, but then sat in a panel debate with, among others, Scania's CEO Leif Örsling. Closest to the stage was a kind of honors table with, among others, Michael Treschow and Søren Gill. Lesser-known directors came forward and said hello. The pecking order was set. Dark suit-clad backs were pounded. Photo flashes were blaring. This was the lifeblood of the directors. Further out in the hall, Annette Helgren was also at a table, and Lars Karlström at another. The Saab crisis hung like a gigantic cloud over the entire event. Martian smiled relaxedly in his lectern and joked that it was a bad day to come to Stockholm. All the questions were about Saab. He predicted that Saab with Mr. Spyker, as he called Victor Muller, would have difficulty surviving as a small niche manufacturer, and that he himself was no longer interested. But that was just the beginning. Never, not even with the best salary in the world, Leif Örsling calmly answered the question of whether he wanted to become the head of Saab. Leif Örsling started at Saab Scania in 1972, a year after Jan Ake Johnson, and Ursling had just become head of the truck division in 1989 when Saab's passenger car manufacturing made huge losses and was sold to GM. When asked whether Scania, which was once merged with Saab to gain technical advantages, would be affected if Saab disappeared, he replied, "No." He estimated Saab's losses at around 40 billion krona over the past 4 decades. "I'm not a pessimist, just a realist," he said. 2 chairs away on the stage sat Investors chairman Jacob Wallenberg, son of Peter Wallenberg, who had been strongly involved in Saab, and grandson of the old Marcus Wallenberg, who once started Saab's car manufacturing. Jacob Wallenberg looked down at the floor, didn't say a word about Saab. Then Annette Helgren asked for the floor, stood up and said that she hoped they would get together again in a few years, and that Saab would then be a thriving company. In the chair on stage, Leif Ursling looked as if he was thinking about what he was going to buy at the grocery store on the way home. In another chair, 500 meters across the Stockholm River, at the Hammarskjöld law firm, Victor Muller sat with his advisors, his nerves on edge. He was so close to buying Saab. SVT's rapport had already announced the day before that the deal was done, which they had to deny, but at the same time they were basically right. The deal was largely done, but there were many agreements that had to be put in place, close to 50 between GM and Spyker alone, and around 60 in total. Just changing the dates on all of them, which they had to do a few times, took time. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the first indication came that it was done, and 2 hours later it was official. "Now we'll sign quickly before anyone changes their mind," said someone inside Hammarskjöld. "When you have worked so incredibly intensively, it doesn't feel so solemn. But it was an incredibly nice feeling, and we drank champagne," says one of the advisors who was in the room afterwards. The evening was still intense. The government was actually supposed to be the last to provide loan guarantees after the EIB and the EU Commission. But now the government chose to make a statement, a signal that it was doing its part. At 8:20 in the evening, Maud Olofsson called a press conference at Rosenbad. "The government has today decided to provide loan guarantees to Saab Automobile. We have instructed the Swedish National Debt Office to sign that agreement. Now all that remains is the EIB's review and the Commission's review." Maud Olofsson gave a fiery speech, unusually relaxed and with a lot of emotion shining through. "The road has been long and winding," she said, praising the union representatives. It seemed to be completely clear with loan guarantees, and in the short press release that was posted on the government's website, it was stated that the government grant a credit guarantee to Saab Automobile AB, which had provided adequate collateral. But that turned out not to be true. In the government decision itself from the same day, the tone was more subdued. It was stated as it was. The government gave the debt office the task of completing the negotiations, so it was not finished. Maud Olofsson was to hold a similar press conference 2 weeks later, and there announce in practice the same thing, with the difference that the debt office had actually finished its review by then. At Svenska Dagbladet, we had submitted texts for the first edition under great pressure, and then walked to the government's press conference. I arrived in the final stages, and was only able to watch the entire press conference afterwards on the webcast on the government's website. Göran Hägglund said that it was important that GM and Victor Muller and Spyker reported ownership in a good way. But when asked what they knew about Russian Antonov, he replied, "We have a comprehensive picture. When I went to watch the webcast of this press conference again in July 2010, I was greeted with a message: the page does not exist. The page you were looking for has been removed or moved." However, the broadcasts from just before and after on January 18 and February 2 were still available. Then it was time for Saab and Spyker's press conference. Snow was in drifts outside Rosenbad, and a strong gust of wind blew from Stockholm stream, as the journalists shivered and tramped from Maud Olofsson's press conference via Gustaf Adolf's Torg to Café Opera. A 5-minute walk. A long queue wound its way into the premises at Café Opera. Outside, a blue metallic Saab 9.5 stood at an angle to a dark green Spyker Sate aileron with 400 horsepower. They had just been unloaded from a truck trailer. In the queue, a well-tailored Jan Olsson from Deutsche Bank was visible. He looked relaxed, laughing and talking to journalists. It must have been a great relief for Deutsche Bank that the deal seemed to go through after all the tricks, not least financially. The atmosphere was cheerful, like at a family concert with Tomas Ledin. Next to me in the front row sat my colleague and reporter Andreas Cervenka, and there were about 50 people in the full venue. Several cameras were set up behind the last row of seats, and TV4 was broadcasting live. Next to us sat GM's negotiating delegation with the round-faced and sociable Scott Mackey, whom almost no one had seen in real life, and many of the advisors were there. Then Jan Ake Johnson and Victor Muller came on stage. With large snowflakes on the wall behind him, Victor Muller gave an emotional speech in which he thanked the government for its support. Now he also told me that he had become the owner of Spiker and that they had redeemed Antonov. He had only slept 15 hours in 5 days and was wearing the wide-striped suit with very short trouser legs that had become his trademark and which, with the discreet Swedish dimensions of a director, seemed daring. During the question period, Andreas Cervenka leaned towards me and whispered, "Where does the money come from?" Muller continued his speech and began to answer all the questions, except the one about where the money came from. He quickly said that he had promised not to tell who he had borrowed from and continued to talk about Saab's future. Andreas Cervenka leaned over a second time, looked me in the eyes, his brow furrowed. "Where does the money come from?" Victor Muller refused to say who was actually behind the purchase. He did not seem to understand that many saw it as an important issue, since the state would step in and guarantee the entire EIB loan. Muller's secrecy led to feverish and incorrect speculation, because it was where the money came from that the media coverage would be about in the near future, not Saab's future. Shortly afterwards, Jan-Ake Johnson and Victor Muller posed in the cold outside Café Opera in front of the blue Saab and the dark green Spiker, and the next day they flew to Trollhättan. Now they were going to meet the employees. The aroma of coffee steamed from paper cups and hats were pulled down over frostbitten ears when Petra Sturch and nearly 3,000 colleagues stood outside the Saab Museum in Trollhättan at lunchtime and waited. Koenigsegg didn't get off the ground. Here comes the next small sports car manufacturer. What will this be like? Many were happy in Trollhättan, but did they really dare to believe that the deal would go through? They had been there before. The employees had been given the day off to meet Muller and Johnson, and many had tried to carpool from the Saab factory on the other side of town, but it hadn't been easy, and many were circling around looking for parking. The flight from Stockholm was delayed, but in the end they stepped onto the improvised stage, first Jan-Ake Johnson and then Victor Muller. It was a powerful feeling when they stepped up. Everyone was there. There was huge applause, says Petra Sturch, who stood in the middle of the audience in front of the stage. There is a clip on YouTube that shows the entire speech. There was applause in time and whistles. Jan-Ake Johnson stood in his black winter jacket that looked like it was bought at Dressman and black leather fingerless gloves. He was straight in the back, but unsure of his manner. Victor Muller in an elegant buttoned coat looked like a fish out of water. Jan-Ake Johnson started in the cold. There was smoke coming from his mouth. "It's fantastic, unbelievable." He seemed to be trying hard not to let his voice crack, focused on telling them that they had a lot of work ahead of them with starting production and getting out of liquidation, and he spoke in his characteristic grinding way. He is about to thank his staff, and then he suddenly started tugging at the fingers of his leather gloves. He didn't know where to go. "Your support has, for me anyway," he begins. Then he falls silent for a few moments. Victor Muller, who is looking out over the audience next to him, turns to him almost anxiously. It's been an important factor in how I've been able to keep my motivation up. You should know that I'm incredibly grateful for that." This was followed by a long round of applause. Then he thanks the staff for the gifts he received when he returned from Detroit on December 3, a weekend in Grythyttan, an apple tree, and the permanent membership of AIK. Here too he falls silent and starts a dry cough before he can continue. Petra Sturch was standing in the middle of the crowd, and she didn't notice that Jan-Ake Johnson was moved. She saw that later that evening on TV. Oh, he could barely talk. Then she saw herself too. The TV cameras had swept over the sea of people, and Petra ended up in close-up. A friend from Norway called and told him. Victor Muller then gave one of his better speeches. Taken by the massive turnout in the atmosphere, he was less aggressive and his voice deeper than usual when he praised the staff from the stage. "I take my hat off to you. I'm so impressed by what you've done," while Jan-Ake Johnson discreetly turned around and blew his nose into a white handkerchief a meter away. "I have a message from your new shareholder. Long live Saab," Victor Muller continued, provoking great applause. And the shareholders in Spiker, which was listed on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange, were not sad either. On Monday, when there was wildest speculation that a deal had been completed, the share price surged by just over 80%. The following day, trading was halted, but on Wednesday, while Muller was on stage, the share rose by at most 40%. Victor Muller managed to get the employees excited. "After that I thought that was a turning point. Now damn it, we should show them," says Petra Sturch in retrospect. "In my own little world, I thought we should show Maud Olafsson that we don't need to build wind turbines at all, that we do need Saab." A couple of days later, Victor Muller met with the staff in Trollhättan again, and he fired them up with another fiery speech and praised them for their knowledge. Then he came with the message that now it was they and only they who could turn Saab around. There was no father figure behind it, no GM to help with losses. If things go badly, no one will throw in more money. We have to get it rolling ourselves. After all the happy scenes, the deal seemed on the surface to be almost complete on January 26, but a lot still remained, especially the EIB loan, which would account for close to $600 million of a total of $1 billion in the deal. The EIB and the EU Commission had not yet made their decisions, and all the time there was the big question, hovering like an annoying helicopter over everyone's heads, who was responsible for the money. In addition, the already promised loan guarantee from the government was threatened. It was the Swedish National Debt Office that had been commissioned by the government to sign a loan guarantee agreement. Erik S. Julander and the others at the Swedish National Debt Office now saw several weaknesses. They had already written a final report, but quietly began to tinker with a supplementary report. On the one hand, they had to ensure that Spiker and Antonov would not be able to drain Saab of its assets. It was an obvious danger when Spiker was in such poor financial condition. On the other hand, the collateral had to be concretely placed in 3 subsidiaries outside the Saab car company itself. It was not finished. The companies themselves were formally founded in October, but there was a lot of work left. Then Jan Ake Johnson was quietly worried about the business plan. Every day that passed without him knowing the end date meant an increasingly greater financial effort to implement it. But it felt like it was a matter of time, says Jan Ake Johnson in retrospect. All of this happened in silence. The media speculated about who was behind Spiker. Dutch billionaires, including Marcel Bokorn and Mitchell Mall, were heavily targeted. The fact that Antonov was still behind it was almost considered out of the question. Victor Muller was increasingly questioned. Why couldn't he just tell the truth? Many drew parallels with the secrecy surrounding the Koenigsegg Group. A few days later, the Dutch Prime Minister congratulated Victor Muller and called the deal an excellent example of entrepreneurship and innovation. The next day, on January 30, Dagens Industry published an article that had a major impact. There were reports that Seppo had written a classified report that had been submitted to the American FBI, and that it was this, together with the Kroll report, which was unknown at the time, that had stopped the deal. The newspaper wrote about expressed suspicions of serious crime and money laundering. It became a sensitive situation. Speculation began to circulate in several newspapers that it was Antonov who was still behind the deal with his money. At the same time, the EU Commission and the EIB were to decide on the EIB loan just a few days later. The timing could not have been worse. The government was keeping a lid on a possible Seppo report. In retrospect, government sources say that it was more about other parts of the police that investigate serious economic crime having Antonov investigated. The picture is simply not clear here. All sources become as quiet as mice when this comes up. Then Victor Muller posted more details about the Saab purchase on his website, but those who wanted to know more about who was really behind it were not much wiser. Among other things, it said that the agreement with GM prevented Vladimir Antonov from buying Spiker shares until the end of December 2016, as long as GM had preference shares in the company. Victor Muller was also forced to redeem Antonov on paper. This is what took so long to sort out in January. Victor Muller then formed the company Tennessee, which was given 2 main tasks. First, it took over all debts that Spiker had to Antonov of 57 million euros, and secondly, all the shares that Antonov owned in Spiker. But the company had another important task. Victor Muller was to pay $74 million in purchase price for the company. 2/3, $50 million, was to be paid when the purchase was signed, and the remaining $24 million by July 24, 2010. And this is where Muller's company Tennessee came in again. It was to account for $25 million of the first installment, money that he had borrowed from Antonov, but that was not said. The second installment was to come from an American fund called GEM, which lends money at very high interest rates to companies that cannot borrow from regular banks, companies like Spiker. Svenska Dagbladet revealed at the time that the conditions were downright dangerous. GEM was to take shares as collateral, which could make them the main owner of Spiker and Saab if the price of Spiker's shares fell. At the last moment, Muller managed to get his old employer, the shipping company Hirma, to lend at a healthier interest rate. Everyone wondered who was behind the money behind Muller's new company Tennessee. The Swedish government, Saab, GM, the EIB, the EU Commission, and the Swedish National Debt Office knew that Antonov was behind it. Maud Olofsson thought Muller should tell the truth. Muller didn't. Furthermore, Muller could not answer where the last installment of $24 million would come from. It was the payment that he would then take from Saab's sales company in England. He had been approached by several investors, as he himself wrote on his website. Everyone wondered who they were. Just a few days into February, the next moment of concern came. Reporter Carolina Neurath read the government decision on the loan guarantees and was not able to figure it out. She decided to call Bo Det Lundgren. It was late afternoon and he answered the phone from the Swedish National Debt Office's own staff conference. He was elated. "We are looking at whether Spiker has enough money to make the deal happen. We don't want to guarantee a deal that can't be done," he said, confirming that they were continuing their investigations into Spiker. This made the whole deal seem threatened again. While the Swedish National Debt Office continued its investigation and Victor Muller struggled to redeem Antonov, it was snowing heavily in Trollhättan. It was the coldest and snowiest winter in western Sweden for many years, and in February it snowed even more. The liquidators had been preparing for the liquidation for just over a week and then been on standby for a few days. Should they liquidate or not, they couldn't wait as long as they wanted to press the button. But when the first agreement was finalized on January 26, there was a counterorder. Then they began the arduous job of taking Saab out of liquidation. Inside the assembly hall, cars were no longer being manufactured and everything was quiet and still, cleaned up. It was starting to look like a museum of a car factory. At the same time, all the employees were in place, but they wouldn't start building cars until March. People were sitting around playing cards. But then the weight of the snow threatened to destroy Saab's factory buildings, which have flat roofs and spreads over vast areas. Saab workers would shovel snow. It was like during the emergency period, people gathered around physical tasks that they would never do otherwise. The snow shoveling was like a campfire. Petra Sturch and her workmates calmly loaded special sleds 2 by 2 and guided them to the edges, where safety was not neglected either, because their others, who had received more high-altitude training, took over and guided the snow over the edge. Over and over again. What many forgot was that they were still waiting for decisions from the EU Commission, the EIB, and a final decision from the Swedish National Debt Office and the government. All disputes had been resolved regarding Antonov, but far from all practical work with all agreements. Up in there could potentially be problems, but on February 8, a milestone was passed. Then the EU Commission approved the Swedish state guarantee to Saab. It would, as the decision stated, not lead to any undue distortion of competition. 4 days later, on February 12, 3 milestones would be passed in one day amid mild drama at Rosenbad. Spiker's shareholders would first approve the Saab deal at an extraordinary general meeting in Zeewold, Netherlands. It went well. The EIB would then decide on the 4 billion loan in Luxembourg. Then the government would finally decide on loan guarantees in Stockholm. But hadn't the government already done that, many wondered. The government, which had given the impression that the loan guarantees were a closed chapter on January 26, had in fact instructed the National Debt Office to complete the investigations and negotiations. They had now done so at lightning speed, and the government was now prepared to, as TT headlined the news, stand by its loan guarantees. The EIB's decision would come before the Swedish government's. That was the set schedule. The EIB had its board meeting in the morning and could not give an answer until after lunch. The government first announced its press conference at Rosenbad for 2 o'clock, when there would be margins. The press conference then had to be postponed until 3 because the EIB had not yet returned with its position. The tricky thing was that Maud Olofsson did not know for sure whether the EIB would say yes. If they got a no, the whole deal would be scrapped. It was 20 past 3, and no word had come from the EIB in Luxembourg. Maud Olofsson and the old moderate leader and director of the National Debt Office, Bo Lundgren, walked up to 2 standing tables. Maud Olofsson made an assessment. She thought it would be a yes, says subject counselor Bengt Winterstein afterwards. They began. Bengt Winterstein sat on a chair at the back and was in telephone contact with the EIB's deputy head Eva Esridge-Burr. "What now? You shouldn't wait for us," she said, a little irritated. Bo Lundgren looked like an actor who enjoyed the spotlight and said that they had looked at whether the business plan was reasonable and that the collateral was now packaged, as he said. Few in the room probably understood, but what he meant was that it had finally been decided which companies the collateral would be in, especially the spare parts company. Journalists wondered as usual who was responsible for the money in the Spiker deal. The government had pressed Victor Muller to be open about it, which he had not been. A journalist asked Bo Lundgren if Antonov was still the financier. "I can't comment on that," replied the otherwise almost cheerful Lundgren. Then there was question time. Suddenly Bengt Winterstein gave a thumbs up at the back of the room. He had been told the EIB loan was home. I happened to be there myself, and Maud Olofsson's features smoothed out in a second, and she suddenly almost burst into laughter. The final signing was now only a week away, people thought. Bo Lundgren was surprisingly open, except when it came to Antonov. "No comments. We don't want a new rover," he said then, emphasizing that they didn't suspect anything but still wanted to secure the money. Rover. A name that scares when it comes to Saab's rescue, because the similarities with the British car company that was drained of money are eerily numerous. BMW bought the long-established and extremely strong Rover brand in 1994. 6 years and up to 50 billion krona later, BMW gave up. It was impossible to get the company back on track, despite new models like the 75 that had BMW technology. Closure. That word echoed solitary for a long time. If even BMW, which seems to be doing everything right, hadn't succeeded, who would? But the people of Birmingham, where 14,000 factory worker jobs were at stake, wouldn't listen. There was a public outcry. The British public spirit would not allow a long-established brand to simply be closed down. Prime Minister Tony Blair stepped in with support for product development to groom the bride for a purchase. Finance companies with imaginative names like Alchemy came in. But it was Phoenix that bought Rover for £10 plus £500 million from BMW to avoid the closure costs. Phoenix was a small group of businessmen with connections to the company. It took a lot to get the company back on its feet, and it would turn out that the owners put their own interests before the company's. In 2005, Rover collapsed under its own debts. The car manufacturer Nanjing took over and production was moved to China. The company's loss when it closed in 2005 was £1.3 billion. By then, the 4 owners and 1 director had taken £42 million in salaries and pensions out of Rover. Victor Muller, whose heavily indebted Spiker constantly demanded new money, continued to keep his hidden financier a secret. Newspapers and television were abuzz with speculation. On February 18, Svenska Dagbladet reporter Carolina Neurath caught up with Vladimir Antonov in the middle of a ski slope in the French Alps. Yes, he said calmly. He was behind the first payment of $25 million for Saab, which Victor Muller claimed was secret. I don't want it to be a secret, I never wanted it to be, said Vladimir Antonov, adding that both GM, the Swedish government, and the EIB were aware that he was behind the loans. So she called Victor Muller, who still refused to say who was behind the money, even though Antonov had just revealed it himself. The situation was, to put it mildly, strange. After Dagens Industries' article about Seppo and the FBI, it seemed as if Antonov had decided to go to the media to clear himself. The timing was lousy. Behind closed doors at Skeppsbrunn in Stockholm, they were still struggling to get the final agreement finalized, including all the details of how Antonov would be released from Spiker so that GM would be satisfied. The next day, on February 19, he told Svenska Dagbladet that he wanted to start a Saab factory in Russia. Only GM would let him into the company. It was as if Vladimir Antonov was standing outside shivering in the dark, looking in through the windows at his own party and shouting louder and louder to be allowed in. On Thursday, February 18, Victor Muller returned to Stockholm and the law firm Hammarskjöld & Co., which was beginning to become his second home. Now it was time for final negotiations. Scott Mackey and the newly minted Enrico Di Girolamo were the main figures from GM. On February 23, it was time for the final signing. Nothing was finalized until about 60 contracts had been signed, including the important share transfer. Everyone knew that, and no one dared to take anything out in advance. The day was carefully planned, like a theater performance in several acts. The first act began at 8 in the morning. Saab was to be asked to come out of liquidation, and that alone took time and was not ready until 10 o'clock. The ensemble, which consisted of about 20 people, was held at Hammarskjöld's law firm on Skeppsbrunn. The oblong room was completely white, including the long table, chairs, and curtains. The table with 10 chairs on each side was largely cluttered with black portable computers that stood in disarray among Ramlösa bottles and a large bowl of chocolate candy. One computer was Victor Muller's. As a desktop wallpaper, it had a drawing of a new small teardrop-shaped Saab that he had made as a way to relax in his free time during the negotiations. It looked like a cross between the Saab 9X Air concept car and a Saab 92/96. A new small Saab was not in the business plan, but is Saab's next development project if there is money. On one short side of the room was a whiteboard with all the points they would have to cover during the day. It was fascinating reading. Payment instructions to bank, 95 tools, purchase price, 114 DIP, which meant that GM demanded back 114 million of its so-called DIP loan. New board, payment control, it read, among other things. Legal assistants ran around fixing and arranging under a vault-like ceiling. When it was past 4 o'clock, it had started to get dark outside. The atmosphere in the room was like the final scene of a gasping chamber play. It was time for the final signing between GM and Spiker, and the loan documents for the EIB and the National Debt Office would also be signed. Then it would be done. The legal assistant stood behind the walls and formed an impatient audience where several had their mobile cameras ready. Next to each other on one side of the table sat the main negotiators, Victor Muller and Scott Mackey. Muller for once was not dressed in his wide-striped suit, but in a more discreet black one, and the short-set Scott Mackey broke off with a blue shirt. At Muller's side was Jan Ake Johnson, and next to Scott Mackey sat the new negotiator Rico Di Girolamo. Across from them sat Eric S. Julander from the Swedish National Debt Office, looking tense, and next to him was Saab's chief legal officer Christina Geers, who reviewed all the contracts that were signed. They were arranged in neat rows. Finally, the ink pen was in front of Scott Mackey, and all the signatures were on all the papers. Then came the applause, like a refreshing summer rain after a stormy day, and at the same time Scott Mackey shook hands with Victor Muller. 4 bottles of champagne were quickly poured into glasses on a round tray, and shortly afterwards everyone stood up and toasted. They were supposed to have a press conference at 6 o'clock in the evening at Saab's law firm Roschier on Blasieholm, just across the Stockholm River behind the Grand Hotel. They could have walked, but it was bitterly cold and almost 6 o'clock. They called several taxi companies, but all the cars were taken. In the midst of the drama, they suddenly stood freezing on Skepsbron while private cars streamed past in a steady stream. Drivers discreetly looked at the men who appeared in the newspapers every day. Finally, they got hold of 2 taxis that did not belong to any of the larger companies. The drivers lit up when they saw who they were getting a lift. One car was a Volvo. At the union office inside the gates in Trollhättan, Paul Ackerlund was simultaneously opening a non-alcoholic Magnum cider that Annette Hellgren had bought at Ica Maxi. It had been on the desk since Christmas. But they didn't dare open it until it was completely clear. In the evening, a big dinner was held at the Grand Hotel with everyone who had been there. Göran Hägglund, Scott Mackey, Hans Lindblad, to name a few. Everyone was tired to the core, but the 50 or so who had been involved in the deal were finally able to sit down around festively decorated round tables in Martin Winge's room in the Grand Hotel's banquet hall. It was an internal party where the guard was down and the speeches were candid, but one from outside was there, a blogger. Stephen Wade from Tasmania had been invited by Victor Muller a few days before. He had been forced to give up a bottle of champagne on the way that he was supposed to give to Muller, and once in Stockholm he was tormented by the Swedish cold. He reported continuously on SaabsUnited.com during the day, but at the party itself he put down his computer and pen. Victor Muller was in top form and gave several speeches. Göran Hägglund gave one, as did Hans Lindblad, and Scott Mackey also felt compelled to say a few words. So did Robert Scheidt in Victor Muller's negotiating group. He told of the late nights when everything felt hopeless and how Muller had found solutions, and that they had joked that it was as if he had pulled rabbits out of a top hat. Then someone from Roschier came wearing a top hat and looked up and saw a small white rabbit, which when it saw all the staring dinner guests quickly disappeared back down. The rabbit's name was Mats Silvertass. Before Mats was to return to the pet store, he was given temporary accommodation with a receptionist at Roschier. In March, Christina Geers received a phone call from Victor Muller's secretary who began, "It's absolutely crazy that we're having this conversation, but we have to solve the rabbit issue." Victor Muller had not forgotten Mats Silvertass. The rabbit was then driven by car from Stockholm to Trollhättan, where it would go by truck to Holland that same afternoon together with some Spiker cars. Mats Silvertass was carried in a small cage by Christina Geers and a colleague towards the truck. Then they met Saab's new auditors. They shook hands politely. The auditors looked at the rabbit. Mats Silvertass looked back. No one commented on the rabbit in the cage. Then it was installed in the truck cab and driven off with the super sports cars, down to Amsterdam, where it was given a new home in Victor Muller's house. Epilogue: Will Saab survive? Trollhättan 1967. The brand new Saab 99 model was to be shown to old Marcus Wallenberg before the launch. He listened to the door chime, closed and opened the door. It sounded good. He was satisfied. Even the speaker of the first chamber of the Riksdag, Eric Boheman, saw the car beforehand. He was also Saab's chairman of the board. Harpsund democracy was in its full bloom, as was Saab's own Castle Hedenlunda, just a cycling distance from Harpsund. Saab's car manufacturing would soon merge with Scania, and then belong to the world's largest car manufacturer, GM, for 20 years. Powerful men were always ready to intervene when Saab was in trouble. Now there is no longer any giant group that is pouring money into it. No one in the Swedish financial elite will smile indulgently and receive with big cotton arms. For the first time since 1947, Saab stands there without a large cash register in the background. At the same time, the Trollhättebolaget, which has almost never shown a profit and lost 60% of its sales in 2009, is aiming higher than ever. Now in the bloodiest seriousness, it is going to thrust its lances straight into the chests of BMW, Audi and Mercedes, established luxury brands that manufacture between 5 and 10 times as many cars as Saab. And where, for example, Audi has access to the Volkswagen Group's hearty smorgasbord of engines and technology, all in a car world that suffers from major overcapacity, it is doomed to fail, say the detractors. It will work, say defiantly at Saab. Saab management has narrowed its target group in internal documents. Saab wants to be a cross in a simple graph with two axes. The vertical axis pointing upwards means social class. At the top are those with the highest social status and the most money. The horizontal axis captures values, starts in the bottom left corner with traditional people, and then goes out to the right to the more progressive and free-thinking. Saab wants its brand to be a cross in the top right corner, where the most free-thinking and wealthy are found. Psychologist Rüdiger Hossip at Ruhr University in Bochum summed up Saab's brand by saying that it is loved very much by very few. Now these loving Saab enthusiasts who protested in car caravans when things looked darkest must also go to Saab dealers and open their wallets. But others must also discover the small niche manufacturer. Saab expects that there will be 40 million potential customers in their segment of rich freethinkers. It will be a big challenge to conquer even a fraction of them to make the business plan work. Saab is far from there now. And to get there, it is about one thing: re-establishing trust. Think of a car buyer. Consider 40-year-old Johanna, an architect in Örebro. She stands with 400,000 krona in her pocket in a shiny car showroom and is choosing between an Audi A6 and the new Saab 9.5. She should then be able to choose the Saab without hesitation. Then the cars must be excellent to begin with. On the plus side, Saab is releasing several completely new models in the coming years. These new models are the core of why Saab actually has a chance of survival. The first is the new 9.5 model. The whole of Trollhättan held its breath when it was test-driven by 2 international press in May. It received generally good reviews. 3 more launches are planned until 2012. A station wagon version of the 9.5, the 9.4X SUV, and a completely new 9.3. But more is needed in the long term. Model development going forward will be a matter of fate. GM's global technological development is being gradually cut off, and this means 2 things, one negative and one positive. The negative is that the opportunities to get technology relatively cheaply from within GM are disappearing. The positive is that Saab is given the opportunity to tailor technology from the entire automotive world to new models, and the field becomes freer to make them more Saab unique. In addition, the automotive world has slowly gained a more open attitude towards technology collaborations. The financial crisis and overcapacity have meant that the can-do mentality, which flourished not least at Saab, has been toned down. Even large car groups are now actively seeking collaborations instead of developing everything themselves. When BMW and Renault are now developing the next generation of engines together, for example, an annual addition of 20,000 engines from Saab would mean that the entire project is profitable. This development plays into the hands of a small niche brand like Saab. On the plus side, there is also Saab's own recognized good technology development, but there are downsides. The biggest is the risk of increased development costs paired with Saab's weak finances. Saab's intended customers, trend-sensitive architects and university professors, naturally expect the latest environmental technology and that Saab has exciting technical solutions. Saab is a brand synonymous with such content. The risk now is that Saab will have to make do with older technology in some places in the cars. Then it is important that it can be done without the customer noticing. That will be a challenge. Saab also has several lean years ahead of it with sky-high interest costs because the company was purchased entirely with borrowed money. The business plan is certainly financed, but all additional projects will require more financing. But it is not enough that the cars are good. Trust is created by the people behind Saab. Victor Muller and Jan-Ake Johnson are the front figures. They are the ones who have the power to influence trust. Jan-Ake Johnson is calm and collected. Without his gentle fighting spirit, Saab would not have survived the crisis. Victor Muller is the magician who constantly conjures new white rabbits out of his hat. He too is an asset to Saab, but also a risk. He understands the Saab brand and skillfully uses the Saab enthusiasts, whose enormous support brought Saab management to bed. Muller wants to move forward quickly and can, with his iron will, create important collaborations and publicity. He also talks about creating a new small Saab, but emphasizes that financing must be secured. Muller can almost be seen as a new Bob Lutz who constantly feeds journalists quotes and puts Saab on the map. But he not only lacks money, but also experience of large-scale car production and sales. Victor Muller also has another side. he can become irritable and rage when journalists ask sensitive questions. One sensitive issue has been Saab's financing and Vladimir Antonov. It was rightly or wrongly judged Vladimir Antonov's conduct that caused GM to cancel the Saab deal on December 18, 2009. He was then bought out on paper, but remained a major lender. Antonov is simply behind large parts of Saab, but the problem was not the question of Antonov's suitability as owner of Saab, but that Mueller covered up his involvement. Vladimir Antonov has repeated that he will clear his name in a report that will be presented to GM and the media. It was promised in April and was completed in June. As of August 2010, the media has not yet been given access to it. At the same time, it is clear that without Mueller and Antonov, Saab does not exist today. There was no other buyer at the beginning of 2010, given the tight time frame. All in all, little Saab may very well have a chance as a cool, credulous exotic oddball among the big names in the automotive world. But again, the key word is trust. It is difficult to predict what role the enormous crisis between 2008 and 2010 will play for Saab. On the one hand, the company was condemned by a collective world of industry assessors. On the other hand, any incredible events can play into Saab's hands as another chapter in the history of the underdog Saab with the odds against it. With Marcus Wallenberg and then GM behind it, Saab stood for a long time on an extremely stable foundation, which was also an obvious part of the trust in Saab. That does not have to decrease just for a small company, but large resources are behind it. But the media circus in the spring of 2010, when Mueller obscured his financiers, has not been good for Saab. It is now also clear that Mueller owns Saab together with another owner through his company Tennessee, but he says he cannot reveal who it is due to a confidentiality agreement. The conclusion is that the question marks surrounding the financing should be sorted out in order to fully restore confidence in the brand. Saab must start selling cars quickly, otherwise the tight business plan is at risk. If Saab manages to get up in the first 2 years, launch its models, and at the same time create new collaborations, it could be a positive spiral with even more models and profits. But there is still much to prove. The competitors are running the gas to the bottom with significantly more resources. The time when Eric Carlson, Pa Tackett, in his little howling Saab won rally competitions against larger, more powerful cars is over. Now it is about convincing customers like 40-year-old Johanna in Örebro, a person with ordinary common sense who is about to make one of the most important financial decisions of her life in a car showroom. For Victor Mueller, a lot is also at stake. Fate wanted a window to open so that he could buy Saab. I bought a car brand for the price of a wind tunnel, he often says. If he succeeds, he will have made the deal of a lifetime.